In the Galactic Human Alliance, on the 10th governing star of the Cloud Star Federation, Jiang Xing silently gazed at a pile of items on the table, while an officer clad in a white military uniform stood across from him. The situation is as follows. In light of the sacrifices made by your parents during the Great Expedition, and considering the unique circumstances of your only surviving relative, the Alliance military will present two options for your family to choose from. The first option entails granting you an annual subsidy amounting to 20 of the original compensation for a duration of 20 years, in addition to your existing benefits, as well as conferring upon you the status of a citizen of any major state within the Alliance. The second option maintains the original compensation, but the Alliance will provide you with a miracle crystal to forcibly awaken your latent talent as a psychic commander. However, the talent awakened through the miracle crystal is typically of the most ordinary variety. Jiang Xing's voice was hoarse as he inquired, "Are you certain that there is no confirmation of my parents' remains, and that they are merely uncontactable?" "Yes, sir," the officer replied solemnly. "We will not cease our search, however, according to the regulations concerning casualties. The current circumstances do indeed trigger the compensation provisions for commanders." Jiang Xing nodded, falling once again into silence. As time passed, the officer remained patient, silently observing the young man before him. In this day and age, the Alliance's technology had long surpassed the imaginations of many. Consciousness transfer technology, the equations for life and death, and gene stabilization technology had all matured even in the face of fierce battles during the Great Expedition. The actual number of confirmed casualties remained a small fraction. Moreover, the powerful psychic commanders, thus being reported as missing, was synonymous with being declared dead. "I choose the second option, and I would like to make one additional request." Jiang Xing's voice pulled the officer from his thoughts. "Please proceed." Jiang Xing fixed his earnest gaze upon the officer. "I wish to join the Great Expedition." "Very well." Without further ado, the officer placed a briefcase down and prepared to depart. "The compensation will be deposited into your Alliance account within an hour, and the miracle crystal is contained within the briefcase. It can be activated by placing it on your forehead, and it is strictly forbidden to sell it." "Understood." As the officer exited, Jiang Xing turned his attention back to his parents' belongings. The items were few in the cosmic age. Most possessions had been virtualized, and even before their disappearance was confirmed, the inheritance had already been transferred to Jiang Xing's name. With a sigh, he opened the briefcase, gazing at the colorful crystal within, his heart a tumult of emotions. A psychic commander. How he had longed for such a thing in the past. To control psychic energy, to amplify the might of psychic warships, and sweep through the starry seas, vanquishing heretics. Yet, it was a pity that while the talent of a psychic commander could awaken only at the age of 18, the Alliance's technology could determine its existence at a much younger age. Clearly, not only did he lack the talent of a psychic commander, but even the most basic psychic abilities eluded him. Aside from his parents, who had left his side at the age of 10 to embark on the expedition, he was just an ordinary youth of the Alliance. If there were any distinguishing features, it might only be the memories from the 21st century Earth that occasionally surfaced in his mind. Yet even those memories seemed trivial in the interstellar era, of lesser value than a sumptuous meal. Ultimately, having been provided for without worry, he had nearly abandoned his passionate aspirations, resigning himself to aimlessly enroll in a college and drift through life. Who could have anticipated? As he gazed at the warm miracle crystal in his hand, Jiang Xing's expression grew resolute. Although he had not seen his parents in 8 years, and their encounters in his early years had been scarce due to their busy lives, he still felt a deep familial bond with them. "Then let me do what a son ought to do." As he muttered to himself, Jiang Xing pressed the miracle crystal to his forehead. In an instant, a sharp, needle-like pain exploded in his mind. Subsequently, an indescribable sensation of fullness and ethereality surged within him, permeating his entire being. The psychic network is now connected. Retrieving memes confirmation complete. Primordial era meme. Second contingency plan activated. Filtering for the most compatible psychic talent source confirmed. Talent glorious pioneer. Core effect. Psychic affinity. The cosmic psyche will be more inclined to accept you. Base effect. All attributes of psychic warships 5, based on the warship's original attributes. Specialized 20 damage against dark psychic energies. Further effects can be developed and enhanced by increasing your psychic level. As the haze began to dissipate, Jiang Xing curiously scrutinized the panel before him. The psychic network, an exclusive system utilized by psychic commanders and the Alliance military. He had witnessed its basic functionalities in countless online videos. Glorious Pioneer? It sounded formidable, yet the talent's effect seemed rather mediocre. It could not be considered weak, but neither was it particularly strong. Moreover, the core effect was shrouded in ambiguity, and what was this primordial? Could it possibly relate to Earth? Of no importance if he could not comprehend it, he would set it aside for the time being. Open the Commander panel. Commander. Jiangxing Fleet? None. Talent. Glorious Pioneer Psychic Energy. E-slots. 10 current number of warships that can be controlled. Merit. 0. Having confirmed that he overlooked no data, Jiangxing closed the panel and began to gather the belongings from the table. What is this? Suddenly, a gem radiating a faint silver light in the corner of the briefcase drew his attention. Instinctively, he reached out towards the gem. Swish! At the moment of contact, a blinding brilliance of gold and silver enveloped Jiangxing. Several rings of light, seemingly composed of characters, spiraled rapidly around his body, and then surged into him entirely. In a panic, Jiangxing hastily examined his body, relieved to find no abnormalities. What just happened? Host data digitization, complete state stabilization, complete true number core online, list expanded. True number points, 100 historical imprints, none template slots, 2 capable of housing 2 templates. Information extraction fusion witness template requires historical imprints. Detected historical imprint available, initial imprinting and template creation do not require true numbers. Stunned, Jiangxing quickly processed the information. His face lit up with joy. So traversers truly have special advantages? After a moment of contemplation, Jiangxing expressed a degree of caution. Are you certain about the imprinting? Confirmation complete. The universe is boundless, and civilizations are countless under the dark and brutal laws of the cosmos. Innumerable civilizations struggle at the brink of life and death. Only by becoming a resplendent civilization of gold can a race ensure the peace and safety of its people amidst the dangers of the cosmos. The birth of golden civilizations and their peoples is accompanied by endless blood and tears. This is the glory of civilization, the greatness of the countless sacrificial pioneers. The ancient souls from the mysterious era bear witness to the pinnacle of the race. A wave of disorientation washed over Jiangxing. Amidst the hazy visions, countless indistinct images flickered before him. Among them, humans clad in animal skins discovered fire, and groups of humans gathered to establish the earliest societies. There were those traversing snow-capped mountains and grassy fields in pursuit of ultimate glory, and humans stepping beyond their planets, taking their first steps into the unknown. The images sped up, until finally nothing was discernible. Historical imprint. The glory of Golden Humanity template creation. Complete Golden Humanity Phase 1. Premium template. Template passive effect. Significantly enhances resistance to meme pollution, cognitive distortion, and genetic aberration. Additional effects. Unlocked after Phase 2. The ancient soul requires the enactment of humanity's glory. Only then will the power of history be revealed to you. Note, the aforementioned effects can be applied to members within the fleet. Jiangxing fell silent for a moment, a multitude of thoughts coalescing into a single word. 6. Having played his fair share of Psionic games, he had a basic understanding of the 3 immunity projects. In other words, if he were to venture into Warhammer, would he not become a psychic version of the Necrons? Wait! Jiangxing suddenly recalled the message that appeared at the beginning of the True Number Core's loading sequence. Host data digitization? Could it be the kind of digitization he was pondering? Lacking a warship to test the so-called digitization, Jiangxing felt a tinge of disappointment. He then closed the True Number Core panel, feeling at ease with the decision. Though uncertain of its ultimate purpose, as long as it was functional for the time being, he could always report to the Alliance later. After placing his parents' belongings in order, Jiangxing sat on the sofa and awaited the arrival of those who would come for him. Beep beep beep. Wang Lin. Jiangxing, the application for studying abroad in the Wallen Kingdom has arrived. Please fill it out, as I will be leading the expedition this time. Jiangxing. Thank you, teacher, I already have other plans. Wang Lin? Wang Lin. That is the Wallen Kingdom, the elite nation of the Alliance. Both the learning conditions and environment are 100 times better than those of the Cloud Star Federation. Jiangxing. I understand, but I truly have my own plans. Wang Lin. Very well, your parents' identities and professions are so mysterious, they must be psychics, right? I believe they have arranged a good path for you. After chatting for a while, Jiang Xing heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, two officers stood at attention. Mr. Jiang Xing, are you prepared? We are to proceed to the KWL 2333 Expedition Preparatory Base. Taking a final glance at the solitary house he had inhabited for over a decade, he resolutely replied, I am ready. By the way, where is this preparatory base located? In the Wallen Kingdom. Chapter 2. The Crystal Wall World, Acquisition of Warship KLZ 2333 Expedition Preparation Base. Established during the recruitment phase of the 6th Grand Expedition, it is a complex structure of multiple star rings surrounding a colossal gas giant. Countless starships of various types continuously traverse the outer star gates, transporting vast quantities of materials and personnel. On the bridge of a warship measuring several thousand meters, Jiang Xing gazes in awe at the immense creation before him. 5 seemingly slender circular structures encircle a gas planet with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. Jiang Xing understands that the space within and outside these rings is ample enough to comfortably accommodate billions of people. Between the rings, dozens of massive vortices connect the surface of the planet to towering cubic structures with edges measuring thousands of kilometers. Brilliant energy circuits flicker incessantly across the surfaces of these cubic creations. Each preparation base is staffed with 100 novice commanders, 1,000,000 extraordinary soldiers and psychics, along with several instructional personnel, while the remaining areas are designated as material warehouses and maintenance centers. Mr. Jiang Xing is the 97th novice commander to arrive, an accompanying officer explains. Jiang Xing nods slightly in acknowledgement. Aside from the commanders and other extraordinary beings, the regular forces participating in the Grand Expedition do not have a preparatory phase. The conventional military units entering the expedition routes are, at the very least, the main forces of major nations. The elite kingdoms have no qualification to enter, nor do they even have the status to serve in logistics. The disparities among the nations of humanity within the alliance, ordinary nations, elite kingdoms, major powers, strong nations, and superpowers, are profoundly vast. The officer hesitates for a moment before stating, Mr. Jiang Xing, although the Grand Expedition Alliance will provide initial psychic starships, given your current benefits and funds, it would be wise to purchase psychic starships within the psychic network. While the standard psychic starships provided by the military are decent, they are not considered high-end. I understand. I do not understand. In the front row of the vast domed auditorium, Jiang Xing looks perplexed at the psychic network panel before him. Why can he not find places like forums or markets? Where can he purchase psychic warships? It has been half a day since he arrived. With the first lesson about to commence, he intends to select a psychic starship, yet he finds no purchasing interface within the psychic network. A figure seated nearby, having overheard Jiang Xing's murmurs, voluntarily explains. We need to undergo a 5-day expedition knowledge orientation here before we can gain access to the privileges required to acquire warships and enter the expedition routes. Jiang Xing looks up at the amiable blue-haired youth beside him. Thank you for the reminder. My name is Jiang Xing. May I ask for yours? Proler, a novice commander from the Sassos Federation. Jiang Xing has never heard of this nation. Proler notices Jiang Xing's confusion and sighs. All right, I admit it's quite remote. Please forgive me. I usually just stay at home playing virtual games and don't pay much attention to these matters. Jiang Xing smiles and explains, what does the expedition knowledge orientation entail? Proler replies, among the 100 novice commanders here, 1/3 are from ordinary nations. Many of them lack basic knowledge, and since the Psychic Network Forum has not yet been activated, this orientation is necessary. Just as Jiang Xing is about to respond, the door at the back of the podium suddenly swings open, and the previously somewhat noisy auditorium falls silent. A middle-aged man with an indifferent demeanor steps in, surveying the room before speaking a peculiar word. Before Jiang Xing can ponder this, a surge of information abruptly fills his mind. Approximately one cosmic era ago, the universe was engulfed by a sudden influx of high-dimensional turbulence, isolating numerous celestial regions with crystal walls that possess spatial concepts. Thus, crystal wall worlds were formed. The smaller crystal wall worlds span only a few light-years, while the largest have diameters exceeding 100 billion light-years. Between the crystal wall worlds, despite sharing common fundamental particles and rules, macroscopic physics and energy manifestations vary significantly. Many crystal wall worlds exhibit bizarre power systems, giving rise to enigmatic civilizations and races. The sudden inundation of information causes Jiang Xing to frown slightly, yet the content mesmerizes him. Countless eons ago, humanity was in the age of great exploration. Perhaps their overall technology was not as formidable as it is now. But the territories they possessed far surpassed the current alliance by more than 100-fold. Until the high-dimensional turbulence tore the universe apart, the alliance lost contact with various regions. The Star Sea domain where the alliance currently resides was once the central star realm. The crystal walls harbor immense and varied high-dimensional powers, along with distorted cosmic constants. Even the alliance, as formidable as it is, only mastered the technology for stable large-scale traversal of crystal walls a few thousand years ago. Prior to that, only mid- to high-level psychic fleets could traverse the crystal walls independently, conquering the surrounding crystal wall worlds. After several millennia, they barely managed to clear the crystal wall worlds surrounding the Star Sea domain, bringing back their scattered human compatriots. Beyond that, the crystal wall worlds are as abundant as sand, and mid- to high-level psychic fleets can only make minimal progress. The present Grand Expedition is launched for this very purpose. A total of 3 expedition routes, advancing simultaneously on 3 fronts. As for why the Alliance is so eager to reclaim territories and gather their scattered human compatriots, no explanation is provided. Crystal Wall Worlds. 3 expedition routes in different directions. What a magnificent era! Days swiftly pass. During this time, the middle-aged man only utters a little over 100 words, yet it leaves the audience with a comprehensive understanding of the Grand Expedition, the 3 routes, and the foundational theories of psychic fleets, indelibly etched in their minds. Regarding the system classification of psychic commanders, Jiang Xing finds it quite rigorous upon understanding. The classification of a psychic commander's own psychic level is denoted by letters, ranging from the lowest F to the known highest S, strictly tiered. Psychic warships are classified similarly to commanders, with additional distinctions in types: assault ships, destroyers, cruisers, and so forth. Among the same level, destroyers possess superior overall performance compared to assault ships, and cruisers surpass destroyers. What piques Jiang Xing's interest most is the structural classification of psychic fleets. A commander must reach E-level psychic ability and possess at least 10 E-level warships to form the minimum structure of a psychic fleet and earn the title of novice commander. For the next level, the merit commander title requires the commander to achieve D-level psychic ability and possess at least 100 D-level warships. The requirements for subsequent titles such as copper and silver merit commanders are even more daunting, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. As for talent, there are no tier distinctions, only different types. Besides the most common enhancement type, there are also supportive and special types, with the special types being the most diverse, showcasing an array of peculiar abilities. Jiang Xing's Honor Pioneer belongs to the special type. The true core of numbers? That's an external aid. It is entirely intertwined with the Alliance's military and technological systems. Humanity is indeed formidable. In the temporary living quarters, Jiang Xing reflects once more, then eagerly opens the psychic network interface. Just 5 minutes ago, the functionalities of the psychic network were fully activated. On the psychic network interface, he immediately notices the prominent Alliance Mall. Alliance Psychic Network Mall. Account assets: 2 million psychic crystals. Psychic crystals serve as the universal currency among psychic commanders and also function as the energy source for psychic warships. Alliance coins can be exchanged for psychic crystals, but hardly anyone converts psychic crystals into Alliance coins. Of these 2 million psychic crystals, 800,000 are compensation funds, and 1,200,000 are his parents' inheritance. Gazing at the multitude of warship icons displayed on the interface, Jiang Xing quickly browses through them. In no time, he selects 2 types of warships. In total, he acquires 2 E-level cruisers and 8 E-level destroyers. Currently, Jiang Xing's psychic level and slots only allow him to control 10 ships. Any additional requires enhancing his psychic capacity. He can either absorb resources to grow or directly absorb the psychic energy from defeated foes. Indeed, a psychic commander is so domineering that any enemy slain will serve as nourishment. Taking a deep breath, he confirms the purchase. Confirmation complete. The psychic warships will be delivered in one day. Chapter 3. Digitization. Can starships merge? At the expedition preparation base, within a certain dock, Jiang Xing tilts his head back, unable to conceal his excitement as he gazes at the 10 colossal vessels before him. The 10 ships are lined up like a continuous mountain of steel, their formidable presence overwhelming. Long jump cruiser, E length, 1800 m, average height and width, 365 m, particle general shield, E armament, E particle main cannons 2, penetrative type, particle secondary cannons 6, dual standard type, particle ship cannons 24, standard type, other armament systems, several, maximum speed, sublight speed, 80 of light speed. Dark space transition, destruction rating. Main cannons E, secondary cannons E, ship cannons E-. Jiang Xing examines the panel with satisfaction. The panel displays the basic attributes of the warship, yet it has not undergone psychic augmentation or talent enhancement. The most significant distinction between psychic warships and conventional warships is that, regardless of how ordinary their armament and shields may appear, they can undergo psychic attachment without any loss of energy. Unlike talent enhancement, psychic attachment does not directly increase damage but endows the vessel with additional characteristics. For example, his Honor Pioneer possesses a fundamental psychic attribute that inflicts special damage on dark psychic units or other peculiar entities. Naturally, any psychic energy, when facing conventional units, also provides enhancements akin to penetrating true damage. Unless the opposing shield's energy and psychic quality are equivalent, some degree of penetrating damage is inevitable. Moreover, Jiang Xing merely gives the 8 destroyers a cursory glance. They are only half the size of the cruisers, with shields and armaments rated at E, lacking any noteworthy features. After all, the 2 cruisers are the main force, excluding the enhancements from psychic talents. The differences among E-, E, and E in terms of energy consumption result in a power disparity of approximately 5 times. Even at the same level, the differences in starship types can create a disparity of 2 to 5 times in power. The actual differences in power are even more pronounced. Had his current psychic energy intensity not been insufficient, he would indeed have wished to replace all 10 vessels with cruisers. As for the psychic battleships, they are at least of D class. The disparities between different classifications cannot merely be articulated through numerical differences. Even if the energy consumption of a D-class main gun were reduced to that of an E-class, its actual lethality would far surpass the latter's. This is the disparity brought about by the quality of psychic energy. The higher echelons possess considerable immunity and true damage suppression over the lower ones. Proceed with psychic coverage. The psychic coverage is facilitated by the psychic network. Should the commander undertake the task alone, achieving precision down to every single screw would likely be beyond the capability of most commanders. Coverage complete. Activating the commander's local psychic network. Creating fleet page. Complete. Please name your fleet. Jiang Xing was taken aback, contemplating earnestly, for one cannot help but be superstitious about psychic energy. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Star Torch fleet. Rank, novice. Level, E-class. Size, 10 vessels. Flagship, none. Core ship, none. Barrier breaker level, primary barrier breaker, capable of traversing primary crystal wall worlds independently. Assessment, no merit. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Embarking on his journey as a commander now signifies that he is finally on the right track. There is no immediate rush for a flagship or core ship. The military instructor advised that these 2 types of warships are best customized using materials imbued with psychic energy, and the commander should at least be of C-class psychic energy. True Core detects derivative carrier units, totaling 10 vessels, conducting high-dimensional data processing. Normal physical and energy manifestations have been deleted. Almost forgot about this. The psychic network has detected special high-dimensional trait coverage. Confirmation complete. Determined to be a constant state trait. Specific principles currently unclear. No negative effects. Jiang Xing was instantly elated. Opening the psychic network to examine the explanation for the constant state. Wow, it truly is data processing. Even if it is merely a toilet lid, as long as the state has not completely returned to 0, the warship's functions remain at 100%. True damage? What true damage? As long as the durability of my vessel has not returned to 0, it means I have not sustained any damage. Ha ha ha, splendid. The corners of Jiang Xing's mouth nearly stretched to his ears. Now that the fleet is established, perhaps he could explore the other functions of the True Core as well. True Core, True Points. 100. Historical Imprint. The Glory of the Golden Humanity. Template Bar. Golden Humanity, Stage 1. Intelligence, Extraction, Fusion, Witness Template. He attempted the first 2 functions, but found no targets to trigger. Jiang Xing's gaze shifted to the 3rd function. Fusion. Detected fusionable targets. Long Jump Cruiser 2. Proceed with dual target fusion. Fusing this target requires consuming 30 true points, maxing out at dual target fusion. The fusion units currently cannot undergo secondary fusion. Is it really that literal? Jiang Xing, who had not expected much, gaped in disbelief at the panel. Wait a moment. Fusing two identical warships yields nothing special. It would be better to find a vessel that emphasizes different aspects from the long jump cruiser to experiment with. With this in mind, Jiang Xing promptly placed an order on the psychic network. The most outstanding model of an E-class cruiser costs no more than 20,000 psychic crystals, a sum he could still afford. Found it. The solid stone cruiser. Shields E, psychic absorption armor E, and average weaponry. Perfectly compensating for the defensive shortcomings of the long jump type. The Alliance's logistical efficiency is astonishing. Within an hour, 2 brand new cruisers arrived at the dock. The solid stone cruiser was noticeably larger than the long jump type. Confirming fusion of 2 dual units, requiring the consumption of 60 true points, fuse immediately, fusion complete. Without waiting for Jiang Xing to inspect, the psychic network panel appeared first. Detected new type of psychic warship. Data probing, unknown model cruiser, E, length, 2000 m, average height width, 400 m, shields, E, armor, E, weaponry, E, quantity unchanged, maximum speed, sublight speed, 95 light speed, dark space jump, damage assessment, main gun E, secondary gun E, ship gun E dash. Upon opening the detailed data, Jiang Xing was even more delighted. Both the shields and the main gun, while similarly rated E, had specific energy levels approximately 20 higher than the previous long jump main gun and solid stone shield. Do not become complacent. Do not become complacent. It is rumored that certain special talent commanders within the Alliance possess similar fusion abilities. The differences should not be significant. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner excitement, he noticed that the psychic network was prompting him to name the new model, just an E-class. Let us call it the Long Stone Cruiser. Confirmation complete. Authorize the Alliance industry to create an STC template for this model. Benefits of authorization are as follows. 15 profit from selling warships or restricted STC templates. 20,000 Alliance contribution. According to the probe, this involves certain patents from the long jump and solid stone cruisers, reducing the original profit from 17 to 15. Authorization granted. Keeping it serves no purpose. It is better to authorize it to the Alliance. Jiang Xing was somewhat curious. What is the use of Alliance contributions? Requires unlocking features by a rank commander. Jiang Xing understood, closing the panel and looking up at the 2 magnificent psychic warships. His previously restrained heart began to clear. I will surely find you. Ding ding, Proler. Brother Jiang Xing, have you acquired the psychic warship? The chief instructor is calling for a commander assembly. Jiang Xing. So urgent? Proler. Choosing the expeditionary routes to enter. Tomorrow the personnel for the 3 major routes will arrive. Proler. After selection, we can take a quick tour of the Valen capital star nearby. Hurry up. Jiang Xing. I'll be there shortly. Valen capital star. Jiang Xing's expression gradually turned peculiar as he recalled something. Chapter 4. Expeditionary routes. What do you think? Have you decided where to go? In the lecture hall, upon seeing Jiang Xing's arrival, Proler leaned in. The Great Eastern Expeditionary Route. His voice was exceptionally resolute, for it was the route his parents had traveled. Proler immediately broke into a smile. I guessed right after all. The Eastern Expeditionary Route is currently the most perilous and intense, and I will also head there to— Oh? Why is that? The regular military forces there suffer the highest casualties. Only with more commanders heading there can the pressure be alleviated and the losses of human heroes reduced. Proler maintained a light tone, yet there was an added note of determination in his voice. Aren't you the same? Don't regard me so highly. I have certain personal objectives. Jiang Xing discerned Proler's intent and waved his hand. He then opened the psychic network email to fill out the form. Proler's smile remained gentle, his partially squinted eyes widening slightly. From his perspective, Jiang Xing was enveloped in waves of golden brilliance. A robust beam of light shooting into the cosmos, disappearing into the unknown. No. My talent indicates that your essence is countless times more noble than mine. What? Nothing. Just a bit mystical. Jiang Xing ignored Proler. Swiftly completing the form, starport. Jiang Xing and Proler stood at the port. After filling out the forms and at Proler's suggestion, they decided to board Jiang Xing's psychic warship to tour Valen capital star. In Proler's words, it was to scout for potential crew members. A massive shadow loomed over the port. Proler instinctively looked up, momentarily stunned. What a large E-class cruiser! The streamlined hull stood out vividly against the backdrop of the starry sky. It was an unfamiliar model. Proler instinctively activated the psychic network for a scan. Long Stone Cruiser. Assessment. E. RD launched 1 hour ago. Currently out of stock? What? No, when you mentioned purchasing warships, you were referring to developing a new set, right? This is even more outrageous than customization. Facing Proler's astonished expression, Jiang Xing smirked. This matter is quite complicated. I understand. I understand. Ah, I thought we were all poor fellows. But it turns out I am the only one truly impoverished. Proler patted Jiang Xing's shoulder, his tone filled with disappointment. Thank you for always preserving my pride. So can I now call you foster father and buy a ship? Ahem, that I truly cannot manage. Let us wait for the Alliance's military industry to replenish its products. This was something he genuinely could not explain. Fortunately, Proler did not dwell on it. The two entered the control area directly through the guiding light beam. Scanning their surroundings, Proler marveled again. The control area spanned 3,000 square meters, complete with a relaxation zone. TSK, just look at this sofa, and there's even a virtual entertainment pod. Ignoring Proler's antics, Jiang Xing connected to the brain domain control with his thoughts. The main control screen immediately projected a third-person perspective of the warship. In reality, Psychic Commanders typically only engage in command and macro control, with piloting generally handled by psychics independently. However, since they were not yet on the expeditionary route, crew members had not been assigned. Why not use AI? Ordinary psychics, while unable to attach themselves to psychic warships, can nonetheless add their own characteristics to a vessel based on the commander's psychic foundation without issue. Some psychics with piloting specialties have fixed percentage data for navigation and evasion. Theoretically, do you have a 99 hit probability? No. My psychic energy tells me you only have a 60 chance of hitting me. To exaggerate further, I reckon you 1T hit me within 5 minutes. Thus, it is best for psychic warships to be controlled by specific psychics, with weapon control similarly so. Most AI can at most assist in regulation. Set sail. Jiang Xing's voice held a slight tremor. The base only provided virtual training and the infusion of psychic language knowledge. This was his first practical operation. With a mere thought, the colossal warship gradually accelerated and then surged forth with great force. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the distant star gate. What in the world? How can your warship travel at maximum speed directly? What about acceleration? The rapidly changing scenery startled Proler. Who turned back in confusion? I don't know either. Wait, digitalization? Goodness, digitalization can be utilized like this? Perhaps the physical performance has been enhanced by my psychic talent. I believe it. Capital star of Valen, starport no. 3. Wow, Teacher Wang. Is this truly the capital star of the Valen Kingdom? The environment is splendid, with stratospheric floating ecological islands and sky cities. There are also numerous cities within the planetary rings. Are we going to study here next? At the entrance of the starport, the group excitedly gazed around. The Valen people passing by smiled slightly and nodded in welcome. The middle-aged man leading the group returned the smile apologetically. His heart filled with emotion. The quality of the Alliance's citizens, starting from the elite nations, is astonishingly high. So high that the ordinary citizens struggle to comprehend it. No wonder, the Alliance's universal second world virtual network makes it difficult for the common populace to voice their opinions. Most of the ordinary nations have only recently been integrated into the Alliance, representing lower-tier human civilizations with ample room for improvement in quality and education. Wang Lin glanced at the dozen cheerful students behind him. His eyes brimming with hope, he wished that these young individuals in the Valen Kingdom could contribute to making the Federation even better. Alas, what a pity. Wang Lin shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. What's wrong, Teacher Wang? I heard that the class representative isn't coming. His grades are the best in our school, which is hard to understand. Jiang Xing? His family is quite mysterious. Perhaps he isn't even a Federation citizen and looks down upon this study abroad opportunity. The students immediately began chattering, with a hint of envy in their voices. Suddenly, a sound of something piercing the air drew everyone's attention. A star shuttle appeared in the nearby docking area, where two men dressed in formal attire hurriedly exited the vehicle. Scanning the vicinity for the star gate, many Valen citizens were equally astonished. Isn't that the person in charge of starport number 3? What important figure is arriving? Upon hearing this, Wang Lin and the others were filled with awe. The Valen Kingdom is the most powerful nation among those that have reached a study abroad agreement with the Cloud Star Federation. Even the Federation president, who has met the highest-ranking Valen officials, would only be as esteemed as the deputy director of the Ministry of Education in the kingdom. The head of the capital starport holds a position far superior to that of a deputy director. Wang Lin and the others involuntarily fell silent, curiously observing, as the surroundings darkened. Before anyone could react, a massive starship suddenly materialized. Unlike ordinary starships, this one seemed to be enveloped in a layer of ethereal energy particles. With a dreamlike energy circuit generating waves akin to a tide, a psychic warship. Indeed, this is a significant figure. The total number of commanders throughout the history of the Valen Kingdom is perhaps only in the thousands. And currently, there are only 27 in government. The onlooking Valen citizens erupted in excitement, buzzing with conversation. Wang Lin and his companions couldn't help but focus intently, as it was said that in the millennium since the Cloud Star Federation joined the alliance, only one commander had ever emerged. Ultimately, he had to leave the Federation due to an inability to afford the continued resources. Who would have thought that the legendary Psychic Commander holds such a high status? As the warship's docking beam descended, the surrounding crowd held their breath, eager to glimpse the esteemed figure. When two silhouettes emerged from the beam of light, the port area gradually quieted. Wang Lin suddenly squinted. Why does that figure seem familiar? Chapter 5. Crystal Wall Expansion. Entering the voyage path as the docking beam dissipated, the two heads of the starport approached enthusiastically for a conversation. Wang Lin fixated on one of the figures, attempting to discern something. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. That figure seemed to notice Wang Lin and the others, smiling and nodding in greeting. Wang Lin felt as though struck by lightning, and someone gasped in surprise. That commander looks like Jiang Xing. What? Goodness, he greeted us. It really is Jiang Xing. No wonder he isn't participating in this so-called study abroad. After the initial shock, Wang Lin felt a sense of relief. Seeing someone excitedly wanting to approach and greet him, Wang Lin pressed a hand on their shoulder, shaking his head. Let it be. Such a level of circle is no longer one we can participate in. Jiang Xing is now significant enough to warrant a personal reception from the president of the Cloud Star Federation. The surrounding students were stunned, gazing blankly at Jiang Xing boarding the star shuttle. What sort of web fiction is this? Meanwhile, the star shuttle sped towards the planet. What, do you know him? Proer noticed Jiang Xing's earlier gesture. Jiang Xing smiled and replied, Classmate. Classmate? Isn't that from an ordinary nation? Goodness, an extraordinary figure like Jiang Xing can emerge from an ordinary nation. It would be quite remarkable for an ordinary nation to produce even a single enhanced commander. In response to Proer's astonishment, Jiang Xing cast him a sidelong glance. I am not a local of the Cloud Star Federation. My parents merely sought tranquility when I was young. However, I quite like it there. Some aspects resemble Earth. The accompanying Valen official seemed to ponder this. For the next half-day, Jiang Xing and Proer traversed the commercial areas of the Valen capital Star, which included several academies for psychics. Unfortunately, they found no psychics capable of serving as pilots or weapon controllers. They would suffice as infantry or landing troops, but for land combat, the resources from the expedition routes were far superior. Clearly, Proer had somewhat overestimated the talent resources of the Valen Kingdom, of course. There were still some gains. What are you planning to do with that? Proer inquired, looking at the battered mechanical sphere in Jiang Xing's hands. As they returned to the Longstone cruiser, it was the damaged core of a certain D-class psychic warship. Long covered by the commander's psychic energy, thus possessing a remarkable psychic aura. It held no practical value. It could only serve as a collectible. Extracting the psychic energy from it would be entirely unprofitable. The price was not particularly high for Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing smiled mysteriously. Just for collection. Proer eyed Jiang Xing suspiciously before lowering his head to browse the psychic net for him. Collection. Jiang Xing focused on the mechanical sphere in his hand. Detection of extraction target. Do you wish to extract? This will consume one true essence. Extract. Extraction complete. The will imprint has been cleared, but the psychic energy quantity is insufficient to extract its psychic characteristics. Jiang Xing felt an extremely pure psychic energy surge into his being. Upon inspection, he discovered that the total amount of psychic energy in his consciousness had increased slightly, just as I suspected. It was worth my trip to Valen Star. The core of true essence indeed held surprises. Even without acquiring suitable crew members, it now seemed that the journey was not in vain. Upon returning to the preparatory base, the two tidied up briefly and headed to the hall. The personnel for the 3 major expedition routes had recently arrived and were waiting for the registrants to gather. Jiang Xing and Proer entered the hall. They scanned the area and immediately spotted the sign for the Eastern Expedition Route Assembly Area, promptly striding towards it. The leader was a burly man, whose psychic energy surged like a tempest, causing a sharp pain in the minds of those nearby. Simultaneously, an extremely uncomfortable aura of malice and blood filled the air, echoing with the sounds of countless anguished howls in their ears. Straight to the soul, detection of slight mimetic interference. Template effect triggered. Seeing Jiang Xing and Proer's expressions remain unchanged, the burly man reined in his psychic energy, appearing somewhat astonished. Very well, you may enter. Jiang Xing cast a curious glance at Proer. He himself was due to the golden human template, but how was Proer unaffected? That earlier aura was no trivial matter. It was at least the psychic pressure of a C-class commander. Proer's demeanor didn't suggest he was enduring it. Rather, he seemed entirely oblivious to any anomaly. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. At this moment, there were already over a dozen individuals in the assembly area. Upon seeing the two enter, they nodded in acknowledgement and resumed their conversations. Proer, seemingly familiar with some of the others, engaged in lively discussion. Moments later, Proer excitedly returned to Jiang Xing's side. I can't believe it. There's actually this good news. What good news? The Commander Academy and Crystal Wall expansion. As Proer explained, Jiang Xing's face also lit up with joy. The operational method for this stage of the Grand Expedition had been finalized. Thus, the recent recruitment was aimed at new commanders and psychics, as well as new recruits with extraordinary abilities. To better facilitate the growth of the Alliance's younger generation, the Alliance even sent numerous Commander Academies and Psychic Academies to accompany the expedition routes. These academies would follow each new commander, providing resources, benefits, and even teaching staff far more abundant than those located within the Alliance's territory. It is noteworthy that the academies eligible to join the expedition routes are the top-tier academies of major nations, including central academies from top-tier countries. Of course, entering these academies requires passing through 4 rounds of trials, known as the Crystal Wall expansion. Alone or with a unit, one must venture to an undeveloped Crystal Wall world and complete tasks. Ultimately, based on the evaluations from the 4 missions in the Psychic Net, one would select the desired academy. The evaluation criteria are entirely based on practical performance and actual abilities, disregarding talent. That said, those who can complete tasks with high scores from the start are mostly commanders with exceptional talent. Before completing the 4 expansion missions, new commanders will be grouped into teams of 100, with a military commander leading the way for their first Crystal Wall expansion. Groups of 100? Yes, but not the 100 from the preparatory base. Rather, it will be a randomized group of 100. Alas, it seems we must part ways this time. Proler appears somewhat regretful. Jiang Xing's lips twitched. Do not speak in such a sentimental manner. At worst, we shall enter the same academy together. I do not believe you cannot gain admission to those prestigious institutions. Young man, still hiding, are you? As time passed, the last newcomer to enlist for the Eastern Expedition arrived, and the robust man immediately stood up. Now that everyone has gathered, let us set forth. The military's ethos is prominently displayed here. With more than 20 individuals setting out, shortly thereafter, hundreds of variously designed psionic warships departed the base. Subsequently, a golden light enveloped all the warships, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Dark space jump. A mysterious realm as a flash of light enveloped the area. Hundreds of psionic warships emerged amidst the ripples of space. After hours of navigation, Jiang Xing, already experiencing some visual fatigue, curiously glanced around. In the next moment, his expression turned blank. Before him lay an endless expanse of distorted auroras, resembling a hazy, colorful crystal, albeit somewhat indistinct. The vastness of the auroras covered everything within Jiang Xing's field of vision, the cosmic crystal wall. Beneath this boundless and nebulous aurora stood a colossal, immeasurable base. How could one discern such grandeur from a cosmic distance? The answer lies in the enormous pale blue stars encircling the base's interior, particularly the pitch-black celestial body at the center. The cosmic base, with a diameter measured in hundreds of millions of kilometers, is a true celestial base cluster. Outside the base, lights flickered incessantly, and soon, fleets identical to Jiang Xing's began to appear, making their way towards the base. Welcome to the Expedition Gateway Area. Start Base Number 7. Please proceed to the marked War Preparation Starport, await team assignment, and prepare for the initial Crystal Wall exploration without delay. Jiang Xing hurriedly maneuvered 10 warships towards the designated area. Simultaneously, he gazed upwards at the base behind him, where a white aperture appeared embedded in the boundless light wall, a pure white star gate with a diameter measured in tens of millions of kilometers. Momentarily lost in thought. So, the cosmic crystal wall is indeed a visible entity. Chapter 6. The first crystal wall exploration entering the war preparation starport. A psionic fleet composed of 2 cruisers and 8 destroyers immediately caught the attention of the nearby commanders. The last commander had finally arrived. 2 cruisers and 8 destroyers, all of E-class, impressive indeed. At least there are no F-class warships to fill the ranks, a complete E-class fleet. The temporary assembly of a 100-member team would last until the conclusion of 4 trial missions. Uncertain whether there would be team tasks, the strength of teammates might influence the scoring. Wait a moment, those 2 cruisers. Could it be that this fellow is affiliated with a certain psionic warship research enterprise? Oh? Connected to RT-012 team, Commander ID uploaded. Current team size has reached 100, and the first crystal wall exploration is about to commence. Team leader commander is being assigned, expected to begin in 20 minutes. Just as Jiang Xing entered the war preparation starport, still curious about the situation of his fellow commanders, he was momentarily taken aback. It's starting already? The operational style of the Eastern Expedition is indeed renowned for its efficiency. An inexplicable wave of nervousness washed over Jiang Xing. After all, aside from the virtual realm, he had never operated warships in actual combat. To jump straight into real combat was indeed a source of pressure. A total of 1,000 warships lay quietly docked in this starport area. Massive vessels, one after another, with the arcs of hidden cannons reflecting a faint glow. Suddenly, ripples formed in the space ahead. Then, a fleet of 500 warships materialized in an instant, a powerful, piercing psionic pressure spreading forth. Through psionic vision, this fleet appeared to be engulfed in a conflagration of blazing flames, a D-class fleet, a distinguished commander. Moreover, it was among the more formidable of D-class fleets. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall lead the upcoming initial crystal wall exploration. You may call me Ming Yang. During the crystal wall exploration, aside from rescuing our fellow human beings and exterminating the alien races that oppress humanity, there are no rigid requirements. Any impactful deeds you accomplish in the crystal wall world will further assimilate that world into the star sea domain. A final reminder, unless faced with a life-threatening situation, I will not provide support. Having swiftly read through the information, Jiang Xing understood. As long as the influence is substantial, anything can be done. The calculation of that influence should not be so straightforward. As the countdown concluded, Ming Yang's fleet radiated brilliance, enveloping the 1,000 warships. They charged directly into the distant pure white star gate. The expedition gate directly connects to the Eastern Expedition route, but the initial crystal wall exploration will lead directly into the crystal wall world. Once the exploration is complete, you will randomly appear at the starting area of the Eastern Expedition route. Wishing you all great fortune in your endeavors. Jiang Xing felt as if he were caught in a tsunami. And then the blinding light seemed to flash away deep within his soul. Regaining normalcy, he immediately maneuvered his warship into a cruising state. At the same time, he glanced around. The deep blue backdrop of the starry sky was indeed quite different from the profound darkness of the cosmos. The planetary bodies remained unchanged. Observing the surrounding environment, Jiang Xing guided his warship into the ring of a nearby planet, bringing up the Psionic Network panel. Psionic Network indication. This crystal wall world is situated within a branch of the Eastern Expedition route, where several C-class commanders have already undertaken the exploration task, having conquered the majority of the area. However, due to the oppressive advance of psionic commanders, certain unoccupied regions have seen hostile forces attempting to massacre a human planet in their rage. Please await a seed fleet from that human planet and assist them in traversing a nearby war zone to reach a base established by the Alliance Army. A convoy mission? Since the Psionic Network has issued this task, the threat level of that war zone should not exceed his capabilities. With that in mind, Jiang Xing patiently waited. Detecting extractable intelligence. Would you like to expend 10 true points to extract? The last function that had not been triggered, confirmed. Intelligence. Bolin world diameter. 4,300 light-years intermediate crystal wall world number of stellar civilizations. 14 human civilizations. 1 detailed star map within 100 light-years and enemy military deployment as follows. Ah? This is truly literal intelligence. Jiang Xing's eyes widened. hurriedly importing the star map and information into the combat terminal. Although he was currently alone, managing 10 psionic warships was not overly difficult with intelligent assistance. Sure enough, the detailed star map provided by the intelligence coincidentally covered the war zone he was about to traverse. It even included the military deployment map within it. Perfect. Detecting the arrival of the Seed Fleet. Convoy mission commencing, scoring mechanism. A total of 35 Seed starships, the target war zone has a diameter of 17 light-years, and the Seed Fleet can perform short-range jumps. Based on existing intelligence, the psionic network has outlined a convoy route with an expected arrival time of 3 days. If all arrive within 2 days, it will significantly enhance the scoring. Through the screen, Jiang Xing immediately spotted a somewhat disordered Seed Fleet located half a star system away. In total, there were 35 vessels, with 15 transport ships measuring approximately 3,000 meters in length at the center, while the remaining 20 were combat ships of a kilometer in length. Among them, several combat ships and transport vessels displayed noticeable damage on their armored sections. The Tuya Federation's number 1 escort ship. Carlo looked anxiously at the navigation chart before him, a look of distress on his face. Commander, the escort fleet has just endured a fierce battle, and our supplies are critically low. We may not be able to sustain our passage through the upcoming war zone, the lieutenant reported in a hushed tone. To be precise, even if the Seed Fleet were at full capacity, they might still struggle to pass through, let alone in their current state. According to the words of that mysterious higher civilization fleet, the Tuya Federation had only just reached the initial stage of crystal wall civilization. They had merely grasped faster-than-light jumps and the most rudimentary interstellar naval combat technology, faced with an intermediate crystal wall civilization with a territory spanning thousands of light-years. They were powerless to resist. The upcoming war zone just so happened to be the defensive area established by that intermediate crystal wall civilization. Alarm! Alarm! Detecting the arrival of a hostile fleet. Comprising 33 warships, the shrill alarm echoed throughout the control room, and Carlo stared in shock at the radar screen. A relatively large fleet had just emerged from a jump, appearing 1,000,000 kilometers to the left of the Seed Fleet. The Yessa fleet. Carlo gritted his teeth. The Yessa civilization, the arch-nemesis of the Tuya Federation, had frequently clashed with them even before the arrival of the higher civilization. The captain exclaimed in panic, "Commander, we cannot jump again for 10 minutes after just completing the transition. Damn it, prepare for battle. Get ready to scatter the Seed warships and break through." The main planets of the Federation had been relocated by the higher civilization, leaving them stationed on a remote colonial star. Faced with the approaching enemy, they could only lead millions of people in flight. This retreat plan, due to the blockade by the intermediate crystal wall civilization, was unknown to the Federation's upper echelons. Inno support. 33 triangular kilometer-class warships immediately dispersed upon their appearance, charging towards the Tuya fleet from 2 directions. Simultaneously, beams of laser fire crossed tens of thousands of kilometers. Striking the outer escort ships, the massive armored layers were instantly riddled with craters. Carlo shouted immediately, "Transport ships, retreat. Escort ships, take the lead. Fire all remaining thermite missiles." As dozens of triangular warships closed in, the density of attacks intensified. The Yatta escort ships, having already suffered from the earlier battle, displayed insufficient offensive density, or rather, a lack of energy. Watching as a dozen triangular warships completed their encirclement, Carlo grew increasingly anxious. If they were allowed to complete the encirclement, the Seed Fleet would be utterly doomed. Attention, detecting high-intensity energy responses approaching. Suddenly, the warning system emitted a mechanical voice, without waiting for the frazzled Carlo to investigate. For brilliant beams of light suddenly pierced through the Seed Fleet. Like a myriad of long spears, they instantaneously pierced through 4 triangular warships. The violent detonation illuminated the surroundings, prompting Carlo to instinctively squint his eyes. Please note, this is the Starfire fleet of the Human Alliance. The Yatta fleet promptly retreated from the battlefield and continued onward, with our fleet following suit. Chapter 7. Rushing to deliver the novice gift package? Carlo quickly regained his composure upon spotting the familiar insignia on the Jiangxing warship. A wave of joy washed over him. It was a fleet of the upper-tier race. They would undoubtedly withdraw from the battlefield. The Tuya warship, previously engaged in dogfights, suddenly unleashed a formidable assault, seizing the opportunity to disengage from the entanglement with the Yessa fleet. Without hesitation, they steered the transport ship away from the area. Disregarding the pursuing Yessa warships behind them, Carlo pondered what the previous commander had done to earn such trust from their kin. Jiangxing felt a spark of curiosity, and with the immense mental control granted by his psychic energy, he directed 10 warships to launch a saturation strike against the Yessa fleet. 8 agile destroyers maneuvered skillfully, ensuring that the enemy fleet remained no closer than 100,000 kilometers. The inertia control and acceleration cancellation provided by data analysis endowed these warships with unimaginable agility. The terrifying bombardment pierced through the armor of the Yessa warships like javelins, while 2 cruisers leisurely remained in position, taking aim. Continuous beams from secondary cannons erupted forth, rendering the armor of the Yessa warships utterly ineffective. Violent explosions and brilliant flashes erupted against the backdrop of the deep blue starry sky. The Yessa civilization, also a nascent crystal wall civilization, was still in its infancy. Their warships boasted a maximum firepower capable of penetrating only small asteroids with diameters of 2 to 3 kilometers, roughly the threshold of F-grade basic attack power. Even without the significant true damage and special attack granted by psychic energy, the basic attack strength of Jiangxing's psychic warships was already at E-grade. Their data strength was several dozen times that of the Yessa warships, making the actual lethality incomparably greater, sufficient to contend with conventional warships of mid-tier crystal wall civilizations. Moreover, with the attachment of psychic energy, even the mainstay vessels of mid-tier crystal wall civilizations could be touched. The 33 Yessa warships, under the suppression of the 8 destroyers and the long-range bombardment of the 2 cruisers, were ultimately reduced to space debris. The Yessa civilization, an advanced, highly intelligent civilization, was it merely an unmanned fleet? Noticing that the Yessa warships exhibited no signs of fear throughout the ordeal, Jiangxing recalled the intelligence provided by the psychic network. After a brief moment, he confirmed that there were no oversights as the Starfire fleet pursued the departing Spark fleet. The first escort ship, Carla and others, awaited anxiously. "Commander, will the warships of our upper-tier kin arrive?" the anxious officer inquired. Given the current situation of the Spark fleet, attempting to traverse the war zone alone without assistance would be tantamount to courting death. Carlo took a deep breath, reassuring everyone. "Fear not, I have witnessed fleets of upper-tier civilizations before. Even the Trollo Empire cannot contend with them. Their Imperial Royal Legions, a main fleet, were incapable of matching even a small fleet of our upper-tier kin." "What?" The expression of the crowd eased somewhat, though disbelief lingered. Having previously lived on a colonial star within the Federation, they were unaware of the true strength of the mysterious Kin S fleet due to outdated communication systems. The Trollo Royal Fleet was renowned in this world. It represented the only mid-tier crystal wall civilization, having once achieved the feat of a royal fleet sweeping through 3 civilizations. Those 3 civilizations were no weaker than Tuya, and some were even stronger. "This is the Starfire fleet. I shall escort you henceforth. Please grant me control permissions." The communication suddenly chimed, and 10 warships, shimmering with psychic energy circuits, appeared above the Spark fleet. Carlo and the others exhaled in relief, and without hesitation, they granted control permissions to the 35 warships. Upon witnessing this, Jiangxing allowed the onboard intelligence of the psychic warships to commandeer the 35 vessels. They then entered a state of warp, surging toward the front lines. Jiangxing instructed the shipboard intelligence to chart the shortest and safest route based on the information provided by the core of true numbers. Simultaneously, the stealth module of the psychic warship activated, enveloping all 45 starships in a unique psychic wave. The sizable fleet advanced unnoticed into this tightly monitored war zone, delegating control to the intelligence system. Jiangxing meticulously examined the details of this war zone. This area belonged to the current domain of the Trollo Empire. The flames of war had yet to reach here, indicating that there was indeed a reason for the establishment of a war zone at this location. The brain, enhanced by psychic energy, swiftly scanned through the vast amounts of data, ultimately discovering the information he sought among several data points. A hint of delight graced his features. An Imperial Strategic Warehouse and a frontline support base? What treasures could a mid-tier crystal wall civilization's supply depot hold? Suppressing his inner excitement, he opened the defense layout of the strategic warehouse for further analysis. Jiangxing concluded that, to prevent the sudden assault of those C-grade fleets, the surface of this war zone only appeared to house 10 material transfer bases and that frontline support base, designed to draw the firepower of the Alliance commanders. Meanwhile, the strategic warehouse was concealed within a certain asteroid belt, disguised as a small asteroid, with only a few deceptive mines and alarm systems in place. There were no patrol fleets or station legions nearby. As for the contents within, they comprised a plethora of unused mechanical warships and military supplies. If unlocked, it could even transform this war zone into a new secondary front. Jiangxing's gaze shifted to the macro star map of the psychic network, lost in contemplation, when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. The position of this war zone seemed to be in the rear flank of the main battlefield. Quite intriguing. Jiangxing resolved to safely escort the Spark fleet out before returning to investigate and devise a plan to seize an opportunity. The shield technology of mid-tier crystal wall civilizations had already been perfected, capable of constructing planetary shields. Under normal circumstances, a D-grade fleet would require considerable time to breach the core facilities of an ordinary mid-tier crystal wall civilization. Let alone the fact that the Trollo Empire, even among mid-tier civilizations, was considered a stronghold, both in terms of legion scale and technological prowess, far surpassing that of ordinary mid-tier crystal wall civilizations. However, the C-grade psychic fleet seemed to pose significant pressure on the Trollo Empire. To avoid any risk of exposing the base, they merely reinforced the base's armor without installing shield generators. A smile spread across Jiangxing's face. A novice gift package, with detailed defense layouts and star maps, coupled with the psychic energy stealth module, the fleet of over 40 starships continued their advancement through warp. Ultimately, after a day, they successfully reached the boundary. In truth, if only the Starfire fleet were involved, the dark space warp could have traversed over 10,000 light-years in a single day. As the warp concluded, Jiangxing surveyed the surrounding environment, preparing to take a brief respite. However, unexpected occurrences often arise when one believes there are no surprises in store. The space rippled, and 21 oval-shaped warships materialized, appearing merely 40 to 50,000 kilometers from the Starfire fleet. Close proximity. On the other side, the flagship of the oval vessels was home to two colossal beings resembling white blood cells, writhing in agitation. If the esteemed individuals of the Trollo Empire were to learn of our patrol fleet's dereliction of duty, the tirade of curses abruptly ceased. For in the display, over a dozen brilliant beams streaked through the starry expanse, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Flames erupted, and the flagship along with several warships simultaneously detonated. The relentless barrage of attacks swiftly eradicated this patrol fleet of a nascent crystal wall civilization. Jiangxing's expression darkened. The disappearance of the patrol fleet would undoubtedly alert the Trollo Empire. Safely escorting the Spark fleet posed little issue, yet he feared that the Trollo Empire would bolster the defenses of the strategic warehouse. Temporarily altering the routes of several patrol fleets would not raise suspicion among the commanders lacking detailed intelligence. However, for him, a novice commander, the challenge was vastly different. Perhaps it was best to first ensure the safe passage of the Spark fleet. Just as the Spark fleet's warp concluded, the 45 warships vanished from sight once more. Chapter 8. The Incensed Trollo Royal Fleet. The outpost base point 2 planets, their surfaces transformed into mechanical structures, reflected a cold glimmer under the star's illumination. Hundreds of unmanned mechanical warships, each 3,000 meters in size, were diligently conducting patrol tasks, with vague outlines of orbital cannons visible around several primitive planets. The mechanical planet served as a personnel base temporarily converted from a massive warship. Hundreds of individuals bustled about, belonging to the mechanical units of the Alliance military, often assisting mid- to low-tier psychic fleets in the exploration of crystal wall worlds. Their responsibilities included security, intelligence gathering, and maintaining the safety of local allies. Ensuring stability in the rear. When necessary, they also provided basic mechanical firepower on the front lines. While psychic warships could single-handedly take on thousands, there were times when they could not afford to expend resources on the enemy's cannon fodder. With highly intelligent assistants, the entire outpost base consisted of merely a few hundred living personnel. The base supervisor gazed at the screen in astonishment. "What's the matter?" the supervisor exclaimed. "The rookie commander tasked with the escort mission has delivered the Spark fleet 2 days ahead of schedule." "What? Who is this formidable?" To surpass the route planned by the psychic network by 2 days, did this fleet make a direct line through the enemy? The supervisor deactivated some of the spatial interference devices, and the 45 warships instantly warped into view at the orbital starport of the mechanical planet. Carlo and the others were momentarily stunned, gazing at the vast silver planet dominating their field of vision. Along with the dense shipyards upon it, the sheer magnitude of the mechanical construction power was staggering. A cursory scan with the shipboard intelligence revealed that the suspected shipyard units numbered in the thousands. It should be noted that the total number of warships in the Tuya Federation was merely a few thousand, many of which were outdated models. You have safely arrived. Afterward, the personnel here will escort you to your nation's current territory. Jiangxing communicated, and then exchanged a few words with the supervisor. Confirmation of escort mission completion. Shall we assess departure from this world? No. Jiangxing declined, pondering for a moment before inquiring, Supervisor, are there any one-time use high-power weapons here? As I contemplate, I realize that a particle disintegration bomb possesses the formidable power to dismantle an asteroid with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers with ease. Should you wish to employ one in this world, we can graciously provide you with one at no cost, the supervisor responded. The Alliance's military supplies in this world are at the disposal of the psionic fleet, provided they are not taken beyond this realm. Psionic commanders are individuals recognized by the Alliance's civilization, acknowledged as heroes based on their will and inherent intellect. Thus, they are among the least likely to betray the Alliance, as such treachery would equate to a betrayal of civilization itself. Unless resource mobilization becomes excessively burdensome, they will not even question the purpose of their deployment. Well then, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with one. Gazing at the particle disintegration bomb in the warehouse, Jiangxing did not linger but promptly commanded the fleet to enter a dark space jump. The supervisor averted his gaze, turning towards the somewhat anxious Carlo, and offered a gentle smile. My compatriot, we have ample provisions here for all of you to partake in a meal. Once we have repaired your nation's warships, we shall proceed to your territory. Rest assured, this place is exceedingly safe. The Alliance is undeniably proud, though this pride is seldom revealed to fellow civilizations. Emerging from the bizarre dark space, Jiangxing beheld several solitary, desolate planets in the distance, surrounded by a multitude of drifting asteroids. Within a radius of millions of kilometers, small asteroids of various sizes were scattered throughout. Planets cast adrift by a star are quite common in the cosmos, cautiously maneuvering around several net-like warning zones. Jiangxing pinpointed his target. It was a colossal asteroid, or rather a satellite, with a diameter of over 7,000 kilometers. Aside from its extensive rocky exterior, numerous areas faintly glimmered with metallic luster. Yet it remained unremarkable. Nearly 80% of its interior was designated as storage space, meticulously organized, housing a staggering 50,000 mechanical warships. Jiangxing's expression shifted to one of intrigue. It appeared that the outpost base also contained 20,000 mechanical warships. Though these vessels were lower-tier models sold by a certain Alliance enterprise, they could easily contend with 3 of the Trollo Empire's mechanical warships. It was highly probable that several sea-level commanders had not discovered this strategic warehouse. Jiangxing then recalled that the Alliance's scale did not necessitate many special operations. Since you have established a war zone, I will regard it with the vigilance appropriate for a central battlefront. Whatever the quantity of mechanical warships, the Alliance or even these sea-level commanders could certainly manage thousands of them. Even if Jiangxing had not made this discovery, the Trollo Empire's plans could not possibly succeed. Jiangxing remained unfazed by this, as he was not only looking to enhance his score and deserve rewards, but there also seemed to be many valuable items within that warehouse, high-energy crystals. Items infused with psionic energy. With these thoughts in mind, a destroyer carrying a particle disintegration bomb stealthily approached the strategic warehouse. Fortunately, the Trollo Empire had not bolstered its defenses. Clearly, the disappearance of the patrol fleet was not deemed critical. Or it did not extend to this warehouse. With just over 100 kilometers remaining to the strategic warehouse, Jiangxing confirmed that the disintegration bomb's destructive capacity would adequately cover most of the mechanical warship storage area. The destroyer decisively dropped the particle bomb and immediately retreated at maximum speed. Even if alarms were triggered, there was no time to hesitate. In the next moment, a blue-white energy halo rapidly expanded. All asteroids and even alloyed machinery enveloped by the halo disintegrated into particles at a visible rate. There was no explosion, no energy shock. The immense halo collapsed inward the moment it reached 1,000 kilometers, eventually vanishing. The massive satellite revealed a vast, orderly breach, exposing the internal structure of its strategic base. with its heavy armor layers displaying a smooth cross-section. Jiang Xing was momentarily stunned by this miraculous sight. But he quickly took control of the warships and advanced, as all 10 vessels possessed ample storage capacity. Hundreds of tractor beams descended, occasionally accompanied by cannon fire to clear the path, as they scavenged for useful resources. Delivering several rounds of bombardment where none were found, in a mere 10 minutes, all materials containing energy reactions were completely collected. Noticing the gradually appearing red dots on the radar, Jiang Xing hurled 2 fusion weapons of 100 million tons yield into the base for thorough cleanup. Having completed all of this, Jiang Xing was just about to withdraw when he observed thousands of warships appearing in succession, surrounding the area from all sides. Among them were behemoth ships measuring several tens of thousands of meters, even up to hundreds of kilometers. The energy responses from these vessels surpassed that of 10 of the Star Torch fleet combined by a significant margin. The Trollo Golden Fleet? Damn those humans. I shall rend you limb from limb and grind your skull into dust to present to your kin. Understanding the meaning of the Trollo officer's words through psionic insight, Jiang Xing smirked dismissively and replied with a single word, trash. The psionic language allows for universal comprehension. The psionic web transcends the crystalline world. Before the thousands of beams could envelop the area, the Star Torch fleet transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing from the spot. All that remained was the impotent wrath of the Trollo officer. Meanwhile, on the other side, a sea-level commander who received the detailed intelligence left by Jiang Xing before his departure first glanced at the report. Then he looked at the images of the Trollo royal fleet bombarding in a fit of rage and burst into laughter. Ha, this new commander is quite amusing. However, it seems the commander of this royal fleet has forgotten something. Mobilize the undaunted spear, calibrate for the Trollo royal fleet, and prepare for 2 rounds of long-range strikes. Chapter 9. The Lively Expedition Route. Initial Crystalline World Exploration completed. Performance rating in progress. Psionic Web Task. Escort the compatriots Flame to the Sentinel base 2 days in advance. Outstanding. Free exploration. Destroy 1 medium-sized strategic storage warehouse of the hostile intermediate crystalline civilization, impacting part of their strategic layout and inflicting heavy losses on their elite fleet. Exploration impact. 0.65. Final evaluation. Weighted for initial exploration perfect. Medal awarded. Perfect trialist 1. No effect. Psionic web reminder. If all 4 trial explorations are rated perfect, a medal, title, will be awarded. Shining New Star. Effect. Before B-level commanders, exploration rewards 50, psionic strength 5. Exploration rewards, alliance rewards calculating, M. Jiang Xing's eyes lit up. The medal has practical effects? Noticing that the psionic web was still calculating rewards, he closed the panel and began to observe his surroundings. Typically, the initial completion of a psionic web task only yields military rewards. Exploration rewards are reserved for the exploration of crystalline worlds. Clearly, with a 0.65 exploration rate, he had met the requirements for settlement. Though it may seem modest, this represents the exploration rate of an entire world. To be honest, achieving such a high exploration rate by merely destroying a warehouse was already quite surprising. As for why there were exploration rewards, it relates to the essence of psionic energy. Psionic energy is a projection of will and spirit represents idealistic forces. It can manifest as memory, soul, history, culture, and even imagination. In essence, spirit embodies the fundamental significance of a world's reality. Since he, as a representative of the Alliance, had influenced other worlds, the will of the Alliance civilization could seize the authority of this world through those influences. Exploration rate equates to the extent of territorial expansion, and in a conceptual sense, it defines one's territory. Even without deploying troops, this domain cannot be taken away by others, unless they can conquer the Alliance. In every sense, to triumph over the Stellar Sea Human Alliance, Jiang Xing surveyed his surroundings. The expedition route was not merely a starry expanse, but a wondrous area filled with boundless energy clouds. It presented an overall faint golden glow, with variously colored energy clusters dotting the landscape. According to Jiang Xing's understanding, the expedition route possesses spatial significance in terms of width, although he currently lacked the capability to probe it thoroughly. Furthermore, to comprehend the expedition route in simpler terms, it is not a straight line or curve, but rather resembles a river with countless tributaries. The immense main route extends myriad tributaries in all directions, with further tributaries branching off from those. In total, there are 4 levels of routes: main route, first level route, second-level route, and third-level route. The routes are not interconnected in a three-dimensional sense. To enter a tributary, one must utilize special stargates or psionic web transmissions. The crystalline worlds that Jiangxing can currently participate in exploring are primarily located near the third-level routes. Presently, he was situated on the main route. Beyond the expedition route lies the chaotic, distorted high-dimensional turbulence, where shattered and imbalanced law constants run rampant amidst the dimensional maelstrom. Even a B-level fleet would suffer severe damage upon entry. Not dwelling further on the matter, Jiangxing focused his thoughts. The Star Torch fleet immediately set sail. Occasionally, pure energy clouds drifted by, quietly absorbed by the psionic warships to replenish their depleted energy cores. Some of these energy clusters had diameters of millions of kilometers. Upon entering, Jiangxing discovered that the Star Torch fleet could not absorb them. The psionic web indicated that the energy levels were too high, a natural logistical replenishment zone. Jiangxing mused. The expedition route is crafted from the dark space shattered by high-dimensional turbulence. When Jiangxing utilized dark space superluminal jumps, he did not leave the route but instead exited at standard dark space jump velocity. In just half a day, Jiangxing beheld a breathtaking colossal structure materializing within his view. It resembled a star in its immense size, with a hollow interior housing numerous floating cities and artificial planets, interconnected by rings of urban landscapes. Surrounding this great structure were countless planetary-scale constructs and cosmic cities spanning thousands of kilometers. An endless stream of ships and warships traversed in and out, forming dozens of conspicuous shipping lanes around the immense structure. Welcome, Commander Jiangxing, to the Expedition Channel. Pursuit Base Group, Structure No. 22. Please enter to receive your standard crew and landing operation forces. Jiangxing maneuvered the warship into a stream of vessels. The intelligent control system immediately connected to the traffic network, proceeding in unison with numerous starships at a steady pace. Observing the surrounding fleet, which numbered at least in the tens of thousands, he was astonished to discover the presence of starships with remarkably distinct designs, appearing to be commercial vessels. Upon conducting a data query, Jiangxing pondered, gaining a newfound understanding of the Expedition Channel. The Expedition Channel boasts a multitude of bases established by expeditionary forces, encompassing a world of colossal structures and transit regions. In fully developed worlds, the Alliance erects crystalline gates to connect the inner realms of the crystal world with the waterways of the channel. Throughout the years of the Great Expedition, numerous panhuman, subhuman civilizations, along with certain allied civilizations, have established a comprehensive trade network under the Alliance's leadership. This network not only accelerates support for allied factions, but also provides substantial logistical resources to bolster the advance of expeditionary forces. The crystalline barriers of the starry seas are exceptionally resilient, so much so that they are perceptibly tangible. The continuous influx and outflow of vast logistical supplies impose an exorbitant high-dimensional energy consumption on the expedition gate. Furthermore, as the expeditionary forces surged forward like a tidal wave, it would take mainstream transport vessels of the Alliance a decade or more to catch up with the main fleet from the starting point. Hence, the enormous trade network of the Expedition Channel assumes a significant portion of material production and logistical storage functions. Those white star gates must be the crystalline gates, Jiangxing mused, as he gazed at the hundreds of white gates surrounding the colossal structures. They connect to numerous crystal worlds, including both lower and higher-tier crystal realms. The distribution of crystal worlds is random. A higher-tier channel world does not necessarily correlate with a higher-tier crystal world. One thing is certain. The higher the channel's level, the greater the number of completed worlds, while the more powerful the unfinished worlds. Currently, the main channel still has worlds that remain undeveloped, where even a C-tier fleet would be little more than cannon fodder. As for the enormous triangular stargates at the very edges of the structures, they lead to the auxiliary routes. Psionic commanders can teleport directly via the psionic net, while the gates are primarily designated for large-scale troops or trade fleets. Following the guidance, Jiangxing arrived at a dock. The mechanical voice of the psionic net promptly resonated. Commander Jiangxing, please select your crew. In addition to the standard psionic pilot, weapon control personnel, landing operation troops may be chosen. E-tier fleet allocations consist solely of basic units. 1. Source Energy Soldier Unit, Elite. E2. Mechanical Warrior Unit, Quantity. Individual combat units. The individual prowess is similarly classified, represented by a percentage of development. After all, regardless of the profession, they are all but variations of psionic users. source energy warriors, psychics, and even commanders are no exception. At their core, they must develop their psionic essence. However, commanders are somewhat unique in this regard. Jiang Xing summoned the individual prowess comparison chart. Beginner, 1. Intermediate, 5. Advanced, 10. Awakening, 25. Extraordinary, 50. High dimensional, 90. Promoter, 100. The basic performance of a beginner is roughly equivalent to that of a TX Terminator. Jiang Xing pulled up a video and ultimately concluded that, when considering only basic physical attributes and excluding various weaponry and psychic manifestations, he hesitated for a moment before finally choosing the Mechanical Legion. In terms of initial combat strength, psychics would not be significantly stronger than mechanical warriors. Moreover, commanding mechanical warriors poses no emotional burden, unlike the concerns that arise when commanding federal soldiers. Confirmation: crew will arrive at the base in one day. Exploration rewards have been finalized. Would you like to view the details? As Jiang Xing prepared to close the panel, a smile broke across his face. He confirmed to view it. Chapter 10. Who is he? Exploration reward: Intermediate Crystal World. Psionic Crystals 130, 000, Military Merit 6, 500, Ether Armor Module 1, C-Tier Armor Psionic Material, Star Pulse Type 1 Radar Array 1, C-Tier Radar Psionic Material, Primitive Psionic Infusion 1, E-Tier. Only 130. 000 Psionic Crystals. An intermediate crystal world at 0.05 development yields merely 10,000 psionic crystals? No, the bulk of the rewards must be the psionic materials. An ordinary C-tier material on the psionic net can fetch at least 1,000,000 psionic crystals. Compared to exploration rewards, the primary source of psionic crystals comes from slaying individuals or groups imbued with psionic energy or locating an unclaimed area dense in psionic energy to convert using specialized equipment. Reflecting on his parents' savings, Jiang Xing contemplated. The miracle crystals, as he had investigated later, could only be obtained by commanders who made substantial contributions. It was evident that those recognized by the Alliance's military as having made significant contributions must at least be of C-tier rank. Given this, the 1.2 million psionic crystals should merely be the remaining balance left by his parents. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be so few. Jiang Xing chose not to dwell further on it. Regardless of whether it was an inheritance from his parents or military compensation, psionic crystals were merely a supplementary matter. Whether it be the miracle crystals or the status of a citizen of a great nation, their value is exceedingly extravagant for individuals from ordinary or elite nations. For citizens of ordinary and elite nations to attain the status of a citizen of a great nation, they must either be exceptional talents or make substantial contributions to the Alliance. Even commanders wishing to apply face stringent requirements. C-tier. After all, only citizens of great nations possess national blessings, which can bestow significant collective boosts upon the nation's psionic commanders. Thus, the identity of citizens from powerful nations is a coveted dream for countless commanders. However, due to the limited overall number of national blessings across various nations, and to prevent excessive talent concentration that could lead to imbalanced development within the Alliance, it is far more challenging for commanders to obtain the citizenship of a higher nation compared to ordinary individuals. Additionally, military merits can only be exchanged when the merit list is unlocked for officers of the rank of D or higher, which requires one to become a D-tier commander and possess a complete D-tier fleet. Casually tossing the two materials into storage, Jiang Xing settled onto the sofa, preparing to undergo the infusion. Confirming the infusion, an exceptionally pure mist of psionic energy enveloped Jiang Xing, and under the influence of a mysterious aura, this primitive psionic energy flowed into his mind with a gentle persistence. An incredibly pleasant sensation enveloped him from within. Commander, Jiang Xing, Fleet, Star Torch Fleet, Talent, Honor Pioneer, Psionic Energy, E-slots, 20. Remarkably, the slots for 10 psionic warships had increased. Jiang Xing was overjoyed and immediately opened the psionic net interface. Estimating his psionic strength, he promptly ordered 3 Longstone-class cruisers and 7 Agile destroyers. Currently, the demand for E-tier psionic starships is not significant enough to necessitate custom builds. In the future, he would purchase STC templates to construct them himself. Based on your status as a researcher of Longstone-class cruisers, the purchase price will be halved. With time still on his side, why not explore the nearby crystal worlds? Jiang Xing glanced at the delivery time, then raised his gaze towards the distant crystalline stargate. Hesitating for just a moment, the long stone-class cruiser carrying Jiang Xing swiftly departed the dock, randomly selecting a stargate to enter. The sizzling world, an advanced crystal world, stretches approximately 100,000 light-years in diameter. Also referred to in ancient Alliance texts as the sizzling galaxy, it was once ruled by a fiery tri-headed energy species, now governed by a human civilization known as the Psionic Empire. Advanced crystal civilization, a massive pure white stargate rippled at some point, and soon a warship radiating psionic brilliance emerged from it. The surrounding trading vessels from various civilizations instinctively made way. It was the Alliance's psionic ship. To encounter a vessel from the esteemed civilization was indeed a rare sight. Nearby, a merchant ship measuring around 10,000 meters in length, captained by a pale blue-haired Suyun, expressed astonishment. It appeared that he had encountered a newcomer among the Alliance's commanders. Alliance commanders seldom meander through stable crystal worlds. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xing, his arrival had garnered considerable attention as he gazed eagerly at the immensely prosperous star system not far away. The capital star system of the Psionic Empire, the central star was enveloped by layers of translucent golden crystalline structures, collectively forming an immense lotus shape that radiated glorious golden light. Surrounding the star was a colossal ring, with data scans revealing that this ring encircling the star boasts a width of 50,000 kilometers, a ring world structure. When a civilization reaches a certain level of development, this becomes a highly cost-effective residential solution. It involves dismantling numerous lifeless celestial bodies to create a structure capable of comfortably accommodating trillions of inhabitants. The Psionic Empire has indeed done well, as it has preserved its mother planet intact. The long stone ship entered the ring world port as the guiding beams dissipated. Jiang Xing gazed around at the distant surroundings, occasionally stealing glances at the Psionic humans, feeling as though he were a panda in a zoo. Dismissing such thoughts, Jiang Xing summoned a star shuttle to head towards the largest urban cluster within the ring world. According to the data, the Psionic Empire, as an advanced crystal civilization, has already met the basic conditions for awakening psionic talents. Jiang Xing wished to see if the Psionic Empire's Psionic Academy housed any students with exceptional psionic talents. Given that the Alliance established a crystal stargate here, it indicated that this place had been regarded as a semi-allied territory. Recruiting crew members and even enlisting in the expeditionary forces was permissible. However, the enlistment conditions were exceedingly stringent. After wandering for a considerable time, having nearly grown weary of the sights, the star shuttle finally arrived at the largest psionic academy of the Psionic Empire. The Imperial Psionic Academy. The academy's doors stood wide open, showing no intention of isolating outsiders. Psionic users, aside from the relatively rare pilots and weapon operators, also include a type of psionic user whose contributions to psionic fleets are immensely beneficial. Psionic aids. Though they cannot perform large-scale psionic attachments and talent amplifications like commanders, they can enhance certain aspects of a fleet, not just a single warship, but rather specific aspects of the entire fleet. The advanced crystalline civilization bears a striking resemblance to the elite British Empire, and notably, there are no local commanders present. Perhaps there truly exists someone capable of serving as a deputy. With a heart full of anticipation, Jiang Xing stepped inside. The intelligence department of the Empire. The indifferent supervisor of civilian affairs answered the terminal. What's going on? What? A renowned Alliance commander has entered the Psionic Academy? Click. The supervisor abruptly terminated the communication, pondering for a moment before dialing another number. The Ministry of Education? This is promising. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing found himself unconsciously standing before a building rich in primordial psionic energy, a psionic convergence device. This must be a training ground for psionics. He mused. Passing through the light barrier, he observed thousands of young men and women seated on floating platforms, his gaze sweeping across the scene with remarkable swiftness. The psionic network can detect the general aptitude types of psionics. There's nothing. Slightly disappointed, Jiang Xing prepared to turn away. The arrival of the Alliance commander at this institution is indeed an honor. Suddenly, the light barrier shimmered, revealing 3 clearly high-ranking officials of the Academy approaching. Accompanied by a dozen promising youths, the leader wore a broad smile. Having just received communication from the intelligence department, he hastily gathered the most gifted students to come over. Thankfully, they hadn't missed the opportunity. Such occurrences had happened before, over a decade ago, when an Alliance commander entered the Academy, recognized an exceptionally talented student, and brought them into the grand expedition of the Alliance. In just over 10 years, That student had brought about significant breakthroughs in technology for the Empire. The Alliance even provided certain knowledge and resources to the Academy. With the chance presenting itself once more, how could the President possibly let it slip by? Jiang Xing quickly grasped the intentions of these individuals. His calm gaze swept across the expectant faces of the students before settling on one individual at the back of the crowd. Who is he? Chapter 11. A bargain indeed. The President immediately turned to follow Jiang Xing's finger. His expression froze. Him? He is our new teaching assistant, just graduated from the Academy, a student of rather ordinary talent. The President refrained from voicing the last statement. There was surely a reason the Alliance commander inquired so. The other hopeful young talents looked on in astonishment, their gazes converging on that figure. The previously dazed Cairo was startled by the sudden attention, glancing at Jiang Xing in confusion. Sensing the atmosphere becoming tense, the President quickly interjected, "Commander, our students possess commendable talents. Perhaps you might want to take another look, no? They do not meet the requirements." With that, Jiang Xing stepped before Cairo. The data terminal flickered. "Cairo? Not bad. Would you like to join me on an expedition?" It was now clear that Cairo indeed possessed the talents of a deputy. Though the specifics remained uncertain, since he is a deputy, it can be assumed he is not lacking. Intelligence probe consumes one true number. Jiang Xing raised an eyebrow. Cairo Seppuki, psionic development, 0. 5. Deputy talent, guardian, undeveloped, base effect. Increases the strength of the psionic fleet S shields by 5. Other effects have not met triggering requirements. Psionic development, for a psionic who awakens deputy talents. Their advancement level will correspond with that of the commander. Calculating strength and quantity based on characters. It clearly defines the upper limits of fleet augmentation. The Psionic Academy of the Siyun Empire evidently regarded the foundational psionic energy inherent in deputy talents as Cairo's psionic aptitude. After a few seconds of dazed silence, Cairo finally reacted, feeling as though he were in a dream, and hurriedly nodded, "Yes, I will go." Cairo, a highly motivated youth from the Empire, would not have accepted the role of a teaching assistant if he lacked ambition. Working at the Psionic Academy, his wages could be converted into psionic training resources. He never expected that this seemingly mundane role would lead to such a fantastical opportunity. Instantly, the gazes around him shifted from astonishment to envy and admiration. The President's expression was equally complex. No one doubted the discerning eye of the Alliance commander. However, the impact of this event weighed heavily on them all, alas. It appears that the path of psionic education in our empire still has a long way to go. The President sighed, shaking his head helplessly. "Should we hold a banquet? No need. We are pressed for time." "Cairo, how long will you need to handle personal matters?" Noticing the emotionally charged gazes around him, Cairo steeled himself. 2 hours. "Be ready at the academy gate when I return," Jiang Xing instructed, casting one last glance around the students to ensure no talent was overlooked before departing the academy. Besides seeking crew members, he had another important task here: acquiring a batch of items infused with psionic energy. Psionic crystals are the highest currency for expeditions, holding purchasing power far exceeding that of the Alliance territories within the crystalline wall world. Especially for items imbued with psionic energy. Apart from pure psionic resources, items merely containing psionic energy are, in fact, not very costly. The attachment of psionic qualities to objects is akin to the value bestowed upon them by culture and history. Extracting or utilizing this value is exceedingly challenging, even for high-ranking commanders of the Alliance, unless the psionic energy embedded in the item is exceptionally rare or unique. Otherwise, such a loss-making transaction would not be entertained. And this is precisely where Jiang Xing found his advantage. Extracting the psionic energy from these items poses no difficulty for the true number core. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xing hastened the speed of his star shuttle, making a beeline for the largest commercial center in the Siyun Empire. There, he would not only find antique trading but also various items infused with the history and events of other civilizations. Perhaps it would be a soldier's rifle, a monument commemorating a war, or perhaps an antique that has been passed down through the ages. Of course, Jiang Xing would not touch the ancient artifacts or items imbued with historical psionic energy belonging to the Siyun Empire itself. Setting aside the ethical concerns, he instinctively felt that the Alliance psionic network would not approve of such actions. 2 hours passed swiftly. Upon his return, Jiang Xing discovered a substantial batch of items had already been delivered to the warship storage. Among them was even a legislative charter left behind by an alien civilization thousands of years ago when they established their nation. The historical psionic energy it contained required 200 true numbers for extraction. This was under the premise that the historical psionic energy was already pure and devoid of any will imprints. Otherwise, it might take 1,000 true numbers to extract. How to acquire true numbers? The true number core only possesses the most basic operational procedures. Without triggering, one wouldn't even know how to utilize its functions. After exchanging a few words with Cairo and the president who sent him off, the Star Shuttle did not linger and headed directly toward the starport. Watching the Star Shuttle disappear from view, the president suddenly felt a surge of reflection. The average strength and quality of psionics are intrinsically linked to the prosperity of civilization. Psionics are the representatives of civilization. The path of psionic education in the Empire still has a long journey ahead. Back aboard the long stone cruiser, Cairo marveled at his surroundings. Compared to warships, the Alliance's psionic vessels exuded an aura of luxury, even surpassing high-end cruise ships. In terms of both color schemes and spacious layouts, he even spotted an ecological garden spanning tens of thousands of square meters. Doesn't it hinder combat effectiveness? The differing sizes of psionic warships facilitate better accommodation for psionic circuits. Perceiving Cairo's bewilderment at the psionic energy emanating around him, Jiang Xing casually brushed his hand against the corridor wall. A layer of faint golden psionic circuits rippled, and a gentle glow flowed along the walls. Aside from certain functional areas, the remaining portions of the psionic battleship are designed for any activity. As the development of psionic starships progressed, the larger psionic circuit hulls did not compromise combat effectiveness. The psionic ring artillery could attack without blind spots. In summary, psionic starships come in various shapes: spherical, rectangular, cubic, spiral, even biomimetic and irregular forms. As long as the psionic circuits, psionic architecture, and psionic core remain intact, there are no issues. Additionally, when you connect to the Star Beacon Fleet's local psionic network, remember to thoroughly review the psionic application materials within. Excessive leakage of psionic energy makes it exceedingly easy for higher quality psionics to discern your thoughts. Cairo promptly replied, "Yes, Commander." Jiang Xing nodded slightly, refraining from further commentary. The Starship's intelligence system would guide Cairo through the subsequent procedures. Once he connected to the local psionic network, Cairo's deputy talent would be activated. Being part of the Alliance, which is a unified human civilization, the Psionic Empire would naturally embrace him. However, the nature of the psionic deputy relationship Cairo would establish would be with the Alliance. The essence of psionic deputies cannot be supported by the Psionic Empire at this moment. The long stone cruiser swiftly departed, returning smoothly to the dock. The 10 newly ordered psionic vessels had already arrived. Floating on the opposite side of the dock, the surface psionic circuits shimmered with a soft glow. The unique psionic energy belonging to the commander surged forth, completing the attachment. The psionic circuits immediately illuminated with a gentle golden psionic flow, and the 10 warships sequentially merged into the original fleet formation. After organizing the psionic items purchased by the Psionic Federation, Jiang Xing refrained from extraction until he determined how to acquire true numbers. It would be prudent not to waste them. Psionic Network mail notification. Just as Jiang Xing was preparing to set off, he paused in confusion and opened the Psionic Network interface. Hey, are there any psionic teams interested? These items are a bargain, my friend. Oh no. As long as you can help us achieve an excellent rating once, I'll even pay you, my friend. I assure you, we have the strength to back it up. Attachment. Summary of psionic team members and levels. Jiang Xing's expressions turned peculiar. It was only then that he noticed the glowing title of Perfect Challenger prominently displayed beneath his personal page. Chapter 12. A call for help from a mysterious world. In a certain port area, 3 individuals awaited with a hint of anxiety. Bro, is it really going to be all right? The Perfect Challenger commander is so strong. He won T-Mind some individual power, right? Among the trio, the Soul Girl hesitated as she gazed into the distance, contemplating the pathway ahead. Her beauty required no embellishment. Within the Alliance, no telepath could be deemed lacking in physical allure. Yet, what truly captured attention was the aura of psychic energy that emanated from her, gentle and pure, yet tinged with an invigorating vitality. The psychic particles danced around her, a faint breath of life radiating outward. An extraordinary telepath, particularly of the healing variety. The other 2 men likewise exuded a palpable presence, their turbulent and robust psychic fluctuations intertwining unexpectedly harmoniously. The lean youth with the volatile energy spoke hesitantly. "I'm uncertain. But this is our only opportunity. We only need one more excellent rating to gain entry into the Central Academy of Telepaths within the Starry Empire to seek our elder sister. Aside from perfect trialists, other rookie fleets may not secure an excellent rating as for established fleets. With just 3 intermediate telepaths participating, they would be lucky to earn a mere standard rating. Only rookie fleets can easily amass ratings at this stage." The burly youth remained silent, yet his frequent glances towards the port betrayed his impatience. As time slipped away, the trio fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, a profound hum filled the air as 20 colossal warships materialized in the harbor. Casting a shadow that enveloped much of the area, staff members in the distant control room stared agog at the data displays. What is happening? How could they reach such speed without colliding with the stasis field? 5 of light speed, and they halt on a dime. Such is the power of psychic warships. If they were any other type of starship or conventional vessel, they would have surely disintegrated. The duty personnel muttered to themselves before returning to their previous positions. In the harbor, beams of light illuminated the trio, drawing them into a long stone cruiser. Only upon seeing the 2 figures standing before the control area did they realize the gravity of the situation. They exchanged glances, eyes alight with astonishment. Jiang Xing regarded the trio with mild curiosity. "Berserker, shield-bearer, healer, are we merely missing a mage? Greetings. I hold your abilities in high regard, and henceforth, let us collaborate." Among the Alliance's telepaths, there was no need for excessive formalities. Indeed, Jiang Xing was genuinely pleased with these 3 individuals. Sun Nuyen Telepath, Intermediate. Development level, 6.5. Characteristic, Dissolution. Talent, Unyielding Hero Base Effect. Upon entering combat, physical attributes and psychic damage will increase at a rate of 1 per second, with a maximum cap of 200 currently. Wang Shan Telepath, Intermediate. Development level, 6. Characteristic, Absorption. Talent, Rock Solid Jade Base Effect. Psychic energy can bestow rock protection upon oneself and nearby allies, absorbing 30 of all damage types. Sun Xiaoxua Telepath, Intermediate. Development level, 6. Characteristic, Light. Talent, Radiant Healer Base Effect. Healing Aura, allowing nearby allies to recover from non-lethal injuries rapidly, limited total applications. Base effects merely represent fixed passive abilities of telepaths, requiring minimal psychic energy for continuous activation. Characteristics are the crux. The skills of telepaths are developed autonomously around their characteristics. It was evident that the traits of these 3 were extraordinary, having already achieved an intermediate level of psychic development. Based on the destructive capabilities displayed in the video, intermediate telepaths could easily overturn a fully armed elite unit of the intermediate Crystal Wall civilization. In the Alliance's standards, a unit comprises tens of thousands. Seeing Jiang Xing's approval, the trio erupted with excitement. "We are immensely grateful. As long as we can secure an excellent rating in the upcoming Crystal Wall realm expansion, I assure you." Before Sun Nuyen could finish, Jiang Xing waved his hand to interrupt. "No need for that. Your abilities are truly remarkable. I cannot take advantage of you. We will adhere to the standard recruitment criteria for telepaths. Alliance telepaths possess access to the psychic web interface, thus no formal introductions were necessary. Within the realm of exploration, the public information shared among telepaths encompasses the majority of relevant details. A brief acclimatization to the environment ensued. Information gathering, detecting an actively released intelligence target. Would you like to expend 1 true point to investigate? Jiang Xing opened the panel. Wazania World, High-Level Crystal Wall World, Information. An intelligent machine from this world, classified as a high-level Crystal Wall civilization, is currently engaged in combat with a civilization of the same level, with numerous civilizations drawn into the conflict. A human population from a mid-level Crystal Wall civilization is similarly embroiled in warfare, teetering on the brink of collapse. The coordinates for this world are as follows, including human civilization coordinates. An expenditure of 10 true points allows for immediate entry into this world. The True Point Core possesses such capabilities. In an instant, Jiang Xing reacted. The absence of a response from the psychic web indicated that this world was not located near the expedition corridor, or the psychic web had yet to retrieve it. Be the first to discover a crystal wall world housing human civilization and report it to the Alliance would substantially elevate his rating. Hesitation, doubt, Jiang Xing showed no signs of pause. Prepare yourselves. We shall commence the next world expansion immediately. What of a high-level crystal wall world? I am not acting alone. We will rescue a few human planets while simultaneously notifying the expeditionary forces. A high rating is assured. Sun Nguyen and the others quickly grasped the situation. Understood. As they departed the base's confines, the True Point core immediately activated. With a jarring sound of shattering, the surrounding space normalized. Jiang Xing and his companions swiftly surveyed their surroundings. The cosmic environment appeared normal, dark, and profound, with only a few distant stars twinkling, rendering it desolate and frigid. ZZZZ, this is Beluin Star, intelligent machines attacking. Unknown crystal wall world source detected. Human civilization psychic response detected. Plan activated. Confirm that Commander Jiang Xing has reported. Support will arrive in 1 day. Please rescue as many of your kin as possible within your capabilities. The number of rescued kin will be weighted twice in the scoring. The moment Jiang Xing received the unknown transmission, he uploaded the coordinates of this world and the human civilization to the psychic web. Upon witnessing the web's response, he exhaled in relief and then turned to the bewildered trio behind him. One of my talent abilities allows me to locate unknown crystal wall worlds across levels. With that, 5 cruisers at the forefront, the Star Torch fleet swiftly initiated their jump towards the distress coordinates. No wonder Commander Jiang Xing could achieve a perfect trial. No, the initial trial was a world selected by the psychic web. It seems that Commander Jiang Xing's prowess exceeds expectations. Sun Nguyen fixed his gaze on Jiang Xing's retreating figure, a thought blossoming in his mind. Perhaps he could summon his elder sister? Her subordinate's talent would be most suitable for such a wild expansion. Beluin Star, the Yosobian Human Republic, the largest ruling star in the Northern Star region. Throughout history, it has consistently served as the hub for population, research, education, and politics in the Northern Star region, including the rings and floating island city clusters. Its population once soared to 170 billion. However, this prosperous planet now suffers unprecedented devastation. The massive ring has fractured, with remnants of orbital rings and debris from spaceports scattered throughout the cosmos. Countless rigid corpses float in the void, expressions of despair and agony etched upon their faces. On the planet's surface, explosions and waves of energy surged skyward. Flames and smoke shrouded the remnants of civilization. The remains of floating island cities bobbed on the ocean's surface, blood staining vast expanses of sea, death, despair. The spirits of nameless kin encircled this planet engulfed in flames, lamenting the elegy of civilization. Chapter 13. The Final Struggle. Forced out of the jump state, Jiang Xing gazed into the starry expanse ahead. Pondering, before him stood a fleet of 200 warships, blocking the path of the Star Torch fleet, their powerful energy fluctuations glaringly evident. The ships, each approximately 1,500 meters in length, appeared to scatter chaotically. Yet their various cannons effectively sealed off the route. Intermediate Crystal Wall Civilization-class intelligent machine warships, the core battlefield looked unexpectedly tense. The notorious numbers of intelligent machines could not even spare a fleet of high-level Crystal Wall civilization. Nguyen, take 1 cruiser and 5 destroyers to advance. Command is now in your hands. Understood. With psychic reinforcement, they tore through the intelligent machine warships' jump disruptors, allowing the 6 vessels to re-enter jump status. Simultaneously, the remaining 14 psychic warships dispersed at an extraordinary speed. With hundreds of beams crisscrossing through the area previously occupied by the Star Torch fleet. Following this, 10 destroyers swiftly closed the distance, charging into the enemy formation, entirely abandoning long-range bombardment. They relied solely on the terrifying maneuverability afforded by data to disrupt the enemy's targeting. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the main and secondary cannons of the long stone cruiser suddenly gathered vast amounts of particle energy. Psychic energy-infused beams struck the shields of the intelligent machine warships, with substantial damage penetrating through the shields, tearing apart their armor and structural integrity. The violent yet silent explosions illuminated the starry sky. In response to the bombardment, the intelligent machines immediately retaliated, their precise calculations resulting in crossfire striking the psychic warships. Jiang Xing frowned slightly as he noted the rapid decline of the various ship shield values, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Data-based shields appear to disregard certain low-power attacks. Glancing back at the chaotic interstellar battlefield, a smile spread across his face. 200 against 14. The advantage lies with us. Beluan Star, the outskirts of the underground safety base. Tens of thousands of human soldiers, equipped with various auxiliary gear, had established a formidable defensive line amidst the ruins. Surrounding high-rise buildings had been filled with an array of defensive weaponry. The massive valves on the rear iron wall were protected by layers of defense. The commander reported, "The machines are beginning to regroup." The command center's chief commander, upon witnessing a flurry of dense signals on the radar, felt a heavy pall descend upon his countenance. Notify the 3rd Mecha Brigade to proceed to Sector 4. The mechanized units must advance there. Furthermore, instruct the artillery units to calibrate their coordinates, ready to support Sector 4 at a moment's notice. Understood. Instantly, tens of thousands of soldiers sprang into action, a multitude of weapons charging to full power. Automatic cannons and beam weapons entering a state of readiness. Small nuclear devices, buried beneath various frontline positions, were activated for standby. The chief commander internally lamented. Never did he expect that his retirement to his homeland would be marred by such turmoil. His homeland, in a bunker within Sector 4, soldiers gripping Gauss cannons fixed their serious gazes upon the screens before them, their comrades mirroring their solemn expressions. This was the front line, the primary target of the mechanized onslaught. Lying prone on the second level of the bunker, a soldier manning a sniper cannon stared intently at the targeting screen, not turning his head. "How much longer must we hold out?" The soldier tasked with checking the bunker's high-frequency voltage grid paused momentarily, then replied, "We shall hold until reinforcements arrive, or until the entire army is obliterated." Behind them lay a secure base housing 330,000 citizens of the Republic. Should we retreat? That threshold would not hold for long. The bunker squad leader interjected, "Moreover, we have no avenue of escape." The sniper merely smirked, unable to fathom that the first to be completely annihilated in this sudden war would be the interstellar forces of Bombardment Star. Silence enveloped the group, the sniper's only kin being a crew member from the Bombardment Star's interstellar army. However, this silence was short-lived. With a piercing roar, thousands of brilliant purple beams streaked across the sky. Plummeting towards the heavily fortified positions, plasma cannons. The isolation armor activated, sealing all firing ports. A chilling alarm reverberated as hundreds of massive frontline bunkers swiftly retracted their weapons, closing all openings. Simultaneously, numerous soldiers and armored units stationed behind the bunker lines made a rapid retreat. Like a harbinger of doom, deep purple arcs of electricity and blinding white flames surged forth. A terrifying wave of explosions mingled with robust electric arcs spreading across the land. Any human soldier caught in the blast was instantaneously transformed into charred remains, their half-covered armor exploding in the process. At that very moment, a cacophony of light projectiles surged from the rear of the human positions, a counteroffensive barrage. Violent explosions engulfed distant streets and urban areas. Thick smoke swirling. The bunker reactivated, with many soldiers fixated on the dissipating smoke in the distance. Crack! A shadow emerged. Before the soldiers could react, the previously slowly dissipating smoke seemed to be forcibly cleared away. In the next instant, an astonishing sight unfolded before their eyes. Even the chief commander and the attending officers felt their pupils constrict in shock. An endless horde of mechanized units, akin to scorpions, surged forth from the city. Indeed, they surged. Countless mechanized soldiers, like a tidal wave, covered vast stretches of buildings and ground, their pitch-black forms creating an ocean of darkness. Tens of thousands, millions, among them were even colossal floating mechanized units towering over 10 meters. Before reaching the positions, an unrelenting barrage of rays and energy blasts rained down, striking the bunker armors head-on. The terrifying explosions and tremors instilled panic in everyone. Attack? Don't dawdle. Intercept them. Construct a fire net. At once, a network of Gauss cannons formed, unleashing a torrent of fire. The foremost mechanized units were obliterated, the sheer volume of fire momentarily halting the advancing tide. Concurrently, artillery support from the human forces surged forth, crashing into the mechanized horde and scattering numerous mechanical remnants. Yet, despite this, the overwhelming wave of mechanized soldiers continued to advance steadily towards the positions. The dense barrage of rays and artillery fire, though wielded by a civilization of intermediate technology, was sufficient to inflict damage upon these heavy bunkers. The foremost 80 bunkers were nearly simultaneously annihilated. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. The The sniper froze, observing a mechanized unit resembling a 5-meter-tall mantis hover above the bunker. Its laser-cutting blades unfurled as the mantis mechanized unit viciously assaulted the top armor of the bunker. Visible damage began to mar the once formidable armor. In that moment, a shadow darted through the sky. The mechanical mantis raised its blade to deflect the attack, countering with several laser strikes aimed at its assailant. As the explosion subsided, a humanoid mecha of similar height to the mechanical mantis emerged. The mantis then charged forth with blinding speed, unleashing 4 sweeping light blades. The mecha, armed with a massive explosive cannon, fired incessantly, finally obliterating the mantis' power system just as it was about to close the distance. Sensing danger, the mecha pivoted, but before it could react, it was cleaved in two by another mechanical mantis that had appeared from nowhere. The scene stretched out before them. Thousands of mechanical mantises suddenly breached the human aerial fire net from above. Leading the charge into the positions, the mecha reinforcements amounted to only a mere 1,000, facing tenfold the number of mechanical mantises, suffering catastrophic losses in mere moments. The chief commander stared in pallid disbelief at this unfolding calamity. The mechanized assault far exceeded previous engagements, tenfold or more. What on earth was happening? Had the intelligence units not deployed their main forces earlier? Around him, the officers were already in disarray. Not only Sector 4 but also several other critical sectors were under relentless assault from the mechanized army. The intensity of the attack surpassing even the previous main offensives, the entire defensive line trembled on the brink of collapse. Instruct all forces in each sector to evacuate to the final defensive line immediately. Concentrating our superior firepower for a desperate stand. Gazing at the utterly breached bunker line, the chief commander ultimately issued the order. Faced with such an overwhelming number of mechanized units, if they continued to disperse their defenses, total collapse would ensue within the hour. Casting a glance back at the secure base's threshold, the chief commander sighed deeply. This war had come too suddenly, too unexpectedly for anyone to react. It was time to prepare for a final stand. Chapter 14. The star beacon descends, countdown to support as the last bunker was consumed by the mechanized tide. The seemingly endless dark ocean of mechanized forces finally revealed its extent. Commander, according to drone macro scans, the mechanized units number between 300,000 and 350,000, with over 170,000 armored units and airborne units. The chief commander raised his hand, interrupting the aide's report. No need for further details. Even 300,000 of the most basic mechanized units could drown us. Our only course of action now is to endure until the last soldier falls. With heavy steps, he exited the command center, his gaze fixed on the colossal final positions ahead and the 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers standing in silence, eye in the distance. The mechanical tide roared like an ocean. Surging forth, charge, for the Republic. A relentless barrage bombarded the mechanical ocean, the final armored units forming an unyielding steel line. The sound of cannon fire echoed continuously. Tens of thousands of soldiers, weapons in hand, fought fiercely, rays, explosive shockwaves, missiles, and the occasional mushroom cloud rising from within the mechanized horde. The last stand had indeed begun. Grabbing a nearby rifle, the chief commander solemnly removed his officer's uniform and folded it neatly. There was no longer a way to command. This would suffice. With a self-deprecating smile, the chief commander stepped into the line. Concentrate fire. We cannot allow any gaps in our fire net. Hurry, 4th Battalion, reinforce. The terrifying mechanized units disregarded the formidable firepower of the defenses. Relentlessly pressing forward, the dark tide advanced inch by inch, as if nothing could impede their relentless march. The silent, fearless mechanized army advanced, instilling unimaginable psychological pressure upon the human soldiers. Even though the mechanized units seemed designed solely for firepower and mobility, their armor could not withstand even the Gauss rifles of humanity, but in sufficient numbers, this remained no weakness. On the contrary, the continuing losses without any end in sight only intensified the despair felt by the defenders. Searing rays ignited the air as they struck the positions, blood, wails, and the shattered remnants of limbs scattered across the entire defensive line, pushing every soldier to the brink of their mental limits. Whoosh! The sound of something piercing the air drew the attention of many soldiers, who instinctively looked up. Their faces drained of color as they shouted. Mechanical mantises and large mechanized units. They are attacking the safety valve. The command center shook as several officers who were managing the front line froze momentarily, in the next instant. The shrill sounds of metal clashing and laser burns echoed from nearby. Damn it, they are attacking the secure base. Suddenly, a deafening roar swept through, as the roof of the command center was violently torn away. Clearly, the command center, not far from the safety valve, had become a target as well. Chaos erupted along the line. One officer was cleaved in two, his consciousness fading as he struggled to gaze at the now deforming valve. Still, his head drooped helplessly, his officer's cap falling away. In the next moment, half a pendant fell into the pool of blood. Within the secure base, in the vicinity of the safety valve, 50 mechas focused intently on the massive, trembling valve. Countless eyes were drawn to it, filled with fear and despair. Just 3 days prior, this planet had been so beautiful. Children carefree, citizens untroubled. Their greatest concern had merely been how to explain returning home late to their loved ones. Yet now, for the majority, homes were lost and families were nowhere to be found. In a corner, two figures huddled together, one petite form gazing longingly at her mother's weary face. "Mom, Dad will protect us." The voice was bright, prompting the mother to lower her head and stroke her daughter's hair. Forcing a faint smile, the little girl exhibited no fear. Her eyes brimmed with trust and innocence towards her father. Her small hand clutched half a pendant tightly. Thud. Suddenly, the colossal valve ceased its trembling. Following this, a vibration unlike the sound of a battering ram resonated, and the valve fell into a profound stillness. 50 sentinel mechas stood unwaveringly before the gate. Should the valve give way, they would serve as the last bastion of resistance. Outside the safety valve, numerous mechanical soldiers, previously engaged in their assault, abruptly halted their actions. They paused, simultaneously gazing skyward. The mechanical army, which had been launching relentless attacks, mirrored this stillness. The intensity of their bombardment significantly diminished as many long-range strikes shifted their targets. Recalibrating to the heavens, numerous human soldiers observed this peculiar scene, perplexed as they turned their gazes upward. An eerie calm enveloped the battlefield. In the next moment, it appeared as though a titanic entity stirred the clouds. A shadow descended, a heavy sense of foreboding settling upon every heart. 5 immense iron warships dispersed the clouds, casting their shadows upon the earth. Gazing upon the warships, which bore no resemblance to the Republic's designs, both humans and intelligent machines were left uncertain of the identity of the newcomers. Within less than a second, it became evident that the intelligent machine matrix possessed no such models, prompting a sudden and fierce eruption of attacks from the mechanical army. Yet, the 5 colossal vessels moved with even greater swiftness. Dozens of slender beams from their ship-mounted cannons pierced the sky, raining down upon the earth like javelins. The blinding waves of energy surged upward, instantly reducing hundreds of thousands of mechanical soldiers to mere dust. The intelligent machine army, save for the segment closest to the human positions, witnessed the obliteration of millions of their kind within mere breaths. The sheer terror of this might left the human soldiers momentarily dazed. From the 5 warships emerged countless black dots, which, upon closer inspection, revealed themselves to be a multitude of 3-meter diameter spheres. Blazing rays erupted from the surfaces of these spheres, their terrifying assaults clearing swathes of mechanical soldiers from the front lines. Even the large mechanical units before the valve were rendered as fragile as glass when faced with the saturation strikes of dozens of spheres. Obliterated in an instant, the counterattacks from the mechanical soldiers proved futile against the onboard shields of the spheres. The entire battlefield remained eerily silent, the soldiers' minds still entrenched in their recent life-and-death struggles. Failing to fully recover, a guiding beam of light materialized, revealing the figures of Sun Nguyen and his companions. Upon seeing humans, the tense soldiers around them instantly relaxed, though their expressions bore a deeper confusion. What kind of comrades could these unfamiliar warships signify? The soldiers in the trenches gradually regained their composure, exchanging glances, their words caught in their throats until a wail of despair pierced the air. Gazing upon the utterly devastated battlefield, where emotions had shattered, the expressions of Sun Nguyen and his companions became complex. They had hastened their arrival, yet still found themselves somewhat tardy. The spheres that had cleared the mechanical soldiers did not return, but instead began to scan the human corpses strewn across the ground. Confirmation complete time of death does not exceed 6 hours, brain intact, initiating forced awakening of cerebral functions, injecting nanomachines. One of the mechanical spheres lifted a figure, preparing to depart. Wait, Sun Xiaoxue noticed something. She bent down, unbothered by the blood, and picked up half a pendant from the pool of crimson, placing it against the chest of the figure. With a flick of her hand, she cast a healing energy, hastening the repair process of the nanomachines. Now there was work to be done. Compared to soothing her kin, she excelled at physically comforting the aberrants. Sun Nuyen sighed and turned back toward the safety valve. Sun Xiaoxue stepped into the ravaged battlefield, her pristine presence invoking awe among the surrounding soldiers. She surveyed the severely wounded soldiers, closed her eyes, and soon a gentle mist began to envelop the area, significantly diminishing the chaotic wails. The 5 destroyers subsequently departed, seeking traces of humanity in other regions. While Sun Nuyen attended to matters at the safety base, the star battles in a certain sector of airspace drew to a close. The last intelligent machine warship erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks. Jiang Xing, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, exhaled deeply. It was indeed somewhat taxing to engage a warship equivalent to the main force of a mid-level crystalline civilization. Lacking talents that significantly enhanced cannon lethality or robust shield augmentation, he mused that without the stabilization afforded by digitization, the outcome could have been much less certain. Even so, Jiang Xing had still lost 3 destroyers. Watching the 3 heavily damaged vessels dissolve into streams of energy returning to the spirit net, he felt a pang of regret. Well, off to Biluan Star it is. Rubbing his temples, he anticipated another fleet battle awaited him there. Perhaps even against the main fleet of the intelligent machine civilization. The emergence of those unfamiliar warship models, some of which surpassed advanced crystalline civilization technology, left him uneasy. But was Jiang Xing daunted? Expeditionary Force Support Countdown, 6 hours, Chapter 15. The Spirit Net is online upon his arrival in the orbit of Biluan Star. Sun Nuyen and his companions had already stabilized the situation on the planet's surface with the aid of tens of thousands of federal mechanical soldiers, in the face of the firepower from 6 energy warships. The millions of intelligent machine soldiers on the ground offered no resistance. However, the final tally of rescued individuals cast Sun Nuyen, his companions, and Jiang Xing into silence. According to the data retained from Biluan Star, its population had once soared to over 1 billion, yet now, only a little over 200 million remained. What a catastrophic toll this was! The vast majority of these lives were lost beneath the bombardments of the intelligent machine civilization's fleet, which had been spearheaded by 200 warships that had engaged the Torch Star Fleet. Had the intelligent machine warships not detected the Torch Star Fleet, prompting an early retreat, it was likely that even these 200 million would have perished. Gazing into the depths of space, Jiang Xing's heart swelled with an indescribable heaviness as he beheld the remnants of countless corpses, their numbers so vast they nearly formed a shroud of darkness. Whether in this life or the next, the security provided by his environment had never before exposed him to such scenes. Hundreds of billions of corpses. The most he had previously witnessed in the virtual realm were merely thousands, or tens of thousands. The anguish was compounded by the vision granted by his energy talent, which vividly revealed the despair and confusion emanating from this sea of corpses. The unanchored energies of the dying erupted into anguished cries. Historical imprint detected. Would you like to imprint? Jiang Xing fell into silence before responding. Confirm. Imprinting initiated. Template creation consumes true numbers. The dark, frigid universe pays no heed to the cries and wails of the weak. Only the strong may attain eternity. Death and slaughter resonate as the main theme among the myriad beings of the cosmos. When the war of civilizations descends, boundless lives become mere expendables for the aberrants. Only the despair of humanity can validate their might and the value of war. When death becomes commonplace, when elegies reverberate among the stars, when hatred ignites the embers, can ancient souls bear the will of vengeance? Death, wails, cries. Mysterious waves of energy surged, and Jiang Xing found himself momentarily entranced by a series of blurred visions. Terrifying beams rained down from above, inflicting extreme burns and devastation as they spread through the city. Heralding the arrival of death in the face of this sudden onslaught, the elderly embraced one another, welcoming the end. Silent office workers trembled as they retrieved their phones to bid farewell. Kindergarten teachers silently gathered their charges. Fear and chaos reigned as many failed to comprehend why such a horrific calamity had suddenly descended upon them. Just moments prior, they had been contemplating how to make the most of tomorrow. Perhaps until their dying breath, most believed that only this city had been attacked, that their loved ones in distant cities remained safe. Imprinting complete. The elegy of death and vengeance can grow. The ancient souls witnessing the suffering of their kin shall render the elegy of vengeance ever more resounding. Staring at this historical imprint, Jiang Xing found himself at a loss for words. Commander, the arrangements for the 200 million are nearly complete. Sun Nguyen's projection materialized in the control room. These individuals would be consolidated in a relatively intact urban area, with the 5 destroyers and mechanical soldiers tasked with their protection. Understood. You 3 remain there to assist in defense. Another battle likely awaits us. Jiang Xing replied, his tone slightly somber. Yes, in the survivors' district, as an array of temporarily modified civilian transport vehicles converged from various directions, the more than 200 million survivors began to arrive in succession. The scene descended into chaos for but a moment before a new management team was rapidly established. Many among them began discussing plans to repair structures and environments, initiating the restoration of agriculture and basic industry. After all, no one knew how long this disastrous war would continue. In the temporary management department, several middle-aged individuals gathered. Gazing up at the 5 energy-infused destroyers above Point 1 suddenly remarked, "Have you heard of this human faction?" No, neither their warship designs nor technological styles resemble those of Eusebia. Moreover, some of their attack levels do not surpass those of the Republic's warships, yet their actual destructive power far exceeds it, suggesting they employ technology from a superior civilization, a powerful civilization of our kind. Suddenly, one individual recalled something and looked around. What about Ceylon? Isn't he the commander of the nearby safety base? I heard he entered the trenches to participate in the defense at the last moment. They couldn't even find his body. Another sighed, shaking his head. Alas, based on my experience, those damned intelligent machines won't relent. I hope this mysterious fleet of comrades can hold the line. The Republic's support? No one understands the current situation better than them. The conflict between the intelligent machines and the Vashan Empire has already engulfed over a dozen mid-level crystalline civilizations. The civilizations embroiled in war are, without exception, on the brink of collapse, unless they wholly align themselves with one side. The Republic of Eusebia has remained steadfastly neutral, yet it now finds itself in a state of chaos. The central star systems are preoccupied with their own predicaments. In another region, a weary woman cradles a small girl, anxiously scanning the perimeter of a building encircled by alloy panels. Her face betrays a mix of worry and panic. This is the area designated for treating the wounded, as arranged by Sun Nguyen. Upon emerging from the safety base, the mother and daughter immediately inquire about the whereabouts of the father, ultimately discovering this location from an officer. They are not alone. Thousands gather around them. The gates swing open once more. A figure appears, one that the mother and daughter have longed to see. The only difference from their memories is that the man now leans on a cane, his waist encircled by a glass-like material. The man, grinning through gritted teeth as he leans on his cane, catches sight of the two familiar forms and freezes momentarily before a smile graces his face. It is wonderful to see them again. Such scenes are playing out across various districts of the city, yet the more prevalent side is that of solitary figures who have lost their families. Please note, a significant amount of jump data is approaching. They are coming. With a mere thought, Jiang Xing activates the jump suppressors of 12 warships, and in an instant, the fleet arrives at the periphery of the star system. Shortly thereafter, over 33,000-meter-class intelligent mechanical warships emerge at the forefront. Without the slightest pause, both sides unleash an overwhelming barrage of firepower, the distorted waves of light clashing and dissipating against each other. Several beams graze past one another, striking a nearby planet, resulting in explosive shockwaves that reach thousands of meters into the sky. Boom! The violent tremors cause Jiang Xing to furrow his brow, his consciousness racing to control the energy battleship. The foundational warships of advanced mechanical civilizations are indeed formidable to contend with, as the relentless high-frequency assaults pierce the void of space. Striking shields and hulls, losses inevitably begin to mount. The first casualties are none other than the Star Torch fleet. After enduring intense combat earlier, several destroyers were already in a precarious state, faced with intelligent mechanical warships that are at least tenfold stronger than before. 4 destroyers withstand 7 to 8 rounds of bombardment before disintegrating into energy particles. Witnessing this, 5 cruisers alter their assault strategy, concentrating fire on a single warship at last, with a series of shield-breaking sounds. 4 to 5 intelligent mechanical warships erupt into brilliant fireballs. With determination, Jiang Xing maneuvers his 2,000-meter cruiser, accelerating to close in on the enemy fleet, directly penetrating their formation. Confronted with 5 enemy ships in close quarters, the intelligent machines quickly respond. However, faced with the extraordinary maneuverability brought by data-driven tactics, the mechanical vessels find themselves entirely on the defensive. Devastating firepower is unleashed, swiftly breaching the shields and armor of one intelligent mechanical warship, causing its structural integrity to collapse catastrophically. By the time all 30 enemy ships are neutralized, the Star Torch fleet is left with merely 5 cruisers and 2 destroyers, and even these 8 ships are in a severely weakened state. Detection of the second wave, third wave. Enemy ships are responding. Estimated scale: a total of 7,400 hostile units. Chapter 16. The Alliance will take over this battle. The jump flashes flickered densely. As numerous intelligent mechanical warships appear around, Jiang Xing notices they do not launch an immediate attack. Calmly returning to his captain's chair, he leisurely opens a bottle of drink and takes a sip. Thousands of colossal intelligent mechanical warships encircle the Star Torch fleet, including nearly 1,000 kilometers of interstellar fortifications. Against the backdrop of nearby planets, the fleet appears insignificantly small. The terrifying energy levels are palpable. Even without relying on the starship, Jiang Xing can distinctly sense the annihilating force potent enough to obliterate a planet. Numerous confinement beams cover the Star Torch fleet, preparing to drag it away. Yet Jiang Xing remains undeterred, calmly sipping his drink. The main server of the Spirit Network is online. Syncing local Spirit Network data logs. Expeditionary Force, Sirius Fleet, C-Class fully staffed, is online. Expeditionary Force, KY-1001 Regular Corps is online. Expeditionary Force, Star Sea Hunting Battleship is online. With a sigh of relief after finishing his drink, Jiang Xing exhales. The blinding light and overwhelming waves of energy surge forth as he exhales. Erupting in a dazzling display, brilliant light spears seem to traverse light years, and the thousands of intelligent mechanical warships, along with the interstellar fortifications, offer no resistance. They explode almost simultaneously. An unending sea of flames engulfs thousands of kilometers of starry space. The silence is pierced only by the lethal brilliance, resembling a silent play unfolding before Jiang Xing. He gazes at the scene with an appreciation akin to admiring art. The bottle in his hand is disintegrated by energy, transforming into particles that gradually dissipate. Support, I too possess. Suddenly, a shadow blankets the fleet. Jiang Xing curiously glances above the fleet. His pupils constrict in shock as he sees the vast, luminous sky, which has quietly appeared, completely filling his field of vision. It is entirely enveloped in an unknown crystalline alloy, its simple mechanical structure prominently displayed alongside an array of massive rail weaponry. All of it unmistakably signifies its identity. The Alliance Battle Star, Star Sea Hunting type, with a diameter of approximately 45,000 kilometers, it is entirely man-made, boasting unparalleled defensive and offensive capabilities. Most importantly, it houses a high-speed core known as Star Sea Hunting, which allows for rapid traversal across multiple crystalline worlds. It is essentially the primary unit to reach the battlefield upon the discovery of new crystalline worlds. Remarkably, such size generates no gravitational pull. The technology of the Alliance is truly astonishing, Jiang Xing muses. No, to be precise, the Energy Commander is also a product of Alliance technology. Following the guidance, Jiang Xing enters the Battlestar. Simultaneously, a virtual projection appears on the main control screen. Greetings, Commander Jiang Xing. I am the commander of this Battlestar. Rod, we greatly appreciate your contributions to the Alliance and your fellow compatriots. We will now take over here. Jiang Xing is more than willing to comply. Very well. After notifying Sun Nguyen and others, Jiang Xing promptly enters the sleep chamber for rest. The intense energy attachment and battleship control have nearly pushed his mind and energy to their limits. Particularly during the skirmish with over 30 advanced intelligent mechanical warships, he had to remain vigilant of the enemy's every move. Any misstep could spell disaster for the Star Torch fleet. Normally, E-class fleets primarily face off against primary crystalline civilizations. Even against intermediate civilizations, the main ships are only slightly inferior to E-class energy vessels. A standard main fleet of 1,000 ships could effectively overwhelm an E-class fleet, let alone the advanced crystalline civilization warships, which possess attributes far superior to E-class energy vessels. The tasks assigned to energy fleets often require them to stand against hundreds or even thousands of foes. The cost-effectiveness of cross-tier combat is exceedingly low. Yet, this time, there was no alternative. This crystalline world had only Jiangxing, and he could not possibly abandon over 200 million human compatriots. In the Republic of Asobia, the defense line of the Central Star System, the fierce and silent flames of battle rage, and any planet nearing this front line is engulfed in raging infernos. Craters, ranging from dozens to hundreds of kilometers in diameter, dot the landscape with molten lava and crystallized materials strewn about. The cosmic expanse is densely scattered with undulating wreckage. Interstellar fleets continuously jump into the fray, while others are forced to retreat for repairs. Ground combat does not exist along this line. Only colossal battleships and cannons hold the privilege of participating in this grand war. At the command center, the Supreme Commander gazes at the star map, which is awash with red blocks, his brow furrowed. Although the strength of the warships sent by the intelligent machines does not surpass that of intermediate civilizations, their average strength still exceeds that of the Republic's vessels. Currently, the intelligent machines have mustered a fleet of 56, totaling over 7,400 ships, and even interstellar fortresses aid their advance, making it difficult to maintain the front line. To date, of our 34 Republic fleets, only 17 still retain most of their combat power, while the others are on the brink of disbandment, the frontline commander laments. Hoping the Supreme Commander can devise a solution, the Supreme Commander's mind races, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. There's no way, absolutely no way. Interstellar warfare is not akin to terrestrial combat. Aside from effective localized tactical adjustments, strategic command at the grand scale is largely ineffective against the technological and numerical superiority of the enemy. They need only align their trajectory towards the Republic's governing star to steadily advance, forcing him to confront them head-on. Unless the Republic is indifferent to the losses of trillions of citizens, since we do care, then we must engage in a head-on clash. But to contend with advanced intelligent civilizations in terms of technology and numbers is akin to chasing a fantasy. Based on the current situation, our chances of victory are infinitesimally close to zero. The Supreme Commander speaks with resignation. The frontline commander, still unwilling to concede, asks, what about maintaining the current situation? When I refer to victory, I mean preserving the present state. The Supreme Commander, expressionless, instructs his staff, notify the capital, initiate the Spark Plan. The Republic's interstellar army will fight for the final moments for the people. He then turns to the frontline commander. Inform all remaining fleets to enter the battlefield and delay the enemy's advance for as long as possible. The frontline commander opens his mouth but ultimately accepts the orders and departs. His gaze returns to the star map, filled with anguish. The Spark Plan signifies the abandonment of 99.9% of the Republic's populace, preserving only the embers of the race. Though he will fight to the last alongside the Republic's interstellar army, the immense guilt weighs heavily upon him. The Chief of Staff, noticing this scene, offers consolation. Commander, we have done everything within our power. Suddenly, an excited communications officer rises. The intelligent machine fleet is retreating. They are retreating. The Supreme Commander was momentarily taken aback, casting a disbelieving glance at the individual before him. Are you certain? Evacuation? The characteristics of the intelligent mechanical civilization suggest that they rarely misjudge a situation. What could possibly compel them to consider retreat? Yes, indeed. They are entering a transition state for evacuation. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, the radar operator's eyes widened in astonishment, his exclamations drawing the attention of the crowd. In the seemingly empty expanse of the starry sky, ripples of disturbance quietly emerged in the fabric of space. Then, an immensely colossal mechanical planet gradually materialized. The brilliant glow emitted by its vast energy circuits illuminated the surrounding darkness of the cosmos, casting light upon the faces of the Supreme Commander and his cohorts before the screen. Attention, compatriots of the Yasabian human race, this is the Stellar Sea Human Alliance. Immediately evacuate the area of your warships. Concurrently, On the core battlefield between the intelligent machines and the Vizanian Empire, tens of thousands of warships materialized in succession, among which were 8 radiant mechanical battle stars. The dazzling light spears of the battle stars instantaneously reduced thousands of warships from both sides to mere fragments. The overwhelming energy reactions plunged the entire core battlefield into a profound silence. The Alliance will take control of this battlefield. From now on, please refrain from initiating any conflicts within the Alliance's territory and await resolution. Chapter 17. No, this is my glory in the face of the sudden emergence of a mysterious legion, akin to a mechanical deity. Even the intelligent machines, who were usually unacquainted with fear, chose to halt their actions at once. Both civilizations, governed by rational thought, were not foolish enough to provoke an entity possessing near-stellar levels of power. However, while the intelligent machines ceased their assault out of reason, the high-ranking officials of the Vizanian military appeared to be rendered speechless by this unimaginable display of force. The expeditionary forces remained unaware that the thousands of warships, instantaneously vaporized by the mysterious legion, were among the Vizanian Empire's proudest ace fleets. Even if the main fleet of the intelligent machines did not exceed 10 times the scale of this ace fleet, it would still be incapable of resisting it. And now, the Empire's glory and pride seemed to dissipate like a mirage. The flagship. The Alliance officer paid no heed to this, instead focusing on the fleet's data matrix, the moment of its appearance. It had swiftly taken control of the databases of both civilizations. This also included the local star network logs from the synchronized stellar torch fleet. The officer rapidly perused the vast amounts of information, his calm demeanor gradually revealing strands of malevolence. The major officer beside him, noticing this, turned to a data analyst and nodded in acknowledgement. Closing the data interface, the officer spoke with indifference. Aside from the 2 civilizations that had assisted Yasabia, all others are to be eradicated in an instant. The ultimate brilliance transformed into an endless array of light spears, completely enveloping the surrounding starry expanse. Countless light spears struck, penetrating hundreds of light-years of the main battlefield in the blink of an eye, leaving neither the intelligent machines' warships nor the Vizanian vessels unscathed, all reduced to flames and debris. The sudden onslaught of the expeditionary forces caught both civilizations off guard. By the time they contemplated resistance, most of their armies had already been annihilated. Esteemed powerful civilization, the core computational power of the Longwa-type intelligent machines can assist. Faced with the utter inability to resist, the intelligent machine core decisively conceded. Beginning to present data in preparation for surrender, the intelligent machine core perceived that, as one of the most formidable forces in this starry realm, the value of surrendering far outweighed that of annihilation. The Alliance officer did not even glance at it, decisively waving his hand to block the intelligent machine's communication. Assistance? A mere advanced intelligent machine civilization. Let alone at the main route front, even a random cannon fodder from the first-level branch front would surpass an advanced crystalline wall civilization. Major Love, the cleansing is your responsibility. Remember, do your utmost to avoid obliterating life-bearing planets. Understood. High-dimensional turbulence emerged, altering certain rules across different crystalline wall worlds, even indirectly impacting the macrocosm. Among these was a stipulation against the destruction of too many planets capable of naturally nurturing life. Otherwise, one would directly face rejection from the world's rules, significantly affecting future expansion and assimilation. If the crystalline wall world were sufficiently powerful, it could even expel the majority of invaders. The sleep chamber opened, and Jiang Xing, rejuvenated, returned to the control area. Upon seeing Jiang Xing, Cairo, who was playing cards with 3 others, exclaimed with delight, "Commander!" Swiftly, Sun Xiaoxue instinctively shoved her cards into her sleeve, then recalled something. Her crystalline face flushed slightly. Sun Nuyen observed his sister with an expression of bemusement. "Ahem, I thought you were still with Dad's fleet." His slightly youthful visage appeared somewhat awkward, but he quickly regained composure, grinning at Jiang Xing. "Commander, now you are a legend among the expeditionary forces." Jiang Xing approached the bar in the leisure area and retrieved a bottle of beverage. "How long have I been asleep, and what is this legend you speak of?" Sun Xiaoxue's face brimmed with admiration. 35 main warships of advanced crystalline wall civilization standards. Given the disparity in civilization levels, the majority of E-class fleets, even if fully manned with 100 vessels, would achieve at best a mutual destruction against 35 main warships of advanced civilization. In terms of firepower and defensive capabilities, the panel data was entirely inferior, yet they managed to annihilate the enemy with just 12 E-class warships. This is not just legendary, it is simply extraordinary. Sun Xiaoshua's eyes sparkled with adoration, her words tumbling out in excitement. Humph, this achievement surpasses my father's constant boasting of back in the day. I must find a way to brag about it to him, that his daughter has discovered a fleet even mightier than his, and make him stop using back in the day to lecture me. Sun Xiaoshua beamed with pride, her little tuft of hair bobbing playfully. The gentlemen present involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. Truly, a master of stirring the pot. Jiang Xing's expression stiffened momentarily, and he mentally assessed Sun Xiaoshua's father's rank before quickly changing the subject. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. How long have I actually slept? About 5 stellar days, Commander, replied Wang Lin, who rarely spoke. Jiang Xing expressed his gratitude and moved toward the main control area. That moment, the planet Bylin had undergone a dramatic transformation. The previously chaotic debris orbiting it had vanished entirely. In its place stood newly constructed orbital defense modules, with millions of engineering machines roaming the outer orbit, filling in for other defensive mechanisms. The surface of the planet was a bustling hive of engineering machinery, flowing like rivers as they cleared away the remnants of destruction. Over 200 million surviving compatriots had already been relocated to several ecological vessels, each about 100 kilometers long, in preparation for transport to the nearest governing star of Yasabia. What happened to the deceased compatriots? Jiang Xing gazed pensively at the pale blue planet below. Commander, the Alliance has placed all recoverable remains of our compatriots into receptacles and utilized meme tracing technology to locate their relatives. As for the receptacles without kin, according to the plan, the Alliance will convert the mother star of the Vizanian Empire into a cemetery planet and construct a memorial monument using materials from the intelligent machine core to honor and mourn the departed compatriots. Sun Nuyan stated, expressing a seemingly light-hearted sentiment about a matter that would be perceived as terrifying by outsiders. Jiang Xing smiled, for he could sense the despairing spiritual energy surrounding the planet gradually dissipating. In its stead arose strands imbued with regret and blessings. Through the golden human template, Jiang Xing realized this was the wish and recognition of the Yasabian human civilization's will. He pondered whether the historical imprint or witnessing template could be applied to the Alliance. Compared to the Alliance, which had upheld the glory of humanity for countless ages, the elegy of death and vengeance might be more fitting for the latter. Mourning the deaths of compatriots, raising the sword of revenge against the heretics. Through endless epochs, the unwavering belief in human glory had remained unchanged. Acquired 500 true numbers, a sudden rush of excitement surged within Jiang Xing. 500 true numbers. Why? Furrowing his brow, he meticulously recalled. Ultimately focusing on the recognition and gratitude from the Yasabian civilization. Was it derived from the acknowledgement of the macro-collective will? Uncertain, he resolved to revisit this matter to confirm. Commander, the expeditionary forces have received information. Sun Nuyan's voice interrupted Jiang Xing's contemplation. He immediately turned to the main screen. His eyes widened in disbelief. He instinctively questioned whether he was mistaken. Is this something a novice commander like me can accept? Esteemed Commander Jiang Xing, in gratitude for your contributions to the Yasabian compatriots, the Alliance wishes to invite you to the capital star of Yasabia to witness the moment another compatriot returns to the Alliance. We believe you deserve this honor. Numerous arrangements have been made. We only await the arrival of the witness. The Yasabian Republic has also expressed that this is their honor. No, this is my honor. Jiang Xing took a deep breath, gazing at the equally excited crowd behind him. Let us set forth immediately. Yes. Chapter 18. Departing the world. The capital star of Yasabia, unlike the extensive transformation of Bylin, retained a relatively pristine ecological landscape. Aside from the vast urban clusters in the northern region, the remaining 90% of the area was occupied by countless natural wonders. The high-altitude stratosphere held only a few floating island cities. Drifting slowly along their designated orbits, the star shuttle descended gently as Jiang Xing and his companions entered the Grand Hall, already adorned for the occasion. With hearts filled with excitement and anticipation, they proceeded under the guidance of Alliance officials. The signing of the agreement for the integration into the Alliance's jurisdiction and protection had yet to commence, and numerous Yasabian officials were gathered, engaged in conversation. Occasionally, they glanced toward the figures at the front, their eyes filled with reverence and pride. As the grand doors swung open once more, Jiang Xing's presence elicited immediate recognition. "Greetings, Lord Jiang Xing. I am Parrot, the chief of Yasabiat. We have already heard from Commander Rod regarding your matters, and we are truly grateful." An elderly man stepped forward, his eyes brimming with gratitude. It was not merely about saving the last 200 million survivors of Biluan Star. It was also about the alliance it brought forth. Had it not been for Jiang Xing discovering this place, it is likely that Yasobia would have perished under the devastation of the two great civilizations in the near future. Not to mention that, unlike now, they not only survived but that the entire the entire Yasobia world would become their dominion. Jiang Xing smiled. "It is what one should do as a compatriot. And I must admit, I have arrived a bit late." The chief sighed. "Not too late. Unexpected events constantly unfold in the starry skies, many situations we cannot foresee ourselves." The sudden all-out attack by the intelligent machinery civilization was something they had not anticipated. Even before the assault erupted, the nearest intelligent fleet was still thousands of light-years away. After chatting for a while, Jiang Xing walked towards the platform ahead. The most imposing middle-aged officer among them laughed heartily and patted Jiang Xing's shoulder. "Commander Jiang Xing, ha ha ha, we have heard about your achievements. 12 E-class battleships annihilating 35 advanced intelligent warships. I must say, it is the first time I have witnessed such a feat by a new commander." "Excellent, excellent." Feeling the tingling sensation in his shoulder, Jiang Xing smiled wryly. "Commander Rod, you flatter me. It was merely the result of leveraging my innate talent. No, the granting of psychic talent has nothing to do with luck. All right, old Rod, the signing ceremony is about to commence. Let us take our seats." Noticing Rod's intent to continue the conversation, an officer beside them promptly intervened. Rod could only click his tongue and follow the crowd into the venue. The psychic commanders are a separate military unit, akin to special operations forces, possessing a high degree of autonomy. Strictly speaking, they do not belong to the fixed structure of the Alliance military. Therefore, as officers of various legions, they can recruit commanders for secondary assignments, allowing them to become military commanders in every sense. While military commanders lose a large amount of their autonomy, they also receive substantial benefits. Most of the psychic warships will be fully covered by the military. Along with numerous psychic resources and allocations of elite personnel, Rod held high hopes for Jiang Xing, but it seemed evident that Jiang Xing had little interest in becoming a military commander. Upon entering the venue, they gathered around a round table in the center. After exchanging brief pleasantries, they took their seats. Surrounding them were hundreds of media representatives and officials, capturing the moment incessantly. After a few cordial exchanges, they delved into the main topic, as the two parties began to provide a general explanation of the agreement, of course, meant for the media and the public eye. In reality, negotiations between Yasobia and the expeditionary forces had been completed a day prior. Jiang Xing felt somewhat restless at this moment. Among the 8 individuals at the round table, apart from himself, the least distinguished was the chairman of the Yasobian Military Committee. On the Alliance's side, there were 3 captains and a major in the expeditionary forces rank structure. Even a captain commands thousands of conventional warships. As for Rod, the major, he could command the Star Sea Hunting Star and its accompanying tens of thousands of warships, including numerous mechanical vessels concealed within the War Star. It was sufficient to effortlessly crush several advanced crystal wall civilizations. Only he seemed to lack any notable status. The rank of commander is independently categorized, and one must at least achieve a commendation level to be considered part of the officer system. By rank comparison, a commendation level should correspond to a captain. "Commander Jiang Xing, please take a look at the agreement." Jiang Xing immediately regained his focus and solemnly accepted the specially crafted physical agreement from Rod's hands. He carefully read through it and nodded to indicate there were no issues. After successfully signing, Rod stood and extended his hand. "Welcome to the family of the Alliance, dear compatriots. From now on, there will be no existence that poses a threat to you. All dangers will be kept at bay by the expeditionary forces. Far beyond the endless light years, rest assured and develop in peace." Perlit, visibly excited, grasped Rod's hand. The phrase "rest assured and develop" was so distant for interstellar civilizations, without a trustworthy guardian or the strength to dominate the world. Peaceful development could only exist in dreams. More often, They struggled valiantly amidst conflict and war. Many research-oriented civilizations possessed the qualifications to ascend to higher levels, only to perish due to their inability to manage and construct militarily. Even those who survived were often forced to change their developmental direction, exhausting their potential. Golden Human Template Stage 2 Progress 5. Jiang Xing's attention was immediately drawn to the true numerical panel. So that it, witnessing the glory of humanity, he pondered. The signing ceremony came to an end. Jiang Xing and Sun Nuyen did not leave immediately but chose to linger in the capital star of Yosobia for a few days. After a period of relaxation, they decided to depart. Within the control zone, Jiang Xing carefully placed a shining medal into a display case. The Yosobian Republic medal, gifted to the eternal friends of the Republic. After admiring the empty display case for a moment, Jiang Xing clicked his tongue. Not only this medal, but the expeditionary forces had also gifted him a rare resource warehouse from Wazhenia. Inside were numerous psychic resources and sentient items, including ancient artifacts that witnessed the rise and fall of the Wazhenia Empire. These were of immense value to Jiang Xing, ready to depart. The familiar sensation of spatial distortion enveloped him. Unlike his arrival, this time, the departure was managed by the extended path of the expeditionary route. Second Crystal Wall World Development Complete Scoring based on performance. Exploration of unknown Crystal Wall World Weighted Completion. Free development. Rescuing 200 million compatriots. Single-handedly battling advanced Crystal Wall civilization warships. Leading the expeditionary forces to discover this world, indirectly causing the downfall of 2 advanced Crystal Wall civilizations. Impact on development. 3.45. Final evaluation, weighted exploration of unknown perfect, awarded medal, perfect trialist 1, no effect, current medals held, perfect trialist 2, development reward, alliance reward currently settling, expedition reward, rescue compatriots currently settling, perfect score. Before Jiang Xing could revel in his joy, Sun Xiaoshui's cheers reached him. Unlike the commanders, the scoring for crew members of the Psychic Fleet is calculated based on 2 aspects: the overall score of the commander and the individual score. With a weight ratio of 4/6, the 3 of them, as mid-level psychics, rescued over 200 million people, and even with the fleet's assistance, their individual scores reached excellence. Coupled with the commander's perfect score and the weighted exploration of the unknown, the final scores of the 3 reached perfection. However, compared to the layered weighting that led to perfection for the 3, Jiang Xing achieved perfection simply because the scoring cap was perfect. Chapter 19. A new commander should level up. The expeditionary route, with a hazy sea of psychic mist swirling. Suddenly, the vast psychic mist began to ripple with waves. Hundreds of various psychic warships emerged from within, their luminous aura enveloping the entire fleet along with a somewhat incongruous 12 warships. As this peculiar combination sped away, the psychic mist gradually returned to tranquility. How swift! Jiang Xing marveled as he gazed at the artificial star system now within sight. Opening the communication. Thank you very much for giving us a lift. Ha ha ha, no trouble at all. It is only natural for commanders of the Alliance to assist one another. A hearty laugh echoed back. Subsequently, the hundreds of psychic warships lifted the enhancement from the Star Torch fleet and accelerated once more. Crossing the star system ahead and re-entering their traveling state, Jiang Xing then ordered 5 cruisers to merge into the nearby guiding route, heading towards the star system. Currently, only 5 cruisers were equipped with brain control pilots. The destroyers were purchased primarily to attract fire, hence most were under intelligent control. Otherwise, he would not have so decisively sacrificed destroyers to secure attack opportunities for the cruisers. It must be said that they were indeed effective. Had it not been for the destroyers' sacrificial attacks, the 5 cruisers might have suffered losses. Through identification verification, the psychic warships leisurely followed the fleet into the star system area. Unlike the natural star systems in the Sea of Stars or other crystal wall worlds, the celestial bodies within the expeditionary route star systems were mostly created and relocated by the Alliance. The star system before them, boasting a singular sun, 17 planets, and numerous satellites, was no exception. That sun was a naturally relocated star, though its core had been replaced by a certain mechanism. The 17 planets were even more direct. Apart from the ecological systems and natural landscapes cultivated on their surfaces, their interiors were essentially 17 powerful war star units. Surrounding them were numerous satellite cosmic cities, which were quite normal. Most of them served as trade cities, dock bases, or storage satellites, acting as nearby trade transfer stations and temporary rest areas. Welcome to the Merchilo L97K-3 temporary rest base. Jiang Xing briefly scanned the environment. Compared to the vast expanse of the expeditionary route's initial zone, the Conquest Base Group number 22, it was not even in the same league, however, compared to most capitals of advanced crystal wall civilizations. It was still quite commendable. Finding a starport, he steered into the dock. Just then, the settlement of the development and expedition rewards was nearing completion. Not only Jiang Xing, but Sun Xiaoxue appeared even more excited than he was. A reward for a perfect rating. This is the first time I have received such an accolade. The rewards for individual powers similar to psychics also exist, but they are not as extravagant as for commanders. While Sun Nuyen and others did not express their excitement like Sun Xiaoxue, there was still a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes, especially from Kelyuoda So Far, his deputy talent, although successfully developed, initially only rated around F, rendering him unable to bolster the Star Torch fleet. Exploration rewards, expedition rewards, settlement completed. Exploration rewards, advanced crystal wall world, spirit crystals 1.73 million, military achievements 34.5 thousand, D-Class Spirit Energy Battleship 2, Military Custom Edition, E-Class Destroyer STC Template, remaining production count, 100, Tarsro Light Spear Module 3, C-Class Light Spear Material, Spirit Armor Shield Module 3, C-Class Shield Material, Royal Bone Framework Module 3, C-Class Hull Material, Primitive Spirit Energy Infusion 1, E-Class, M, D-Class Battleships and Destroyers STC Templates. Jiang Xing's eyes lit up. The value of a single D-Class Spirit Energy Battleship hovers around 300,000 Spirit Crystals. This is merely for the standard model. Should it be an advanced or top-tier D-Class battleship, it could easily reach 600,000 Spirit Crystals. The military's custom variants surely cannot be inferior to the top-tier models. Can they? It is a pity that only upon reaching D-Class can these two battleships come into his possession. While the STC template may only pertain to an E-Class destroyer, it is precisely what he currently lacks. As long as he has the requisite materials and spirit energy, he can manufacture it swiftly, with all materials available for purchase in the trade zone and the spirit network. The cost is merely half or even 30% of directly purchasing a warship. The other materials are of little consequence. They are only useful upon reaching C-Class. Jiang Xing opted to use the primitive spirit energy infusion directly. He mobilized his own spirit energy to hasten the absorption of the primitive spirit energy flooding into him, while simultaneously turning his gaze to the expedition rewards. Compared to the fixed templates of the exploration rewards, the items from the expedition rewards are evidently more varied. The tangible items number in the hundreds, most of which are resources for constructing E-Class or D-Class spirit energy vessels. Provided one has the STC templates, a smaller portion consists of spirit energy resources for absorption and enhancement, while the other half pique Jiang Xing's interest. 5 ancient artifacts from certain civilizations, preserved since the feudal era, up to the intermediate crystal wall civilization. The last item is a scale of 500 drone mechs, standing about 4 meters tall, equipped with 6 mechanical arms and 6 blade legs. Among them, 2 are blade arms while 4 are armed with various ranged weapons. It possesses a grotesque appearance, yet an imposing presence. Blood Slaughter 3-type assault mech. Actual combat power equivalent to intermediate. 5. Spirit energy user. It is truly imbued with military essence. Yet it is remarkable that they have taken notice of my collection of ancient artifacts rich in spirit energy. Jiang Xing muttered, paying it little mind. The talent of a spirit energy commander is boundless. There are indeed those who can extract spirit energy from other items for their own use. Once the absorption was complete, Jiang Xing opened his commander interface. Commander, Jiang Xing, Fleet, Star Torch Fleet, Talent, Glorious Pioneer, Spirit Energy, E, Slots, 50, Military Achievements, 41,000, Spirit Crystals, 3. 7 million. Upon seeing the 50 slots, Jiang Xing immediately exited the panel and accessed the Spirit Network. During the E-Class fleet period, there is not much need for elaborate operations. Simply purchasing the 2 types of warship suffices. No need to consider other high-end equipment. After all, in the advanced crystal wall world, one is unlikely to encounter high-dimensional evil gods or spirit energy mean pollutants. Jiang Xing's current objective is simple: level up, rapidly attain the status of D-Class commander, and shed the title of a novice. Novice commanders have limited authority. He cannot even query the names of the missions his parents were executing before their disappearance. He purchased 15 Longstone cruisers and 23 speed-oriented destroyers before closing the Spirit network. His gaze shifted to the 4 individuals behind him. Kailuo has reached F-class deputy officer in Spirit energy strength, but is still unable to assist the fleet. As for Sun Yun and the others, their auras have clearly risen, indicating significant gains. Seeing everyone has made progress, Jiang Xing smiled and said, "How about we go to a nearby planet to unwind for a couple of days?" "Great, great." Sun Xiaoxue immediately perked up. Regardless of whether work is light or heavy, a holiday is always delightful. Observing this, Jiang Xing instructed the dock guards at the starport, then departed with the group towards the nearest planet. The moment Sun Xiaoxue touched the ground, she vanished in a flash, while Sun Yun could only smile apologetically and follow suit. Wang Lin was drawn to a retro arcade as they passed by. In the end, only Kailuo remained trailing behind Jiang Xing. "Feel free to enjoy yourselves. Everything here is free," Jiang Xing remarked. The Great Expedition Route is currently the core project of the Alliance. While the supply of materials may not reach the utopian levels of powerful nations within the territory, it at least ensures an unending supply of basic resources. "No need, Commander," Kailuo replied solemnly, clearly seeing himself as a bodyguard. Jiang Xing could only helplessly continue wandering. After about an hour, the two halted their steps. Chapter 20. 2 Deputy Officers. The Free Recruitment Zone. Gazing at the large sign on the building before him, Jiang Xing swiftly recalled the relevant information from memory. The Free Recruitment Zone, as the name implies, is a region where personnel can be recruited independently, in addition to applying for military dispatches. Commanders can be classified as standard Spirit Energy Commanders or military organizational commanders. Ordinary Spirit Energy users are similarly categorized. Those entering the expedition route as Spirit Energy users can either enlist or accept employment individually or as a team. Naturally, the requirements for such Spirit Energy users to enter the route are significantly stricter than those for enlistment. After all, once enlisted, Spirit Energy users operate as part of a larger unit, ensuring high safety through multifaceted cooperation among various troops. In contrast, external Spirit Energy users entering the route freely primarily engage in small team operations. Even when following a commander, they can only accept recruitment from free commanders, with the ground combat structure largely remaining incomplete. The 3 individuals, Sun Yun and the others, are non-organizational Spirit Energy users. Stepping inside, Jiang Xing observed the scene, reminiscent of a recruitment fair. With great interest, he strolled leisurely with Kailuo. Powerful Spirit Energy users and Spirit Energy teams typically get recruited within hours of their information appearing on the Spirit network. Thus, most present are young Spirit Energy users with decent potential. As for older or lower-tier Spirit Energy users, they generally lack the qualifications to pass the review for entering the expedition route. The Alliance needs to ensure a sufficiently low casualty rate. As he passed by numerous signing rooms, anyone Jiang Xing's gaze swept over would sit up straighter, for no other reason than the brilliance of his personal information page, which bore the glow of 2 perfect trial tags that was simply too eye-catching. Were it not for the Alliance's commendable educational standards, one might suspect that someone would rush over to self-promote. Not only the surrounding Spirit Energy users, but also commanders seeking crew members within would display expressions of astonishment upon seeing Jiang Xing 2 perfect trials. What kind of monster is this? For an E-class fleet to achieve a perfect trial requires standards that even some D-class fleets cannot meet. Perhaps one perfect trial could be attributed to initial weighting, but in reality, strong talent and favorable luck could still yield results. 2 perfect trials essentially indicate that this novice commander stands at the pinnacle of the E-class fleet stage. Amidst the gazes around him, Jiang Xing exhibited no reaction, while Kailuo grew somewhat anxious. After all, the individuals surrounding them, in their home territory, would be treated as dignitaries requiring the reception of the Foreign Affairs Department. Simultaneously, Kailuo felt a sense of pride. His commander also belongs to a noteworthy level among the upper civilizations. After 2 hours, Jiang Xing had meticulously surveyed the majority of the Spirit Energy users in the recruitment zone, yielding no results. These Spirit Energy users suffice as single soldier units or execution teams. Yet what Jiang Xing seeks is not mere individual combat capability. He aims to uncover potential Spirit Energy deputy officers. To say uncover may not be entirely accurate. Many young, ambitious Spirit Energy deputy officers hold standards for commanders as well. A powerful commander would likely not recruit them, leaving the choice to capable novice commanders. Such instances are rare, especially within this unremarkable rest star system. Before long, Jiang Xing found himself deep in thought near a signing room surrounded by numerous novice and distinguished commanders. Could it be the law of probability? Indeed, within the signing room not far away are spirit energy deputy officers, and not just one, but two. The two deputy officers, one male and one female, both possessing silver hair and blue eyes, clearly related by blood. The male deputy officer, with tousled hair and an amiable demeanor, converses with other commanders in a gentle tone, while the female deputy officer, with waist-length hair, sits inside the signing room. Her expression somewhat aloof. Spirit energy users with high talents or special spirit energy abilities possess impeccable appearances. Jiang Xing marveled, then shifted his attention elsewhere. The aura and demeanor of these two radiate an air of nobility, particularly the male deputy officer, who exudes an elegant charm. Are they nobility from a powerful nation within the alliance or members of a significant faction? Jiang Xing pondered, if that is the case. Why would they come here seeking employment? Surely those powerful factions could not be unaware of the perfect trial participants. The existence of 4 perfect trial synthesis titles proves that someone must have acquired them. Jiang Xing never considered himself exceptional. As he stepped closer to the crowd gathered to observe, other commanders instinctively cast glances, immediately spotting the 2 perfect trial tags on his personal page. They exchanged glances, and the mutual understanding prompted them to disperse. With their competitive edge utterly crushed, there was no need to waste time. A single perfect trial may be rare but not unheard of. 2 perfect trials may be uncommon. Yet it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Such a series of flawless trials within such a brief span is truly a rarity for those present. As the crowd dispersed, both aides took note of Jiang Xing. Even the usually bored female aide in the signing room perked up with renewed focus, a perfect trialist, and one who had swiftly achieved 2 victories at that. Greetings, Commander, I am Green Watpuki, and it is a great honor to meet you. Jiang Xing smiled slightly. Jiang Xing, the new commander, Green's expression remained gentle, yet his tone grew more earnest. Let us get straight to the point. Mr. Jiang Xing, you have come to us, and we require but one proof. Ah, I appreciate such straightforwardness, Jiang Xing thought to himself, subsequently presenting the detailed records and contributions from the Vizania world. Victorious against overwhelming odds, annihilating advanced mechanical civilization warships, defeating 200 mid-tier mechanical vessels, and saving 200 million of his kin, possessing the unique talent to disregard certain crystalline barriers and venture into worlds near non-travel routes, along with the acquisition of an entirely new type of cruiser upon becoming a new commander. Without exception, these revelations left the surrounding commanders and onlookers in awe, their eyes stinging from the sheer magnitude of it all. Is this truly possible? Fewer than 20 E-class warships shattering 35 advanced civilization vessels, and still leaving 7 intact. This is utterly absurd. Is this the disparity between individuals? Ignoring the hushed murmurs around him, Green's expression momentarily faltered. Before he scrutinized the battle records with utmost seriousness, it was only after his gaze lingered on the phrase witnessed the Alliance signing a contract with Yesobaya that he raised his head with newfound clarity. Commander Jiang Xing, do you understand what it signifies to witness the Alliance's contract with our kin? Recognition from the high echelons of our civilization? As he quietly contemplated Jiang Xing, Green's demeanor softened once more. It is an honor for both my sister and me to join your fleet. The elegantly poised female aide likewise rose slightly, her previously aloof expression softening. I am Tina Watpuki, as my brother mentioned. It is indeed my honor. Jiang Xing felt somewhat bewildered. While he greatly appreciated their directness, was this not a bit too swift? Could it be that the Watpuki siblings possessed a discernment he did not comprehend? Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. After all, this was a fortuitous development. Welcome, welcome. Would you care to join me in familiarizing yourselves with the fleet? Chapter 21. Endless Pursuit. While conversing with Green, Jiang Xing accessed the True Number Core to examine the talent data of the Watpuki siblings. Green Watpuki. Level. E. Talent. Stellar Leap. Base Effect. Enhances with aids level up. Maximum range of psionic fleet weaponry 10-15. Actual damage 4-6. Active 1. Adds main cannon a stellar state. Maximum range 100-150. Attaches 5-star energy. Penetration. Duration 2 hours. Other effects not yet developed. Tina Watpuki. Level. E. Talent. Starlit Voyage. Base Effect. Enhances with aids level up. Maximum speed of psionic fleet 10. Maximum jump distance 5, jump buffer time -2, active 1, enters stellar cloak state, significantly enhancing fleet concealment effects. Specifics depend on circumstances. Duration, 2 hours. Other effects not yet developed, indeed formidable. Any talent that enhances fleet capabilities through percentage boosts is inherently powerful, not to mention the additional psionic attachment effects. Were it not for the limit on total psionic energy for aids of the same level being far less than that of a commander, it could be assumed that these two siblings would easily rise to the rank of commander. Unfortunately, those who awaken other psionic talents are unable to utilize miracle crystals. Every psionic talent is a recognition and bestowal from their civilization, impervious to human alteration. Nonetheless, even with their aid talents, the siblings could still become top-tier figures. Regardless of whether they serve as psionic commanders or aides, their innate psionic quality far surpasses that of other psionic professions. Speaking of Jiang Xing, despite not showcasing any individual combat prowess, if he were to fully unleash his psionic abilities, even his most rudimentary telekinetic force could effortlessly crush mid-tier psionic users, let alone in the later stages. As the psionic fleet would relay strength back to the commander and long-serving crew members. Furthermore, aides at a certain stage could even become branch commanders of the psionic fleet's subsidiary fleets. In addition to enjoying part of the commander's talent enhancements, aides can also apply psionic attachments to the subordinate fleets. The specific details remain unknown for now. This indeed indicates that aides with sufficient capabilities can surpass most mid to low-tier commanders if they align themselves with the right commander. The two continued their lighthearted banter as they returned to the dock, with Tina and Kalo silently trailing alongside them. Upon arriving at the dock, the STC templates and corresponding core ship materials had just been delivered. Jiang Xing casually stowed the items into a cruiser while glancing at the destroyer template rewarded by the Alliance. IT was not focused on speed or defense, but instead balanced in all aspects. This did not meet Jiang Xing's requirements. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to list it for sale on the Spirit Network. An E-class destroyer would only serve as bait to draw fire. Not needing to be of such high specifications, it would be better exchanged for spirit crystals. Once he became a D-class commander, he would immediately use the accumulated spirit crystals to arm himself, maximizing his combat potential. After a brief familiarization with the layout of the cruiser, Green and Tina proceeded to the leisure area, where they began a communication with someone. Midway through their conversation, Green suddenly approached the display case. Snapping a photo of the Yeso biometal, after seemingly receiving a satisfactory response, he closed the communication with a content expression. Presumably, he was seeking input from home. Jiang Xing guessed, casually retrieving a bottle of beverage. This drink, reminiscent of a euphoric elixir, was a specialty from the Cloud Star Federation's homeland. He had ordered a substantial quantity online before departing. The Watpuki siblings went to the living quarters to organize their daily necessities. Seeing that he still had time, Jiang Xing sat before the main control screen and accessed the true number core. Currently, he was not entirely certain of the true source of the number and could not yet misuse the extraction function. However, spending a portion to create the witness templates was entirely worthwhile. Would you like to consume 200 true numbers to create a new phase template? Does this mean true numbers can directly elevate the template's phase? Jiang Xing caught onto the key phrase. To elevate the golden human template to phase 2, 2,000 true numbers are required. The true number core did not respond directly, but displayed the consumption needed for the elevation of the golden human template. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Xing sighed, confirmed the creation of a new phase template. Endless Pursuit, Phase 1, Premium Template, Template Passive, Main Clan Concept enhances natural affinity and trust among the same civilization, allowing non-alliance kin to instantly recognize the equipment wearer and their personnel as belonging to a higher clan. Other effects. Unlocked after Phase 2. Endless Vengeance, Boundless Pursuit, with alien embers, shining brilliance. Glancing over the panel. As expected, the passive effect of the witness template did not directly enhance fleet strength. Instead, it augmented the fleet from certain long-term perspectives. Jiang Xing already had a general idea of how to utilize it. As for the final statement, did it refer to the eradication of the heretical and alien threats to human civilization, thereby enhancing the template phase? Or did it specifically concern those who had inflicted harm upon human civilization? Jiang Xing leaned towards the former. After all, delayed vengeance is not considered glory. The expeditionary forces shared this sentiment as well. Only by repelling enemies beyond their kin and expanding their territories, allowing countless alien races to revere the Alliance. Could true glory be achieved, he hoped such a day would indeed come. According to the Alliance's data, prior to the arrival of high-dimensional turbulence, certain regions of the universe already housed alien races capable of rivaling the Alliance at the time. If the Alliance could endure, there was no reason those powerful alien races could not. Loading the template. Loading complete. Notice. The current template slot capacity has reached its limit. Consume 5,000 true numbers to unlock the third template slot. Why is there a capacity limit? Source of true numbers, not produced or granted by the true number core, but processed through conversion. Loading agreement. The true number core constantly grants all permissions and functions to the loader. The true number core remained as unyielding as ever, yet its explanation enlightened Jiang Xing the functionalities of the true number core indeed had no limitations on him. However, the consumption required to utilize these functions had to be borne by himself. This included the capability to load templates. Processed through what? Jiang Xing instinctively recalled some malevolent entities from the past he had encountered. Such things were known to be perilous. Woo, we're back. Sun Xiaoxue cheered as she stepped into the control area. Two pairs of blue eyes turned toward her in unison, causing Sun Xiaoxue to momentarily freeze. Exiting the control area, she scrutinized the layout of the corridor. It was indeed the psionic warship of the commander. A sudden idea struck her, and she exclaimed in delight. Are you also crew members recruited by the commander? Tina slightly nodded, while Green replied with a smile. Indeed, beautiful miss, we are newly recruited crew members of the commander. It is an honor to work alongside you all. Sun Nuyen and Wang Lin happened to arrive, having overheard Green's words. Yes, we are equally honored, Sun Nuyen casually remarked, though internally, she was pondering. Stellar characteristics, aids of the Watpuki family. No wonder they are renowned for their high-potential aid specialties. The first aids encountered on the expedition route are them. The Luo Xing Sun family, having not sensed elemental pathways, they likely had not undergone a second awakening yet. Green silently mused. The commander's connections are quite impressive, too, at that moment. Jiang Xing emerged from the entertainment area. Welcome back. Since that is the case, let us prepare briefly before setting off. It has been nearly a month since the initial exploratory trials, and the tasks from the expeditionary forces should be forthcoming soon. Indeed. Regardless of the freedom granted to the commander, they remain part of the military unit of the expeditionary forces, necessitating the completion of certain military task objectives. If a task is issued while exploring a world, it will be directly considered as fulfilled. The E-class fleet undertakes missions approximately once a month, totaling 10 per year, with allowance for 2 task withdrawals. Certainly, the tasks assigned by the expeditionary forces are not overly challenging and generally align with the capabilities of the executors. Upon reaching the B-class fleet, mandatory tasks will be rescinded, granting complete freedom of action. Half an hour later, the dry dock's short-range spatial gate open Point 20 Longstone cruisers led the way out of the rest base, followed closely by 30 destroyers. In the next moment, 50 digitized E-class warships, without any preliminary warming, instantly accelerated to their maximum speed, engaging dark space navigation mode and vanishing from the base's security radar range. Chapter 22. The Cleansing Mission of the Pastoral World on the Vast Expeditionary Route. Colossal psionic warships interconnected, with the Star Torch fleet advancing at remarkable speed. Expeditionary task. Cleanse the primary pastoral world. Details. To ensure the sustainability of certain resources and psionic materials, the Alliance constructs numerous pastoral worlds for the breeding of various unique cosmic beasts. Devoid of subjective consciousness yet possessing vast chaotic psychic power, their bones and bodies are rich in pure psionic energy. The Alliance's pastoral worlds possess relatively complete star beast ecosystems, and regular fleets are dispatched for harvesting at intervals, thus occasionally leading to ecological imbalances during non-harvest periods, resulting in overpopulation of certain star beasts. Please clear the star beast hordes within the task directive area. Location. Reward. 100,000 psionic crystals. With materials from slain star beasts under the commander's discretion. The military task has been issued. Let me take a look. Cleansing the pastoral world. Jiang Xing opened the task information, and the title left him somewhat perplexed. It was not until he read the detailed content that he realized the implications. Killing specific star beast groups, with the materials afterward belonging to him. What a lucrative task, Sun Nuyen cautioned. Any entity referred to as a star beast is exceedingly dangerous. Even those at the base of the food chain possess the strength of a low-level civilization's capital ship. Star beasts imbued with psionic energy are even more formidable among their rank. So please exercise caution, Commander. Jiang Xing smiled. There's no need for concern. I shall be vigilant. The digitization will augment the fleet's actual combat power by several times compared to their displayed statistics. And the tasks from the expeditionary forces are merely slightly more challenging than the executor's displayed strength. Therefore, he felt no apprehension. He accepted the task. The spiritual network transmitted directly. After a few minutes of spatial distortion, the Star Torch fleet materialized in a remarkably extravagant star system. Yellow and green energy clouds swirled everywhere, resembling colorful bubbles gently undulating, in the distance. A few vividly colored planets and a faint orange star at the center of the system could be discerned. The entire star system appeared like an oil painting, surreal and bizarre. The regions inhabited by star beasts typically accumulate vast cosmic energy, used to enhance their nurturing environments. Moreover, the Alliance had actively injected considerable cosmic energy into this primary pastoral world for star beast cultivation, resulting in the wondrous scenery before them. After grasping the situation, Jiang Xing lost interest. The radar matrix indicated that there were currently no star beasts in this star system. More precisely, there were no living star beasts. Observing the thousands of carcasses of kilometer-sized beasts resembling tardigrades with fish heads on the planetary surface, Jiang Xing contemplated. This exemplifies the ecological imbalance among star beasts. Green analyzed. The energy cores and flesh around the waist have been devoured. Based on the radar-determined corpse temperatures, the perpetrator should not be far off. In tasks within the Alliance's controlled regions, the spiritual network typically teleports executors close to the task area. Activating psionic vision, everyone immediately spotted numerous thin yet conspicuous crimson auras extending outward from the star system. The radar matrix also detected something. Within a maximum radar range of 5 light-years, hundreds of high-energy reactions appeared, with over half the reaction sources already exiting radar coverage. The strongest were E-class psionic reactions, while the rest were predominantly F-class. Confirming the reaction sources levels, the Star Torch fleet promptly entered jump status. Racing towards the target, in the desolate starry sky, over 300 gigantic creatures resembling sunfish drifted forward at a leisurely pace. Their tooth-filled mouths were slightly ajar, and dozens of compound eyes vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Their bodies exuding a faint biological field. The leading behemoth reached a staggering length of 2,000 meters, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A cloaked observation ship, trailing the star beast herd, quietly maintained its distance. Dozens of figures clad in white coats or military uniforms hurriedly recorded or observed the status of the massive creatures. We cannot draw any closer. If the ash-gray beasts detect us, the observation ship will find it difficult to escape. Seeing that the observation ship was gradually closing in on the herd, an officer immediately intervened. The scientist in white, sweating profusely, paused for a few seconds, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the instruments. The energy response of the ash-gray beast king has risen to the level of our civilization's core mothership, and if they continue forward, within a maximum of 3 star days, the ash-gray beast herd will enter the nearest governing star system. The scientist's voice trembled. The officer exclaimed in shock. The level of a core mothership? Just 4 days ago, it was still at the flagship level. The core mothership represents the most potent weapon of their civilization, possessing the power to effortlessly obliterate all traces of civilization on a planet's surface. The ash-gray beast king before them is significantly smaller than the mothership, which allows for a terrifying prediction of its mobility. Should it lead the herd into civilized territory, it would spell catastrophe. The officer decisively ordered, "Notify the interstellar military to assemble the fleet and fortify the route, doing everything possible to alter the direction of the ash-gray beast herd." Isn't the High Command in contact with the Lord Civilization with whom they signed a contract a century ago? Even if the Lord Civilization receives the message and hastens over, who can guarantee timely arrival? We must prepare for every contingency. This will be the most perilous situation our civilization has faced since its advent into interstellar space. The officer addressed the crowd with a grave expression and unwavering tone. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, he nodded in satisfaction, noting that you all know. "Sir, look behind." The officer's expression froze, instinctively turning to glance behind him. Upon doing so, he was instantly taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. The ash-gray beast herd, which had been so relaxed moments ago, was now thrown into utter chaos. Dozens of beautiful yet lethal beams of light surged from afar, detonating energy shockwaves among the beasts. The Star Torch fleet, enhanced by Green's talents, unleashed main gun beams that traversed millions of kilometers, swiftly piercing through the majority of the ash-gray beasts. The biological fields, akin to shields, offered no defense against the divine retribution-like beams. Many ash-gray beasts were torn apart and had their vital organs penetrated before they even reacted. In less than 2 minutes, the entire ash-gray beast herd was reduced to the Beast King and 3 E-class ash-gray beasts, all of whom were frantically fleeing. The biological field enveloping their bodies was on the verge of collapse after several assaults. As the final dozen beams surged forth, all 4 ash-gray beasts, including the Beast King, met their demise, with much of their bodies turning to ash and dissipating. Only then did dozens of gleaming warships come into view of the observation ship. This was likely just a small fraction of such star beasts. Those that had been hunted were beyond their capacity to capture. Tina, unusually speaking up, with waist-length silver hair, gracefully approached Jiang Xing. MY's sister was an aficionado of star beasts in her childhood and possessed extensive knowledge about them. Back then, she dreamed of becoming a star beast scholar. Cough cough. I concur with my sister's opinion. With a smile, Green sensed a chilling gaze and promptly shifted the subject. What about that warship? In Sun Xiaoshua's psionic vision, the cloaked observation ship was exceedingly conspicuous. The life forces of hundreds of individuals stood out in the silent cosmos like flames. Jiang Xing glanced over, and information about this primary pastoral world quickly surfaced in his mind. Primary human civilization, West Bin United, which had just ascended from planetary civilization 200 years ago, currently in its early developmental stages. The native civilization of the pastoral world is now one of the supervisory civilizations overseeing the pastoral area, responsible for regular reports on the status of the star beasts. After some contemplation, Jiang Xing decided to inquire about the recent conditions regarding the star beasts. The intelligence function requires the expenditure of true numbers. I will refrain from using it for now. The observation ship's crew remained in a daze. The main screen suddenly illuminated. Jiang Xing's figure appeared prominently, and the crew instinctively turned to gaze, immediately feeling a surge of sacred reverence rising from their hearts, a respect unimpeded even through the screen. The esteemed Lord's civilization. Simultaneously, everyone became aware of the mysterious fleet's origins. Chapter 23. D-Class Star Beasts. The true kings of the herd Lord's civilization. We profoundly appreciate the assistance of Lord's civilization. The West Bin United shall forever remember the aid of your esteemed figures. After a brief silence, the officer quickly responded with ABOW.IT truly is the Lord's civilization. Just 2 days ago, the government contacted the Lord's civilization, and to think their efficiency is so remarkable. To dispatch a fleet to address the situation within 2 days, even across the barriers of worlds, is incomparably superior to certain departments of the United Nations. Jiang Xing nodded and subsequently inquired. Besides the Star Beast group just now, what other anomalies has your country detected in the monitored areas? The officers were momentarily taken aback, then began to ponder intently. Anomalies. One of the scientists in white suddenly raised his head. Not long ago, more than a dozen gray beasts inexplicably strayed from their ranks. Their whereabouts unknown. Typically, these creatures move in groups of at least several dozen, rarely separating. I still recall the direction they departed. I shall now present the pertinent records to you, esteemed gentlemen. As he spoke, the man in the white coat discerned Jiang Xing's intentions and proactively transmitted a piece of information. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Xing succinctly noted its contents. Thank you, we will handle the gray beasts. No need for concern. Much appreciated. The officer was just about to speak when, from a distance, dozens of energy warships vanished from sight. The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Fixating on the remnants of the gray beasts not far away, the officer's thoughts were tumultuous. The last time the Alliance descended, he was merely a child, having never witnessed their formidable might. He could only glean a vague sense of their military power from the stern education and warnings of the United Nations. How strong exactly, the officer could not ascertain. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had perhaps been too naive. Even before making an appearance, the overwhelming firepower had utterly annihilated the gray beasts, which the United Nations had to exert every effort to contend with. As if tearing through thin paper, The visceral destruction was far more shocking to him than any so-called technical analysis. He fervently hoped that one day the United Nations might possess such strength. The officer murmured. Following the information, the Star Torch fleet jumped a considerable distance, and Jiang Xing and his companions once again detected numerous traces of energy. Although faint, they remained evident to the local energy net. Indeed, it was as suspected. That group of gray beasts was merely a small fraction. The true bulk of their forces lay elsewhere. A smile spread across Jiang Xing's face. Unquestionably, this group of gray beasts was the ultimate target of his current mission. As time passed, the energy signatures became increasingly pronounced, leading the Star Torch fleet to arrive before a resplendent star system. 2 central stars, one blue and one azure, orbited each other, causing the surrounding visible energy to swirl like Tai Chi. Over a dozen planets of varying sizes rotated slowly, forming colorful energy rings around them. Multicolored energy clusters transformed into a sea of luminous clouds, permeating this star system. On one of the planets, intense life signals expanded continuously. Jiang Xing gazed at the vast star system, pondering for a moment before turning to Tina. Noticing his gaze, she gave a slight nod, and then a mysterious, subtle wave of energy surged, adhering to the surface of the fleet. Simultaneously, the optical cloaking module activated. It was no wonder Jiang Xing was cautious. The strength of star beasts varies according to the size of the cosmic ecosystem. Originally, this region was a primary crystal wall world, with a diameter of hundreds of light-years, and after the Alliance's transformation and infusion of cosmic energy, its local environment surpassed that of many intermediate crystal wall worlds. Star beasts born from ecological imbalance are typically not weak. In a primary ranch world, D-grade star beasts may emerge under conditions of regional ecological imbalance. Observing the puzzled expressions on Kilo and Sun Xiaoxue, Jiang Xing explained that at the same time, he connected through energy to instruct the cruiser's brain-controlled pilot to advance slowly. Meanwhile, the 30 destroyers, under Jiang Xing's direct control, split into 3 formations, approaching the distant star system at high speed from different directions. Each of the 3 formations included a destroyer equipped with particle disintegration bombs. Ever since the initial expansion, Jiang Xing had purchased a few at a base for emergencies. The time had come to use them. Should a D-grade star beast or a significant number of E-grade star beasts appear, the particle disintegration bombs would be deployed in a suicide attack. If the number of E-grade star beasts fell within the Star Torch fleet's capacity, they would launch a full frontal assault to obtain materials. The advanced battleship from the intelligent machinery civilization Jiang Xing had previously dealt with had an overall strength roughly equivalent to E-grade. Theoretically, as long as the number of E-grade star beasts did not exceed 100, the current Star Torch fleet would be sufficient to handle them. The solidification of status brought about by data analysis was enough to render most enemies powerless. The 3 formations successfully entered the star system's domain, with the first formation darting towards the planet abundant with life signals. The other 2 dispersed, gradually surveying the remaining planets and surrounding energy rings. Tina's proactive talent was remarkably effective. Even when 10 destroyers passed within hundreds of kilometers of an E-grade star beast, the latter remained oblivious. They smoothly entered the stratosphere, where the destroyers meticulously scanned the lava and volcanic-laden surface. Approximately an hour later, data returned to the cruiser where Jiang Xing was located. Total star beasts, 1233, excluding those in the starry sky of the star system, E75, E132, E-96, D-1 indeed. A beast king exists. Jiang Xing's expression grew somber. Even though a D-grade star beast only matched a single D-grade energy ship, it would still not be a target that a normal E-grade fleet could handle. As for D-grade, setting aside the quantity of energy, the energy intensity afforded nearly 99 damage reduction and suppression against special attacks, rendering all E-grade energy fleets powerless, including the Star Torch fleet itself. In truth, even without the D-grade Beast King, the rest of the Beast Horde would normally require 2 fully staffed E-grade fleets to be dealt with successfully. This left Jiang Xing and the crew puzzled. The expeditionary forces typically issued mission objectives that were a tier above their panel combat power. What they faced now was far beyond what the Star Torch fleet could manage. Now the pressing question arose. Would the particle disintegration bombs be effective against the D-grade Beast King? The particle disintegration field was indeed powerful, immensely so. Merely using material to resist it, even the most advanced armor of high-level crystal wall civilizations would be disintegrated in an instant. However, This time they faced degrade star beasts endowed with energy. Energy naturally possesses high resistance against non-energy attacks. Otherwise, energy commanders would not be a strategic profession within the Alliance. A scene emerged. The Crimson Earth, with countless craggy mountains undulating. Hundreds of kilometer-long giants hovered over numerous volcanic craters, including some towering over 2,000 or even 3,000 meters. Perhaps in the vastness of space, they would seem inconsequential. Yet upon landing on the planet's surface, their terrifying size brought an immensely direct impact. Among them, the largest, lying within a valley formed by a chain of volcanoes, was a creature no smaller than the volcano itself. The data revealed a height of 5,700 meters, radiating an immensely powerful biological field, the weapon controller reported. Simultaneously, the main cannons of 20 cruisers calibrated to target the colossal beast from several light days away. The other 2 destroyers, equipped with disintegration bombs, simultaneously broke from their formations and accelerated towards the planet. Energy was indeed powerful and versatile. However, this group of star beasts only possessed energy organs, unlike energy warships, which fused their material properties with energy upon attachment. Their resistance against conventional attacks would not reach the exaggerated levels of energy ships. Their essence remained half energy and half carbon-based species. Existing data indicated that as long as the biological field of degrade star beasts did not exceed 50 energy attachment, the success rate of the particle bombs stood at approximately 70%. Ultimately, after deep contemplation, Jiang Xing issued the order. He simultaneously activated 3 particle disintegration bombs, while the 20 cruisers prepared to concentrate their fire. Chapter 24. What a grand task I have! The Gray Beast King, nestled among the seething volcanic clusters, unconsciously swayed its numerous tendrils. Hundreds of crimson eyes occasionally opened to observe its surroundings. The formidable biological field constantly emitted powerful energy fluctuations. Warning all approaching foes, however, the Beast King displayed little vigilance. In its hazy consciousness, it had yet to encounter any truly troublesome adversaries since its birth. Even those few that managed to breach the blockade posed no threat to it. It was the apex of the food chain in this world. Suddenly, the fleeting glimmer caught the corner of its eye just as it was about to close. The Gray Beast King immediately opened all its eyes in unison, fixating on the light. The next moment, 3 silver warships, each a kilometer long, appeared within its view. Before it could unleash a roar of warning, the surrounding space instantaneously fell into profound silence. Boom! The overlapping waves of particle disintegration, spanning hundreds of kilometers, rapidly expanded. The blinding radiance nearly illuminated a significant portion of the planet, expanding to over 1,000 kilometers as the triple disintegration waves consumed everything in their path. In addition to the Gray Beast King, over 100 other gray beasts were affected, including more than 20 E-grade beasts. The particle disintegration waves arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the moment before collapse and dissipation, dozens of beams resembling divine punishment rained down from the heavens. They penetrated the now-vanished volcanic clusters, unleashing extreme energy destruction that surged with kilometer-high flames. The condensed and distorted shockwaves made the ground heave as if it were a tumultuous sea. It created a visual impact no less than that of 3 particle bombs. Lava rivers erupted violently, and numerous volcanoes on the planet continuously spewed forth. The entire planet seemed activated. Over 1,000 gray beasts were thoroughly roused, their furious roars echoing. Yet just as they were about to break free from the planet's gravitational pull in search of their assailants, hundreds of secondary cannon beams pierced the sky, targeting the vast area where many gray beasts resided. Nuclear explosion-like energy flames erupted across the ground, leaving behind terrifying impact craters thousands of meters deep. Indeed, the devastation of the warships could be maximized through glass-like combustion. Jiang Xing marveled at the sight. Suddenly, his heart tightened. Warning, high-level energy response detected. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Xing commanded the 20 cruisers to disperse at an irrational speed. In an instant, robust energy vortices surged past the location of the fleet. The energy aura contained within made his heart race. All that remained was a vast, unfathomable pit, shrouded in clouds of dust. Within it, a massive figure, several kilometers in size, emitted a thunderous roar, briefly leaping away from the planet and charging directly towards the cruiser formation. Clearly, Even at several light days' distance, the energy warships, bereft of Tina's cloaking enhancement, could not evade the perception of a D-grade star beast. The jump organs activated, and the gray beast king vanished from its spot. Inside Jiang Xing's heart, alarm bells rang furiously. Under the influence of data-driven operations, numerous warships dispersed at maximum speed. A silent shockwave spread, and the Ashen Beast King emerged from the chaos, its hundreds of eyes fixated intently on the 20 warships. A palpable aura of brutality emanating from it was only then that Jiang Xing realized the Ashen Beast King was in a dire state. Its biological field was so dim it seemed on the verge of dissipating, and its heavily cracked carapace was a testament to its condition. Even if Jiang Xing and his companions refrained from attacking, the biological field would completely vanish in a matter of hours. Did it truly believe it could swiftly eliminate them in such a weakened state? Jiang Xing scoffed coldly, then commanded both the main and secondary cannons to fire in unison, a barrage of concentrated beams relentlessly bombarding the Ashen Beast King. The creature's special crimson eyes flared with intensity. In response, energy whirlwinds infused with strands of D-grade psychic energy rapidly converged, sweeping towards the surrounding Longshire-class cruisers. Faced with these formidable assaults, Jiang Xing calmly maneuvered the warship, skillfully evading the attacks. Its agility was so astonishing that it surpassed even that of the semi-energetic Ashen Beasts. The surviving 500 Ashen Beasts, momentarily stunned by the bombardment, realized their king was engaged in battle and immediately prepared to regroup. However, they were hindered by the 27 E-class destroyers that effectively intercepted them, preventing their support for the Beast King. The sustained combat power afforded by data-driven operations meant that these 27 destroyers could fend off the pack of star beasts for a considerable time. The ship's cannons roared, dazzling beams scattering across the star system, skimming past the cruisers. Violent explosions and thunderous sounds surged across the surfaces of various planets. As time passed, it became evident that the Ashen Beast King could not endure for long. Even the damaged biological field containing D-grade psychic energy was nearing its limit, on the brink of collapse. After enduring 30 to 40 strikes from the main cannon, the Ashen Beast King, seeing its enemy still vibrant and realizing its biological field was about to dissipate, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Jiang Xing, alarmed by the cruiser that had inadvertently absorbed an attack from the Beast King, which had reduced its shield value by 85, immediately took note of the Beast King's actions. It was about time. Suddenly, a cruiser surged forward at alarming speed, unleashing a barrage of dozens of cannons upon the Beast King. Faced with attacks that posed no real threat, merely creating light pollution, the Ashen Beast King did not attempt to evade, casually launching its own assaults to repel the cruiser. Meanwhile, it sought a route for retreat. The Ashen Beast King failed to realize that, at the moment it vanished from close proximity to the cruiser, a 5-meter diameter mechanical sphere was left in its place. The mechanism activated, and just as the Beast King sensed a terrifyingly familiar wave of energy, it was engulfed in a vast silver shroud. The horrifying particle disintegration wave swiftly consumed the starry expanse surrounding the Beast King. The final particle disintegration projectile, could it truly fail to eliminate the Beast King, whose biological field had already fragmented? Jiang Xing's voice held a hint of excitement, albeit with some reluctance. The particle disintegration bomb was even more expensive than the Longshire-class cruiser. Using 4 of them made him feel a touch pained. He hoped the Ashen Beast King would leave behind something valuable to recoup his losses. As the wave of disintegration collapsed and dissipated, the Beast King's remains were nowhere to be found. Yet Jiang Xing did not feel disheartened. He maneuvered the warship closer. Suddenly, a wave of joy washed over him. He had found it. It was a crystal core, no larger than a fist, surrounded by particles resembling solar prominences. Appearing quite exquisite, a psychic energy crystal core. This special organ of star beasts gathered and mobilized psychic energy, containing an immense and pure reservoir of it. Unfortunately, it bore the imprint of its corresponding star beast, making absorption exceedingly difficult. It could only be utilized for charging psychic energy weapons or processed into psychic materials. However, Jiang Xing had a different perspective. He stowed the crystal core away and commanded the 20 cruisers to charge towards the Ashen Beasts, who were currently embroiled in a melee with the destroyers. With the D-grade Beast King absent, there were still nearly 20 to 30 E-grade star beasts nearby, having been slain by 3 particle disintegration bombs in the vicinity of the Beast King's lair. The remaining star beasts, facing the still formidable 20 cruisers, could not hold out for long. The main cannons unleashed a relentless barrage, while the beams from the secondary cannons tore through and obliterated a multitude of F-grade star beasts. Silent howls and roars echoed throughout the star system. Ultimately, the Xingyu fleet, incurring the loss of 11 destroyers and 3 cruisers, completely buried the pack of ashen beasts. Slumped in his chair, Jiang Xing felt a wave of helplessness. Did the expeditionary force include particle bombs and Tina in the task parameters? Without the particle bombs and Tina, this mission would have been impossible to complete. The D-grade Beast King, in terms of energy level, should have been comparable to a D-grade battleship at its peak. It was, at the very least, a formidable D-grade starship type. Observing Jiang Xing's weary silhouette, Glenn and Tina snapped back to reality after a prolonged stupor. Exchanging glances laden with astonishment, the shock within them was palpable. After this intense battle, they had likely come to a consensus about the capabilities Jiang Xing had endowed upon this fleet. Such abilities had previously manifested in a powerful psychic user. Memory anchoring, regardless of the type of damage sustained, as long as it did not result in immediate death, combat power would remain anchored at the state of memory. Only damage exceeding the threshold would cause it to dissipate. While this ability seemed remarkable for an individual psychic user, if a similar ability manifested within a psychic fleet, should they inform their family? Perhaps it was best to detach entirely. This mission was truly exhausting. Jiang Xing's voice jolted Glenn and his sister back to attention. Yes, not long after the Xingyu fleet departed, space rippled once more, and a psychic fleet of over 100 vessels materialized. Leading the way were 5 D-grade cruisers. Having just crossed into D-grade, the military had only provided 5 D-grade cruisers free of charge, and he hoped this mission would not prove too challenging. A slight tension crept into the expression of one commander aboard a ship. He would be heartbroken if even one of the 5 D-grade vessels were lost. After all, it was uncertain how long it would take to amass a fleet of D-grade ships and achieve a promotion to the rank of commander. HM? The young commander noticed something unusual on the screen. He gazed towards the battered planetary surface within the star system, littered with the remains of numerous star beasts, and his expression turned bewildered. He gradually fell into contemplation. Chapter 25. The Third Expansion. Confirmation complete. Mission accomplished, clearing the initial pastoral world. Additional destruction of the largest pack of ashen beasts. Calculating extra rewards. 10,000 military merit rewards. Glancing casually at the psychic network interface. Jiang Xing couldn't help but be taken aback. If he understood correctly, that pack of ashen beasts led by the D-grade Beast King was not the mission target. Sun Nurian and the others also remained silent. Eventually, Glenn calmly remarked that if they were not mistaken, the 300 or so ashen beasts they encountered for the first time were likely not the target. Perhaps they had been misguided in their search direction from the very beginning in the initial area. At that moment, Jiang Xing recalled. The pack of ashen beasts led by the D-grade Beast King seemed to have lingered in that star system for quite some time, not resembling a group that had attacked other star beasts just days prior. No wonder the military directive felt so challenging. It turned out they had been pursuing the wrong target all along. Jiang Xing felt speechless. He should have conducted a more thorough investigation in the initial star system. It was unwise to hastily chase after the psychic traces he had spotted. Oh well, he would chalk it up as a lesson learned. Besides, he was not at a loss this time. Seeing everyone's dejection, Sun Xiaoxue offered a smile of reassurance. The remnants of bones and crystal cores from the ashen beasts could easily fetch at least 150,000 psychic crystals. If one accounted for the materials from the D-grade Beast King, it could amount to 200,000 psychic crystals. A D-grade psychic cruiser was roughly valued at that price. Not to mention the single D-grade crystal core. Dividing the materials in half for sale as psychic crystals would mean everyone could share. And Tina would surely be able to claim 50,000 psychic crystals, right? Jiang Xing glanced at her. Tina nodded. The commander can decide in normal world expansions. Both the deputy and ordinary crew members would receive expansion rewards, with standards based on the fleet and commander's performance weighted. Thus, besides the basic alliance currency salary, there was no need for the commander to distribute rewards. Good performance was the greatest return for the crew. In tasks like clearing pastoral worlds or agricultural worlds that lacked expansion rewards, the commander was responsible for distributing the rewards. After determining the reward distribution, Jiang Xing retreated to his quarters and retrieved the D-grade crystal core. Or would you like to consume 50 true numbers for extraction? Indeed, it was possible. A glimmer of joy appeared in Jiang Xing's eyes. It seemed the will imprint was not a hindrance to the true number core. Confirmed. Extraction complete. Infusion in progress. In an instant, the primal psychic energy, no less potent than before, manifested around him. It surged into his soul and will, and soon a mysterious wave rippled forth, allowing the primal psychic energy to seamlessly merge with Jiang Xing's existing psychic energy. Condensing and splitting. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Xing opened his eyes. Commander, Jiang Xing, Fleet. Xingyu Fleet. Psychic energy. Slots. 60. Only 10 slots were added. Upon reflection, this was not surprising. The D-grade star beast had nearly expended all its psychic energy before its demise, and the residual energy that remained had sufficiently elevated him to making it worth the investment. 2 weeks swiftly passed. During this period, Jiang Xing actively took on various tasks, such as escort missions and clearing remaining enemy forces. However, as all tasks were within the side routes, the Xingyu fleet had not made significant progress along the main route. Upon exiting the side route, the Xingyu fleet abruptly emerged. The remnants of enemy forces in that mid-level world were indeed troublesome. Kilo sighed. Sun Xiaoxue empathized. Those large moth-like biological ships are so adept at hiding. It should have been resolved in just a few hours of direct combat, yet it dragged on for 3 days. It mattered not. Taking on these tasks was meant to refine our coordination with the fleet. As he checked the status of each ship, Jiang Xing casually replied. After several missions, he felt increasingly adept at commanding the Xingyu fleet. Kilo and the others had also developed some tacit understanding of the fleet's combat style. Having achieved their objectives, it was not a loss. After all, in the age of star seas, there was ample time. Confirming the fleet's status was intact, Jiang Xing adopted a serious demeanor and spoke earnestly. Since we have refined our coordination sufficiently, everyone shall rest for a day. Tomorrow, I shall embark upon the 3rd exploration mission of our fleet. Understood. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expressions turned serious. Regardless of one's identity or status, the evaluation of exploration serves as the most direct measure of an individual or team's performance during an expedition. Even Green and others attach great importance to this. On the way back to the living quarters, Sun Xiaoxue turned to her elder brother and inquired, "When will the Luoxing Spirit Energy Academy begin its recruitment?" Sun Nuyen replied, "We must wait until 80% of the new commanders entering the expedition have completed 4 evaluations. The statistics from the Spirit Network will take at least 3 months. During this period, the more outstanding evaluations we achieve, the better the resources and treatment we will receive from the Academy." Our elder sister managed to attain 7 outstanding evaluations and 1 perfect entry within 4 months. Wang Lin also chimed in. Sun Xiaoxue chuckled. "If we can achieve 3 outstanding and 2 or more perfect evaluations, our benefits should surpass those of our elder sister, right?" Sun Nuyen and Wang Lin exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of anticipation. Imagining the surprise on their elder sister's typically calm face, their expressions gradually became earnest. "We cannot hinder the commander's progress." Although Sun Nuyen and the others had considerable confidence in Jiang Xing obtaining a perfect evaluation, at least half of the evaluation criteria would depend on their individual performance. Even with the fleet's weighted performance, if they themselves do not perform well, achieving a perfect evaluation would remain elusive, and they might even fall short of an outstanding rating. Not far behind them, Green and Tina also regarded this exploration with great seriousness. After all, this marks their first foray into the world since entering the expedition. And no matter how talented one is, the first real battle is bound to evoke anxiety. Historically, the scions of noble families typically start their exploratory evaluations at the outstanding level. The commander we have chosen is significantly stronger than most of those chosen by our predecessors. Failing to secure a perfect evaluation would betray the expectations of both our family and the chosen commander, Tina stated with a calm voice. Green maintained a gentle smile. "I understand." Though they were apprehensive, it was merely an instinctive reaction to facing their first real battle. There was no excessive worry. Whether in terms of the basic or active effects of their talents, these were merely inherent enhancements brought by their abilities. For spirit energy users, whether they are aids or other variants, true strength ultimately lies in the skills they develop themselves. Many formidable aids may possess mediocre inherent effects and active abilities, yet still manage to derive various marvelous applications through their own research and comprehension. Being ordinary in terms of talent does not equate to being ordinary in capability. Spirit energy is the source of all transformations, relying solely on the inherent enhancements of one's talent. No matter how strong, will not lead one far. The mysteries of the stars are boundless. The two siblings deeply resonated with this notion and took pride in it. The following day, Jiang Xing conducted a final check. All 30 cruisers and 30 destroyers were in impeccable condition. The powerful spirit energy flowed ceaselessly through the circuits, merging into every particle of the spirit energy warship's materials. If an extraordinary force were to observe, they would note that the spirit energy within the warships and its material particles were continuously transitioning between the illusory and the tangible. Mysterious ethereal characters replaced the real essence of spirit energy and matter. Upon seeing everyone arrive at the control area, Jiang Xing magnified the main control projection screen. Primary crystal wall world. Development status: 0. World diameter: 1,100 light-years. Intelligence: a primary peak civilization occupies this realm. Possessing a unique civilization development system, Beast Mastery. The interstellar combat units number approximately 15,000, including over 500 E-class targets, and more than 60 E-class units, with no D-class units present. Specific indicators: 4 rookie commanders who have completed at least one perfect evaluation are participating. The Spirit Network will transmit them to 4 safe regions at the world's edges. Regardless of the methods employed, the ultimate goal is to annihilate this civilization, achieving a development rate of over 35 to obtain a perfect evaluation. Oh, a joint competition-style exploration? Green expressed astonishment. It seems the commander has caught the attention of the Academy. Chapter 26. A bold charge. The starry sky rippled as the Star Torch fleet quietly emerged within the rings of a certain planet. They immediately opened the rough star map provided by the Spirit Network. Clearly, the previous expeditionary forces had conducted a preliminary scan of this world. As for why they did not directly commence exploration, it was likely for the same reason Green mentioned. This is a literal real battle trial. It is probable that many are watching this exploration unfold. With this thought, the golden human template flickered slightly. Jiang Xing seemed to sense something, casting his spirit energy vision toward a certain point in the dark starry sky above, only withdrawing his gaze after several seconds. There, an enormous structure loomed. Among the dozens of individuals observing this scene, a sense of astonishment gripped their hearts. Surely, even the B-class commanders of the Meme Alert Network would struggle to detect this? This is somewhat outrageous. It is rumored that this commander possesses an exceedingly powerful perception talent, capable of even perceiving the coordinates of crystal wall worlds beyond the boundaries of the expedition. The discussions among several individuals grew animated. One taciturn man finally spoke. It appears this perception talent is stronger than we initially thought. Coupled with this being their first exploration, Commander Jiang Xing reached the location with an efficiency exceeding 3 times the fastest route provided by the Spirit Network. It can be inferred that even without a star map, Commander Jiang Xing can swiftly gather detailed star map information within a radius of at least 100 light-years. Further speculation suggests that as long as there are hostile civilization units within his perception range, it is highly likely he can detect them regardless of their attempts to conceal themselves. This is an initial meme-level detection capability. The crowd nodded slightly, simultaneously accessing their respective terminals. Seed-level trainee. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing withdrew his gaze, feeling perplexed. He had sensed a mysterious aura lingering in that area. Glancing at the star map and the scant information provided by the Spirit Network, he was about to close it when he suddenly noticed a few messages flashing through the local communication channel beside him. Let us work hard together. 3 without standing out. Jiang Xing also replied with a message of encouragement before closing the channel. Commander, what is our first course of action? Green was the first to ask. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xing ultimately chose to respond honestly. Utilize our talents. Ah? The group was momentarily taken aback, including Tina and Green. The next moment, except for Sun Xiaoxue, who was oblivious yet impressed, the expressions of the others shifted from confusion to shock. They watched in awe as the previously displayed main control screen suddenly went blank, followed by a resplendent brilliance that began to rapidly expand outward from the center. Initially unclear about what was unfolding, it was only when the expansion reached its midpoint that they realized with astonishment. This is actually a star map. Moreover, it encompasses a detailed star map of the entire crystal wall world, over 1,000 light-years in diameter, with specific data for each planet. They could even observe numerous traces of civilization activities and military distributions. Is this real? Kaluo could not help but exclaim. What kind of strategic level talent is this? 50 genuine points consumed. Jiang Xing gazed at the star map, which displayed a bird's eye view, with the other 3 fleets positioned at the southwestern, northern, and eastern edges. The Star Torch fleet was located directly to the east, observing the 3 headless flies of their compatriot fleets floundering about. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xing chose to conceal most of the enemy military deployment maps and shared the remaining detailed star maps. If there were human civilizations in this world that required rescue, it would be acceptable to send out the entire star map. Since this is a trial, it is only natural to keep some information under wraps. Meanwhile, the other 3 fleets, the 3 commanders were pondering their next moves when they suddenly noticed the email shared by Jiang Xing. Upon opening it, they were momentarily stunned, then widened their eyes in disbelief. Immediately, the phrase strategic talent flashed in their minds. They were well aware of the intricacies behind this world exploration. The Spirit Network would not provide excessive assistance. Wow? Thanks, big shot. No need to mention it. Brother, I'll remember this favor, thank you. I've added you as a friend on the Spirit Network. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. The 3 did not doubt the authenticity of the star map. The alliance of compatriots would not resort to treachery in this regard. At most, some core information might not be displayed. Alliance commanders may have their quirks and peculiar personalities, but their trust in the alliance and their comrades would never waver. Even if this is merely an examination trial, it's just a trial. Without this rating, they still have confidence in entering any academy. Of course, leniency is out of the question, as that would be disrespectful to other commanders. The Star Torch fleet exited the star ring, confirming their first target, and instantly made the jump. At this moment, all military intelligence of the Cab civilization was laid bare before Jiang Xing and the others. The Talon star system, a crucial area on the periphery of the Cab civilization, it is used to resist invasions from other Crystal Wall world civilizations. Indeed, other Crystal Wall worlds. There is no repulsion between crystal walls. Thus, under the influence of high-dimensional turbulence, it is possible for Crystal Wall worlds to merge. In the initial stages of merging, phenomena akin to Crystal Wall rifts may occur, often serving as the catalyst for conflicts between 2 civilizations. However, due to the trial, the Alliance's expeditionary forces forcibly isolated the 2 worlds using some means. Green reported, E-class reactions, 24, E-class reactions, 4, while the rest are either F-class or unclassified units. Without hesitation, the stealthy Star Torch fleet directly jumped into the fray. They appeared directly within the Talon star system. Faced with the sudden emergence of the mysterious fleet, the Talon star system fell silent for several moments before an abundance of information began to disseminate throughout the surroundings. Simultaneously, enormous stellar beasts, each hundreds to thousands of meters in size, materialized. These stellar beasts were bizarre in appearance, yet all shared similar battle armor and patterns, along with energy beings hovering nearby, each measuring several dozen meters. The overall scene resembled a colossal transparent sheet flowing with the tides, suffused with a hazy life energy. The Cab race, a form of energy life with a psychic essence, possessing significant developmental potential. Once they reach advanced civilization, virtually everyone becomes a spirit energy user. Their numbers are scarce, making reproduction difficult. Information regarding the target life forms flashed in their minds, and without a moment's delay, the 30 destroyers surged forth from various directions. Subsequently, the cruisers arranged themselves in formation, swiftly calibrating their main cannons towards the bizarre stellar beasts. Bang! A silent spiritual intimidation emanated from a colossal star beast, resembling a 2-headed eagle, measuring 2,000 meters in size. The crew aboard the ship remained unfazed as the terrifying beams of light converged over millions of kilometers, striking down the star beast in an instant before the Cab tribe could react. The audacity of the leading figure to still assert its presence on the battlefield was palpable. With the death of the giant eagle and its Cab controller, 30 cruisers unleashed their full firepower. The horrific beams, laced with psychic lethality, incessantly reaped the lives of these star beasts. Many from the Cab tribe, sensing the dire situation, surprisingly melded into the bodies of these star beasts, causing a slight surge in their collective might. A silent roar reverberated as the gathered energy beams whistled through the air. Thousands of rays of attack illuminated the battlefield in a kaleidoscope of colors. Among them, The energy waves emitted by 2 or 3 E-level star beasts caused the shields of several destroyers to ripple violently. Yet, in the next moment, multiple main cannons, infused with starlight, brutally tore apart one of the E-star beasts. In response to Jiang Xing's astonished gaze, Green smiled. I can contract the psychic energy attachment range, applying it solely to a few main cannons to enhance their destructive capability. Green's mastery over psychic energy was on par with that of the commander, with the main cannons of 30 cruisers launching successive attacks. As long as they did not fire simultaneously, Green could empower several of them with formidable psychic energy before they discharged. After a relentless barrage, not a single attack was missed, every one of them enhanced. The amalgamation of Jiang Xing's own potent psychic energy with Green's created an assault from the E main cannons that was capable of severely damaging star beasts of comparable rank. The star beasts roared in anguish, or more accurately, it was the cab tribe within them that struggled. But they could not alter the inevitable outcome. In just a matter of minutes, the entire star system fell into silence. The orbits of the planets were littered with the remnants of armored star beasts, and some cab tribe members could be seen crawling out from within the star beasts, desperately attempting to flee, only to be slain by patrolling destroyers. The data collection on cab civilization's combat capabilities was complete. The next step, Jiang Xing glanced towards the distant military planet. Nguyen, you three handle the tens of thousands of cab who cannot escape the planet. As for the cab Interstellar Beastmaster reinforcements, let them witness what true star warfare entails. Fixing his gaze on the multitude of red dots that had abruptly appeared on the radar, Jiang Xing declared boldly. Target, the central area of the cab Interstellar military. Initiate a direct jump. Chapter 27. The efficient and mighty alliance on the outskirts of the Telong star system. Over 2,000 gigantic star beasts of various forms emerged from their jump states. Leading the charge was a 3,000-meter behemoth resembling an octopus, which immediately unleashed a massive quantum wave, enveloping the surrounding area for several light hours. Hundreds of agile, speed-oriented star beasts scattered in all directions. This elite cadre of cab Interstellar Beastmasters had long ago fused with their beasts to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. However, what awaited them was an enemy whose capabilities exceeded all imagination. As the silent communication concluded, the swarm of star beasts charged resolutely towards the adjacent star system. Suddenly, a subtle wave emanated from the midst of the beast horde. In the next instant, the space surged with ripples. The cab beastmasters nestled within the octopus beast immediately sensed the shift, their mental connections transmitting through the quantum network of the beast, alerting their fellow masters to remain vigilant. The next moment, silent beams of light burst forth, capable of effortlessly shredding the majority of E-level star beasts. These beams, akin to arrows, pierced through the biological fields of over 100 beastmasters in an instant. The terrifying particle rending and psychic enhancement turned these star beasts, stripped of their biological fields, into ashes in the blink of an EYE.AS. The second wave of attacks from the Star Torch fleet commenced. The surrounding beast horde finally regained their senses from the sudden internal assault. Thousands of rays, atomic breaths, and particle jets intertwined, bombarding the various warships. Faced with the dense barrage, Jiang Xing remained unfazed, as the 30 cruisers displayed an extraordinary agility, standing firm. Only a mere dozen attacks managed to strike their shields. Creating faint ripples, the destroyers, glowing with psychic energy, advanced boldly towards the massive star beasts instead of retreating. The beastmasters within were overjoyed at the prospect of close-quarters combat. They had encountered mechanical warships before, similar to the clunky steel constructs used by the civilization across the rift. In the face of agile star beasts, they were no different from targets. How could they dare to engage so closely? Surrounding star beasts, each towering over 1,000 meters, closed in on the destroyers, their fierce biological energy coalescing on their claws as they lunged at the ships. Simultaneously, they unleashed beams from their maws, attempting to disrupt the destroyers' advance and force them into direct melee combat. Abruptly, dozens of destroyers, like nimble fish, elegantly navigated through the hundreds of intersecting beams. Then, executing a sharp high-speed turn, they slipped into the midst of the encroaching star beasts. Every beastmaster's heart skipped a beat. The moment these destroyers adeptly evaded the crossfire, they knew they were in trouble. Boom! The ship's cannon beams unleashed at point-blank range, The powerful particle rays and secondary cannon fire forcibly stripped away a significant portion of the biological fields of the surrounding star beasts. Some of the weaker beasts melted away like butter under the onslaught of the intense beams, not even causing a ripple. Attempting to retreat, the 30 destroyers clung to every star beast that sought to flee like a parasite. Relentlessly pursuing them, continuous attacks rained down upon the warship shields, yet due to the data-driven shield stability, they could not inflict effective damage in the short term. The destroyers disrupted their formations while the cruisers unleashed their main and secondary cannons in a deliberate manner. Such a straightforward tactic, under the influence of data, became exceedingly troublesome. There were no elaborate schemes, no traps. Simply relying on their terrifying sustained operational capacity rendered the cab beastmasters deeply powerless. The high-intensity battle raged on for over 3 hours, culminating in only a few F-level star beasts escaping under the control of the beastmasters. Dozens of A-level star beasts and the majority of F-level star beasts had been ruthlessly annihilated. The first battle ended in resounding victory. Moreover, if all went according to plan, the other 3 psychic fleets should have also engaged with the cab civilization, although no detailed military deployments were provided. As long as there were comprehensive star charts and delineations of the cab civilization's territories, deducing the approximate military zones was not challenging. Henceforth, the cab beastmaster army would gradually be decimated, unless they concentrated their forces in a singular attack. The 4 fleets would incur minimal losses in their conquest of this world. Sun Nguyen's side had already completed the purge. Ke Luo reported in. Jiang Xing nodded slightly. The next objective is the cab homeworld. Advancing in a straight line through 17 ruling star systems, having roughly gauged the comprehensive strength of the opponent, Jiang Xing was resolved to hold nothing back. Compared to technological civilizations, the interstellar beastmaster civilization perhaps possessed a greater number of core military talents on average. However, their shortcomings were also glaring. Their advanced weaponry was prone to standardization. Jiang Xing was aware that among the primary peak technological civilizations, there were only a dozen or so E-level flagship vessels. Yet the formidable heavy firepower of these civilizations was truly fearsome, especially the massive cannons and super-heavy weaponry fixed on fortress satellites that could unleash D-level devastation. Even the current Star Torch fleet could not confront their might directly. The cab civilization appeared to possess E-level combat power, several times greater than these civilizations, making them even easier for the psychic fleet to contend with. Mere glass cannons. The Star Torch fleet advanced steadily, as dozens of observers discussed the ongoing campaign. The formidable firepower of the new type of cruisers indeed surpassed that of most E-cruisers. Was it certain he had single-handedly devised this? It was confirmed that the psychic network indicated he was the sole researcher, a scientific genius. Perhaps, however, in comparison, I found his fleet's short-range maneuverability and shield sustainability far more intriguing, maintaining the pinnacle of defensive status for the shields. Even when the shield values plummeted, did not compromise structural stability. This new commander exhibited remarkable capabilities. However, based on direct observation, he could not be compared to the very top-tier newcomers. The crowd continued to take notes. No, it was still that silent man. I speculate he possesses a commander talent akin to psychic memory anchoring, allowing him to bind his consciousness with the warship's memories, as long as he does not suffer an immediate annihilating blow. The state of the psychic warship remains unaffected. Regarding research capabilities and maneuverability, it is presumed to be a form of active effect from his talent. The surrounding individuals fell into silence, if I recall correctly. Memory anchoring, a metaphysical ability, in later stages, as long as it is not obliterated by cognition or sealed by the soul, can even recover from death using the most recent anchor point. And this method of memory anchoring is equally extraordinary. A recent impression and memory from a certain group or powerful individual about this anchorer. As long as someone remembers him, the anchorer will find it exceedingly difficult to encounter true death. If that is the case, the early manifestations indeed bear striking resemblance. If that is truly so, aside from the talent for detecting memes, is this a second strategic talent? Although the commander talent can be developed independently, to be able to consecutively manifest these two powerful effects, could it be that his talent essence is a manifestation of some grand ideology from the bygone golden era? Suddenly, someone spoke up. I need to inquire about the authorities on commander talent research. With that, his figure vanished from the observation room, returning approximately 3 hours later. How did it go? What do the scholars think? The others, including the taciturn man, turned to him. He wasted no time, directly transmitting the analysis report to the crowd. Existing information. Rapidly creating a new type of warship alone, akin to memory anchoring, extensive detailed exploration capability, maneuverability defying the laws of mechanics. Source: 36.8 probability originating from a certain super-large ideological dissemination during the Great Expansion era of humanity. Specific manifestation, based on source accuracy, game, conceptual level, reason, conditions met data processing, map defogging, talent assessment. If not a game-related conceptual commander, then a standard seed-level commander. If the hypothesis is confirmed, it is recommended to elevate to Golden Seed level. Alliance Commander System and Research Institute of Pan-Human Psychic Roots, Chapter 28, 6,000 against 60, advantage lies with us, huh? The crowd in the observation room was momentarily dumbfounded. The essence of psychic energy seemingly resembles that of the Great Expansion era, where the entire pan-human civilization recognizes and disseminates the concept of games. While this indeed aligns with the standards for the emergence of such an idealistic phenomenon, the universal acknowledgement and propagation of a certain concept by humanity during the Great Expansion era could indeed forge a terrifying essence of psychic energy. However, this is too. The great scholars also instructed me to convey a message. The essence of all psychic concepts birthed from the pan-human ideology, although under the influence of the active will of pan-human civilization, will not manifest its own will. Nonetheless, one should not directly probe into a psychic essence that has not recognized itself. Otherwise, it may provoke an instinctive backlash from that essence. Numerous psychic essences possess duality. Beyond their fixed abilities, games may also embody characteristics of joy, chaos, and other conceptual essences. One should refrain from employing their own psychic essence to explore the nature of this commander. Joy, chaos. Could there also be characteristics of philosophical essence? How increasingly absurd. Furthermore, there are cultivation suggestions. If it truly possesses a game essence, it is unclear whether it inherits the free growth nature of games. It is recommended to adopt a laissez-faire approach, apart from normal theoretical cultivation and resource allocation. After this individual finished speaking, he blinked in confusion. To be honest, isn't it the responsibility of those mentors who are already commanders to recognize conceptual psychic essences? Why are they encountering this group of theoretical mentors? It seems there was a concept released this year. Ah no. A commander recognized with philosophical-level psychic essence. Fate. Rumor has it that there is more than one individual recognized by this psychic essence, many of whom possess auxiliary talents that are of little use in a short time. They are mostly psychics. Currently, it is said that they are entirely distributed between the research and intelligence departments. The commander talent is indeed a first-time occurrence. Upon realizing that Jiang Xing is most likely not under their tutelage, this individual's thoughts began to wander. Somewhere in an unknown world. Prohl gazed at the remnants of a warship spanning 10,000 meters ahead. Lost in contemplation. To think I would get lost? I can only expend some fragments now. Soon, a life hand from the intelligence department of a certain civilization inadvertently sent out the entire civilian star map data packet of the star region in plain text. Seeing it was a civilian star map, this alien did not pay it much mind. Better to finish quickly and get off work sooner to find brother Jiang Xing to play. Muttering to himself, Prohl controlled dozens of warships accelerating away. Fierce cannon fire swept across the sky. Occasionally, towering beasts descended from the sky, crashing through the clouds and striking the ground with a resounding boom. Hundreds of star beast corpses fell, some of which obliterated entire cities on the planetary surface. Sizzling, Sun Nguyen, engulfed in crimson flames, wielded a psychic battle blade and darted out at a terrifying speed. With a casual swing, he unleashed a psychic blade aura, directly slaying a beast and its master over 300 meters to the left. Surrounding him lay hundreds of beast corpses ranging from a few meters to nearly 100 meters. Found it, retreat. Wang Lin's voice rang out. Surrounded by dozens of six-armed drones, Wang Lin emerged from behind a building, cradling a massive crystal. The guiding beam descended, promptly recovering both him and the mecha. The next moment, a colossal beam of light fell from the sky, instantly annihilating the city. Mission accomplished, the Xingju fleet decisively disengaged from the planetary orbit, effortlessly eliminating the last group of beasts before vanishing into a leap. A scant few survivors crawled out from the city ruins, staring vacantly at the enormous corpses on the ground. Suddenly, shadows descended. The Cab tribe stared blankly at the fallen remnants of star beasts from orbit. Showing no reaction, ultimately, they vanished amidst a tremor. A powerful source of spirit, seemingly containing a multitude of chaotic wills, was on the verge of condensing into psychic energy. Cruiser, Jiang Xing pondered as he gazed at the massive crystal handed to him by Wang Lin. If this is the source of progeny for the Cab tribe, then I understand why this world only has the Cab tribe as a civilization. Why? Sun Xiaoxue inquired curiously. Green replied coldly, to hunt intelligent life. Utilizing their own tribal talents to devour and refine the spiritual source, storing these spiritual sources in such devices. Many similar tribes possess such means. The other civilizations in this world must have been hunted or captured by the Cab tribe. Sun Nuya nodded, adding, truly a repulsive tribe. Sun Xiaoxue paused for a moment, ultimately saying, perhaps they see this as normal behavior, which is why humanity labels most alien races as heretics in the vast universe. All beings that contradict the universal values of panhumanity are heretical entities that must be eradicated. Jiang Xing stated calmly. Not long ago, Sun Xiaoxue hesitated when faced with a Cab tribe member lying on the ground, emitting desperate psychic waves, nearly falling victim to a surprise attack from the Cab tribe's beast. Clearly, Sun Xiaoxue had not received similar education before. To prevent her from being deceived by heretics who appear aesthetically pleasing to humans yet possess entirely different moral views. Necessary warnings must not be lacking. Since they are human, one must discern aliens with human universal values. What the aliens think is of no concern to humanity. Desperation. What if? No. Such psychic waves must surely signify provocation in the alien mindset. Jiang Xing conveyed this to Sun Xiaoxue. As the leap concluded, gazing at the Cab governing star system reappearing before him, Jiang Xing surveyed the surroundings. Dio, we need to rest? No. Most are commanders controlling the fleet. We are not overly fatigued. Then let us proceed. Initiate leap into the orbit of the Cab governing star. Time slowly flowed, and the 4 fleets continued their steady advancement. The other 3 fleets opted for the same advancement mode as the Xingju fleet, pushing horizontally towards the Cab home planet. However, lacking military defense maps, the 3 fleets encountered fewer enemies along their route than the Xingju fleet. The areas attacked by the Xingju fleet were either regional governing stars or planets where beasts were cultivated. The Cab civilization, with no other choice, had to mobilize over a third of their interstellar beast masters to set up defenses in an attempt to hinder the Xingju fleet's progress. As for concentrating forces to launch an attack, after Jiang Xing produced a particle disassembly bomb and instantly obliterated a satellite base, the Cab tribe dismissed this notion. At most, they would dispatch some elite beastmasters to attempt close-range harassment, luring them into traps. Among the largest of these traps were the 3,000 to 4,000 raging star beasts, forcibly liberated from their freedom and thrown into a chaotic rage. However, as most were F-level, and E-level beasts numbered less than 100, they did not significantly affect the Xingju fleet. Panic and despair gradually spread within the Cab civilization, with some Cab tribesmen even seeking to surrender to the 4 fleets. The ultimate result was immediate execution under the pretext of not understanding the language. In light of numerous beast masters fleeing with their offspring and some star beast embryos, the Cab civilization conducted a brutal crackdown to stem the tide. By the time they extricated themselves from the chaos of stabilizing their internal situation, the Xingju fleet had already approached the vicinity of the Cab home planet. Besides hunting other intelligent beings to reproduce, the Cab tribe also possessed a sustainable method of propagation. From the central region of the mother planet lies a lake of spiritual essence, by continuously depositing naturally deceased Cab compatriots into it. The lake accumulates primitive spiritual sources and periodically nurtures Cab embryos. In summary, the upper echelons of the Cab tribe would never abandon their mother planet to flee. It is the sole spark of continuity for their civilization. Thus, a substantial number of interstellar beast masters and hundreds of thousands of terrestrial beast masters began to gather. The number of star beasts reached a staggering 6,000, among which over 300 were E-level beasts. This constituted the majority of the Cab tribe's military strength at present. Yet, the first wave of adversaries numbered less than 100 warships. Gazing up from the mother planet at the thousands of star beasts spread throughout the star system, the rare gathering of troops greatly boosted the Cab tribe's confidence. 6,000 against 60, advantage lies with us. Chapter 29. Surprise decapitation operation. The dense sea of star beasts stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, forming an insurmountable barrier in front of the Xingju fleet. Dozens of psychic warships appeared insignificantly small against the thousands of colossal star beasts, like an impenetrable wall. Witnessing this, many Cab tribesmen felt a surge of confidence. Gathering the majority of their civilization's peak combat power, they believed they could withstand the onslaught of a mere few dozen enemy ships. Immediately, over 200 E-level star beasts took the lead, entering a sublight speed cruising state and charging towards the distant Xingju fleet. Thousands of F-level star beasts scattered under the command of the remaining E-level star beasts, encircling the Xingju fleet from all directions. In the face of this scenario, Jiang Xing remained calm and collected. Leading 30 cruisers and 30 destroyers, he charged straight towards the Cab home planet. In tribal warfare, what battlefield morality is there to speak of? The formidable army before us would find it exceedingly challenging to confront the Star Torch fleet alone. Given this predicament, why engage in a direct confrontation? From the outset of hostilities, we ought to obliterate the spiritual pillars and the very source of inheritance of the Cab tribe. I have little doubt that this band of Cab beastmasters would descend into chaos. An enemy consumed by rage and confusion is far easier to handle than one with clear command and control. However, the upper echelons of Cab civilization are clearly not foolish. They swiftly discerned the intentions of the Star Torch fleet, and the previously languid beast horde was instantly plunged into a frenzy. Nearby star beasts, once cautious, now recklessly surged forward to thwart Jiang Xing's advance. The Star Torch fleet, in its forward momentum, seemed to be mired in a quagmire. Its speed drastically reduced, ultimately becoming completely encircled. Powerful beams of energy swept through, annihilating dozens of encroaching F-class star beasts in an instant, while other beastmasters prepared to rescue their beleaguered comrades. Yet, after suffering the loss of over 10 kin, they were compelled to abandon the rescue and instead launched a frenzied assault on the fleet commanded by Jiang Xing. Dense energy vortices surged with ferocity, and beams of light capable of illuminating the starry sky rained down from all directions. Intermingled with the beams from the Star Torch fleet, thousands of star beasts swarmed around the Star Torch fleet like a hive, which, relying on the powerful maneuverability afforded by data, nimbly weaved between the multitude of star beasts, evading concentrated attacks. Meanwhile, the main and secondary cannon beams never ceased, targeting the nearest E-class star beasts first. Non-carbon-based flesh, infused with the essence of the biological field, splattered as silent roars and the mental fluctuations of Cab beastmasters met their demise. The periphery of the Cab home system was enveloped in a dazzling, lethal radiance. Unbeknownst to the Cab, 3 destroyers from the Star Torch fleet had quietly vanished amidst the chaos. Perhaps they believed these vessels had perished in a concentrated barrage. In the distant, tumultuous battlefield, 3 cloaked destroyers sped forward with great swiftness. Tina's psychic energy enveloped these 3 destroyers tightly, missing not a single detail. Sun Nuyen and his companions had long donned their psychic battle armor, awaiting their arrival at the target zone. The surface of the armor, crafted from mysterious materials, shimmered with a subtle glow of streamlined psychic patterns. Simultaneously, 506 armed drones and 150,000 mechanized soldiers stood ready, poised for action. Half an hour remained until they reached the Cab home world, and according to the detailed map, its core defense area was a vast lake. This was likely the Cab tribe's spiritual lake. Another key defense zone was an underground base, suspected to be a temporary command center for the civilization. I will lead 300 drones and 100,000 mechanized soldiers to assault the spiritual lake, while Wang Lin and my sister will eliminate the high-ranking Cab leaders. Sun Nuyen swiftly made arrangements. In the face of a war for the survival of their race, the Cab civilization dispatched all available interstellar beastmasters to the front lines. The remaining star beasts on the Cab home world numbered at most a dozen F-class and 1 or 2 E-class beasts. 3 destroyers would suffice to handle them, ensuring no impact on the ground operations of the 3. As for the possibility of the Cab sending some star beasts back for support, that was out of the question. Traveling from the outskirts of the system to the Cab home world at sublight speed would require at least 3 hours. At light speed, it was evident that these star beasts lacked such capabilities. Furthermore, at this moment, the outer reaches of the system were disrupted by high-intensity star battles, with numerous psychic fluctuations and energy shockwaves interfering with spatial coefficients. A mere group of E-class star beasts could not possibly make a transition in such an environment, as long as we can eliminate the cab leadership and secure the spiritual lake during this time. The strategic objectives of this operation will be deemed accomplished. As time passed, the three destroyers finally reached the orbital range of the cab homeworld. Gazing down at the white-green planet, Sun Nguyen pinpointed the locations of the two targets and, with a thought, two beams of guidance light immediately transported the three of them and 500 drones to the designated area, while the three destroyers activated their battle readiness shields. 15 spherical combat machines, like a swarm of bees, surged forth, following the guiding beams as they charged toward the surface. The cloaking state was forcibly deactivated, and the dozen or so star beasts circling near the home world were the first to react. The cab beastmasters inside were momentarily stunned, then alarmed, racing toward the three destroyers. Yet, it was still somewhat too late. Several beams from the ship's cannons had already been fired, with two aimed directly at the defensive zones of the targeted beastmasters. The other two raced toward the densely populated areas of the cab tribe. Although termed a densely populated area, it merely housed a few 100,000 cab, the entirety of their civilization's population laid bare here. Boom! A blinding column of pure white light shot skyward. The terrifying heat, accompanied by a violently destructive wave of energy, spread mercilessly, consuming everything in its path, structures and lives alike. Countless cab were bewildered by the sudden catastrophe, and a multitude of anguished and struggling psychic fluctuations intermingled above the city. It was as if a tempest, mixed with the wails of the damned, reverberated throughout the cab urban sprawl. The command center and the defensive zone of the spiritual lake similarly fell into chaos, with at least 20% of the land forces obliterated in the devastating onslaught. Sun Nguyen and the 300 drones appeared, charging directly into the inferno to rescue the beastmasters in distress. Psychic energy blades were unleashed, slicing through hundreds of meters of obstacles like a knife through butter. Defense beasts towering several meters high could not even mount a defense as the brilliant light cleaved through, splitting both the star beasts and their masters asunder. Yet, to speak of the most efficient execution of mass slaughter, one must credit the 300 drones, equipped with various particle rays, neutron bombs, thermal fusion shells, and ion explosive beams. Their mechanical arms swung continuously. Enormous structures collapsed in an instant, and dense explosions and small mushroom clouds erupted around the defensive buildings. However, the cab beastmasters, serving as the guardians of the spiritual lake, reacted swiftly. Within 2 minutes, the first wave of assembled beast forces charged towards Sun Nguyen and the drones. Trajectory correction. The data streams of the 300 drones flowed, and the Matrix terminal immediately locked onto the most threatening targets among the returning thousands of beastmasters. Like a cheat code, the condensed particle rays shot forth rapidly, piercing through the smoke and rubble with precision, taking down the beastmasters suspected of possessing electromagnetic lethality. While this had no effect on them, it would certainly cause some interference to the mechanized soldiers already on the scene. Amidst the frantic charge of thousands of beastmasters, the cab beastmasters suddenly looked skyward. The densely packed spherical mechanized soldiers occupied the high ground, unleashing a torrential downpour of particle rays from above. The concentrated fire of a full 100,000 mechanized soldiers engulfed the entire Beastmaster battalion. Boom! At that moment, 100-meter-tall armored behemoth, its body draped in various severed limbs and blood, burst forth from the fire zone, striding forward with intent to kill. Sun Nguyen's psychic energy surged around him, and both the psychic blade and armor patterns flashed in unison. The ground cracked as Sun Nguyen dashed forth at a speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye. In an instant, the light blade flashed, and the rampaging giant was cleaved cleanly in two. Withdrawing the blade, Sun Nguyen glanced skyward for a moment, then turned to advance, eliminate all non-allied life forms within sight. In the distant clouds, the colossal carcasses of star beasts slowly descended from orbit. Chapter 30. Timely rescue, solidified resurrection. A tempest of violent energy surged forth. Star beast carcasses and dismembered flesh floated through the starry sky, while hundreds of cab beastmasters struggled amidst the star beast remains. Despite the carnage, thousands of star beasts continued to advance relentlessly against dozens of remarkably agile warships. Powerful waves of assault filled this section of the cosmos. Jiang Xing sat in the captain's chair, controlling over 10 destroyers, persistently harassing the strongest of the star beasts. Thus far, the Star Torch fleet had lost 11 destroyers and 4 cruisers, all directly obliterated under the concentrated assault of thousands of star beasts. The Cab home world was under siege, and the interstellar beastmasters had descended into sheer madness, recklessly engaging in close combat, regardless of the casualties among their star beasts. The majority of the lost energy warships had been ensnared by a horde of F-class star beasts. Unable to evade as they were besieged by the remaining star beasts, indiscriminately firing upon them, and of course, the losses for the Cab star beasts were equally substantial. More than 300 E-class star beasts had perished. With nearly 100 lost, and the F-class star beasts suffered casualties exceeding 1,000, the battlefield was littered with the twisted remains of star beasts. Well done, just a little longer. Sun Nuyen should soon breach the spiritual lake and command center. Jiang Xing noticed Kailuo forcibly infusing a destroyer with psychic energy to join the fray, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead, offering a word of encouragement. Although F's psychic energy cannot be fully integrated into the fleet, deploying one ship early in combat is beneficial. Redirecting his attention back to the battlefield, Jiang Xing awaited the opportune moment. Both sides had discerned each other's operational patterns, making it challenging to inflict effective damage in the short term. According to intelligence, the Cab spiritual lake was not only a breeding ground, but also the central nexus of their spiritual connection, akin to a server. Once the spiritual lake fell, the Cab, lacking developed communication technology, would be utterly blind and deaf. Furthermore, the reason the Cab could control star beasts was also due to the spiritual lake's influence. E-class Cab might manage to control star beasts, but those F-class Cab would undoubtedly be torn apart by the unleashed star beasts. Thousands of frenzied F-class star beasts, cut off from their spiritual connection, would inevitably lead to the collapse of this interstellar beastmaster army that had posed such a tremendous threat to the Star Torch fleet. Even without losing their spiritual connection, the annihilation of their sole means of continued reproduction would plunge the beastmasters into confusion and despair. It is akin to telling a human civilization that from this moment on, their eggs and sperm would lose all vitality. Such a revelation heralds the despair of witnessing the end of civilization. Now, all that remains is to wait. On the Cab home world, smoke filled the air. The ravaged ruins and mountains of beastmaster carcasses lay scattered everywhere. Tens of thousands of mechanized soldiers roamed the skies, scouring for any potential survivors. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, and a 100-meter beast, its armored shell shattered, collapsed to the ground. With casual ease, Sun Nuyen cleaved through the obstructive Kabu's tribe, traversing the immense valve ahead with over 200 drone mechas in tow. Before him lay an expanse of pure white lake, spanning several dozen square kilometers. This region was entirely enveloped by an alloy dome constructed by the Kabus, with various layers of barriers even beneath the surface. Surface bases, aerial installations, and subterranean strongholds meticulously guarded the lake contained within the dome. Alas, they seemed to serve little purpose in actual combat. Fixating his gaze upon the ethereal waters of the lake, Sun Nuyen extended his hand into its depths, expecting to encounter liquefied psychic energy, only to discover a viscous substance that merely harbored a trace of mental energy. Disappointed, he shook his head and retrieved a miniature particle decomposition bomb, preparing to set it in place. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmer in the distance and turned his attention to the nearby mecha. Shortly thereafter, the mecha returned, cradling a resplendent dodecahedral crystal core in its grasp. An overwhelming surge of psychic energy roiled within, subtly emanating the essence of primordial spiritual energy, seemingly on the verge of manifesting within this pure mental energy. Resolutely stowing the crystal core, Sun Nuyen activated the bomb and cast it into the lake of psychic energy. The spiritual battleship deftly evaded incoming attacks, yet its main cannon's beams failed to strike their intended target, being obstructed instead by several F-level star beasts. In an instant, the cluster of star beasts, which had been circling the Star Torch fleet, halted abruptly. Hundreds of F-level star beasts, returning to support their home planet, ceased their advance and stood bewildered. Silence, panic, despair, and confusion spread among the perceptive Kabu's beast tamers. An overwhelming void of despair threatened to consume all present Kabu's tamers. In a heartbeat, the dazed F-level star beasts erupted into silent roars, thrashing violently as primal biological energy surged within them, obliterating the beast tamers who had merged their spirits with these F-level creatures. Clearly, these tamers could not withstand the biological energy and instinctual consciousness of the star beasts merely through their own mental prowess. Only a few hundred E-level star beasts, after a brief struggle, regained their composure. How could the Star Torch fleet let this opportunity slip away? Dozens of warships had already calibrated their targeting systems on numerous E-level and even E-star beasts. A tempest of beams tore through the beast horde, directly striking their biological fields. The genuine damage wrought by the spiritual energy created gaping wounds upon the star beasts' forms. Simultaneously, the enraged F-level star beasts began indiscriminate attacks, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. The E-level beast tamers, barely rekindling their morale, charged towards the oncoming Star Torch fleet, consumed by intense hatred and frenzy. The battle reignited. As the melee reached a fever pitch, the local channel of the Star Torch fleet suddenly activated. Oh ho! The big boss has been fighting for quite a while. Wow, so many star beasts. The Sluro fleet has arrived at the battlefield. Commander Jiang Xing, do you require assistance? Truly worthy of Commander Jiang Xing, capable of facing such a multitude of star beasts alone. Upon witnessing the premature arrival of 3 fleets, Jiang Xing, on the verge of his limits, felt a surge of elation. How could you arrive so quickly? I underestimated the strength of the vast number of star beasts under intelligent control. I was prepared to endure heavy losses for one final push. Perfect. This group of creatures and the remaining regions of the Kabu's home planet are yours to handle. Without waiting for the 3 commanders to respond, the Star Torch fleet immediately initiated a jump away from the scene. We've detected a high-energy reaction erupting here, so we thought it prudent to come and investigate. Thank you, Big Boss, for the opportunity. Leave it to us. The 3 commanders replied in unison. Simultaneously, the 3 fleets surged into the battlefield, taking the place of the Star Torch fleet. The Kabus, previously blinded by intense hatred, now found themselves in utter despair upon seeing 3 fleets of comparable size to the Star Torch fleet entering the fray. Having already jumped to the skies above the Kabu's home planet, the Star Torch fleet was calling back their ground forces. Jiang Xing reclined on the sofa, fatigue etched across his face. The once mighty aura of spiritual energy now diminished. This time, he had truly miscalculated. Intelligent life amid a massive swarm of star beasts was akin to data against the Star Torch fleet. Surface-level strength was one thing. Reality was quite another. Previously, he had faced merely a handful of E-level star beasts, with none even at E-level, leaving him with little sense of urgency. Now, confronted with a battalion of beast tamers employing tactical acumen and mental connections, the operational pressure he faced surged exponentially. Had it not been for the timely intelligence and successful breach of the lake of psychic energy, he would have had no choice but to retreat and await the arrival of the other 3 fleets for a coordinated assault. Moreover, according to Jiang Xing's final estimates, even a crumbling beast tamer battalion would incur over half their forces in taking down the Star Beast fleet. Fortunately, the 3 fleets had detected the combat response before it escalated. Here, Sun Xiaoxue cheerfully offered a drink. It was indeed rare to see the commander in such a state. Jiang Xing accepted the drink and took a sip. TSK, I'm also a newcomer, after all. I didn't consider everything comprehensively, but the outcome remains satisfactory. Prepare to withdraw. At least a perfect rating is assured. The remaining opportunities can be fought over by other spiritual fleets. He then turned his gaze towards the control area. Did the solidified core from those cruisers make it to the safe cruisers upon dissolution? No omissions. We can use the life solidification chamber for revival upon return. Green's voice chimed in. Good. Let's exit this world. Chapter 31. The Commander's Academy of Jiuzhou Shenxing. Having preemptively exited the world, Jiang Xing exerted his mental fortitude to leave the auxiliary passage and found a rest base to plunge into the spiritual recovery chamber. Slipping into a deep slumber, after 7 or 8 stellar days of intense combat, even with Jiang Xing's robust spiritual energy, he was nearing his limits. Unlike the previous instance of battling over 30 advanced intelligent ships, which had caused fatigue from heightened mental strain over a brief period, this time he faced the genuine risk of spiritual energy depletion. Not only did he need to ensure that the lost energy shields were promptly restored, but he also had to contend with thousands of enemies and various tactics. Particularly, the Star Beast Legion of the Kabu's beast tamers relentlessly bombarded the Star Torch fleet, seizing every opportunity for hours. His spirit, energy, and body were all on the brink of exhaustion. Seeing that their commander might take an indeterminate time to awaken, the others exchanged glances. "I'll head to the life solidification base to revive the pilots and weapon controllers," Green said first, turning to exit the control area. Tina settled onto a sofa in the leisure area, her long legs crossed, and began perusing a physical book filled with numerous spiritual texts. Sun Nguyen was subsequently pulled by Sun Xiaoxue towards the planetary base of the star system. This left only Wang Shan and Kalo exchanging glances. "So, shall we play cards?" Wang Shan produced a deck of virtual cards. In the vastness of the cosmos, the concept of time was exceedingly tenuous. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The crisp sound of the hatch opening echoed. Jiang Xing slowly rose, summoning mechanical particles to coalesce into a set of command attire. To his surprise, he had slept for 3 days before regaining his composure. Speaking to himself, he accessed the unviewed information from the spiritual network. The second crystal barrier world expansion has been completed. World expansion. Exploration of a clear and detailed star map layout and defense schematics of this world. Annihilating numerous ruling stars of its strongest civilization, decimating the source of its propagation, and severely wounding its main military force. Expansion impact, 47.8. Final evaluation, perfect. Awarded medal, perfect trialist 1, no effect. Current medal count, perfect trialist 3. Expansion rewards and expedition rewards have been calculated. Expansion reward, primary crystal barrier world. Spirit crystals 95, 600, military merits 3, 450, spirit energy supplement crystals 10, D grade. Academy application form 1, selectable for any strong nation academy, superpowers require application, primordial spirit energy infusion 1, E. The rewards for the expansion of the primary crystal barrier world were quite generous for most novice commanders. However, compared to the rewards Jiang Xing had previously received, they seemed somewhat ordinary. His gaze casually swept over the quantities of spirit crystals and military merits, then turned to the remaining rewards. The spirit energy supplement crystals, as the name implies, were items designed to swiftly replenish the energy expended by the commander, vastly enhancing their endurance on the battlefield. Unfortunately, his current spiritual energy level was insufficient to utilize these D-grade crystals. Jiang Xing paid it little mind, accepting the infusion while focusing on the most crucial item among this reward. The Academy application form? Understanding dawned upon Jiang Xing as he opened the application form, which included the rankings of various commander academies, preparing to see which academies were available for selection. Communication request, Jiang Xing paused, puzzled as he opened the spiritual network interface. Proler has requested a communication. Surprised to see Proler's name, he recalled that since departing the preparatory base and entering the expedition route, Proler had not contacted him, presumably occupied with expansion ratings. Why was he suddenly reaching out now? Had he encountered trouble? The communication connected, and Proler's short blue hair appeared first, followed by his familiar, cheerful smile. Proler seemed genuinely delighted to see Jiang Xing, good brother. Long time no see. Let me guess, you must have achieved a perfect rating on your first expansion, right? So, how's it going with the various commander academies? Have you arranged for the upcoming trials? A flurry of inquiries left Jiang Xing momentarily dumbfounded. He managed a wry smile. You guessed correctly. Do you have any insights? Proler appeared remarkably accurate in his intuitions. Could it be a talent of commanding? Without beating around the bush, Proler stated, applying to the Commander Academy of a superpower should be a breeze if you can secure 2 perfect ratings. The final result will be announced after completing all 4 rookie expansions. The more perfect ratings you achieve during this period, the greater the benefits. Securing perfect ratings across all 4 expansions will grant you the status of a seed student. The specifics remain uncleared. I've already applied to the Jiuzhou Republic's Xinxing Commander Academy. Jiang Xing seized upon the crux of Prole's words, exclaiming in astonishment, I never anticipated that you two have completed 2 flawless trials. Naturally, 2 perfect trials and 1 excellent one. The latter involved a high-tier crystalline world, falling just short of perfection. Sensing Jiang Xing's admiration, Prole couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, in any case, my recommendation stands thus. Although the Commander's Academy of the Alliance's superpowers has exceedingly high standards for foreign commanders, the resources and benefits it offers are significantly superior to those of the strong nations' academies. Moreover, Certain specialized academy missions can only be undertaken at the superpower academies, and the rewards for these unique tasks are exceedingly rare. I understand, Jiang Xing replied, acknowledging the information. After discussing the pertinent matters, Prol indulged in a few light-hearted exchanges before concluding the communication. Superpower, Jojo Republic, Divine Star Commanders Academy. One of the 5 commanders academies in the Jojo Republic, specializing in training commanders adept at dealing with high-dimensional and psychic adversaries. Within the Spirit Network lies a unique mental realm belonging to the Academy, where theoretical courses and exchanges are conducted. The Academy's headquarters for expedition routes is currently situated at the forefront of the main route. Please attain B-level commander status before proceeding. The detailed admission circumstances were not revealed. Given that it is an academy of a superpower, it undoubtedly boasts exceptional quality. Furthermore, the very name of this superpower evoked a profound sense of DJVU in Jiang Xing. Accompanied by feelings of warmth and familiarity, he unearthed the scarce information regarding the Jojo Divine Star Academy from the Spirit Network, and after perusing it, he had already formed a decision. Confirming application to the Alliance Superpowers Direct Academy, Divine Star Commanders Academy, confirmed. Confirmation complete, 3 flawless trials, meets application requirements. Retrieving details of the 3 expeditions for review. Your application will enter the review process. Please check again upon the completion of all 4 new expeditions. The 4th expedition should be resolved within approximately half a month. Jiang Xing contemplated. In truth, most new commanders would not progress this swiftly. Typically, the 4 new expeditions would take about a year. During this period, they would accept various escort and maintenance missions to clear out worlds under occupation, gradually enhancing their psychic strength. By the 3rd or 4th expedition, most new commanders would likely achieve D-level status, thus increasing their margin for error in the face of unforeseen circumstances and ensuring that their minimum scores would not be excessively low. Jiang Xing understood this, but did not intend to slow down the pace of his expeditions. The period of being a new commander is the most opportune time to attain a flawless rating. Should a commander's psychic level rise, the difficulty of achieving a perfect rating would increase dramatically. Most weighted advantages would be nullified, and the time required for each normal expedition would no longer be a matter of days, but would extend to several weeks. Moreover, as the fleet scale and the commander's rank continued to rise, it was likely that he would receive missions to independently conquer a crystalline world. At that point, the time spent on expeditions would be measured in years. Should any mistakes or lapses in action occur during that period, the perfect rating would slip away. With the infusion of psychic energy concluded, the slots for psychic battleships increased by an additional 15 units, 5 cruisers and 10 destroyers, followed by the replenishment of the lost battleships from the expeditions. Jiang Xing exited the medical area. What are you all doing? Chapter 32. Why is no one speaking? In the control zone's entertainment room, 5 individuals surrounded a table, their expressions grave. Various colorful lines were drawn across their foreheads, suggesting some form of energy residue as observed through fluctuations. Among them, Sun Xiaoxue had the most lines, over a dozen forming a vibrant array reminiscent of neon lights. What astonished Jiang Xing most was the usually gentle Green, who similarly bore 2 glowing lines, intently scrutinizing a virtual card in his hand. Not far off, Tina held a book without a cover, occasionally casting glances at Green, her eyes almost forming a pie chart of emotions, 5 parts confusion, 3 parts helplessness, and 2 parts hesitation. Should she show Green's recent condition to her father? Tina pondered. Jiang Xing's sudden query startled everyone, and the 5 at the card table quickly reacted. Sun Xiaoxue was first to brighten, her cheeks flushing as she hastily summoned her psychic energy to dispel the lines from her forehead. Simultaneously, the card in her hand dissipated into particles. Looking at the other 4, Green had somehow regained his gentle demeanor. Calmly seated beside Tina with a cup of tea, the speed of his transformation left her momentarily bewildered, prompting her to subtly create some distance. Wang Shan and Sun Nuyan sat upright, their expressions resolute and their gazes unwavering. Only Cairo remained at the table, feigning ignorance of the situation. "Brother Jiang Xing, you have finally awoken," Sun Xiaoxue exclaimed, bouncing in front of him, her face alight with joy. Her condition had evidently returned to normal. Jiang Xing nodded, then turned to face the others, particularly Cairo, with a smile. "Indeed, you have finally reached E-level Deputy Commander. It seemed the expedition task in the Kabu world had yielded excellent ratings for everyone, with substantial rewards for their endeavors. Most notably, Cairo had leapt from F to E-level deputy commander. From this point, he had entered a virtuous cycle. Previously, Cairo's psychic strength had been insufficient to amplify the fleet. Even with the commander's performance weighting, his scoring had only been rated as good or excellent, leading to slow progress in his rewards for infusion. The inability of a deputy commander to augment the fleet would significantly lower scores. Even if he did manage to amplify, the Spirit Network would calculate the effects of that amplification during the expedition. Jiang Xing held Cairo's contributions in high regard. As a passive enhancing deputy commander, even standing still to maintain the boost could yield commendable ratings. With a slight maneuver, achieving a rating comparable to that of a commander should be effortless. Patting Cairo on the shoulder, Jiang Xing proceeded into the main control area to inspect the fleet. The brain-controlled pilots and weapon operators of the 3 damaged cruisers had all been reinstated. The death compensation had been processed to the fleet's account, and no one had departed due to this incident. Indeed, they appeared unfazed. Upon closer examination, Jiang Xing discovered that several individuals had died more than once. An epiphany struck him. In the Alliance, a civilization equipped with numerous life-saving and resurrection technologies, death was not the end. At least 99% of deaths could be reversed by the Alliance. Even if the Star Torch fleet had failed to recover the life-solidifying core on this occasion, the localized spirit network could retrieve the souls of the deceased before departing the world. However, the cost of resurrection at that point would be 100-fold of that for life solidification. In the expedition routes, disappearance was far more terrifying than perishing on the battlefield. Soon, the psychic battleships Jiang Xing had ordered emerged from a swell. A total of 35 cruisers and 40 destroyers, the scale of the Star Torch fleet was nearing full E-level capacity. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Xing's attention was drawn to a quietly vanishing droplet-shaped creation. Measuring merely a kilometer in length, its smooth exterior crafted from gravitationally binding materials bore a familiar emblem. Alliance Boundless Logistics. Were dozens of warships delivered by that droplet? Rumor had it that the Alliance Logistics was the most formidable military unit within the human alliance. Aside from the armies of the 3 superpowers and the Alliance military itself, in that moment, Jiang Xing experienced a flash of inspiration, silently pinning the Alliance Boundless Logistics to the top of his priorities. The nascent Star Torch fleet spread out within the vast expanse of the dock. The formation resembled a gourd, stretching for over 1,000 kilometers. With psychic energy infused, they departed the base. The Star Torch fleet, at a steady pace, set forth once more. The purpose of the Psychic Commander's journey ahead was simple: to catch up with the main expeditionary force, fighting for the Alliance and humanity at the forefront. Unlike the fixed conditions of the expedition routes, the dangers of various crystalline worlds were generally monitored by the Spirit Network, regardless of whether they were being explored or developed. The most perilous worlds often served as either the primary battlefronts of the major branch routes or as secure central worlds. Connecting the exceedingly lengthy expedition pathways, of course, controllability was primarily a concern for the main expeditionary forces. Neglecting the development process could lead even A-level commanders to encounter dire situations in certain crystalline worlds. Jiang Xing speculated that the battlefield where his parents had gone missing, sufficiently challenging for C-level commanders, was, at best, a frontline battleground of the second-level branch routes. Currently, the Star Torch fleet could not even access the front lines of the third-level branch routes. Entering the transition phase, as the fleet gradually distanced itself from the starting area of the route, the surrounding crystalline world trade fleets became increasingly dense. Over the course of 3 days of transition, Jiang Xing witnessed no fewer than 100 trade fleets passing by, with some fleets comprising a staggering tens of thousands of vessels. Among them were numerous trade star cities and trade battle stars. Casting awe-inspiring shadows across the cosmos, Jiang Xing marveled at the sight. The trade fleets equipped with battle star-level creations truly reflected the strength of the vast human civilization across the universe. Just this one trade fleet alone could easily dominate all the crystalline worlds he had previously encountered. Even more astonishing was a fleet consisting of over 1,000 ships, led by 3 trade star cities, which could engage in shopping while en route. Encouraged by Sun Xiaoxue, the Star Torch fleet, on a whim, entered the Star City, allowing this rapidly traveling trade fleet to escort them for a stretch of the journey. In response, the representatives of the Trade Star City merely smiled faintly, even offering some daily necessities as complimentary gifts. The preferential treatment for psychic fleets along the expedition routes was evident everywhere. Temporary 100-person team task activated. Fleets without development tasks consented. Please expedite to the developing fleets. As Jiang Xing lifted his gaze from selecting the next development task, he glanced at the Spirit Network interface. 100-person team, newly categorized commanders entering the route. He had not anticipated that there would indeed be group tasks. He recalled that the team leader's name was Ming Yang. As the Spirit Network's transmission activated, the Star Torch fleet vanished instantaneously from the main route, AT, the terminus of a certain tertiary branch road. Thousands of E-class and D-class psychic fleets emerged in succession, in the unremarkable peripheral area. Ming Yang gazed at the more than 60 E-class fleets that had already arrived and opened the list. The commander expected to complete the exploration at the latest would still require about a week. There was ample time remaining. Closing the list, Ming Yang reclined in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Dozens of fleet commanders engaged in fervent discussions among themselves. Wow, brother. There's even a good rating. Impressive. 30 psychic warships, At this rate of advancement. You must have completed 2 explorations already, right? I wonder what this group task is, gathering so many psychic fleets, and so many D-class fleets too. The frontline battlefield of the tertiary branch road lies ahead. We can't possibly be heading to the front line, can we? No worries, even if we do, we'll likely just be doing menial tasks or patrolling duties. They wouldn't dispatch us for an impossible mission. Ripples surged. The Xingju fleet made its entry, and Jiang Xing was immediately astonished by the dense array of psychic fleets within millions of kilometers. What is going on? Why are there so many fleets? Jiang Xing pondered. He subsequently opened the internal channel of the 100-man squad to see if there was any useful information available. Why is no one speaking? Chapter 33. Meme Contamination, Special Edition of the Psychic Network. The appearance of the Xingju fleet left the commanders of over 100 surrounding fleets momentarily stunned. Most of the commanders participating in this mission were recent entrants to the navigational routes within the past few months. Among them, 30 to 40 vessels constituted a respectable scale. Only a handful of commanders who had achieved 2 excellent ratings could assemble a fleet of 50 vessels in such a short time. As for the fully equipped E-class fleets discernible in the vicinity, they were likely commanded by newcomers who had been in the navigational routes for over a year. The abrupt emergence of 75 warships from the Xingju fleet amidst a congregation of recently arrived fleets was strikingly conspicuous. Initially, many believed Jiang Xing had mistakenly teleported to the wrong location, until someone opened its information page and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, holy crap, 3 perfect ratings? A newcomer commander who just entered the navigational routes 2 months ago?" The exclamations in the local channel served as a spark, igniting the previously quiet communication channel. 3 perfect ratings. How difficult must that be? I feel like I nearly risked my life just to achieve 1 good rating. 75 psychic warships in 2 months, and with 3 officers allocated. This is truly extraordinary. This is likely the rookie commander of this session, a seed-level commander who could rank within the top 10. And yet they belong to our temporary squad. Big shot. Remember me? I beg you to take me along. Newcomer commanders were noticeably more animated, and after a brief period of admiration, many began seeking to ally themselves with the illustrious figure. The communication channel erupted into chaos. It was no wonder everyone was astonished and excited. Achieving even a single perfect rating was a rare feat, especially under the premise of initial weighting. 1 must exceed the Psychic Network's expected completion efficiency of over 75 and demonstrate significant contributions to have a chance of obtaining it. The second and third attempts, having lost the initial weighting, required contributions and exploration levels that could not be achieved solely through E-class combat power. Operations, strategies, and additional means must all stand out, culminating in a touch of luck. If one could attain perfection across all 4 attempts, without exception, these commanders would grow to be at least A-class commanders, or even surpass A-class to become legends within the military. Ming Yang, who was resting, sensed the surge of psychic reactions around him and casually opened his eyes to scan the main screen. Suddenly, he sat up straight, his expression one of shock. After confirming multiple times that the Xingju fleet indeed belonged to his squad, he murmured to himself, "I can't believe I stumbled upon such a fortuitous event." Before the disbandment of the temporary squad, the average level of the squad, along with the exploration completion rate and the fleet's upper and lower combat limits, would directly impact the rewards for the commanding officer. The higher the overall level, the greater the rewards for the leading commander. He had originally intended to personally lead these rookie commanders on a hunting expedition to enhance their ratings. But he never anticipated encountering such delightful surprises. A seed-level commander from the Alliance would actually appear in the team he led. Jiang Xing, who was perplexed by the excitement of the crowd in the communication channel, noticed the message from the commanding D-class officer and began to grasp the situation. Reluctantly closing the channel, he replied, "This time, I will trouble Commander Ming Yang." The two engaged in casual conversation before concluding their exchange. Although perfect ratings were rare, the enthusiasm displayed was rather overwhelming. Hearing this, Gulin couldn't help but chuckle. That's because the commander has achieved 2 perfect ratings in such a short time. The level of interaction has changed since then. The joint explorations of the psychic network typically involve fleets of relatively similar surface levels. Other commanders with perfect ratings are merely uncommon to you. In reality, most rookie commanders might not encounter contemporaneous perfect-rated commanders for 2 or 3 years. Perhaps it was due to his recent attempts at the extreme edge, coupled with the losses sustained in each exploration fleet, that Jiang Xing felt he was not particularly strong now. After hearing Gulin's explanation and observing the reactions of the surrounding commanders, he began to realize belatedly that his fleet indeed surpassed many of his contemporaries by a significant margin. Noticing the contemplative expression on Jiang Xing's face, Sun Xiaoxue couldn't help but chuckle. The solo expert thinks he is quite weak. Perhaps it's time to turn off the hell mode and check out the multiplayer instead. After all, they're just AI in hell mode. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Jiang Xing decided not to dwell on it further. The psychic commanders could not be enemies. The relative strengths or weaknesses didn't affect him. As time passed, the communication channel gradually returned to normal. Days went by, and the last commander receiving the call for exploration finally arrived at the scene. Joint exploration task. Frontline of the Tertiary Branch Road. River-level Crystal Wall World, Ordinary. The expeditionary force has completed 40 of the exploration, initially establishing a safe zone. Due to the rapid progress of exploration and the peculiar circumstances of this world, small enemy groups frequently appear between the edges of the safe zone and the front line, necessitating the continuous summoning of E and D-class psychic fleets for elimination to ensure the stability of the safe zone, while also allowing rookie commanders to adapt to special situations. Crystal Wall World. Wanshan World. Condition. Suspected meme contamination originating from a more powerful world has led to the destruction of most of the civilization in this world and the mutation of numerous meme aberration units. Recommended minimum level for main psychic fleets. C-class. Note. Meme contamination units possess formidable all-attribute contamination enhancements, with actual combat power comparable to psychic warships of the same class, psychic attachment. Meme contamination? Aberration units? Jiang Xing furrowed his brow, unwelcome images surfacing in his mind. Since childhood, he had found sticky and repulsive things intolerable. Suppressing his discomfort, Jiang Xing conducted a final check on the fleet's status. The psychic network transmission commenced. Jiang Xing felt as if the surroundings flickered, and the Xingju fleet materialized within a base star system. At the center of the base star system was a star radiating a psychic aura. Looking over in astonishment, that pale golden star with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of kilometers indeed emanated psychic energy. Although its mass was not high, the psychic energy was vast and boundless. With certain luminous properties of intangible psychic energy, it spread across several light months, casting a gentle glow. Meme contamination, a star imbued with psychic energy. It must be intended to dispel the aura of meme contamination. Jiang Xing withdrew his gaze, noting the bustling surroundings. Thousands of conventional warships, each measuring thousands of meters, continuously appeared and vanished, traversing between several colossal automated repair structures. Surrounding the massive repair structures, which had a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, was a swirling torrent of warships resembling clouds. One could even see over 20 powerful battle stars roaming the periphery of the base, preventing unknown enemies from breaching this logistical stronghold. The 100-man fleet group Jiang Xing belonged to seemed like a mere droplet falling into a lake. Utterly inconspicuous. In total, there were 10 100-man fleet groups, 1,000 E-class fleets, and 10 D-class fleets, connecting to the military battlefield's dedicated psychic network, Star Network. Loading task list. Please select Patrol, Cleanup, Security, Star Network. Jiang Xing rapidly sifted through the information in his mind, immediately grasping the details of the Star Network. Unlike the psychic network accessible to any psychic practitioner within the Alliance, the military Star Network is a deeper framework of the psychic network. It is often utilized in special battlefields such as those plagued by malicious psychic energy, large-scale meme contamination, high-dimensional incursions, and so forth. In addition to the functions of the psychic network, it possesses additional capabilities such as universal meme protection, temporary psychic amplification, suppression of non-allied psychic energy, and high-dimensional interference. Wherever the psychic network can reach, the star network can also extend. However, due to the requirement for massive consumption of various psychic energies and high-dimensional energy, the star network only activates in battlefield areas where it is needed. Jiang Xing's heart stirred as he glanced once more at the psychic star. As he had suspected, it was merely an ordinary star, currently enhanced by the star network. Having a vessel to bear the load was evidently more efficient than releasing a wide-ranging suppression of psychic energy from thin air. Returning to his senses, Jiang Xing, filled with admiration for the Alliance's technology, began to select the type of task. Both patrol and security had range limitations. I choose the cleanup type. Confirmation complete cleaning task. Please cleanse all non-allied units in the starry expanse between the front line and major defense bases. This mission will last for 10 days, and the final rating will be determined based on the total quantity and quality of the cleansed units. Recent coordinates of detected small enemy forces have been sent. Starnet, Universal Psychic Shield activated. Meme Contamination Special Attack 3-5. Wishing you great success in your endeavors. Chapter 34. The humans living in the meme contamination zone. The deep, slightly dark red starry sky, often characterized by its hollow silence, was abruptly disrupted by a sudden, distorted shadow. Dozens of crescent-shaped warships, each approximately 2,000 meters long, emerged from a fold in space, their armor cracked and oozing with slime spores. Mysterious and eerie dark purple stains marred the surface of the ships. Occasionally, pus-like bubbles would swell and burst from the fissures in the hull, releasing an intangible, eerie aura. Before the aura could spread, a soft golden sheen suddenly surged in the surrounding space, swiftly dispelling the bizarre essence emanating from these vessels. Realizing the futility of the contamination, the distorted warships activated their jump drives once more. At that moment, dozens of solidified brilliant beams of light suddenly surged from a distance, instantly piercing through and destroying several of the twisted vessels with astonishing precision. The remaining scattered attacks were met with a strenuous defense from the distorted warships. Their shields rippled in a serpentine manner, resembling an abstract oil painting. A million kilometers away, the Starnet fleet deactivated Tina's stealth capabilities, gradually materializing from the ethereal realm. The readings confirmed without a doubt that they were E-level warships, possessing a certain resistance to psychic attacks. The weapon controller reported. Jiang Xing nodded. Without confirming the specific strength of the targets, he would not allow the Starnet fleet to directly confront the enemy. Originally merely E-class technological warships, they unexpectedly exhibited E capabilities after meme contamination. Sun Nguyen expressed his astonishment, noting that this was their first encounter with meme-contaminated foes. Amidst their exchanges, the distorted warships swiftly detected the Starnet fleet's position. Hundreds of purple rays instantly crossed millions of miles, hurtling toward the Starnet fleet with lethal intent. The Starnet fleet showed no inclination to evade, bracing itself to absorb the full brunt of the assault. The powerful, eerie dark purple energy waves spread out. The expressions of the cruisers, including Jaren, shifted from concern to astonishment. The attack rays, which had reached E-level on the energy display, caused not a single ripple on the psychic shields. Jiang Xing's expression remained unchanged. Meme contamination enhancement, psychic resistance, basic talent effect, specialization in dark side psychic damage 20, golden human template, significantly enhances meme contamination resistance. The effects of the former need not be elaborated. The latter's enhancement applies not only to the commander and crew but also extends to the psychic shields. Jiang Xing glanced at the shield's depletion, his brow arching. Compared to a typical E-level attack, the damage from meme-related assaults had been reduced by at least 85, truly a remarkable enhancement. With the experiment concluded, Jiang Xing wasted no further time. 35 cruisers unleashed their full firepower, and the formidable beams of light instantaneously sealed off the entire area. The incoming distorted fleet, unable to evade in time, found their shields and armor shredded one after another beneath the relentless barrage. Silent explosions and fiery blooms spread out as dozens of distorted warships vanished amidst the densely packed beams of light. Inferior to ordinary E-class vessels, Jiang Xing assessed. Jaren and the others exchanged glances, only then realizing so. The commander indeed possessed a talent enhancement specifically against meme contamination. No wonder, had it been earlier, they might have been greatly surprised by Jiang Xing's newfound abilities. But after their recent expedition, Jiren and the others were merely astonished, rather than shocked. They successfully obliterated the first wave of meme-contaminated enemies. The Starnet fleet, guided by the distribution map provided by Starnet, entered jump mode once more. Given that the rating was based on the quantity and intensity of cleansed units, efficiency was paramount. The ensuing 2 weeks swiftly passed amidst the monotonous cleaning tasks. Since the expeditionary force had held back a significant number of enemies at the front lines, the meme-contaminated units that slipped through were generally around E-class. Thus, they encountered no threats beyond the Starnet fleet's capabilities. During this period, the Starnet fleet traversed 37 star systems, ultimately destroying 553 meme-contaminated units. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, there were hardly any fleets of the same rank surpassing the Starnet fleet's current cleaning tally. In a certain area, beams of light pierced the starry expanse, and the last aberrant star beast was effortlessly annihilated amidst concentrated fire. Jiang Xing, seated in the captain's chair, somewhat numbly directed the fleet to depart. Initially, the skirmishes with various meme-contaminated units had sparked interest and allowed the crew to cultivate rapport among the weapon controllers. Yet now, after over 40 battles of the same pattern, the environment remained monotonously draped in dark red silence. The crew had long since grown weary. The meme-contaminated units that appeared here, filtered by the expeditionary force, numbered no more than 100. Not a single one reached D-class strength. Over the past 2 weeks, the routine of jumping, attacking, finishing up, and jumping again had solidified into a fixed cycle for the Starnet fleet. It would likely take another week or two to conclude the mission. How dull. Sun Xiaoxue, with her charming figure, lay feebly atop the table. Sun Nuyan, holding a book, replied leisurely. This is just the beginning. As the Starnet fleet rises in rank, encountering long-term missions could mean it might take 10 years to complete. Enduring tedium and monotony is a requisite for the crew of a psychic fleet. Why not read a book to shift your focus? Sun Xiaoxue shook her head vigorously, like a rattled drum. No, and besides, elder brother, you've been stuck on that page for 10 minutes. Cough, cough. Sun Nuyan awkwardly closed the book. Jiang Xing, not knowing how many times he had opened the star map, prepared to select the next area to traverse. Detected actively released intelligence information. Would you like to view it? The information regarding the core of true numbers. Jiang Xing's spirits lifted, immediately sitting up straight in preparation to check. Outer regions of the meme contamination zone in the mountains and rivers world. For unknown reasons, a human civilization that has survived for hundreds of years is in peril, currently fleeing aboard a home ship. A mysterious danger relentlessly pursues this vessel carrying billions of inhabitants. Would you like to teleport? This will consume 15 true numbers. A human civilization surviving amid meme contamination for unknown reasons? A home ship? Jiang Xing furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the detailed information. The area surrounding the contamination zone was one that the expeditionary force had yet to secure, immensely perilous in a world with river-class crystal walls. Encountering B-class units would not surprise Jiang Xing. The issue was that the core of true numbers had not provided data coordinates, instead directly inquiring whether to teleport. Even if he wanted to rescue them, he would have to wait until he teleported over. Using the Starnet fleet for positioning. How long would it take for the expeditionary force to arrive? Jiang Xing found himself lost in thought. Hundreds of millions of lives, gritting his teeth, he looked up at Jiren and the others. Let me ask you this. If billions of our compatriots are in a perilous situation, and we are the only ones who can reach them in time, would we go? The dangers there could far surpass the E-class fleet's capacity to respond. And the expeditionary force's support time was uncertain. Should they go or not? The repeated question reflected Jiang Xing's inner turmoil. Jiren and the others exchanged glances, understanding something, their expressions turning serious. Of course we should go. Isn't this precisely the duty of the Alliance's psychic fleet? Hunting the starry seas, rescuing compatriots, expanding territory. This essentially embodies the very essence of the psychic fleet. After all, they often arrive at the side of their compatriots in need before the expeditionary force does. I understand now. Jiang Xing felt relieved. His earlier inquiry was more about not wanting to unilaterally decide a matter of life and death for his crew. Now it seemed he had overthought the situation. Confirming the teleportation. Confirmation complete 15 true numbers consumed. Chapter 35. Where are we going? In the pitch-black, dimly lit starry sky, an unnamed dark red spread, creating an exceedingly oppressive void. Suddenly, large ripples undulated through the space. Soon after, a massive oval-shaped starship, approximately 200 kilometers long, appeared. Its exterior was gray-silver, and the densely packed, intricate mechanical structures crisscrossed over the hull's armor, exuding a robust industrial aesthetic. A faint glow pulsed across the surface of the starship, creating a regular area spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers. A mysterious boundary restrained the spread of the dark red haze. Within a surrounding radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, over 500 various warships clustered around this colossal vessel. The foremost and central sections of the giant ship comprised a sprawling, vast three-dimensional city, while the rear section housed various ecological plantations and livestock factories. This enormous, complex, yet orderly circulatory industry struggled to sustain the societal civilization aboard the massive ship. At the very front of the ship, in the control center, 3 middle-aged men clad in white robes bore indifferent expressions. Surrounding them, hundreds of figures bustled about, moving between various devices. Carlos, what's the status? The jump module has malfunctioned. It will take at least 2 weeks to restore. We can only proceed at sublight speeds. This malfunction is the first of its kind in a century. The man referred to as Carlos spoke with an unwavering tone. Silence followed. Where are we headed? After a prolonged silence, one of them suddenly inquired, uncertain if they were asking about the ship's destination or the future of civilization. The man among the three, seemingly of considerable stature, regarded the questioner. I don't know. We just move forward, allowing civilization to endure for a while longer. The dark red contamination obstructed all known superluminal communication devices, rendering them isolated souls, cut off from other civilizations. Of course, perhaps hope still exists somewhere in the cosmos. The one who had initially questioned Carlos replied, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Hope, perhaps we should first resolve the immediate crisis before discussing hope. Emotionally detached, Carlos gazed at the main control screen. Before the colossal ship, millions of kilometers away, a myriad of scarlet flashes erupted. Over 2,000 tainted and twisted entities appeared chaotically across the starry expanse, obstructing the path of the massive vessel. The grotesque and repulsive star beasts, alongside the distorted technological warships, manifested. Even monstrous, fleshy vines, brimming with multifaceted eyes, waved their kilometers-long crimson tendrils through the void. The crimson monstrosities, Carlos sighed. They always appeared whenever the home fleet came to a halt. At the very moment these dark red monsters emerged, over 500 warships, each approximately 5 kilometers in length, had already amassed tremendous energy fluctuations. As a violent brilliance erupted, thousands of luminous projectiles darted across the distance between both sides, piercing directly into the enemy's disarrayed formation. The searing white energy waves spread, claiming the lives of countless infected monstrosities. In response, the fleet was met with a barrage of penetrating energy waves and tens of thousands of dark red rays. These seemingly perilous dark red beams, upon entering the vicinity of the colossal ship, spanning several 100,000 kilometers, suddenly slowed their velocity. The crimson radiance also dimmed considerably. They struck the shields of hundreds of warships and the massive vessel, inflicting minimal damage. As always, there were no insurmountable monsters in sight. Observing the loss of over half of the 2,000 dark red entities under the second wave of bombardment, Carlos quietly remarked, Buzz, alert, right side, detecting over 3,000 dark red fluctuations. Alert, alert, left side detecting over 1,700 dark red fluctuations. Alert, rear detecting over 2,400 dark red fluctuations. Before the three could close the screen, the shrill alarm and red lights erupted in the control room. Carlos's pupils constricted. Impossible? Could it be that these dark red monsters can sense our warp module's failure? They've been trailing us for so long, yet we've never encountered such a concentrated movement. There was no time for confusion as the twisted, bizarre creatures began to materialize from all directions, without a hint of fear. They charged relentlessly towards the colossal ship. The 500 warships were overwhelmed, their firepower evidently lacking. In less than 10 minutes, the first monster had already approached the mysterious boundary surrounding the colossal ship by several 100,000 kilometers. With a crash, upon breaching the boundary centered around the colossal ship, the massive polluted creature's crimson glow suddenly faded. Its energy levels plummeted several tiers. Despite this, countless monstrosities continued to surge forward, braving the onslaught from the 500 warships as they dashed towards the colossal ship. Boom! A terrifying radiance erupted. A beam of light, reminiscent of the aurora, swept out from a section of the colossal ship, obliterating a cluster of aberrant creatures in an instant, before the crew could revel in their triumph. Even more aberrant monsters appeared, rippling through the space. In mere moments, their numbers swelled into the thousands. Distorted and chaotic, it was unclear whether it was merely an illusion, but as the dark red creatures multiplied, the crimson hue around the colossal ship seemed to encroach upon the boundary. The tide of countless monsters surged forth without hesitation, ferociously charging at the colossal ship. These were not the diminutive creatures of mere meters in size found on the surface, but rather a horde of terrifying giants measuring at least 1,000 meters in length. As this horde of grotesque beings bore down upon them, even the seasoned Carlos felt a shiver run down his spine. Ignoring the weakness brought on by crossing the boundary, the monstrous tide quickly encircled the 500 warships. The dense dark red rays ravaged the area, with some even piercing through. Hundreds of monsters were obliterated, only for more to rush in to fill the void, attacking the desperately resisting warships. Warship number 283's shield is compromised and will soon go offline. We urge all to continue advancing. Warship No. 452's starboard hull has been breached and is immobile. We urge all to continue advancing. Warship number 167's power module is damaged. Dozens of calm, yet tinged voices echoed in the control room, laced with a hint of resignation. The control room fell into a poignant silence. Gazing at the dwindling signals of the warships, the crew exhibited little reaction. Rather than despair, they appeared utterly numb. Passion, resentment, fear. For centuries, they had endured countless confrontations with the dark red monstrosities, their hearts now too fatigued to stir with emotion. Once upon a time, the home fleet boasted 88 vessels, with escort fleets numbering in the thousands. Now, only this solitary colossal ship and a few hundred escort warships remained, clinging to life for over a century by some stroke of fortune. Watching the escort warships being consumed by the relentless tide of monsters, the final reports from the escort captains echoed in their ears, calm yet filled with resignation. Carlos sighed deeply. It seems that after a century, our Tilo Federation is destined to perish within the dark red abyss. The boundary was being gradually constricted by the advancing dark red tide, the monstrous wave relentlessly pushing forward despite the bombardment from the colossal ship. Miraculously, their survival for a century hinged not only on that singular miracle but also on the unbroken warp module. For reasons unknown, Carlos suddenly pondered this. The despair of having long lost their path and the numbness from countless struggles rendered him incapable of igniting fear or resentment over the impending doom of civilization. Or perhaps, it was from the moment they had become the last home fleet that they had relinquished hope for the future. Their resistance and flight were merely efforts to prolong their civilization's existence and leave a trace of humanity behind. Countless desolate, cold planets and innumerable tablets chronicling various histories bore witness to their perseverance over the years. Now, it seemed that their tenacity was nearing its limit. Chapter 36. The mysterious shadow of fear. The last escort warship met its demise amidst the tide of dark red monstrosities. Staring at the mysterious boundary being suppressed by the encroaching crimson, Carlos and his companions, though already numb, refused to surrender. The home fleet, spanning over 200 kilometers, was equipped with densely packed weapon modules. In fact, it rivaled the peak firepower of over 500 escort ships. Thousands of intercepting beams and auroras swept through, directly melting hundreds of the twisted warships and monsters at the forefront. No ripples were stirred. The scarlet and dim starry sky now resembled boiling water. Continuously, various distorted warships and grotesque monsters emerged from warp, charging fiercely at the colossal ship, which appeared to possess an overwhelming allure. In the mysterious spatial region, the dark and crimson essences twisted and intertwined. Within two bizarre streams of particles, an eerie and absurd figure silently emerged. 7 arms, 7 legs, and 7 heads. Its form resembled a horrific scarecrow haphazardly assembled. Adorned with black and red markings, a dissonant, piercing laughter and whispers filled the surroundings. even causing nearby spatial particles to exhibit signs of distortion. Before them, the curtain of space, akin to water, depicted the final struggles of the home fleet. Flawless. Return to my God. The viscous, distorted whispers reverberated as the Scarecrow's body trembled, seemingly on the verge of stepping into reality to personally obliterate the colossal ship. Suddenly, one of the heads of the bizarre Scarecrow gazed toward the barrier between reality and the dark dimension, hesitating for a moment before ultimately ceasing its movement. In reality, tens of thousands of terrifying entities, bearing an even denser dark red essence, relentlessly eroded the boundary. Chaotic masses, shattered colossal skeletons, and mosaic-like, distorted beings. An increasing number of incomprehensible monstrosities emerged, and the impenetrable defensive modules of the home fleet finally exhibited vulnerabilities. Dozens of twisted warships, still within the realm of comprehension, charged headlong into the shields of the home fleet. In the violent explosions, countless subtle fluctuations emerged, but as soon as they breached the shields, they were suppressed and dispersed by the mysterious boundary, ignoring the ordinary energy shields, the source of the contamination. Carlos's gaze dimmed. Once, the Tilo Federation's fleet had been twisted and polluted before the eyes of the Alliance's populace by these entities that disregarded shields, turning against everything they had sworn to protect. Even the ancient relics seemed unable to hold out much longer. The left side is compromised, said the man in the white robe. He then shed his robe, revealing exquisite armor beneath, with mysterious patterns swirling across its surface. Psychic inscriptions. I shall take my leave to the residential area. Watching the armored man turn away, another elder also exited the control room, stating, I will check the outer corridor of the home fleet. Carlos replied calmly, Very well, I shall remain here. More monsters breached the firepower net of the home fleet, crashing against the surface of the shields. The countless deaths of the monsters gradually prompted a reaction from the shields, while the speed of the boundary's contraction noticeably quickened. Observing the pollution failing to take effect, some of the seemingly instinctual bizarre creatures hurled objects into the shields at the moment of collision. Boom! The armor was punctured with several craters, and the bizarre essence was instantly dispelled by the boundary, revealing the objects within. They were massive crystalline spheres. As the spheres shattered, countless 2 to 3 meter tall aberrant creatures and flesh-mechanical entities emerged. Though significantly suppressed by the boundary, the sheer number of these beings overwhelmed the corridor defenses within a short time. Until the outer corridor of the home fleet, the vast preparation zone and spacious passage allowed for the deployment of heavy single-soldier equipment. For spider mechs with light cannons roared, while unmanned machines wielded their energy blades and particle beam guns, engaging fiercely at the forefront in the mid-to-rear defensive lines. Massive fixed turrets and particle cannons thundered incessantly. Tens of thousands of armored soldiers brandished pulse rifles, clearing out any remaining threats from a distance. What was once a calm vessel transformed within just 5 minutes into a violent meat grinder. Dense rays and explosive fluctuations filled the entire outer corridor. The psychic light spheres swept across, clearing a vast expanse. The elder in white also fought valiantly at the forefront. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixed upon a towering mound of flesh standing 7 to 8 meters high. Rendered speechless. Countless human limbs swayed atop the mass, and among the writhing mass, fragments of armor similar in style to those worn by the defending soldiers could be faintly seen. Alas, the ethereal luminescence surged forth, and the colossal mass of flesh was instantaneously reduced to ashes, scattering into the void in the undulating sea of stars. The endless darkness of the cosmos was rife with lurking monstrosities. Only a flicker of feeble light remained. The solitary beacon amidst the obsidian expanse, now teetering on the brink of extinction. Time became an ambiguous concept. The outer corridor of the great vessel fell silent once more. Countless creatures tore through the inner armor and alloy walls, surging toward the area where life's essence pulsed most vibrantly. Beside the shattered carcass of a titan-like monster, a fragment of white robe dripped with crimson droplets, in the dim, grotesque dark red. This vivid scarlet exuded an exceptionally pure aura before the defensive array of the habitation zone. An armored figure meticulously polished the light blade in his grasp, the dense aura of ethereal energy swirling unpredictably. Surrounding him stood millions of soldiers, poised and ready. Mechs, heavy armored machinery, land cruisers, and mobile fortresses spanned a front line of over 100 kilometers, Crack! The piercing sound of shattering alloy reverberated throughout the habitation area. The steel walls flanking the habitation zone, stretching for dozens of kilometers, appeared as though invaded by a swarm of ants, with countless pits and fissures emerging. A torrential wave of dark red surged forth. The armored man's eyes gleamed with determination. All forces, prepare for battle. Amidst the cacophony of monstrous roars, millions of soldiers remained silent. They moved into combat formation with resolute quietude. The only sounds echoing were those of machinery in operation. They had endured such harrowing experiences countless times over the centuries, with only the past century offering a semblance of tranquility. A mere century was insufficient to erase the numbing memories of their battles against the dark red tide. The clash escalated to a fever pitch. Within the structures, countless humans sat calmly in their homes, devoid of panic or the instinct to huddle together for safety. Families congregated, engaging in conversation as if it were just another day. Those alone polished their issued pulse rifles, fixated on the photographs of loved ones adorning the walls, speaking not a word. The Tilo Federation had once been a civilization of advanced crystalline walls, and among them, one of the most formidable. With an average lifespan of a millennium, at least 70% of the inhabitants of this home vessel had personally witnessed that cataclysm. The remaining 30% had, to varying degrees, encountered several smaller crises since their births. Fear was natural, however. The clarity of thought and the suppression of bodily terror brought about by genetic enhancement allowed them to understand that fear would only intensify the suffering before death. Boom! As the slaughter unfolded within the habitation zone, the shield of the home vessel, besieged by various monsters, suddenly trembled violently. It visibly began to fade. In the control room, Carlos watched as the shield gradually dissipated. Dozens of attacks cleanly carving a massive hole in the outer armor. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the self-destruct button before him, internally estimating the time until the habitation zone would fall. Carlos, the ruler, sensed an unknown number of corrupted entities approaching the control room, while the core defense unit had already set out to intercept. His aide reported with precision. Suddenly, the boundary, which had been contracting at a leisurely pace, abruptly narrowed by more than half. The speed escalated dramatically. Before Carlos could ponder the cause, a primal fear coursed through him, a terror not of his own making, but rather an instinctual dread in the presence of superior beings. Struggling to raise his head, the main screen flickered, barely operational. Outside the massive vessel, a terrifying figure approximately 100 meters tall materialized in the void, a mere 10,000 miles away. Carlos's pupils contracted sharply. In a moment of disorientation, he recalled the eve when the elite of the Alliance's homeworld had transformed into monsters, when that seven-headed shadow had appeared above the planet. Trembling, Carlos's heart burned with fury. Chapter 37. The Power of Spending. The Scarecrow sensed something amiss, its head drooping as its gaze pierced through the ship's structure to fixate on Carlos. Upon detecting the intensity of Carlos's ethereal energy, the Scarecrow indifferently averted its gaze, redirecting its focus to the colossal vessel before one of its 7 claws reached out, revealing a crimson blade stretching 100 miles. There was no doubt that if released, the Tilo home vessel would be cleaved in two. The air shimmered silently. The Scarecrow paused, only to see a fleet of approximately 100 warships materialize out of thin air, interposing themselves between the terrifying Scarecrow and the battered home vessel. At first glance, Jiang Xing and his companions beheld the enormous Scarecrow standing in the void, possessing 7 legs, 7 heads, and 7 arms. Golden Human Template has significantly weakened the meme interference. The newly rising fear was instantly diluted. Though a faint restlessness still lingered in their hearts, the green siblings, initially preparing to raise their ethereal shields, were taken aback, turning to the forefront where Jiang Xing gazed unflinchingly at the colossal Scarecrow. They felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Habit or not, was it not somewhat absurd that their innate talent provided them with resistance to high-dimensional meme interference? Indeed, the moment they laid eyes on the Scarecrow, the knowledgeable green siblings recognized the entity before them, a high-dimensional life form, seemingly a malevolent entity embodying concepts of fear and despair. Under normal circumstances, not only would they not dare to confront it, but merely maintaining calm in the oppressive presence of this malevolent being would be considered a testament to their mental fortitude. Jiang Xing's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Although he lacked detailed knowledge of this entity, he was acutely aware that even the weakest high-dimensional beings could obliterate a C-class fleet. This fact weighed heavily upon him. The Scarecrow, perceiving the Xingyu fleet, was equally startled, its terrifying consciousness sweeping across dozens of light-years in an instant. Not finding any other entities nearby, the ominous black-red storm surrounding the Scarecrow surged once more. Detected hostile high-dimensional unit. Identified as the dark source of Wanshan world. Fierce Scarecrow, 1-star high-dimensional. Caution. Widespread meme disturbance detected. Despite suppression by the Star Network, the expeditionary forces within Wanshan world will take approximately 15 minutes to arrive. Searching for available emergency maneuvers within Wanshan world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing formulated a plan and accessed the ethereal network interface. Would you like to expend 800,000 ethereal crystals to purchase C-class materials? Blazing Light Spear module? Would you like to confirm the expenditure of double the price for expedited cross-river crystalline wall delivery? Confirmation complete. The fierce Scarecrow's attack coalesced within mere moments, a solidified dark blade hurtling forth. The chilling assault instantly tore through tens of thousands of monsters in its wake. As it appeared poised to breach the Xingyu fleet and obliterate the home vessel, the surrounding space shimmered once more. A colossal 10,000-meter water droplet manifested out of nowhere. A smile crept across Jiang Xing's lips. The massive light blade collided with the water droplet, sending ripples cascading across its surface. After several seconds of stalemate, the crimson blade gradually dissipated, yet the water droplet's hull was left riddled with exaggerated cracks. Detected hostile unit attack. Expedited cargo protection protocol initiated. Notifying superior channels. Alliance Boundless Logistics Base for fire support. Activating dark space positioning beacons. As the fierce Scarecrow prepared to launch its second attack, a black hole-like object began to coalesce in the skies above. The next moment, a terrifying beam of light, illuminating the starry sky, descended with a thunderous roar. In an instant, it enveloped the colossal fierce Scarecrow. The formidable attack propelled the Scarecrow at an extraordinary velocity, crashing it into a massive rocky planet. Accompanied by a violent explosion of light, that planet, over 40,000 kilometers in diameter, was instantaneously reduced to dust in the blinding radiance. As the black hole closed, the heavily damaged 10,000-meter water droplet delivered the cargo to the cruiser's hold before drifting away. Turning back to the awestruck onlookers, Jiang Xing beamed with pride. This is the astute utilization of spending. The Shinkei's-class battle star's light arrow, Green smiled helplessly before lapsing into thought. Could a battle star of this caliber, which boasted lower attack strength than the Sea Hunters, truly slay a high-dimensional life form? It seemed the Hunters could not either. Meanwhile, in the control room, Carlos regained control of his faculties, yet remained stupefied as he stared at the fleet of Xingyu standing before the home vessel. There was no sense of relief from surviving a catastrophe, nor astonishment at the apocalyptic radiance of the light arrow. Rather, it dawned on him that we are not the last remnants of life in this world. Slumping into his chair, Carlos's indifferent face finally shifted, and he transmitted this video and message to the habitation zone. The armored man engaged in battle paused, his previously silent heart igniting with fervent flames once more. Ha ha ha. Good. Even if the Telos civilization cannot escape the fate of extinction today, the legacy of human civilization will be remembered by other life forms. Should the world one day return to normalcy, the Telos civilization will not merely be a legend of the old era, but a testament to the pioneers who truly existed. This message spread rapidly throughout the entire habitation zone, and without exception, those who witnessed the video displayed expressions of exhilaration. There exists other life in the world. Having once experienced the prosperity of the cosmos and the flourishing of myriad races, many elders felt tears welling in their eyes. Heaven knows how a single home vessel has drifted ceaselessly through the darkness for 100 years, carrying the last embers of hope. Everywhere they looked was desolation and dark monstrosities. The despair was palpable, especially given the formidable life forms backing this fleet. That terrifying assault, even several home vessels self-destructing to cover others' retreat, paled in comparison. The Xingyu fleet, buoyed by Jiang Xing's cleverness, suddenly turned serious. Controlling 20 destroyers, they surged into the gaping maw of the home vessel, racing toward the habitation zone. The remaining warships sped away, plunging into the depths of the cosmos. Boom. The anguished wail of high-dimensional entities resonated through the ethereal realm, flooding the minds of all present as the main control screen stretched. The area where the vanished planet once resided was enveloped in a dense energy storm. Subsequently, a somewhat disheveled and damaged fear scarecrow materialized. With no rage, it stared impassively at the energy destroyers that had leapt through space, attempting to use a suicidal charge to delay its demise. With a casual swipe, over a dozen destroyers, millions of kilometers away, were instantly scattered by the suddenly coalesced crimson blades. Simultaneously, a saturation strike from 35 cruisers hurtled forth. The few destroyers that had not been destroyed seized the opportunity to leap away. Faced with these assaults, the fear straw no longer evaded, instead charging directly towards the home ship. The seemingly formidable attacks had no effect on the former. Even when a destroyer managed to close in, the particle decomposition waves covering thousands of kilometers were similarly dispersed by the fear straw with ease. No, logically speaking, even at a distance of several light-years, this entity should have been able to shred the Star Torch fleet along with the home ship. Why was it so intent on approaching the home ship? Gazing at the fear straw, which reappeared nearby, its 7 pairs of eye sockets pulsating with black-red flames, Jiang Xing felt a sudden confusion. Confronted by the indifference radiating from the fear straw, he ultimately resigned himself back into the captain's chair. Never mind, it no longer mattered. The time had come. The thoughts of the fear straw surged, converging into dozens of crimson blades spanning hundreds of miles. This time, there would be no surprises. Alliance humans, weeds, it seems I've finally caught you. After hiding for hundreds of years, why not continue to cower in your den? Suddenly, a voice filled with gritted teeth echoed in the ears of the fear straw and the present psychics. Jiang Xing distinctly sensed it. The black-red flames within the eye sockets of the fear straw abruptly halted. Chapter 38. The mysterious sacred object the cosmos fell into a momentary silence, and then dozens of crimson blades, under the control of the fear straw, changed direction, flinging backward. Simultaneously, an even larger stream of black-red light spiraled past, crossing several light-years in the blink of an eye. Was the fear straw actually fleeing? Jiang Xing was astonished. Just how powerful could the Alliance's B-class psychic fleet be? Suddenly, a deep, resonant hum emanated from afar. Visible folds in space rippled through the starlit expanse, as if a strong wind had swept across a lake, creating concentric waves of spatial disturbance. The scene unfolded, revealing the massive fear straw seemingly halted by an invisible barrier at the edge of the galaxy, unable to advance even an inch, while hundreds, if not thousands, of furious crimson blades bombarded it. Yet, the invisible barrier effortlessly absorbed the onslaught, sending ripples of spatial shockwaves. At that moment, tens of thousands of light spots flickered around the fear straw. And then enormous silhouettes gradually materialized from the void. A terrifyingly unique psychic aura, accompanied by a localized psychic net far exceeding that of the Star Torch fleet, began to spread. In an instant, it dispelled the dark red mimetic contamination engulfing the entire galaxy. The silhouette solidified, heralding the complete arrival of the Chisinki fleet. Jiang Xing's expression grew even more astonished. Even the well-versed green siblings and Sun Nuyen appeared somewhat taken aback. A fleet in mech mode? Indeed, this B-class fleet was not composed of the various warships Jiang Xing was accustomed to seeing, but rather tens of thousands of colossal mechs, each towering at least 1,000 meters tall. Moreover, they were all resplendent white humanoid mechs. Although he knew that with the Alliance's current technological prowess, the appearance would not affect actual combat capabilities, the sight of tens of thousands of these white mechs, pulsating with psychic energy, still left Jiang Xing profoundly shocked. Psychic mechs? Psychic warships? From a technological standpoint, the two seemed to bear no significant differences. In fact, mechs, which excelled in close-quarters agile combat, were even better suited to certain special talents. Observing the leading hundreds of highly agile 10,000-meter white mechs encircling the fear straw, Jiang Xing's mind finally snapped back to reality. Psychic energy surged, and intricate patterns of psychic energy illuminated the mechs form layer by layer. Without any visible cannons or weapons, a perfectly hexagonal psychic array manifested around the mech. Then, spears and arrows of light shot forth, swiftly enveloping the area occupied by the fear straw. Simultaneously, some mechs launched psychic blades extending thousands of meters long, cleaving through the massive shockwaves at speeds rivaling that of light, striking towards the fear straw's form. Among them, dozens of uniquely designed mechs resembled colossal psychics, unleashing a variety of enigmatic and lethal techniques. Psychic thunder, confinement fields, spatial distortions. Green's eyes sparkled. I see now. I believe I have discerned this commander of the Psionic fleet's talent type. Could it be a talent that significantly enhances the characteristics of psychics and psychic warships? Jiang Xing observed the fear straw, struggling against the onslaught of thousands of mechs, and a flash of insight crossed his mind. Yes, it was highly likely that this was indeed the type of talent. But it seemed only the core ships could independently enhance psychics. The design of the other psychic warships into mech forms was likely due to the talent's effect also possessing close-quarters combat enhancement characteristics. Green nodded in agreement with Jiang Xing's conjecture. Jiang Xing smacked his lips. What a powerful talent! Although only the core ship could independently amplify psychics, its formidable nature was still beyond doubt. The talent characteristics of psychics and espers far surpassed that of commanders. Among them were some exceedingly monstrous talents. The memory anchoring that Green spoke of was one such example. Once fully developed, it could become an invincible esper characteristic at the same level. He marveled at the might of the Psionic fleet, unaware of the peculiar gazes from Green and the others. A powerful talent? Collective cross-life form enhancement of high-dimensional mimetic resistance, ignoring conditions for widespread intelligence acquisition, generic fleet-like memory anchoring augmentation. What kind of commander talent could surpass yours? The arrival of the Psionic fleet dramatically shifted the situation. Thousands of powerful mechs surrounded and slaughtered the fear straw, while the remaining psychic mechs surged towards the tens of thousands of mimetic monsters surrounding them. The visible tide of monsters was swiftly cleared. Even those formidable enough to easily obliterate the Star Torch fleet, resembling a massive abstract mosaic, were shattered at a single glance. The psychic blades imbued with high-dimensional psychic energy inflicted genuine damage on these abstract entities that lacked physical forms. Let us find the person in charge of this home ship to discuss matters. The situation on the cosmic battlefield had stabilized, and within the home ship, aided by 20 destroyers, the battlefield was nearly subdued. Jiang Xing was now exceedingly curious. What kind of unknown object could allow a mere advanced crystal wall civilization's home ship to survive in a mimetic contamination zone for hundreds of years? Undeniably, this home ship was remarkably resilient, rivaling many of the top advanced crystal wall civilization's war fortresses. However, it still paled in comparison to the widespread disasters caused by mimetic contamination. In the control room, Carlos's heart, which had not experienced significant emotional fluctuations for a century, oscillated wildly within a mere span of minutes. Destruction? Death? Indeed, it had occurred, yet not to the home ship, but to those boundless fallen creatures. Even that wicked entity which had polluted the mother star in an instant was being crushed like a sack of sand by the mysterious mechs. This scene was so surreal that Carlos began to doubt. Could it be some kind of twisted illusion created by an evil entity? Communication signal detected. The main screen in the control room lit up, instantly capturing Carlos's attention. Upon seeing Jiang Xing's figure, a sense of the sublime and transcendent purity surged within him, a kin of vastly superior standing compared to the Tilo Federation. This was Carlos's first impression. Following that was an overwhelming wave of exhilaration. The Tilo Federation was not the last civilization, nor the final human faction. There existed a group of immensely powerful kin who were cleansing this darkened starry expanse. At that moment, Carlos felt an uncontrollable wave of mental fatigue wash over him. His long tense and numb psyche gradually settled under the radiance of the advanced civilization. Struggling to his feet, he approached the main screen, closely observing Jiang Xing and the faces of his crew behind him. Then he slightly bowed. I have encountered an advanced civilization. I am immensely grateful for the assistance of my fellow kin. Jiang Xing and the others subtly shifted their positions. There is no need for such formalities. Mr. Carlos, you and your companions have led millions of your kin to endure in such an environment for so long. That merits the respect of humanity, Jiang Xing said earnestly. Taking a deep breath, Carlos proactively inquired, Esteemed kin, may I ask if you hail from beyond the realm? What has become of the civilization in this world? Jiang Xing scanned through the detailed information of the Wanshan world. At the time of the Alliance's arrival, Only 20% of life remained in this world, with most having been relocated to safety zones. It is most unfortunate. Although there are some human kin, they are not citizens of your civilization. Sigh. It was not unexpected for Carlos. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Xing spoke again. Mr. Carlos, I am quite curious about one thing. How has your civilization's home ship managed to endure for hundreds of years in such an environment? Carlos understood and signaled to a still-dazed officer. He then said, "It is due to a sacred object. Since an advanced civilization wishes to have it, I shall present it to you." It was both a gift and a declaration of intent. The current situation of the home ship left Carlos with little choice. Faced with Carlos's straightforwardness, Jiang Xing found himself somewhat at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, he finally responded, "Here is the communication code for my fleet. Once Mr. Carlos joins the Alliance, he will know how to use it. Should you encounter any troubles or require assistance in the future, you may activate it. Thank you very much." Carlos gleaned much information from Jiang Xing's words. Closing the communication, shortly thereafter, the mysterious sacred object appeared in the cruiser's preparation area. Data consumed, retrieving, Incomplete Catalog, Chapter 39. The Radiant New Star, Part 1. Introduction. Originating from a powerful psionic civilization of a certain domain-level world. This concept was birthed from the civilization's fervent belief in the pinnacle of psionic technology. The flawless object, further amalgamated with certain collective psionic concepts, it possesses an essence that touches upon. It contains the historical traces of the civilization's psionic technological development, and when fully collected, can imprint history. A complete flawless catalog can be further processed into a testament template. Would you like to consume 100 true numbers to query and proceed to the location of the other half of the flawless catalog? In note, this environment is extremely perilous for the current bearer. Gazing at the petite pyramid, crafted from a mysterious crystalline material and suspended in midair, Jiang Xing felt a surge of delight. Initially anticipating it to be some exceedingly rare and powerful psionic attachment, he was astonished to discover that it was an even rarer artifact, a creation of a civilization that integrated a certain collective psionic concept. With this thought, Jiang Xing stowed it away in his warehouse and exited the preparation platform with a buoyant spirit. "I in the control zone," Sun Xiaoxue exclaimed. "Commander, you're back. What shall we do next?" Her face was alight with excitement. In her eyes, her commander was akin to a trigger for extraordinary events. No matter where he went, thrilling occurrences seemed to unfold. Moreover, he always managed to emerge unscathed, a sensation that was undeniably addictive. Jiang Xing, perplexed, replied, "What else can we do? We await the Chizenji Kai fleet to deal with the enemy and bring us back to the Tilo homeland ship. We arrived with the true number core. And we leave with our kin of the Alliance. Isn't that splendid?" He had no intention of squandering true numbers merely to purchase a return ticket. As for leaping back personally, that was out of the question. Numerous entities in the pollution zone could easily annihilate the current Star Torch fleet. Not to mention, many of the monsters besieging the Tilo homeland ship could single-handedly dispatch them with ease. Sun Xiaoshua's expression fell slightly as she said, "Okay, I had hoped the commander might have some brilliant idea. We've only been on this journey for less than an hour. Is there truly nothing else?" Faced with her fervent gaze, Jiang Xing maintained his calm demeanor. "There is nothing else, to be frank." The danger they faced this time far exceeded Jiang Xing's initial expectations. Had it not been for timely maneuvers and the swift responses of the expeditionary commander, the Star Torch fleet would have perished 100 times over. Who could have anticipated that a mere advanced crystalline civilization's homeland ship would provoke a high-dimensional life form to take action personally? One could argue that an entire advanced civilization would not possess such a qualification. Could it be due to the flawless catalog? Jiang Xing suddenly pondered, unable to resist glancing towards the distant, thoroughly suppressed fear straw. Amidst the blinding psionic radiance, wisps of black-red aura occasionally pierced through, only to be enveloped by even denser psionic brilliance. If that is the case, the other half of the flawless catalog wouldn't be in the hands of a certain high-dimensional life form. Would it? His mood gradually grew grave. The clashes among high-dimensional beings were exceptionally protracted, primarily due to the lack of significant events in between. Jiang Xing attempted to control the Star Torch fleet, trailing behind some radiant mechas in hopes of scavenging. To his surprise, these mechas seemed to intentionally assist, as the Star Torch fleet successfully delivered finishing blows to several abstract entities barely clinging to life. Most astonishingly, after these abstract entities were felled, they yielded feedback in the form of psionic crystals. Merely slaying 7 or 8 of them resulted in over 700,000 psionic crystals. This allowed Jiang Xing to recuperate a modicum of his losses. While the 80,000 worth of goods was one matter, the expedited delivery fees, roughly equivalent in value, truly pained him. Perhaps understanding his commander's thoughts, Green felt a surge of amusement within, if one were to speak of losses. The Alliance's boundless logistics bore the brunt of the damage. The material for the river-level crystalline world's logistics droplets, derived from neutron star core materials, had shattered before their departure. Even though the Alliance possessed various mass production techniques for such materials, repairs would still require at least 2 million psionic crystals. Not to mention, there were also expenses for activating dark space beacons and the consumption of Divine Wind War star arrows. Altogether, the cost would amount to no less than 4 million psionic crystals. I hope we aren't designated as priority clients, Green silently wished, upon finally defeating an abstract entity resembling a doodle. The prolonged conflict at the star system's edge came to a close. The seemingly inexhaustible high-dimensional malevolence of the fear straw was entirely depleted. Its pure high-dimensional essence, a bizarre black-red fireball, was ultimately ground to nothingness by countless powerful psionic attacks. There were no earth-shattering moves, no brilliantly executed tactics. The battles at the high-dimensional level were as straightforward as this. Unless the disparity was vast, in the absence of high-dimensional energy, neither side could inflict harm upon the other. Furthermore, this was already considered swift. Many high-dimensional battles lasted for years, even decades without resolution. The losses for the Chizenji-Kai fleet were likewise substantial. With nearly one-third of their specialized 10,000-meter mechas lost, hundreds of mechas of the same model were left with only about half operational, and the remaining half appeared far from fully functional. Casually activating the radar, Jiang Xing was taken aback. From the edge of this desolate star system, extending outwards for dozens of light days, the previously scattered rocky planets and pervasive dark red pollution had vanished entirely. Only vast expanses of void and chaotic spatial coefficients remained. While the Chizenji-Kai fleet engaged in battle with formidable foes, they had even intentionally controlled the direction of the residual waves. No wonder this high-dimensional confrontation appeared glamorous yet yielded minimal disturbances. Ha ha ha, what a relief! Commander Jiang Xing, I must sincerely thank you. You've finally dealt with this weed. A young man clad in battle armor appeared on the main screen, his cheerful laughter resonating with delight. Commander Kaysen, I'm immensely grateful for your swift arrival. Did I cause any trouble this time? Jiang Xing expressed his gratitude, followed by a tinge of guilt. It was unexpected that a B-grade fleet would be mobilized and sustain such significant losses. Kaysen waved his hand dismissively. Trouble? No, no, no. You have rendered an outstanding service. This weed has been the black hand behind the pollution of this world. It emerged hundreds of years ago, spreading the fear meme virus far and wide. Had it not been for this, the Alliance could have reclaimed this crystalline world through mostly peaceful means within a century. This weed had been lurking in the spatial domain, completely evading surveillance from both the reality and dark space star network. Now that the source of pollution has been eradicated, the activity of the meme pollution units in the Wanshan world will gradually decline. Rest assured, your reward will be substantial. The Alliance logistics will provide compensation. There is no need for concern. After chatting for a while, Kaysen concluded the communication, mobilizing the remaining mechas to temporarily repair the Tilo homeland ship, and then took the Tilo homeland ship and the Star Torch fleet to leap away. In the dark space domain, many meme monsters capable of traversing dark space sensed something and emitted silent shrieks. However, before they could act, an invisible wave swept through, shredding these creatures to pieces. The B-grade fleet's leap speed was remarkably swift, returning to the Expeditionary Army's frontline base in just over 10 minutes. The sudden appearance of the Chizenji-Kai fleet at the base immediately attracted considerable attention, especially upon seeing their significant losses. Many returning commanders paused in astonishment. What happened? How could the strongest Chizenji fleet among the few B-grade psionic fleets in the Wanshan world suffer such severe losses? Commander Jiang Xing, I shall report back first. Your reward will be settled after departing the Wanshan world. Kaysen bid farewell. Understood, Jiang Xing replied, casually sending the detailed information of the Tilo homeland ship to the base. He glanced at the time on the star network. This collective exploration will still take about a week. Let us continue with our cleanup tasks. Yes, Chapter 40. The Radiant New Star, Part 2. At the front line of the Wanshan crystalline world, in the heart of the central battlefield, stood a stellar-grade megastructure resembling an inverted pyramid, radiating a formidable psionic energy field amidst the chaotic scarlet starry sky. Countless Star-Sea hunters and even more powerful Star Wars stars encircled it. Massive fleets continued to emerge from the colossal stargates, subsequently leaping into the boundless dark red depths of space before the base. Terrifying long-range strikes from war stars never ceased for a moment. Brilliant light arrows continuously shot forth, vanishing into dark space, aiming towards perhaps unknown destinations hundreds of light-years away. The central command of the frontline base, a Level 3 commander dressed in pure white command attire, scrutinized the endless red indicators on the star map. His brow furrowed. The river-level world, with a diameter of at least 1 million light-years, harbored civilizations and life forms in staggering numbers. The units of mean pollution encompassing 80% of the living beings and their creations were even more incalculable. Even though most life forms, once polluted, were incapable of leaving the planetary surface, the remaining pollution units still numbered in the millions, akin to countless stars in the sky. Over the past century, the Expeditionary Army had eliminated at least 12 digits worth of mean pollution units in the starry battlefield. What a nuisance! If we cannot secure this within 10 years, we might as well withdraw with our allies and kin, employing world-annihilating weaponry to destroy this realm, the Level 3 commander mused internally. The Expeditionary Army's tasks and objectives were numerous. Currently, the expeditionary routes not only included Level 3 branches but also saw the emergence of new Level 2 branches. Under normal circumstances, a Level 3 branch could resolve its ultimate target world within an average of 70 to 80 years with various superluminal means. Given the present circumstances, it appeared that even after another 50 years, success was far from guaranteed. Unless they mobilized forces from higher-level branches to forcefully push through, the problem was that the major expeditionary legions were already overwhelmed. Even the higher-level branches had inquired several times about the situation in the Wanshan world, implicitly indicating that the newly opened Level 3 branches required manpower due to the vast scale of operations and the need for resource distribution. The Alliance had delineated the Expeditionary Army, creating a conventional legion centered around the Psionic Commander. The core level of the Psionic fleet determines the legion's strength. The Wanshan Legion, which possesses only a few B-class fleets, is merely a Tier 3 legion, equipped with conventional military forces that can at most exert a suppressive advantage over river-level civilizations. Securing a target river-level world presents a direct method for the Legion to acquire more resources. Moreover, for the occupied target world, the Legion retains a 10% right to the resources. Thus, relinquishing the Wanshan world would effectively render the Wanshan Legion's century-long efforts futile. The expeditionary forces, while primarily constituted by superpowers, have 70% of their legions formed by allied nations or even major powers. The remaining 30% consists of legions directly under the Alliance's command, including those formed by multiple nations. Adhering to the Alliance's orders, they enter the unified navigation routes to accept strategic commands from the Allied military. In simpler terms, the performance of a legion is directly linked to the vested interests of the nations behind it. In an alliance devoid of civil war, the expeditionary routes serve as the sole means of competition among the major powers. The Wanshan Legion is but a manifestation of a major power mobilizing 80% of its military strength and psionic commanders. Click! Commander Moore exclaimed. The weeds dispersing the pollutants have been dealt with. The subsequent pollution units will gradually weaken until they can no longer resist the expeditionary forces. My task is complete. The portal opened. Kaysen stepped into the command center. Kaysen is not the commander of the Wanshan Legion, but rather a direct commander of the Allied military, here to assist the Wanshan Legion with unforeseen matters. Moore, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded with delight, as expected of Commander Kaysen. You have alleviated a significant concern of mine. Kaysen smiled in return. No, the true credit belongs to a new commander. Without him, I could not have contained that horde of weeds alone. With a travel time of 15 minutes, it was sufficient for the Fear Straw to secure what it desired and depart this world. Kaysen was well aware that the Star Torch fleet was not the factor that lured out the Fear Straw. Rather, something aboard that home ship was its true target. Kaysen had no interest in discovering what that object was. as the Alliance regulations permit commanders to allocate discovered cosmic treasures at their discretion. Ah, I understand now, Commander Moore replied immediately. The Star Network possesses wartime records, so Kaysen surely would not exaggerate. I must consider what gratitude I can offer this new commander. Opening the information on Jiangxing, Moore was taken aback. 3 perfect ratings, query cultivation permissions, and detailed talent information. 3 trials. Having undoubtedly undergone tests at the university is likely a seed, isn't it? Confirmation complete. Level 3 Commander Colonel rank in the Alliance Expeditionary Army. No permission? Not only Moore, but Kaysen beside him also expressed confusion. What does no permission to query mean? Colonel rank, beyond strategic secrets, there are basically no mysteries in the Expeditionary Army. How could one not be able to inquire about a new commander's talent information? After a moment of contemplation, Kaysen suddenly exclaimed, could it be that he is a Golden Seed or a Glory Seed level newcomer? Although within the Alliance military, due to the oversight of civilization will, no form of traitor exists among the middle and upper echelons, there is no guarantee against unexpected circumstances leading to memory theft. Therefore, certain information is classified. Moore's eyes brightened. The newcomer period is indeed the best time for building connections. I understand now. I will give careful thought to the gratitude for Commander Jiangxing. Perhaps it would be best to reserve it until Commander Jiangxing reaches sea level. Rewards matching such a low fleet level would hold little value. Kaysen nodded slightly. I have other tasks to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Kaysen's figure vanished from the command center. Moore withdrew his gaze, looking out at the boundless dark red. His expression grave. Next, let us commence the full-scale assault. Ah, it's finally coming to an end, cheered Sun Xiaoxue as the Star Torch fleet returned to base. After a month of continuous sweeps, the enemies were still those rather repulsive entities. Not to mention Sun Xiaoxue, even Jiangxing felt somewhat mentally fatigued. As the Star Torch fleet entered the base, E-class fleets began to appear around them, evidently returning newcomer fleets. By the way, it seems this rating will also factor in the average values of the 100-person classes. Green suddenly remarked. Jiangxing had anticipated this. After all, many 100-person classes operate in groups, and our class has quite a few collaborating as well. No, to be precise, only the Star Torch fleet has acted independently from start to finish. Sun Xiaoxue declared proudly. Many overconfident newcomer commanders initially ventured alone, only to be taught a lesson by dozens of E-pollution units before they began to band together. The Star Torch fleet is certainly not the only one capable of contending against over 100 E-units during the E-class fleet phase. But evidently, only the Star Torch fleet possesses such capability in the Wanshan world. The weighting of the psionic network is remarkably fair. Independent actions also receive relevant rating weights that nearly offset the impact of team average values. Kaysen's voice suddenly resonated on the main screen. Jiangxing immediately stood up. Commander Kaysen, don't be so tense. I just wanted to say hello before leaving. Remember to find me when you come to the Star Luo world. I'll take you for some big ventures. Alright, the Alliance commanders are indeed quite approachable. Of course, this may also be a reflection of Commander Kaysen's personality. Upon entering the base, the group soon reached the time for disengagement. Disengaging from the Wanshan world. Confirmation complete. Confirming Star Torch fleet rating. Independent action weighting and team average weighting completed. Eliminated mean pollution units. Saved the only surviving fleet in the polluted area. Main credit. Assisted in eliminating the pollutant source spreader Fear Straw. Rating complete. Perfect. Awarded Perfect Challenger 1. Congratulations on receiving the Metal Shining New Star. Chapter 41. Promotion to D-level Commander. Leaving the Wanshan world. Jiangxing did not linger. After bidding farewell to Mingyang and others, he directly entered the main thoroughfare, advancing towards the nearby transit star system while awaiting the settlement of expeditionary and development rewards. The expeditionary reward is only granted for saving compatriots. Although it cannot directly enhance psionic abilities or fleets, its value is not inferior to that of development rewards. The title Medal of Shining New Star is truly rare. TSK. Sun Xiaoxue gazed in awe at the red and gold medal suddenly appearing on Jiangxing's chest. Noticing the envious expressions of Green and others, Jiangxing felt a stirring in his heart. Compared to the resource and psionic augmentation provided by the medal, it seemed that Green and others valued its honor more. Without delving deeper, Jiangxing altered his previously humble demeanor, adopting an exaggerated expression. Humph, of course, while most others achieve perfect ratings merely because they can only attain a perfect rating. I attained a perfect rating because the highest rating is only perfect. Sun Xiaoxue could not help but laugh heartily. Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly realized that it indeed seemed to be the case. The first 3 trials were manageable, but for the 4th trial, the merits of the Star Torch fleet alone, even if only a 10th remained, would still secure a perfect rating. Assisting in the elimination of a high-dimensional life form would achieve remarkable results. After all, the Star Torch fleet is merely E-class. Long live the commander. Let us also bask in the glory of a psionic's perfect rating. After pondering for some time, unable to find a way to counter Jiangxing, Sun Xiaoxue decisively shifted the topic. Sun Xiaoxue's antics prompted Jiangxing to chuckle, just as he was about to speak when information from the psionic network suddenly popped up. Shining new star title detected. According to the review mechanism of the God Star Commander Academy, the review process has been bypassed. Confirmation complete commander ID has been entered into the database, with ships and fire, igniting the land of heresy, with strange ashes, nurturing the vast star sea. The brilliance of the God Star shall accompany you. Welcome Commander Jiangxing to join Jiuzhou Republic God Star Commander Academy. A smile spread across Jiangxing's face. Although he knew that joining a top-tier academy was not difficult, he could not suppress the delightful wonder of being accepted into the pinnacle academy of the Alliance. The Star Torch fleet has gained God's Star Blessing, basic effect. Slight enhancement of abnormal resistance. Slight enhancement of consciousness interference resistance. Passive effect. Facing evil entities. Niu Gui Shan Shi. Special attack special defense 10. Is there even a group bonus? Jiangxing's eyes widened, and this bonus seemed quite formidable. Green noticed Jiangxing's expression and inquired, "What's wrong, Commander?" "I just received acceptance into the God Star Commander Academy." Jiangxing replied with a smile. "Of course, the shining new star can join any Commander Academy in the Alliance." Green stated matter -faculty. In that case, we might as well join the Deputy Officer Department of the God Star Academy. Suddenly, Tina, who had been reading, looked up at Green. Green was taken aback, then casually remarked, "Of course. With 2 perfect ratings plus our talent template, it shouldn't be difficult. Moreover, the admission times for deputy officers and psionic academies differ from commanders. We might even earn a few more perfect ratings." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Jiangxing. The latter nodded, "Yes, that works. Acquiring a few more perfect ratings shouldn't be too difficult, at least for the Star Torch fleet. However, that may not hold true once they reach C-class fleets." In the GHI Transit Star System, the Star Torch fleet emerged from the Stargate and directly entered the dock. "Everyone, feel free to act for a few days," Jiangxing announced before hastily making his way to the residential area. Sun Xiaoxue exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this time the commander is in quite a hurry. If all goes as expected, Commander Jiangxing is about to be promoted to D-level commander," Green speculated. Normally, most newcomer commanders would. "Never mind, Commander Jiangxing is simply not normal." In the residential area, the expeditionary and development rewards had been completely settled. A vast psionic network interface unfolded before Jiangxing. The 4th expansion of the Crystal Wall world has been completed. World expansion. Impact on expansion degree, 0.08. Final evaluation. Perfect. Expansion rewards and expedition rewards settlement completed. Expansion rewards, river level Crystal Wall world. Spirit crystals 4,000,000. Military achievements 16,000. Certificate of Valor 1. Custom D-class battleships 10. Psychic loading module 1. Radiant Fire Light Arrow Strike Beacon 1. One-time use. Original Spiritual Energy Infusion 1. E. Source of Spiritual Energy Elevation. D. So much? Jiangxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Truly, the river-level Crystal Wall world. Even such a modest degree of expansion yields such bountiful rewards. As for the 0.08 expansion degree, Jiangxing had no objections. Despite the Star Torch fleet boasting a title of assisting in the defeat, it was the flawless codex that attracted the Fear Straw's appearance. The Alliance's logistics battlestar immobilized the Fear Straw for a brief period, and it was ultimately resolved by the Chisan fleet. The true role of the Star Torch fleet was merely to allow the Star Network to detect the Fear Straw and enable the Alliance logistics to activate the cargo protection mechanism. Had it not been for financial investments, it's likely that even 0.08 would have been unattainable. Regardless, even if the reward consisted solely of the most basic original spiritual energy infusion, Jiangxing would not mind. The most valuable flawless codex was already in his possession, and he was confident he could soon ascend to D-class without the need for the source of spiritual energy elevation. Reveal the reward details. Certificate of Valor, obtained during E-Class to face formidable foes across the life spectrum with great disparity, and to impact them through means, the alliances will find solace in your courage. Effect can be exchanged for any one B-Class flagship's rare material at any time. Radiant Firelight Arrow Strike Beacon, one-time use opens a dark space beacon, and a full-charge light arrow strike is launched by the Alliance's Radiant Fire Battlestar. Damage Assessment B. Psychic Loading Module loads into the commander's talent, providing additional enhancement to the fleet. With different modules emphasizing different aspects. Source of Spiritual Energy Elevation D. When an E-Class commander's spiritual energy reaches its limit, it can be promoted through the elevation source. A. All of them are exceptional items. Although the Certificate of Valor is currently unusable, its value is evident even at B-Class. Among them, the Radiant Fire Beacon significantly boosts Jiangxing's confidence. Future expeditions shall be executed with greater finesse. While perusing the rewards, the spiritual energy infusion commenced. Though it is also E, this infusion lasts longer than previous ones. Just as Jiangxing began to perceive a certain boundary, the spiritual energy infusion continued. Without hesitation, he decisively utilized the source of spiritual energy elevation. In an instant, Jiangxing, who had been immersed in the original spiritual energy infusion, felt a tremendous surge of white light within his consciousness. Soon, a portion of the mist in his hazy consciousness gradually dissipated, revealing a moderately sized star lake, a shimmering lake of ethereal spiritual energy. Above the lake, an indistinct resplendent scroll radiated golden light through the nebulous fog. Magnificent beyond compare. Suddenly, consciousness snapped back, and Jiangxing realized he was drenched in sweat. With a flick of his hand, he summoned spiritual energy to cleanse the impurities, feeling invigorated. He opened the commander's personal panel. Commander, Jiangxing, Fleet, Star Torch Fleet, Talent, Glory Pioneer, new effect activated, Spiritual Energy, D-slots, 115, the new effect of the commander talent. Jiangxing felt a surge of excitement. While most capabilities stem from personal development, it is undeniable that the inherent effects of the talent are formidable, especially since his commander talent is not simple, which only adds to his surprise and anticipation. Star Network, display the commander talent interface. Chapter 42. Fusion materials for spiritual warships, Glory Pioneer, core effect. Spiritual affinity, the cosmic spirituality will find it easier to accept you. Base effect. All attributes of spiritual warships 10, based on the warship's original attributes. Dark side spiritual damage specialization 30. Effect 1. Passive when a spiritual warship strikes an enemy target, it ignites the surrounding cosmic spirituality to erupt. Actual damage 550. Note: the specific damage is influenced by the cosmic spiritual intensity type of the target's environment. Different spiritual energies can cause various persistent effects. Is it truly a passive effect? Jiangxing initially felt elated, then furrowed his brow. The panel data revealed little, yet his intuition suggested that this effect bears considerable operational potential. Beyond the omnipresent original spiritual energy in the cosmos, the characteristics of spiritual energy are also influenced by the surrounding civilizations. The strength of a civilization, its historical development, and the type of collective will significantly impact the characteristics of nearby cosmic spiritual energy. There is another scenario. When a crystal wall world is sufficiently vast and prosperous, the portion of cosmic spiritual energy it controls becomes highly active. Coupled with the cultural, historical, ideological, and belief influences of numerous powerful civilizations, this crystal wall world may give rise to a realm of idealism. It contains all the information of the civilization and life within that world, with boundless spiritual energy converging in this space. The collective wills of countless beings will birth formidable group consciousnesses, and naturally occurring spiritual beings will emerge here. Some of these group consciousnesses may even embody powerful high-dimensional divinity. Different crystal wall worlds have various names for these spaces: divine kingdoms, illusory realms, subspaces, heavenly domains, and thought domains. The domain of the Star Sea also possesses such an idealistic and mysterious place, though it is rumored to be entirely under the control of the Star Sea Human Alliance. Both chaos and order are utilized by the Alliance. The talents of spiritualists originate from this. In summary, civilizations near or possessing such idealistic spaces within crystal wall worlds will inevitably exhibit different distributions of spiritual energies. The question remains, how can he swiftly discern the characteristics of the surrounding cosmic spiritual energy? One cannot rely solely on luck to gamble on the uniqueness of the energy near the battlefield. Can they? After pondering for a moment and finding no relevant information, Jiang Xing decided to temporarily set this aside. The spiritual world of the Godstar Academy's star network has already opened to him. He will seek an opportunity to explore for solutions. His primary goal now is still to promote the Star Torch fleet. Only by possessing 100 D-class warships can the Star Network categorize it as a D-class fleet, allowing the commander level to reach the rank of Order of Merit. Counting the recent reward of 4 million spirit crystals, he currently has over 6 million remaining. The military achievements list cannot be accessed without the Order of Merit Commander. Star Network, how do I utilize the designated warship customizations provided by the military? Jiang Xing inquired. He has long coveted the 12 instances of spiritual battleship customization bestowed by the expeditionary forces. Expanding, assault, defense, speed, balance, group attack, interference. Please select one focus for customization. Regardless of choice, the final warship will be D-class. Note: currently in D, accommodating a D warship requires 2 slots. Only a general direction can be chosen? Jiang Xing felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped for customization options that extend from appearance to interior design. As for the slot limitation, he had anticipated this. During the D, 2 slots for a D warship already signify an impressive quality of spiritual energy. According to the Star Network's data, typically, a D commander would require 10 slots to accommodate. And all of this is achieved through his own efforts, not to mention the assistance of the True Number Core. Gazing at the 6 customization options, Jiang Xing fell into contemplation. Firstly, 2 of the battleships must focus on extremes, facilitating the fusion of the True Number Core without cost. Even if 2 E-class warships are fused, their strength would not be excessively beyond limits. The actual damage of the Long Stone Cruiser primarily derives from the commander's spiritual energy attachment and the deputy's talent. D-class battleships are different. Jiang Xing senses that the models formed by fusing 2 customized ships will significantly enhance their attributes compared to most other D battleships. Ultimately, he reached a decision. 1 focused on assault, 1 on speed, 1 on group attack, and 1 on defense, with the rest emphasizing interference. Indeed, Jiang Xing resolved to fuse 2 models, assault and speed, defense and group attack. Considering that a C-class fleet requires 1,000 spiritual warships, it is clear he will remain at D-class for some time. Thus, it would be prudent to enhance the fleet's overall combat strength from other angles. The 2 customization models will sufficiently elevate Jiang Xing's capabilities in terms of the hardware of spiritual warships. The additional 8 interference vessels he has also explored possess various extensive interference methods, akin to applying negative buffs on opponents'. 8 interference battleships will suffice for the Star Torch fleet without requiring further additions for a considerable duration. Compared to corporate spiritual warships, the expeditionary forces are certainly more familiar with battlefield interference advantages. Confirmation complete requires 2 Star Sea days to arrive. Next comes the destroyers and cruisers. Destroyers are straightforward. Intended for physical interference and reconnaissance, he can simply purchase a few D-class STC templates. The cruisers are the backbone of combat power and cannot be taken lightly. Just now, he glanced at the D-class battleship listings on the Star Network. The most ordinary D-class battleships cost at least 100,000 spirit crystals, while D generally range from 2 to 300,000. Thus, large-scale acquisitions are not feasible in the short term. Temporarily, having a dozen or 20 spiritual battleships will suffice, serving as high-intensity fire support units. The mainstay will remain the cruisers. Can the Long Stone Cruiser be upgraded? No, strictly speaking, the Long Stone Cruiser isn't particularly impressive. Among E-class cruisers, there are several luxurious cruisers with poor cost-performance ratios, attributes that exceed the Long Stones. It's better to replace them entirely. With this in mind, Jiang Xing adjusted the Star Network interface to the cruiser list. Should it still be a balanced design like the Long Stone? Beep beep, communication from Commander Pruol. The small pop-up from the spiritual network interrupted Jiang Xing's contemplation. He casually activated the video. Pruol's flamboyant expression immediately filled the screen. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xing. I've been accepted into the Stellar Academy. Glancing at the smug Pruol, Jiang Xing let out a cold laugh and tossed out his dazzling new star medal. Look at you, all excited. See what this is. If it weren't for that accident, I could have received one too. Damn it, Pruol immediately fumed. You seem to be troubled by something. Why not share it and let me have a good laugh? Noticing Jiang Xing's spiritual network purchase interface, Pruol guessed and laughed. Jiang Xing did not conceal his intentions. I'm looking for two types of cruisers that emphasize different and extreme aspects. Prual paused for a moment, hesitating. Focusing on certain aspects can indeed enhance combat effectiveness, but being too extreme may have adverse effects. Well, you must have your own ideas. Let me think. Recently, a consortium of spiritual battleship enterprises has initiated a research conference on spiritual battleships in the Alambit world. Many small enterprises and research departments from academies will showcase their works there. You should find the extreme battleships you need. I remember such conferences are quite common, and there are always some outrageous entries. Like a battleship that completely abandons shields and other weapons to crazily enhance its main cannon, which, crucially, the spiritual network has certified. Still a C-class, a battleship with only one certified main cannon. A cannon ship? That could be useful. However, such ships are only suitable for fleets of several thousand spiritual vessels, as they need to dispatch other ships for protection. A smaller scale simply won't work. Are there any conditions for registration? Jiang Xing suddenly became interested. You just need to bring a spiritual battleship you've researched, and it must have spiritual network certification. The higher the level, the better the treatment and exhibition space at the conference. A spiritual technology exhibition, Jiang Xing suddenly realized, then said, "All right, thank you for the information. No need to be polite. Buddy, damn, why does the spiritual network have a filter for sensitive words?" Chapter 43. Zhijing Class Battleship, G-Type Gene Type. After chatting for a while, it seemed Prual had to log off in a hurry due to an unexpected event. Jiang Xing then turned his attention to the list of destroyers. The type he preferred was naturally focused on interference and speed. Even self-detonation must have an interference effect. Unlike E-class spiritual battleships, which only focus on speed, defense, and attack, with mediocre other onboard functions, D-class spiritual battleships far exceed E-class in both the variety of models and functional emphasis. Even the C-class list surpasses the D-class. After all, C-class to A-class is the most prosperous phase of the consortium's spiritual battleship research projects. E and D are merely transitional.as for spiritual battleships exceeding A-class. Although they require greater investment and manpower for development, there are not many types due to the high difficulty. The variety of functions is roughly on par with A-class. Adding a few similar models to the shopping shortlist, Jiang Xing closed the interface. While waiting for the custom battleship to arrive, he began to familiarize himself with and train the suddenly surging spiritual energy. He was not in a hurry to perfect the fleet. He would assess it after attending the spiritual battleship exhibition in the Alambit world. The Starry Sea is never short of miracles and surprises. Since he aims to excel, he must cover all bases. Alliance Boundless Logistics has arrived, delivering encrypted cargo to your dock space. Just as Jiang Xing was closing his eyes to manipulate the spiritual energy while carving patterns on several grain-sized crystals, he paused as the crystals cracked. The custom battleship has arrived. Ignoring the shattered crystals, Jiang Xing eagerly anticipated leaving the cruiser control zone. His gaze was immediately drawn to 12 colossal vessels suspended in midair. Aside from 8 interference battleships that resembled pyramids, the rest were basically conforming to conventional designs. Without checking the data of the other 4 battleships, Jiang Xing immediately chose to fuse, a pure main combat battleship focused on attack speed, and a turret battleship emphasizing defensive area damage. Would you like to consume 200 true numbers to perform 2 true number fusions? 200. Jiang Xing's heart skipped a beat. With about 400 true numbers remaining, it was time to spin wisely. Moreover, fusion would grant the relevant technology of the fused battleship. Not a loss. Reassuring himself, Jiang Xing gritted his teeth. Confirm. Confirmation of consumption. Fusion in progress. Fusion complete. Would you like to open the detailed panel of the battleship? Yes. Unnamed battleship. D. Length. 3200 m. Average height and width. 600 m. Shield. D. Armor. D. Armament. D. Photon main cannon 3. Explosive type 3. Photon secondary cannon 12. Dual penetration type. Photon ship cannon 36. Standard type. Several other weapon systems. Max speed. Dark space jump. 100 times the speed of light. 1 light day in dark space is roughly equivalent to 10,000 light years in reality. Destruction rating. Main cannon D. Secondary cannon D. Ship cannon D. The ship cannon and secondary cannon have the same destructive capability? No. Within the same level, the destructive power could vary by about double. Hiss. So, the actual destructive power of this battleship secondary cannon must be close to the conventional D level. Right. Jiang Xing was unexpectedly thrilled. How powerful must the main cannon's actual destructive capability be? A custom D battleship fusion turned out to be this strong. He looked at another panel. Unnamed battleship, D, E length, 3600 m, average height and width, 700 m, shield, D, armor, D, armament, D photon main cannon 4, dual standard type, photon secondary cannon 16, triple standard type, jump neutron missile module 1, 300 launch bays per module, attached, neutron missile. Manufacturing module, requires consumption of spiritual crystals or basic universal resources, several other weapon systems. Max speed, dark space jump, 50 times the speed of light. Destruction rating. Main cannon D, secondary cannon D, missile D-. No wonder it's an area damage type. Strictly considering a single main cannon, it can execute an 8-fold strike at once. It even has the troublesome jump missile. The jump missile, as the name implies, is equipped with a jump engine and contains a large amount of compressed high-energy core. If it hits an enemy unit, the instantaneous damage could even rival that of the secondary cannon. Don't forget that the jump missile's mid to long-range attack speed is faster than beams. Jump strike. No attack trajectory, no ballistic path, no visibility, and no real radar detection. The easiest time to detect is only at the moment of entering and exiting the jump, which creates a spatial fluctuation. The prototype of long-range strikes. This area damage model battleship primarily relies on these jump-capable neutron missiles for its destructive capabilities. Wait, what if I stuffed particle disintegration bombs or even stronger disposable weapons into these missiles? So this is the correct way to play. Jiang Xing's eyes seemed to gleam, filled with the impulse to try it out immediately. Suppressing his inner excitement, he looked at the information on the neutron missile production module. Universal resources. Similar to resource points in games, as long as there are universal resources, almost all materials can be transformed. It's a moderately sized piece of black technology. Of course, based on the materials available for production. The level of universal resources varies. Basic resources are the cheapest category. Compared to spiritual crystals, it's evidently more cost-effective to use basic universal resources, which can be purchased with alliance currency. Detected 2 new types of D-class battleships under Commander Jiang Xing's command. Searching data strength, determination complete D, top tier. Confirmation complete. Do you authorize the alliance industry to create an STC template for this model? The benefits of authorization are as follows. 10 profit from selling battleships or limited STC templates, a 40 discount on purchasing this model of battleship, according to detection, involving some military patents. The original profit drops from 17 to 10. Note, due to the complete version of the technology not being mass-producible, the strength of the external sale type will be reduced by 15 to simplify some technologies. Authorization. What happens to the complete version? Jiang Xing decisively agreed, then curiously asked. Authorization confirmed, agreement signed. The complete version of this model will not be sold as a product. The core requirement for spiritual network sales is mass production. The complete version is expected to be added to the Alliance's battle merit list and contribution list after passing inspection. If other commanders redeem this battleship, Commander Jiang Xing will receive 5 of the battle merit contribution. So that's how it is. Jiang Xing was unperturbed about whether authorizing the alliance industry would cause trouble. It is rumored that the spiritual network is linked to the will of the alliance, and it would never harm any human interests. Moreover, having the technology in his hands was of no use. Spiritual commanders would not be enemies and could still make money. Why not? The Long Stone Cruiser has recently contributed hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals to him. If promoted, sales would likely surge, especially since the technology for true number core fusion battleships is remarkably refined. The strength is solid, and the price is reasonable compared to luxury models. Promotion? Jiang Xing pondered. Please name the 2D class spiritual battleships. The spiritual network interrupted his thoughts. Naming, for some reason, he suddenly thought of the Zhilu Wu Jiang template. Let us call it the Zhijin battleship. With the attack speed focus as G-type and the other as Jin type. Zhilu and Jin Mia, very fitting. Confirmation complete series ship, Zhijin type. The spiritual network fell silent. And only then did Jiang Xing check the several interference battleships. Sunwheel battleship, D. Base radius, 1,000 meters. Height, 1,800 meters. Shields, D. Armor, D. Armament, D. Interference equipment. Jump suppression module. Data disruption module. Detection frequency closure module. Spatial interference module. Maximum speed. Dark space jump, 60 times the speed of light. 1 light day in dark space is approximately equivalent to 10,000 light-years in reality. Innate. The maximum interference range of the aforementioned modules is 2.5 light-years. Can it truly exert pressure on advanced crystalline civilizations? What a delightful surprise. Chapter 44. Yesabit. The promotion matters have essentially been completed, and Sun Nguyen and others have returned one after another. Upon passing through the force field gate of the control area, Sun Xiaoshua's eyes immediately brightened. Wow! The control area of the new battleship is so much more spacious, and there's even a garden? Noticing the ecological garden occupying approximately 800 square meters adjacent to the leisure area, even someone as knowledgeable as Sun Xiaoshua couldn't help but be astonished. Only when a psionic battleship approaches a certain limit at this level type does the control area add extra recreational spaces. Aside from the basic recreational area, the ecological zone, which cannot extend the psionic circuit, is considered an additional zone. In other words, the Commander-S battleship must certainly be one of the most elite among the D-class battleships. Compared to Sun Nguyen and the others, the Green siblings felt a more intuitive sense upon entering the control area. As members of a family of aides, they immediately discerned that this was a brand new model of psionic battleship they had never seen before. Green instinctively accessed the psionic network for inquiries. Ember Series Battleship, D, in storage time. Second era of the Star Sea, Expedition Calendar 9-5-4541. Morning, listing time. Currently arranging pricing and STC template modules. Please try again in 1 day, 2 hours ago. A psionic battleship just developed. Silence. The looks in Tina and Green's eyes towards Jiang Xing became increasingly incredulous, even tinged with a hint of confusion. Since the establishment of the Watpuki family, they have assisted countless high-talent commanders. Among them were legendary commanders who surpassed Class A, yet they had never heard of such an outrageous commander capability. Proficient in combat, reconnaissance, research, support, and resilience, all remarkably strong. Could Jiang Xing's talent simply be called talent? The concept of talent as talent? Green couldn't help but jest. Tina, who says it's impossible? Noticing the arrival of everyone, Jiang Xing smiled. Welcome back. Our goal this time is the Yesabit world. Green was the first to react. Yesabit? I remember that it is a node world of secondary branch paths, a domain-level crystalline world. Jiang Xing confirmed. Indeed, that's the world. A psionic battleship research exhibition is being held there, and I plan to go take a look. Using a domain-level world as a node world? This secondary branch path is quite formidable. Kalo, who had been recently brushing up on his knowledge, was astonished by this. Node worlds serve as central worlds for connecting navigation routes, essentially acting as transitional worlds for extending pathways. A typical secondary branch frontline warfare world is essentially a domain-level world. Yesabit was previously the frontline of that secondary route, but after its occupation, traces of another domain-level world were discovered, prompting the expeditionary force to use Yesabit as a starting node world for further advancement. Green explained, while internally confirming his earlier suspicion. This powerful battleship beneath our feet must truly be a new model presented by our commander. Confirming that all crew members were in position, Jiang Xing promptly declared, prepare for departure. Yes, at the starport, the spatial gate of a certain dock shimmered with ripples. Subsequently, 10 psionic battleships surged forth at high speed, vanishing into the Stargate in the blink of an eye. Due to the vast disparity in actual combat power between D and E class, Jiang Xing chose not to bring the Longshore cruiser and other destroyers, opting instead to fully seal them within the Wujing logistics warehouse. Not to mention, a single Ember battleship alone is sufficient to overpower a fully equipped E-class Xingju fleet. Even 100 Longshore cruisers would be of no use. The high damage immunity and resilience brought about by psionic intensity cannot be compensated for by mere numbers. 2 Ember battleships led the charge, with 8 Sunwheel battleships dispersed on both flanks. The brand-new Xingju fleet set sail once more, entering the main navigation route Stargate network, Yesabit World, with a diameter of approximately 47 million light-years. It belongs to a medium-sized domain-level world, containing vast numbers of galaxies, stellar systems, and star regions. The number of interstellar civilizations is akin to grains of sand, with powerful civilizations being countless. Long before the arrival of the expeditionary force, the Yesabit world already boasted 3 early domain-level civilizations and dozens of river-level civilizations. Among them, the most formidable domain-level civilization was a human civilization. According to records, this human civilization has direct ties to the human alliance of the pioneering era. Ultimately, with the assistance of the expeditionary force, It successfully eradicated the remaining domain-level civilizations and peacefully occupied this domain-level world. It should now be referred to as the Alliance directly governed Yesabit Star Realm. Yesabit Federal Government Ater Central Capital Starred. A profusion of various star gates adorned the starry sky like splashes of paint, and from a distance, it resembled a hazy oil painting spanning millions of kilometers floating in the sea of stars. In front of these star gate canvases stood a colossal and awe-inspiring structure. Anchored at the center of the structure was a star with a diameter of 150,000 kilometers. While the remaining segments were affixed with over 20 planets, the space between the planets was not empty. Instead, it was composed of tremendously massive, solid plains connecting them, as if an endless array of urban clusters and natural ecosystems enveloped the outer surface. It resembled a gigantic beehive, with the star at its core and the planets acting as pivotal points in a galactic, hive-like structure. The diameter and length were measured in light days. Occasionally, one could observe vast cosmic trade cities traversing within. A network of starships comprising millions of various star vessels radiated a faint starry light throughout the structure. The Stargate's rippled point 10 psionic battleships emerged, merging into the surrounding magnificent fleet. Entered the virtual navigation route of Ater Central Capital Star. Please link the onboard intelligence and traffic systems to prevent accidents. Link completed. In an instant, the Xingju fleet speed synchronized with the surrounding starships, perfectly aligned. Jiang Xing stood at the bow of the ship, marveling at the magnificently expansive environment around him. It was hard to believe that one could feel the bustling congestion of a downtown metropolis in the cosmos. Jiang Xing smacked his lips. Although the star serves as the core from a distance, the star is not particularly prominent within this beehive structure. Some planets are even larger than certain architectural complexes, compared to the surrounding monumental structures. The only appealing aspect of these planets lies in their nearly 99% coverage of pristine ecological environments. Green nodded slightly. It's roughly equivalent to the core governing star region of a top-tier nation in the Alliance. Though their technological capabilities seem somewhat lacking. Lacking? Kalo exclaimed in shock. About 5 of the internal facilities of this hive structure should be some sort of field stabilization facility. The star evidently provides basic energy. Top-tier nations in the Alliance would typically not complicate the construction of such structures, but would instead directly integrate the structure nodes into the nearby cosmic spatial veins. The central area would compress a massive star to serve as an energy source. Green pondered for a moment before responding seriously. The comrades of the Yesabit Federation likely have not yet mastered large-scale spatial engineering technology. Kalo fell silent, gazing at the galaxy-level structure before him in a daze. He had initially thought his civilization was already flourishing. Even if it was weak, it wouldn't be at the bottom of the cosmic hierarchy. Now, it seemed he had been overly optimistic in the Alliance's knowledge. The classification of countries does not include the backbone of the Alliance. At most, they are foundational nations. The strong countries are the mainstay. Ordinary nations and elite nations, they are merely the kindergarten small and large classes in the Alliance. The fleet moved swiftly, and the Xingju fleet soon arrived in front of a cluster of buildings. More precisely, it was a vast cosmic city. Star Sound Psionic Technology Psionic Battleship Research Exhibition City, 7th edition. Departing the navigation route and entering the cosmic city's starport, Jiang Xing was filled with anticipation. Chapter 45. Psionic Battleship Exhibition. At the starport, within the control area of the Ember-class battleship, Jiang Xing turned to the crew. Will you accompany me, or act freely? Sun Xiaoxue raised her hand. Me. I want to follow the commander. It's definitely more interesting to be with the commander. The green siblings echoed. Kalo hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. I wish to explore this colossal structure. Sun Nuyen and Wang Shan also intended to look around, as this was the first time they had arrived at such a prosperous place since entering the navigation route. No problem. Let the remaining crew members have some time off as well. During this period, expenses will be reimbursed by the fleet as long as they do not exceed 3 months' salary. The excess will be their responsibility. Jiang Xing smiled. The Alliance currency is also applicable here, and its purchasing power is quite substantial. Oh, long live the commander! The surrounding controllers cheered. Not only the control area but also the controllers from the longshore cruisers with no work tasks were similarly enthusiastic. Controlling psionic battleships does not require high psionic level demands, and at least D-class battleships can be competently managed by these longshore controllers. Thus, Jiang Xing did not apply to the military for their dismissal. The guiding light beams dissipated. The four of them floated into the air, soaring directly towards the enormous portal in the distance. Psionics can fly by nature, and especially after the completion of the fourth expansion. Everyone received substantial rewards. The green siblings successfully advanced to D class, while Sun Xiaoxue and others approached the 10th threshold of psionic development. Ordinary star shuttles would struggle to match their speed. Greetings, sir. May I inquire whether you are participating in the exhibition as a visitor or as part of a research team? Before the immense portal, two mechanical attendants courteously obstructed the crowd. Jiang Xing displayed the psychic network identifiers of two psychic battleships. Upon successful psychic network certification, the mechanical attendant remarked, "Esteemed scholar, please proceed through the right passage to enter the exhibition." The four of them entered smoothly, instantly drawing the astonishment of the surrounding crowd. A scholar so young, the psychic network certification must be accurate. They are likely affiliated with some formidable research-oriented psychic fleet. Remarkable indeed. Sun Xiaoxue floated to Jiang Xing's side, her expression one of wonder. So, those two battleships are under the commander's research. Her bright eyes scrutinized Jiang Xing. One would not expect such talent from the commander. Jiang Xing smirked slightly. It is due to a gift. I am unaware of the specific technical principles. If I were to venture a guess, it likely pertains to the research of the Alliance's will, indeed. Yet, how perplexing that such talent did not manifest in a psychic scholar but rather in a commander. Green was filled with confusion, while Tina remained calm, surveying her surroundings. Aren't you surprised, sister? Aren't you accustomed to this, brother? Navigating through a cluster of buildings, the four finally arrived at an immensely vast hollow area. The overall ambience of the hollow resembled a starry night sky. Without utilizing psychic vision, one could scarcely discern its limits. Countless platforms, some measuring kilometers and others even tens of kilometers in diameter, floated within, alongside numerous colossal cubic structures. Jiang Xing recognized those constructions as expansive docks. Countless figures flitted about between the platforms, creating a lively scene. The esteemed commander Jiang Xing. Suddenly, a voice unfamiliar to him emerged from the side, and a man clad in formal attire appeared in an instant. Jiang Xing replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." The man immediately broke into a smile. "Welcome, welcome. I am the guide for this exhibition. According to the standards of psychic network certification, your psychic battleship belongs to the D tier of top models, exhibiting exceptional balance whether one prioritizes or takes a comprehensive approach. Therefore, your exhibition stand is located over there." As he spoke, the guide pointed towards a designated area. A substantial flow of psychic energy materialized above that area, coalescing into a large lettered. Below that, 7 platforms, each with a diameter of 10,000 meters, suddenly illuminated, with only one newly lit platform, while the other 6 remained dim. "Thank you," Jiang Xing expressed his gratitude, oblivious to the fact that many platforms and figures around him were also approaching the illuminated platform. Not only in the D-tier area but others were also gazing in its direction. Starry Echo Technology, a renowned large enterprise of the Alliance, stands as the foremost psychic battleship research company of a highly developed nation. The psychic battleship research rating standards it established are not mere replicas of the psychic network interface standards, but rather integrate military custom levels, achievements lists, contribution lists, and even superpower experimental levels. In simpler terms, the platforms beneath the letters represent the closest models to perfection and extremity within that tier. Of course, Jiang Xing illuminating the platform does not imply that the Zhujin battleship is the strongest in the D tier. It is more probable that the other teams that developed such battleships disdained to attend. Upon reaching the platform, Jiang Xing surveyed the minimalist office area and stepped inside. A stream of particles surged from the ground. "Please establish your own style." With a thought, Jiang Xing summoned a dense flow of particles, gradually manifesting a classical architectural ensemble. Projections and approximate data of the perfect and market versions of the Zhujin battleship appeared around the office area upon Jiang Xing's authorization. "Whoever is interested, I shall." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. Looking over, he saw dozens of figures emerging, many expressing surprise at the youthful aura emanating from Jiang Xing and his companions. The first man to arrive exclaimed, "Zhujin class, truly perfect. It indeed ranks among the rare D-top models. May I inquire from which esteemed scholar this young friend has taken his mentorship, Commander?" Jiang Xing smiled. "Yes, I am the commander." Thus, I am not well versed in the affairs of the research community. Regarding matters of the Zhu class, I shall leave the reception of all of you to Mr. Green. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Without waiting for Green's response, Jiang Xing activated a powerful psychic ability, instantly teleporting away from the platform. "Hey, Commander, wait for me." Sun Xiaoxue, noticing the increasing crowd, followed Jiang Xing. This left a bewildered Green and Tina, whose expression was marked with "Do not disturb me." Everyone, the data on psychic battleships can be queried independently. I will inform you if there are other matters I can clarify. Once away from the platform, Jiang Xing exhaled in relief and, seeing Sun Xiaoxue catch up, remarked, "Indeed, bringing Green was the right choice." The first time he met Green, he had handled a multitude of people with ease. Sun Xiaoxue grinned. "Then what does the commander intend to do here?" "I am searching for several types of D-tier cruisers that emphasize extremes to prepare for the expansion of the Xingju fleet," Jiang Xing replied while surveying the battleship data on the surrounding platforms. Sun Xiaoxue pondered, "Shouldn't we start from the lower platforms? Such extreme battleships typically do not have high ratings." She refrained from questioning why they would choose such deficient extreme battleships and instead provided a suggestion. After all, in her view, Commander Jiang Xing had never made a wrong decision. Rather than asking questions with little knowledge, offering suitable suggestions was far more efficient. "Exactly, very clever," Jiang Xing praised. He then led Sun Xiaoxue as they soared towards the lower platform area. Chapter 46. Such extreme battleships indeed. There exists an astonishing variety of psychic battleships. After wandering through the middle and lower tiers of the D-grade exhibition area for some time, Jiang Xing could not help but express his astonishment. Beyond the conventional designs of battleships, he encountered numerous peculiar hull structures he had never imagined: lion-headed battleships, DNA spiral battleships, tree-shaped battleships, cloud-like battleships. Some even resembled naked human figures, while others were abstract designs that Jiang Xing found difficult to describe. Knowing it was a psychic battleship exhibition, one might mistake it for an abstract art design showcase. Though the Alliance's foundational technology ensures that the battleship's capabilities are not overly affected by external designs, some aesthetics might be difficult for the average person to accept. Unlike the exasperated Jiang Xing, Sun Xiaoxue's interest only grew. With excitement, she eagerly tapped his shoulder, exclaiming, "Look, look! A battleship resembling a defense debate." Sun Xiaoxue did not lower her voice, attracting curious glances from those nearby, who then cast even stranger looks at the debate-style battleship platform. The designer atop, however, did not appear embarrassed. Instead, he held his head high with pride. He even cast a knowing glance towards Sun Xiaoxue. Jiang Xing. Utilizing psychic energy to restrain Sun Xiaoxue, Jiang Xing accelerated away from that area. "Oh dear, I'm leaving." "Wait. Is that the extreme cruiser the commander is searching for?" As they passed a platform, Sun Xiaoxue suddenly brightened. Jiang Xing halted, turning to gaze at the sparsely populated platform. With a diameter of approximately 3,000 meters, it seemed to be a D-grade psychic cruiser. "Let us take a look," Jiang Xing stated, landing on the platform first. His gaze fell upon the suspended small-scale projection of the psychic battleship, and the data materialized. Cavalry-type cruiser, D, E length, 2500 m, average height and width, 500 m, shield, D-, armor, D-, armament, D, photon charge cannon 1, penetrating tracking dual characteristic main gun, photon secondary cannons 3, standard type, photon ship cannons 18, standard type, several other armament systems, maximum speed, dark space leap, 50 times the speed of light, destructive rating, main cannon D, secondary cannon D-, ship cannon D-. It is indeed extreme. The destructive power of the main cannon exceeds the standard D-tier cruiser's main cannons by 30, and it boasts dual characteristics. The speed is commendable as well. Glancing at the material requirements for the STC manufacturing template, Jiang Xing furrowed his brow. The materials needed for a complete D-tier cruiser, no wonder no one is purchasing. If the cost were that of a D-grade cruiser, the D main cannon alone could support decent sales. The materials for a D-tier battleship are sufficient to cover the manufacturing costs of 3 D-grade cruisers. The defenses and other weaponry are overall weaker than other D-grade cruisers. With such an expensive price, it is unlikely that many in the D-grade fleet would purchase it. The D-grade fleet is not large enough to sustain a diverse array of functional battleships. Long-range support fleets, harassment fleets, interference fleets, and precision strike fleets, among others, require at least a C-grade fleet to be established. If this battleship were a C grade, it might sell better. As a D grade, were it not for the true number core? Jiang Xing would not even glance at it. Should it be used as material? The main cannon's destructive power rivals that of top-tier attack-oriented D-cruisers, and its speed is comparable to that of top-tier maneuvering D-cruisers. Judging solely by the strength of the main cannon and speed, indeed, few D-cruisers can simultaneously achieve such a level. After all, those top-tier D-cruisers must balance defenses, main cannons, secondary cannons, ship cannons, speed, and other attributes. The battleship before him evidently sacrificed other weaponry and defenses, focusing entirely on enhancing the main cannon's destructive power and speed. How shall it be sold? Jiang Xing approached the reception area at the center of the platform. The seemingly bored receptionist, who was idly browsing dramas on the terminal, was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of disbelief. You wish to purchase a cavalry-class cruiser? Indeed, just one, Jiang Xing replied earnestly. The receptionist's spirits deflated instantly. A forced smile gracing his face. 83,000 spirit crystals. After processing the payment through the spirit network, Jiang Xing provided the dock address. Good, deliver it there. Watching Jiang Xing's departing figure, the receptionist resignedly returned to his seat. Recently, there had been others purchasing cavalry cruisers, but like the young commander just now, they too had only bought one. It was clear that they were drawn to the photon charge cannon, but not for usage, rather, for research purposes. The technology behind the photon charge cannon was indeed exceptional, and both the receptionist and the research facility behind him were unbothered by this. If someone were to develop a new gadget using the photon charge cannon, the regulations regarding patents under the Alliance's Spirit Network would ensure they were not at a disadvantage. What an extreme situation. If only a portion of the focus on the main cannon and speed were redirected to shields and secondary batteries, it could easily reach a D rating. Sun Xiaoxue expressed her amazement, then curiously inquired, "Shall we continue searching?" "Yes, but this time, no need for trouble. Just find a D cruiser that emphasizes group attack and defense." Jiang Xing responded. The core offensive capability was already secured. He had modest expectations for defense and other armaments. A standard D level would suffice. Such cruisers were not uncommon at the exhibition, and Jiang Xing quickly found models that met his criteria. Additionally, he discovered on the official platform of Xingming Technology a type of interference destroyer needed by the Xingju fleet. It boasted high short-range maneuverability, with both attack and self-destruct capabilities that created disruptive energy and detection interference effects. While its defense was commendable, reaching a D rating, its only drawback was its relatively low attack power, weaker than some D-rated vessels. However, Jiang Xing was indifferent to this, decisively purchasing 200 instances of the STC production template and 35 actual ships. The cruisers and battleships would sufficiently provide the necessary offensive and fire support. Once the matters were fundamentally settled, Jiang Xing returned to his platform with Sun Xiaoxue. Gazing at the still overflowing crowd, the two exchanged glances before ultimately stepping into the throng. "How's it going?" Noticing that Green was still busy attending to numerous patrons, Jiang Xing turned to Tina. Tina replied with a faint smile. "Green has quite the eloquence and salesmanship. He has already sold over 200 orders." Jiang Xing was surprised, not by the sales figures, but by another matter. Had the Alliance's industry already priced the Ember-class battleship? Opening the Spirit Network interface and navigating to the Ember-class battleship page, his heart skipped a beat. Ember-class battleship, Zhu model Gene model, price, 500,000 spirit crystals. Note, visible only to developers. Developers purchasing will receive the complete version of the Ember-class battleship. Price unchanged, discount not applicable, 500,000 spirit crystals. Even among the D battleships across the Spirit Network, this was top tier. Yet, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The key was his 10 share of the profits. A direct influx of more than 10 million spirit crystals. 50% of the patent rights belonged to the military. He incurred no material costs, and manufacturing was off his hands. The profits were his to claim. Jiang Xing felt a peculiar delight, akin to discovering a windfall. Tina, noticing Jiang Xing's train of thought, casually remarked, "After this exhibition concludes, the well-received warships will be featured in the recommended section of Xingming Technology's official website. The Commander's Spirit Energy ship should be authorized by the Alliance's industry, correct? Once sales pick up, the Alliance Industry Group will likely have a recommended section as well." Nodding with anticipation, Jiang Xing regarded Green with appreciative eyes. The god of wealth indeed. Spirit crystals were always in short supply. Currently, it was manageable, but for high-tier spirit energy fleets, The amount of spirit crystals consumed in a single operation could soar to tens of millions, even to over 100 million. When does the exhibition conclude? Jiang Xing suddenly inquired. It lasts for a month, with 3 weeks remaining. If you wish to leave early, you can hire someone to watch over your platform. Let us return 2 days later. All right. Chapter 47. The Assault Class Cruiser, Perfecting the Xingju Fleet. Having employed several staff from Xingming to maintain the platform and promote sales, Jiang Xing and his companions smoothly returned to the dock. Recently, he had informed everyone of his intention to create cruisers specifically for the Xingju fleet. The Green siblings seemed quite eager about this prospect, with even the usually stoic Tina displaying a hint of impatience. Upon receiving the news, Sun Nuyen and others hurried back to the dock as well. Faced with the curious and fervent gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xing could only shake his head in resignation. Turning to the 2 cruisers, one large and one small. Would you like to consume 50 true numbers for fusion? Yes, Jiang Xing mentally affirmed. Without any grand spectacle, the 2 cruisers instantly transformed into 2 swirling masses of intangible particles before merging together. A silver-black radiance spread within the particle cloud, as countless mysterious and intricate characters whirled chaotically. Speaking of which, during the fusion, could I choose the appearance? Jiang Xing suddenly pondered, an image flashing through his mind. Instantly, the previously waning luminous mass surged once more, gradually taking the form of a large, rectangular, sharply defined dark golden battleship. The armor patterns and exterior closely resembled classical battle armor, with crimson golden energy circuits sprawling across the vessel like blazing flames. Classical yet imbued with magnificent authority, Jiang Xing rejoiced. It turned out he could customize the appearance. Not far away, Green and the others were already left speechless. They had expected the process to take several days, only to witness it completed in the blink of an eye. Is this really research? Not only the Green siblings, but Sun Nuyen and others also wore expressions of utter shock. They had seen many things, but this was unprecedented. Only Kailuo, who was somewhat less informed, wore a puzzled expression. Why do you all look so astonished? This method of manufacturing isn't uncommon in the Alliance, is it? Sun Xiaoxue suppressed her astonishment and replied to Kailuo. You unaware of why we rushed back, right? We are here to witness the birth of a brand new spirit energy warship. Tio put it simply, Commander Jiang Xing created a completely new and exceptionally powerful spirit energy warship type in just a few seconds. And before this warship did not even exist in the Alliance's database. Kailuo initially nodded in confusion, then suddenly fell silent, subsequently gasping in realization. Seeing this expression, Sun Xiaoxue felt quite satisfied. Jiang Xing was oblivious to the emotions of those around him. As he eagerly examined the warship's panel, unknown model cruiser, D, air length, 2,600 meters, average width and height, 520 meters, shields, D, armor, D, armaments, D, photon chain penetration cannon 1, penetrating tracking, photon secondary cannons 4, penetrating, photon ship cannons 20, standard, various other armament systems, maximum speed, dark space jump, 50 times light speed, destruction rating, main cannon D, secondary cannon D, ship cannons D. Note: the photon chain penetration cannon will automatically target and attack nearby non-friendly units if the primary target is not destroyed. What does this mean? If the target isn't destroyed in one shot, can the attack that is deflected away by the shield come back for another strike? A significant portion of the shield's defense comes from absorbing and refracting energy attacks. At least 30% of the destructive energy attacks will be refracted and dispersed, a conventional technology present in most civilizations. Detecting the emergence of a new D-class cruiser under Commander Jiang Xing's name. Retrieving data strength. Determination complete D, top tier. Confirmation complete. Should the Alliance industry be authorized to create an STC template for this model? Benefits of authorization. 15 profit from sold warships or limited STC templates, and a 40 discount on this type of warship. According to detection, 20% of the technology originates from existing patents. Reducing the profit share from 17 to 15. Note: as the complete version of the technology is not mass-producible, the sale version will have its strength reduced by 15 to simplify certain technologies. Authorize it and change the appearance. Let the Alliance's designers handle it. Perhaps out of a desire for individuality, Jiang Xing wanted the battleships in his fleet to possess a unique style. Confirmation complete. Your request has been accepted. Please name this cruiser, Assault Class Cruiser. Jiang Xing blurted out. Confirmation assault cruiser has been entered into the database. Note: purchases by researchers will be complete versions. You have been placed under special attention by the Alliance industry. Not noticing the final Spirit Network notification? Jiang Xing closed the interface, admiring the cruiser with immense satisfaction. Realizing the surrounding silence, he finally noticed the complex expressions on Green and the others. Guessing the reason, he contemplated how to explain, "It's merely my talent for research." There's no need for such astonishment. There are many talents among Spirit Energy commanders, and several are quite unique. Green was left speechless. No. I see you have no comprehension of the commander's talent. No matter how unique, it shouldn't manifest as such versatility, especially a talent for research and synthesis that has nothing to do with a commander. Even the great scholars do not possess such an outrageous talent. However, the commander was correct about one thing. The research on spirit energy warships was entirely independent of him, managed by the underlying spirit energy concepts, serving the results to him on a platter. If those scholars were to learn of this, they might weep, Sun Xiaoxue whispered. Wang Shan hesitated, recalling someone. That's unlikely. The projects studied by great scholars are incredibly diverse. Spirit energy warships are merely one of the main subjects. Suddenly, Tina interjected. Who can guarantee that Commander Jiang Xing can only research and synthesize spirit energy warships? The following day, Jiang Xing awaited the arrival of the ordered warships. Tio ensured that the Xingju fleet possessed the requisite combat strength of a D-class fleet. He directly filled all 115 slots, 35 destroyers, 40 cruisers. Incorporating the 2 existing battleships, the total now amounts to 12 Ember-class battleships, 4 of the Ember type and 8 of the Pursuit type. Alongside 8 Sunwheel battleships, the Star Torch fleet has reached its current maximum capacity. The cost of this expansion has been over 4 million spirit crystals. Fortunately, with previous earnings surpassing 10 million spirit crystals. Otherwise, the mere 1 million crystals would scarcely sustain a single expansion operation. The true consumption of spirit crystals primarily arises from the ongoing operational costs of the spirit energy battleships. Every piece of equipment aboard these vessels requires spirit crystals for energy supply. Attack and shield maintenance. A D-class fleet must consistently maintain 2 million spirit crystals to cover the expenses of expansion. With just 5 more battleships, it would achieve the status of a distinguished command. Jiang Xing silently reflected, opening the spiritual network interface to check for available missions. The True Core only passively receives information. At least for now, it cannot actively query the conditions of the Crystal Wall worlds. Primary Crystal Wall World Assault Mission. Intermediate Crystal Wall World Assault Mission. Jiang Xing's gaze lingered on the intermediate Crystal Wall world for a moment before he diverted his attention. Despite having repeatedly crushed intermediate civilization fleets and even contended against advanced mechanical battleships, he remained acutely aware of his limitations. Not to mention the standard intermediate Crystal Wall civilization possesses hundreds of thousands of interstellar combat units. Even the capital ships and war fortresses typical of intermediate civilizations are no less formidable than D battleships. Some intermediate Crystal Wall civilizations even possess cutting-edge technologies that could pose a threat to C-class spirit energy battleships. When facing an intermediate Crystal Wall civilization, the most prudent strategy is to dispatch a commander recently promoted to a C-class fleet. Jiang Xing was confident that once the Star Torch fleet reached full D-class capacity, it would be sufficient to contend with most intermediate Crystal Wall civilizations independently, but that was not the case now. Suddenly, a flicker of consciousness paused as he rapidly scrolled through the interface. This expansion target appears promising. Chapter 48. The Stars Being Devoured, Glai World, Primary Crystal Wall World, Civilization Level, Incomplete Primary Crystal Civilization, Status. This crystal wall world is experiencing a rapid dissipation of numerous celestial bodies and civilizations for unknown reasons. And there seems to be a signal from a human civilization meme, perhaps nearing interstellar civilization, but the detection is unclear. Detection time. Objective. Investigate the state of this world and, depending on the circumstances, proceed with expansion. If human civilization is present, ensure its safety. Recommended expansion, D-class fleet. After briefly reviewing the information, Jiang Xing did not hesitate to accept the mission. The Glai world is a recently discovered new world, situated not too far from his current dimensional pathway. Moreover, the difficulty level is moderate. It should not be more challenging than the Beastmaster world during the third expansion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, a primary Crystal Wall civilization can be dealt with by the D-class Star Torch fleet within a week. Should they encounter heretics, they would swiftly obliterate the mother planet and major celestial bodies, dismantling all fleets and deploying meme viruses with precision and efficiency. The only uncertainty lies in the unknown cause of the celestial dissipation. Nevertheless, upon reaching the Glide world, they will reassess the situation. After all, it is merely a disaster of a primary crystal wall world, which should not be overly difficult. With that thought, Jiang Xing closed the panel and lifted his gaze towards the eager crowd. Let us embark. Yes, soon. Under the command of 20 colossal battleships, the Star Torch fleet departed from the Assabit world. The starry sky continued to fade slowly. Billant observed the night sky through a telescope, an unspoken sense of frustration swirling within him. Hundreds of light years away, an endless black void was gradually consuming the surrounding radiant stars. It resembled a dark stain eroding the brilliance of civilization, advancing steadily yet inexorably. Professor Billant, according to calculations, at the current rate of expansion, the void will reach the Gland star system within 3 months at most. The voices of several young individuals nearby were tinged with anxiety. Although the precise cause remained unknown, the void's encroachment had already spread among the higher echelons of civilization. The stark imagery had been revealed to all. Endless darkness surged like a tidal wave, planets vanished, stars extinguished. Only a few neutron stars continued to emit faint glimmers, rising and falling like isolated islands amidst the relentless tide of blackness. One middle-aged assistant wore a troubled expression. Presently, a significant panic and doomsday declarations were erupting among the populace, with numerous resources and efforts being constrained, rendering them unable to adequately address this crisis. Billant remained silent. Even without such constraints, what could be done? No one understood the status of their civilization better than he did. The Gland governance had barely entered the interstellar age for less than 30 years. Let alone venturing beyond their star system, they had yet to fully develop even a dozen planets within their own system. Faced with a dark catastrophe capable of extinguishing the vast solar radiance, they were utterly powerless. Ding, Professor Billant, please proceed to the Central Governance Assembly Hall for a meeting. Billant nodded to the group. Continue observing and documenting. Do not miss any data. I must take my leave for a moment. Without awaiting a response from his students, he hurriedly left the laboratory and boarded a special vehicle heading to the assembly hall. Upon his arrival, he found a gathering of experts from various fields. Mr. Boson, why has the government summoned us for a meeting? Taking a seat among renowned researchers from diverse sectors, Billant inquired with confusion to the elder beside him. Boson shook his head. Unclear, but rumors suggest that the mentor has returned. The mentor? Billant's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of joy appearing. The term mentor did not refer to a specific individual, but rather to a visitor from a powerful civilization. Based on the available information, the mentor civilization operates differently from typical civilizations, comprising countless individuals with unclear roles forming a vast society. They seem to execute an elite individual model. The entire civilization consists of no more than 1,000 entities, each embodying the essence of an engineer, scientist, artist, philosopher, and more. According to their accounts, the mentor civilization was born even a few hundred years later than the Gland humans. It is speculated to be a consciousness-linked group united in thought. Though appearing to be merely 1,000 strong, their network of consciousness is not inferior to that of humanity. Of course, this is gleaned from the insights left by the mentor. In truth, the Gland civilization's entry into interstellar status owes much to the foundational scientific guidance of the mentor. Initially, the Gland governance harbored great skepticism until witnessing the mentor effortlessly transform the ecology of Gland's largest desert, dispelling most doubts. Creation is always more challenging than destruction. The ability to alter vast ecosystems in a remarkably short time implies a capacity to obliterate entire terrestrial environments. Such a formidable civilization had no need to circumvent the Gland civilization at that time. Indeed, the mentor had not wrought any harm upon the Gland, but, rather, actively improved the technological foundations developed by humanity itself. Within a few years, the Gland civilization had mastered sublight speed travel technology. Naturally, some audacious young scholars had inquired about the mentor's motives for providing assistance without charge. The mentor replied that it was a form of compensation for their research on the sociology and culture of diverse civilizations. Approximately 5 years after the Gland entered the interstellar age, the mentor departed without a sound. It is no exaggeration to say that around 80% of Gland's renowned scholars had received guidance from the Mentor. Boson sighed. It has been 25 years since we last saw the Mentor. I wonder if they have a solution for the void point. One can only hope, Billant replied with deep concern, as time passed. When the assembly hall was nearly half filled, the lights suddenly dimmed. When they illuminated again, a pure white sphere approximately 3 meters in diameter appeared on the platform, alongside the already seated high-ranking officials of the civilization. The surface of the sphere rippled like water, constantly undulating and emanating an extraordinary glow. The Mentor. It truly is the Mentor. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in excitement, rising to their feet. The man at the center of the platform raised his hand. Silence. Once the excitement subsided, he continued. The Mentor has returned this time due to the void. Specific details have not been disclosed. If you wish to inquire, please do so one at a time. And be mindful of your demeanor. Come now, Elder Moa. You were the most agitated at the time. An elder beside him muttered disdainfully. May I ask? Billant was the first to regain composure and stood up. Regarding the void, do we have any potential solutions? Billant's question struck at the core of the matter, drawing the attention of everyone present towards the Mentor. In fact, I have come because of the void. However, I do not bring solutions as you might expect. Rather, I am seeking refuge from the ancient nanomachine catastrophe that we cannot resolve. The ethereal, neutral voice reverberated throughout the hall, akin to a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of the crowd. Even the formidable Mentor civilization could not provide a resolution. The faces of the audience turned pale, and Commissioner Moa remained silent. Ancient nanomachines? Billant was the first to suppress the turmoil within and inquired. Ancient nanomachines, remnants of a bygone civilization from billions of years ago, before the abyss descended, possessed the power to devour most celestial bodies. The technology they encompass remains beyond our comprehension. They reactivated unexpectedly 25 years ago on a remote planet. According to our calculations, if we can delineate a ring with a diameter of approximately 5 light-years around the area where they activated and eliminate all matter within, we might be able to contain them. Unfortunately, we are merely a research-oriented civilization, not a military or industrial one, and thus, we cannot execute large-scale exterminations. Moreover, something occurred that rendered this hypothesis futile. The Mentor remained composed, seemingly unfazed by anything. Billant fell silent for a moment, struggling to ask, what event? The recording screen is unfolding, Chapter 49. Merely a celestial engineering unit, a slender, luminescent curtain unfurls in the air, instantly captivating the gaze of all present. As the image flickers, a peculiar celestial body materializes before their eyes. It is not an ordinary life-sustaining planet, but rather one that has been hollowed out, its surface and interior cloaked in a delicate green crystalline substance. Resembling a gem of a planet, countless towering pyramid structures and disc-shaped edifices, the interior of this celestial body, while its surface is crisscrossed by vast circuits resembling electric pathways. These intricate designs densely populate the shell of this gem-like planet, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. As the image zooms in, hundreds of erratically drifting white orbs gradually come into view. Could those be the Mentor's kin? Someone gasps. This is our home world, the only planet we possess. It serves as a colossal celestial-grade terminal for our technological research to ensure the safety of our home world. We have established numerous mechanical battleship bases nearby, capable of projecting a light-speed suppression wave with a radius of 20 light-years. The Mentor explains in a voice devoid of any fluctuations. That moment, the scene in the display suddenly shifts. Outside the Mentor's home star system, in a certain area, space abruptly collapses inward, followed by a dark cloud of mist that expands ominously on the fringes of distant star systems. The alert devices on rocky planets immediately detect this anomaly, causing vast plains to tremble. Subsequently, a series of metallic valves, each approximately 2,000 meters in length, materialize. Following this, a fleet of sleek, silver oval-shaped warships ascends into the void, numbering over 5,000 within a mere 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the dark mist draws ever closer. Despite having foreseen the outcome, the onlookers remain tense, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. The 5,000 mechanical battleships glide forth without hesitation, seamlessly exiting the planetary confines as tens of thousands of beams of light pierce the dark mist. The immense cloud seems to suffer a grievous blow, suddenly contracting. The mechanical fleet, emboldened by their success, pursues relentlessly, their concentrated beams of light flickering like neon against the pitch-black cosmos, continuously driving the dark mist into patches of emptiness. The mist continues to surge forth, yet it finds itself unable to advance an inch against the formidable formation of mechanical vessels stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, as the dark mist endures relentless bombardment, it abruptly disperses, coalescing into myriad smaller clouds of darkness. Before the mechanical battleships can adjust their attack strategy, the imagery reveals that these clouds of darkness gradually coalesce into the shape of warships. Moreover, they bear an uncanny resemblance to the Minter's fleet of over 5,000 mechanical vessels. Then, in a stunning display, the dark mist warships unleash a synchronized barrage that leaves the gathered crowd utterly astonished. Their attack patterns and surface data mirror those of the Minter's mechanical fleet. Even the energy fluctuations and patterns of their beams are identical. As for how they acquired this knowledge, the Minter's display showcases a comparative data analysis. The volley from the thousands of dark mist warships obliterates the Minter's fleet in merely 3 rounds. They then surge toward the Minter's home world. If this star system were to be likened to a vast plain, then the thousands of dark mist warships resemble a fearsome cavalry charge, advancing with terrifying might toward the Minter's civilization. The onlookers clearly witness many of the Minter's kin decisively tearing through space to retreat, abandoning their home world without a hint of hesitation. As the luminescent curtain closes, the Minter speaks again. Such is the situation. These ancient nanomachines possess a terrifying ability for transformation and reorganization. Even our most advanced mechanical battleships can be swiftly imitated by them. Their mimicking extends beyond mere exterior characteristics. They have also mastered weapon modules, defense modules, and light speed jump modules. In fact, their database likely contains superior jump technology. The only factors that can impede their efficiency are energy and numbers. They can consume and decompose planets and stars to achieve division and recharge. Based on our conjectures, once they have consumed this expanse of starry space, they may possess the power to traverse the absolute barrier. Moya, sensing the underlying significance of the Minter's final statement, instinctively inquires, then what is the Minter's purpose in coming here? According to our projections, the ancient nanomachines operate under a fixed action template, which is to consume, depart, and seek out their mother civilization. Therefore, after discussions within our kin, we have decided to conceal ourselves and await the ancient nanomachines to breach the absolute barrier and leave this realm. Our kin operates as a collective consciousness, subconsciously sensing a certain energy of will, which informs us that bringing you along during our retreat will be beneficial to us. However, due to the limitations on the scale of the concealed fleet, we can only accommodate approximately 500,000 humans. Moreover, to prevent ideologies such as the power-hungry elite or those who prioritize self-interest from monopolizing spots, the selection will be conducted by me. The criteria will include, but are not limited to, scholars, artists, historians, philosophers, educators, soldiers, managers, and individuals of exceptional talent. The proportion of children, youth, middle-aged, and elderly will be approximately 3, 4, 2, 1, with moral standards aligned with your universal perspective. Of course, if humanity can ensure that the seeds of civilization to be evacuated will contribute to its revival, self-selection is also permissible. Moya and the others fell into a profound silence, and those with ulterior motives dared not utter a word. Finally, Moya broke the silence. We need to discuss. No problem. The black mist is expected to arrive in about a month. Please reach a decision within a week. In the silent, starry expanse, around 100 interstellar battleships, flickering with psychic luminescence, silently emerged. Activating the radar matrix, they entered stealth mode, and the destroyers dispersed to maintain vigilance. Jiang Xing commanded, entrusting the control of the destroyers entirely to the Grand Siblings and Cairo. Having reached D level, the Grand Siblings found it manageable to control dozens of destroyers simultaneously. Cairo, merely a step away from D level, could barely manage 2 or 3. This not only allowed them to secure additional exploration rewards, but also helped alleviate his own burden. As the commander progresses through the ranks, the likelihood of simultaneously controlling the entire fleet diminishes, making the role of the deputy increasingly vital as the fleet's level rises. Jiang Xing now only managed the Ember-class battleship with his mind, while the day wheel was entrusted to a controller provided by the military. Reports indicated that numerous planets in the vicinity were missing. The mind-controlled pilot reported. The transmission of psychic energy may seem like mere words, but it effectively accomplishes instantaneous communication. Missing planets? Yes, Commander. Based on extensive scans of numerous void regions, it appears that several star systems should have existed here. This aligns closely with the general intelligence provided by the Alliance. Jiang Xing nodded slightly, then commanded the fleet to navigate toward the nearest star system. Exiting the jump state, the Star Torch fleet sensed something amiss upon reaching this star system. Gazing at the immense black patches on the distant star, Jiang Xing pondered, is such a dark sunspot normal? Suddenly, the massive sunspot seemed to sense the approach of the Star Torch fleet, stirring ominously. Following this, countless tendrils of dark mist surged forth like a tempest, howling toward them. Attack? The first to initiate the assault was the assault cruiser, unleashing dozens of robust beams of light. In an instant, they pierced through the dark mist, creating vast gaps, with the beams not penetrating deep into the cosmos, but instead sharply redirecting to bombard the mist again. Within a breath, dozens of beams traversed the dark mist hundreds of times. The oncoming mist visibly shrank by more than half, seemingly stunned into inaction by this display. It was not until the second wave of attacks descended that the mist resumed its movement, albeit opting for evasion this time. What on earth is this dark mass? Sun Xiaoxue inquired curiously. At that moment, Jiang Xing recalled relevant information from the recent flood of memorized data in his mind. This is a celestial engineering unit characteristic of standard river-level civilizations, possessing metal fission technology and material energy analysis capabilities. It appears they have activated their automatic return to civilization tracing mode. The solution is to locate and destroy the central terminal. Understood. Chapter 50. Are you still engaging in internal strife? Without further entangling with the dark mist of this star system, the Star Torch fleet forcibly broke through the interference of the engineering machinery, directly departing. They left behind the aimless dark mist rotating in place, which would surge toward the nearby planets once the mechanical programming was rebooted. In the control zone of the Ember-class battleship, Jiang Xing frowned as he observed the rough star map provided by the psychic network. The engineering machinery group is a purely construction-oriented unit, although it is a technological creation of river-level civilization. Its defensive measures are limited to temporary combat units formed from the mechanical warship technology in its database. The terminal data of these engineering machinery units seems severely compromised, rendering them incapable of reconstructing the mechanical warships of their affiliated river-level civilization. To defend themselves, they can only analyze the equipment technology of attackers and proceed with imitation construction. The psychic warships are integrated creations, and their primary destructive capability derives from the energy-infused attack beams. Unlike ordinary psychics from other civilizations, the psychic energy of Alliance psychics possesses a unique imprint, akin to an exclusive identification card. This imprint is recognized by the will of the Alliance civilization in the metaphysical realm of the Star Sea. Unless the imprint is actively dissolved, even if the commander cancels the energy attachment and leaves the psychic warship behind, others will be unable to utilize it. This imprint does not hold physical significance. Thus, not only river-level civilizations but even domain-level civilizations, cognitive matrices, cannot analyze any warship bearing an imprint, unless this civilization's technological prowess surpasses that of the Alliance and its psychic capabilities can suppress the Alliance's will. This is not a matter of technological secrecy, but rather an insurance mechanism employed by the psychic network to prevent the existence of individuals using their own psychic energy to manipulate psychic warships in reverse. The prevention of analysis is simply a side effect. In conclusion, the engineering machinery group poses minimal threat in this rudimentary crystalline barrier world, at most imitating the warships of the primary crystalline barrier civilization. However, winning in a direct confrontation is also quite unlikely. The engineering machinery cluster, having devoured thousands of planets and even stars, has surely split into a multitude capable of reconstructing vast mechanical warships. Even the C-class psionic fleet, accompanied by the Mechanical Legion, cannot swiftly eliminate such an overwhelming number of cannon fodder. The most efficient course of action would be to annihilate the central terminal. How many true data points are required to ascertain the specific coordinates of the data terminal? After much analysis, Jiang Xing, unable to discern a rough location, reluctantly spoke up. There are merely over 200 true data points left. I truly wish to avoid their use until absolutely necessary. Point 20. Jiang Xing exclaimed in astonishment. During the third expedition, acquiring a complete star map of an entire primary crystal wall world only cost 50. Are you truly asking for 20 for a single coordinate? The River-class civilization's cloaking technology module mounted on the data terminal is relatively intact and necessitates a certain number of true data points for individual retrieval. If a rough coordinate within 100 light-years is sufficient, only 5 true data points are required. Jiang Xing rubbed his forehead. Locating something within 100 light-years would take ages. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps the civilization of this world possesses some knowledge. The engineering machinery cluster, having disengaged from the server, would not exhibit high levels of aggression under a mere tracing program. The primary crystal wall civilization of the gray world should still be present. Wait, didn't the intelligence report suggest the existence of human civilization? What are the precise coordinates for that civilization? Requires 1 true data point. It truly exists. Jiang Xing's expression brightened as he projected it onto the star map. And no sooner had he spoken than a glowing cursor appeared on the rough star map. Upon closer inspection, it even annotated the detailed information regarding the civilization at the cursor's location. The nearby crew members showed no surprise. They were somewhat aware of the commander's innate talent. It remained as unreasonable as ever. Immediately jumped to the target location. Yes. In the Grand Governance Conference Hall, hundreds were embroiled in heated discussions, debating whether the choice of the seed of civilization should be entrusted to the mentor. The mentor hovered silently to the side, observing the scene without offering any opinion. Since it is a matter of human seed, it should naturally be chosen by humanity, regardless of the ultimate outcome. The power of decision should rest in the hands of humans. Don't think I am oblivious. The decision-making power lies with humanity? It appears to rest with you instead. What? Planning to include your entire clan in the quotas? Indeed, if we were to choose ourselves, at least 1/3 of the slots would be monopolized by worthless nobility. Spare me the rhetoric about humanity choosing its own path. From a personal perspective, it matters not. But at the level of civilization, it should be utterly rational. Many individuals argued vehemently, their faces flushed and nearly on the verge of physical conflict. The factions advocating for the mentor's selection and those for human selection were roughly equal in number. And neither could persuade the other. Moya observed the scene below, listening to the cacophony of disputes with an impassive expression. Mentor, what is your take on this scene? Perhaps my assistance has accelerated human technological advancement too swiftly. You have not fostered a corresponding societal understanding of interstellar civilization. Your worldview and societal level have not progressed in tandem with technology. According to our data, rationalists should make up at least 70% in the face of significant events in normal interstellar civilizations. Moya sighed. Indeed, I can discern how many are making choices driven by personal desires. Enough. Silence. Faced with Moya's commanding presence, the hall quickly fell into order. Turning his gaze toward the group advocating for human selection, Moya spoke calmly. Human selection is permissible, but it must be calculated by the central supercomputer of the governing body, assessing societal contributions, achievements, and performance. Regardless of moral, legal, or academic standing, all must be included in the calculations. Contributions, abilities, and achievements cannot be lacking. Those who do not meet the standards must be eliminated. Upon hearing this, many faces turned grim. A shrewd, gaunt man stood up. Are we, the elders who have contributed to the governing body, unable to bring our families? Why do you believe you can meet the standards? Moya impatiently interrupted the man. His gaze I see why. Do you truly think I am unaware of the dealings some of you engage in? Were it not for the need to maintain internal stability, coupled with the fact that your tangible contributions barely offset your misdeeds, how many of you would be seated here? The hall fell silent. The expressions of the shrewd man and his companions darkening, yet no one dared to speak. Unlike the various factions controlling the governors, Moya stood backed by the only interstellar military of the Grand Governance. Renowned and wielding significant power, and since taking the stage, he has infused the reforms of the Grand Governance with a distinctly iron-fisted style. If he were to lose his composure here, it is likely that by the next day, those present would meet their demise in their own bathtubs. Seeing that no one spoke, Moya, revealing no hint of his feelings. If that is the case, then the selection will be coordinated by the Human Resources Department in collaboration with the mentor. Please note, An unknown jump reaction has been detected. Before Moya could finish his sentence, the Mentor suddenly sounded an alarm and activated the warning devices he had arranged upon arrival. The light screen expanded, and the scene erupted into chaos as many panicked. The ancient mechanical disaster has arrived. Damn it, we have not preserved the seeds. Moya's expression paled as well. Should the ancient nanomachines arrive at this moment, humanity on Grand would face utter annihilation. No, it is not the ancient nanomachines. The Mentor's calm voice brought some semblance of composure to the crowd, compelling them to focus on the light screen. Not far from the mother star of the Grand Governance, a spatial depression appeared, and nearly 100 colossal warships emerged suddenly. Composed of an unknown material, with an incomprehensible integrated structural technology, their mysterious luminescence. The sudden emergence of the unknown fleet sent shockwaves through all present. The technological level of this fleet far surpasses that of our light civilization. The Mentor's unhurried voice snapped everyone back to reality, only to leave them even more astonished. A civilization far beyond that of the Mentor? Just then, the light screen flickered, and before the Mentor could take action, Jiang Xing's figure emerged within. His gaze swept over the assembled humans, his brow furrowing. Such chaotic and fragmented civilizational thoughts. This is not an interstellar civilization. You are still engaged in internal strife? Chapter 51. Data Life. The sudden appearance of Jiang Xing on the light screen left the members of the Grand Governance in a state of shock. The life level and meme suppression stemming from the superior kin directly caused their thoughts to stagnate, an overwhelming sense of reverence swelling from within. Kin? There are indeed other powerful human civilizations. Anxiously, they wished to speak yet found themselves at a loss for words, staring blankly. As his gaze shifted from the main screen, Jiang Xing looked down at Grand Star through the porthole. The disordered and fragmented civilizational thoughts materialized in his psionic vision. Swirling above this human mother star, with only about half coalescing together. The other half appeared as a tangled mess. In a wonder, the Psionic net could not confirm the existence of human civilization in this world. Clearly, it had not reached the universal human civilization standards set by the psionic net. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he cast an inquiring glance at Green. The human civilizations accepted by the Sea of Stars Alliance must at least reach the planetary civilization level, possessing the capability to initially develop their own planetary systems and surrounding star systems. It is not that interstellar civilizations are easy to cultivate. Rather, at this stage, the thoughts of universal human civilization are generally unified. Furthermore, in the inherent inclinations of human civilization, such unified thoughts are invariably positive or universal in nature. Resilience, tenacity, and a thirst for knowledge. As for the reasons behind this, during the terrestrial age, humans, due to foundational technologies and transportation limitations, essentially splintered into numerous factions and ethnic groups. Coupled with differing cultures and languages resulting from environmental factors, internal strife and warfare among them became a commonplace occurrence. Civilizations that naturally emerged without external interference typically possess only basic resources and a handful of primary resources on their mother stars. Thus, to transition into the interstellar age, a unified front is a fundamental prerequisite, even if only in a temporary alliance. During the period of unification, countless cultures and ideologies clash violently, inevitably leading to significant conflicts that could plunge civilizations into decline. Wars of faith, ethnic conflicts, resource wars, anti-socialist assaults, class warfare. These periods often span years, even decades. Once all obstacles are overcome and a true era of unification is achieved, the thoughts of universal humanity will gradually coalesce through countless struggles. At least one ideological direction will emerge as predominant at this stage. Even if that human civilization were to splinter once more, facing ethnic crises, there would be a united front against external threats, with the vast majority standing in solidarity. This civilization before us has already stepped into the interstellar age, and its governmental form is also unified. Why have its thoughts not yet unified? Intelligent modules. Retrieve all data network information of this human civilization, listing significant events before and after its entry into interstellar civilization. Retrieving. Confirmation complete. Unfolding. Jiang Xing's gaze swiftly traversed the vast array of information, and a hint of astonishment began to appear on his face. Green and Tina also glimpsed some of the information, their expressions a mixture of surprise as their gazes fell upon the white sphere displayed on the main screen. Indeed, such a pure scientific civilization exists, truly rare. Yet, one cannot entirely blame this civilization for hastening its development. Luck is indeed a necessary element in the advancement of civilization. However, it seems challenging for the grand human race to gain recognition from the Alliance in the short term. Something feels amiss. The societal structure and life forms of this civilization appear rather unusual. Green and Tina exchanged glances, their suspicions already forming. Noticing the mentor's gaze fixed on the mysterious human within the light screen, they immediately spoke up. Esteemed and powerful civilization, I am the 887th conglomerate of the Light Civilization. Light yeses. The Light Civilization, an unfamiliar life form. The Alliance's humanity can hardly be classified as a carbon-based species. It resembles a hybrid of energy and carbon, with both organs and neural networks having undergone evolution. Should they acquire the ability to utilize psychic energy, they would be capable of comprehending the languages of virtually any civilization. Even if they have never encountered such a language, the essence of thought often transcends linguistic expression. Similarly, the Alliance's common tongue, when heard by other civilized beings, is transformed into a comprehensible language. I sincerely appreciate your assistance to human civilization. Yes, as he spoke, Jiang Xing glanced at the hesitant Imoya and certain high-ranking officials whose faces lit up with unexpected joy. Frowning inwardly, he continued with a neutral tone. Although your civilization has attained interstellar status, its societal development has not met the requisite standards. I shall not engage in profound interactions with you. Nevertheless, I will address the dangers your civilization faces. According to Alliance regulations, deep engagement with human civilizations that have not achieved ideological unity is prohibited. Mr. Yeses, I kindly request your presence in the outer space of Grand Star, as I have some inquiries to make. Understood. Yeses swiftly darted out of the conference hall, racing towards the void of space. Regaining his composure, Imoya felt a surge of hope within. Perhaps the enigmatic higher kin truly possessed the means to resolve this sudden calamity. He then glanced again at the hundreds of Grand High officials still in a stupor below. The mysterious kin's words echoing in his mind. Whether it be the mentor or that suddenly appearing mechanical deity-like kin, their assessments of grand civilization were remarkably consistent. Social development, cultural standards, ideological refinement. Addressing these issues would require a protracted period. However, certain parasites could be dealt with immediately. A glint of cold light flickered in Imoya's eyes. Jiang Xing granted Yes's entry into the control zone. He appeared astonished by the technology and energy responses of the psychic warship. Pausing for several seconds before speaking again. Mighty life form, what inquiry do you have? Do you know the location of the first galaxy where the engineering mechanical swarm, or what you refer to as ancient nanomachines, emerged? Jiang Xing directly broached the subject. The database contains detailed records. Yeses replied. Simultaneously, the ship's onboard intelligence detected a stream of data information emerging, instantly unpacking it and integrating it into the star map. Confirming the accuracy of the star map coordinates, Jiang Xing promptly prepared to depart. Suddenly, Green interjected, "Wait a moment, Commander." He then approached Yeses, a serious tone in his voice. "Mr. Yeses, if we can ensure a substantial enhancement of your hardware facilities and escort you to a multitude of different worlds for research activities, would you be willing to accompany us? I must return to the gathering place of my kin for discussion." Very well. Observing Yeses's departing figure, Jiang Xing turned to Green, awaiting an explanation. "Commander, have you heard of data life forms?" Jiang Xing's heart jolted. The light kin are data life forms. Indeed, I once encountered data life forms within the psychic fleet my family collaborated with. Yeses and its life wave are identical. Data life forms, a highly unique variant of particle life forms, possess mechanical control characteristics distinct from psychic energy. Provided the equipment level is sufficiently high, theoretically, a data life form could independently establish a civilization. The core intelligence of intelligent mechanical civilizations resembles such entities, though the core does not possess the life consciousness inherent to data life forms. In simpler terms, data life forms can generate psychic energy. However, data life forms are limited by their evolutionary stage and must continuously expand their core data structure to increase the total amount of digital particles. Nonetheless, data life forms would represent a monumental enhancement for the Star Torch fleet. Whether controlling mechanical legions or, once they possess psychic energy, assisting in micromanaging psychic warship formations. The benefits are substantial. This is a rare opportunity that most psychic fleets could only dream of. How many data life forms does the light civilization possess? Around 1,000? A wave of elation washed over Jiang Xing as he finally patted Green on the shoulder. Well done. Regaining his composure, he cast one last glance at Grand Star. Let us set forth. If this expedition leads to my promotion to a distinguished commander, the expeditionary force will issue its first war directive. At that point, it will be far from mere skirmishes. Yes, Commander. Chapter 52. Oh my. It's all mine. The dark and profound starry sky, devoid of any twinkling starlight, silent and frigid. Suddenly, dozens of interstellar warships, shimmering with resplendent brilliance, emerged, bringing a ripple to this lightless expanse. Peering through the viewport at the pitch-black scene outside, Jiang Xing repeatedly verified the coordinates and no issues. The star map indicated that the galaxy coordinates were precisely here. The several planets and stars documented in the data had vanished, with only the remnants of a stellar radiation storm attesting to the fact that a sun once burned here. Green, observing the radar matrix with no reaction, was unfazed. His eyes glimmered with psychic energy, and shortly thereafter, over a dozen destroyers darted forth into the inky void. Given that Yes's data life civilization had not detected the data terminal in advance, it must be concealed within a planet or a star. By orbiting the former planetary paths or bombarding the location of the original star, there was a high probability of discovery. As Green maneuvered the warship. He casually explained, the premise is that this galaxy possesses a data terminal. As long as it exists, we can handle it. The mechanical swarm will split at a terrifying speed during the tracing program, with most processing functions of the data terminal synchronized with the vast nanomachines. Furthermore, the original nanomachines are indifferent to this world's civilization. As long as the data terminal is present, it won't flee. Upon detecting the psychic fleet, it would be even less likely to escape. Should it attempt to move, even with its cloaking module activated, the spatial detection equipment aboard the psychic warships would still perceive the spatial compression. The footprints in the universe are not so easily erased. Unless its carrier is imbued with psychic energy, which would not interfere with the spatial matrix, the intelligent programs of river-level civilizations must be acutely aware of the issues surrounding spatial matrices. While the over a dozen destroyers sped forward, several cruisers controlled by Tina had their main cannons calibrated to the vicinity of the original star. In the next moment, a violent beam, akin to a crimson thunderbolt, suddenly sliced through the surrounding profound darkness. Two individuals physically detected the data terminal, while Jiang Xing perused the psychic network interface beside them. Confirmation complete. Grand Governing Body has received human information. In light of special circumstances, the Alliance's Department of Security for Civilizational Development will deploy a temporary dimensional box to relocate Grand Civilization to another crystalline world upon the completion of the exploration. Specific matters. Regarding Data Life Civilization, the Expeditionary Fleet's Data Security Department consents to Commander Jiang Xing managing it independently, provided the data life forms voluntarily accompany Commander Jiang Xing. The Alliance also does not intend to engage directly with Grand Civilization. According to the intentions of the Alliance's department, upon the completion of the exploration, they will relocate Grand Civilization to an intact crystalline world, allowing it to develop until it births a unified ideological core. The good news is that the expeditionary fleet agrees to allow him full authority to manage it, provided the data life forms consent to follow him. The Alliance's selection criteria for alien civilizational allies seem to place considerable emphasis on aesthetic standards. Of course, the primary selection requirement remains the universality of ideology and thought, particularly if it aligns or leans towards human thought. The Alliance's ideology? The Alliance possesses no fixed ideology, as its will is dynamic. Any ideology that is positive or whose benefits outweigh its detriments can be processed by the Alliance's will. How precisely this will be handled, he was unsure, but the methods would undoubtedly be astonishing. Closing the interface, Jiang Xing leaned back in his chair, observing Green and his sister as they searched for the terminal, then glanced at Sun Nguyen and others, lost in thought in terms of individual combat strength. Aside from rescue operations and occupying vital locations on life-bearing planets, most of their time was spent aboard the ship to guard against special enemies. The rewards of exploration indeed felt lacking. Should he procure a few psychic mechs, warships, for Sun Nguyen and the others to command? In certain scenarios, Those psychic mechs proved far more useful than warships. As Jiang Xing's mind wandered. Green suddenly exclaimed, "Found it!" Jiang Xing lifted his head to look at the main screen. He saw a destroyer-esque shield flickering, its form drifting diagonally in the starry void as if it had collided with something solid. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xing immediately commanded 12 incinerator battleships. The terrifying D main cannon coalesced in an instant, unleashing a beam of light at least 10 times the power of a cruiser-esque main cannon. Tearing through the void and striking that area, the shockwave expanded. As a mosaic-like barrier emerged and dissipated, a colossal entity revealed itself within. It was a disc-shaped construct approximately 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Dense ring-shaped devices extended, and faint energy circuits flickered upon its surface. The center of this disc, a structure resembling a black stone cylinder, towering at around 3 kilometers, with a cross-section diameter of approximately 500 meters, transmitted an immense stream of data. Countless intricate data patterns shimmered incessantly on its surface. A mechanical swarm, capable of filling a medium-sized star, was astonishingly controlled by such a diminutive processing terminal. Jiang Xing discerned that only that cylinder was truly the data terminal. The remaining equipment was most likely signal amplification devices, designed to extend the signal range across the vast star domain. Jiang Xing was taken aback. Not to mention the mechanical swarm that spanned the entire grand world. Even the group encountered by the Star Torch fleet upon their arrival was of an unfathomable quantity. They were an exaggerated number that coalesced into a black spot resembling a star at the nanoscale. To think such a small terminal could control them all, truly, a marvel of river-level civilization. With a sense of admiration, one cannot help but acknowledge that he has been stirred. What would happen if this device were to serve as a processor for Yeses and his kin? Contemplating this, Jiang Xing interjected, "Hold your attack for now. Let's attempt to store it within the spatial armory of the Zhuanjin battleship." The armories of psionic warships generally possess some capacity for spatial expansion. The storage space within a D-class battleship measures 4,000 meters per side, so accommodating this object should pose no challenge. Meanwhile, a considerable number of mechanical fleets, amounting to thousands of vessels, had already congregated in the vicinity. With more mechanical groups continuously arriving through warp jumps, Jiang Xing paid them no mind. They were merely imitations of primitive civilization mechanical warships, incapable of breaching the defenses of the Xingju fleet. Thus, there was no need for concern. As long as he could control the data terminal, the engineering mechanical groups would also belong to the Xingju fleet. Even if he couldn't take them all, it would suffice to extract a portion and subsequently divide them. The plan was foolproof. As the Xingju fleet approached the data terminal, under the suppression of the Sunwell battleship's range, the terminal failed to successfully operate its light-speed engine despite multiple attempts. Subsequently, the spatial transfer beam from the armory smoothly enveloped the data terminal. Jiang Xing's expression turned serious. Upon witnessing the terminal's essence begin to distort, he immediately beamed with joy.it was accomplished. As the cylindrical data terminal was absorbed into the Zhuanjin battleship, the previously surging engineering mechanical groups abruptly ceased their tumult, as if a pause button had been pressed, freezing in place. The mechanical groups, reconstructed into warships, collapsed like blocks of toy bricks. Observing this, Jiang Xing, beaming with delight, took control of several other battleships and began to absorb the vast engineering mechanical groups into the storage. Regardless of others, the priority was to fill the armories of the two battleships first. Oh my! This time, the exploratory mission truly proved fortuitous. There were no hardships, only benefits. Jiang Xing chuckled. Jelen remarked, "Indeed, the commander possesses remarkable luck." Fortunately, the data terminal contained no technical information pertaining to the river-level civilization's mechanical warships. Even though mechanical unmanned warships are fundamental units across various civilizations, they are not something that can be trifled with, at least against a river-level civilization. Even the current Xingju fleet would find it impossible to contend. Next, they would seek out Yeses and his kin to inquire about the situation. Following that, they would depart from the Crystal Wall world and replenish the minimum numbers of the D-class fleet to promote to the honorary commander rank. The honorary commander rank would signify a formal entry into the expeditionary forces ranks. With this in mind, Jiang Xing felt an urge of impatience. Not only would he receive orders for warfare following his promotion, but he would also gain access to certain segments of the expeditionary forces database. The disappearance of his parents was something he had never forgotten. Chapter 53. Honorary Commander, list activation. Upon the Xingju fleet's arrival at the coordinates provided by Yeses, it was evident that Yeses and the other Light Clan members had already concluded their discussions. Hundreds of mechanical orbs, indistinguishable in appearance from Yeses, hovered in the cosmos, patiently awaiting Jiang Xing's arrival. The appearance of the Xingju fleet caused a momentary pause among the other light data life forms, and then the surface data circuits began to flicker rapidly. Yeses moved to the forefront of the Xingju fleet and stated succinctly, "We agree to leave this realm with you. In fact, traversing the cliff to explore worlds beyond this one has been the greatest aspiration of my civilization." The calm, neutral tone prompted a smile from Jiang Xing. "Welcome, everyone. Once we depart from this realm, I will replace your hardware." Yeses expressed no dissent, a very reasonable exchange. "Additionally, I wonder if you could assist us in reconstructing our stellar computer. After losing our mother planet, our combined computational power has been significantly impacted." The stellar computer? That should refer to the central data terminal. No problem. In fact, we have already gained control of the data terminal of the engineering mechanical group. Once we eliminate its data framework, it will belong to you. Regardless of how unique data life forms may be, they were still merely a primitive crystal wall civilization. The computational volume of their stellar computer from inception to destruction likely could not even compare to a fraction of the Black Stone Pillar terminal's computational capacity per second. "Thank you very much. We will do our utmost to assist your fleet," Yeses responded. Even the typically emotionless Yeses exhibited a shift in tone upon hearing this. Ordinary primitive civilization life forms might struggle to comprehend the terror of ancient nanomechanical terminals. However, as data life forms, they understood the vast chasm between them the moment they beheld the nanomechanics reconstructing the light mechanical warships, from nothing to everything, forcibly parsing the cutting-edge military technologies of an alien civilization within mere seconds was akin to a myth. The two parties successfully reached an agreement. Subsequently, a guiding beam swept through, encompassing all 945 members of the Light Clan, including Yeses, into the ship. Except for the few Light Clan members whose core data sources could not be transferred in time during the destruction of their mother planet, the entirety of the Light Civilization's members had been collected. "Let us depart, Jelen Mother Star." Bilanti stared at the freshly minted report in his hand, his heart trembling. He hurriedly dashed out of the quantum observation chamber. Rushing to the communication equipment, trembling hands dialing a number. "Governor Moya, stop, stop. The quantum observatory shows that the disappearance phenomenon of celestial bodies several hundred light-years away has ceased. The higher-ups among their kin had succeeded." In the upper echelons of the office district, Moya, who had been troubled over how to select the sparks, suddenly stood up. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Bilanti exclaimed with excitement. "We have observed it over 100 times today, and all reports indicate that the celestial bodies are normal. There have been no further disappearance phenomena." "Huh?" Moya sighed in relief. He hung up the communication and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling city streets below. Where the oblivious populace carried on amidst this impending doom, he gradually fell into a trance. In this moment, the immense weight upon his shoulders seemed to dissipate by half, uncertain of how long it had been. Moya snapped back to reality, returning to his desk and casually tossing the Grand Spark plan into the shredder. With an expression devoid of emotion, he pulled out another report, Grand Industry Head Inspection Plan. Thereafter, only internal issues remained. Meanwhile, above the Grand Mother Star system, a smooth, seamless elliptical starship appeared, its 500-meter hull seemingly inconspicuous. Then, a small cubic box, no larger than a marble, was nonchalantly ejected from the starship in an instant. The entire Grand Mother Star system, including the central star, appeared to freeze in place as if time itself had been suspended. Ripples swiftly spread through the star system, as if the grand system had never existed. The entire star system vanished from sight. Yet, within that small box, a miniature replica of a star system suddenly materialized. After retrieving the box, the elliptical starship disappeared, leaving behind a tranquil starry sky as if nothing had ever transpired. At a Level 3 branch road transfer base along the expedition route, Jiang Xing and his companions awaited the settlement of the exploratory rewards. As for the expedition rewards, the Grand Humans had not unified their thoughts and thus did not meet the conditions for expedition rewards. "Yeses, what type of carrier do you and your kin desire?" Jiang Xing inquired, casting a glance at Yeses, who was rapidly assimilating the Alliance's expedition knowledge through the local spiritual network, dividing part of his data consciousness. Yeses paused for a moment. What is the minimum size for the carrier processor? Jiang Xing looked towards the spiritual network, entering some information. He then remarked, this company states that for a single unit, the minimum can reach the size of a palm. This would roughly equate to half of your original stellar computer's overall computational power. If higher computational power is needed, I cannot afford 900 of them for the time being, as a significant portion must be reserved for the fleet, equivalent to half of the Light Central's computational power. 945 units of combined computational power? 1 unit, Jiang Xing replied. Yeses, do not be surprised. This is your data being transformed into the Alliance's preliminary data framework, in conjunction with the computational power of this device. Moreover, the mechanical warships and equipment of the Alliance require a data intensity far exceeding that of primitive civilization equipment. So this is not considered high. The foundational languages, frameworks, logics, and expression modes of data across different civilizations differ significantly. Compared to signal data and quantum data, the Alliance's preliminary data framework language employs spatial frequency symbols, with differing intensity and expressiveness naturally leading to variations. The conversion process is not difficult. Acquiring a conversion device will facilitate swift completion. The learning efficiency of data lifeforms templates is extraordinarily formidable. After a brief silence, Yeses reiterated, let us proceed with the minimum volume. The form can be arranged by the commander. Not an issue. Jiang Xing instantly smiled, promptly beginning to place an order. As Sun Xiaoxue passed by Jiang Xing. She caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and halted her steps. A face sculpting game. I want to play too. Join me. Time flowed as Jiang Xing and Sun Xiaoxue engaged in occasional hushed discussions. The notification sound from the spiritual network jolted Jiang Xing out of his immersion in the face sculpting. He quickly handed over his tasks to Sun Xiaoxue, swiftly returning to the living quarters. Crystal Wall World Expansion complete. World Expansion. Impact on Expansion Degree. 87.57. Final Evaluation. Perfect. Expansion Rewards Settlement complete. Expanded World Level. Primary Crystal Wall World. Expansion Rewards. 1.75 million Spiritual Crystals. 8,757 Military Merits. C-Class Flagship Materials 3. Selectable. Premium Quality. Original Spiritual Energy Infusion 1. D. Casually tossing the flagship materials into the storage, Jiang Xing closed his eyes to receive the spiritual energy infusion. There was no need to scrutinize the rewards from the primary Crystal Wall civilization. After the infusion concluded, he summoned the spiritual network panel. Commander, Jiang Xing, Fleet. Xingju Fleet. Talent, Glory Pioneer, Spiritual Energy, D-slots, 145. 30 slots had been added. Jiang Xing pondered for a moment before choosing to purchase 10 Zhuan-type battleships and 10 Assault-class cruisers. Given the Alliance's industrial discount of fourfold, the expenditure was not significantly different from using the STC template for construction. As they had yet to delve deep into the shipping lanes, there was no need to purchase STC templates at this time. Purchasing was more efficient. After a brief wait, Wujing Logistics swiftly delivered the battleship. Just as the psychic energy was attached, the spiritual network interface immediately popped up. Detected that the psychic energy fleet has reached D-class standard. Star Torch Fleet. Rank. Ordinary rank. Level. D-class. Scale. 115 ships. Flagship. None. Core ship. None. Wall breaking. Intermediate wall breaking. No need for spiritual network. Can traverse intermediate crystal walls independently. Assessment. Shining new star. Confirmation complete. List of military achievements has been activated. Rank list has been activated. Expedition list has been activated. Expedition database has been authorized. Chapter 54. News of Parents. Permissions granted. Jiang Xing suppressed his emotions and took the initiative to open the list of military achievements. Unlike the conventional black-gold interface of the spiritual network, a new interface immediately appeared beside him. Psychic Battleship, Material Module, Loading Module, Conventional Armaments, Customized Equipment, Elite Recruitment. The numerous sections slightly surprised Jiang Xing, but upon closer inspection, he found that there were only 6 main sections. Among them, the Psychic Battleship was both familiar and unfamiliar. As soon as he clicked in, a plethora of recommendations for C and even B Psychic Battleships suddenly sprang forth. Not a single ship was below the grade. Among them, he even spotted complete core ships and flagship exchange items. However, their information was only a brief description, lacking detailed specifics, rendering him unable to ascertain the actual strength of the core ships. The other modules similarly conveyed their general content through their names. Speaking of which, he also possessed a psychic loading module that could be activated upon being promoted to a rank commander. With this thought, Jiang Xing directed his mind and moved the psychic loading module from the warehouse. A flash of light appeared before him, and a thin card materialized in midair, slowly descending into his hand. Psychic loading module, Scalar Vortex Ring, D-Class Excellent Module, Basic Effect, effective for the entire fleet maximum distance radius for Spatial Leap 25. Active Effect, effective for the entire fleet consumes 300,000 psychic crystals to create a scalar vortex, rendering spatial leaps ineffective within a radius of 25 light-years for 3 days. Note: this module is only effective for D-Class fleets. Maximum spatial leap radius? Jiang Xing was elated. The psychic module randomly granted by the Alliance was surprisingly potent. Dark space leaps involved actual navigation within dark space regions, and if the distance was too great, it would take considerable time to reach the destination. Spatial leaps, on the other hand, while covering shorter distances, had the same arrival time. Regardless of how far, as long as it was within the fleet's spatial leap range, it would generally take only 3 seconds to arrive. Currently, the Star Torch fleet's leap range was a radius of 100 light-years, and each leap required a 5-minute cooldown, with a daily limit on the number of leaps. Otherwise, it would damage the leap equipment. With a slight thought, the card transformed into particles and dissipated, while Jiang Xing felt a mysterious wave emanate through his commander's talent and the localized spiritual network, spreading throughout the entire fleet. Module loading complete. After browsing through the list for a while, Jiang Xing reluctantly closed the interface. Although he hadn't conducted an in-depth study, it appeared that exchanging military achievements for psychic battleships was the least advantageous choice. Core ships, flagships, and psychic loading modules, along with elite recruitment, were the most valuable items, especially elite recruitment. Although he couldn't glimpse the specific information, just the portion revealed was astonishing. For instance, high-level psychic lieutenants could even provide additional slots. Moreover, the extra psychic battleships gained through the slots provided by the lieutenants would benefit from a 50 enhancement to their lieutenant talents compared to their base stats. Could this be the foundation of a branch fleet? Jiang Xing was filled with emotions as his gaze fell upon the rank list. Rank: Expedition Army, Lieutenant, Command Authority, Supply Authority, Equipment Authority. The rank list was quite ordinary, devoid of any flashy interface. The 3 items were simple and clear. The first item pertained to nearby expeditionary forces or psychic fleets that could be mobilized. The second allowed for the free application for military supplies, such as disposable lethal weapons, and the third involved the authority to utilize certain military facilities. Currently, the rank list was of little use. The expedition list was even simpler, allowing the exchange of military achievements for a range of technologies, knowledge, items, and support beneficial for civilization development. For someone like Jiang Xing, a free agent, it held little utility, yet it was a core objective for the military legions of various nations, ranging from minor technical documents to comprehensive data on an entire civilization system. Everything was available. Jiang Xing even spotted an item among numerous categories: Elementary Civilization Domain-Level Civilization Series Extraordinary Martial Arts System Detailed Explanation. The required military achievement for exchange reached a staggering 10 digits. He wondered which individual cultivation civilization had suffered. The human alliance of the Star Sea differed from other civilizations. Although it was highly united, the fact that a significant portion of humanity continually joined the alliance led to disparities in average life levels, genes, and even memes between nations, hindering technological interoperability. Thus, there were actual technological gaps between nations on various levels. For instance, an ordinary nation might possess civilian living standards equivalent to those of an advanced crystal wall civilization, yet its military technology might only match that of a medium-level civilization. Furthermore, the initial establishment of the alliance by top-tier powers and superpowers, who welcomed all compatriots, resulted in an immensely vast population and territory for the alliance, making it impossible to support everyone. This led to the emergence of national grading and an operational model based on alliances. Naturally, while this grading may seem divisive, in reality, due to the spiritual network and the will of the alliance, the unity was not inferior to that of closely knit tribes. At least this was the case for the major powers. Jiang Xing suspected that the will of the alliance had a similar effect to a tribal-level ideological imprint. Jiang Xing's hand hesitated slightly. Miracle Crystal. 1 million military achievements for 1. Exchange conditions. B-class commander. Each can only exchange for 1. If a B-class or higher commander triggers the casualty clause and has non-psychic descendants, this reward will automatically be added to the supplement list. Effect. Alliance's Will's Gaze. Children of the Alliance possess their own psychic essence. Have you not awakened the commander talent? That is simply because the new life is not yet capable of awakening its psychic essence. In no matter, let humans assist you. Such an exorbitant cost for a miracle crystal? Wasn't it said that it could only awaken the most ordinary type of commander talents? Wait a moment. One of my parents is a B-class commander. Or are both of them? Jiang Xing's mind spiraled into confusion. How could his parents be so formidable? No, then why have they settled in an ordinary nation like the Cloud Star Federation? With these questions, he closed the expedition list and opened a remarkably simple page. The interface was filled with a starry backdrop and a dazzling vertical pupil that resembled a reflection of countless stars. A certain immensely mysterious force permeated within the vertical pupil. This sensation felt oddly familiar, as if he had experienced it before. Perhaps it was when the miracle crystal took effect. Alliance Spiritual Network Military Version Central Consciousness Matrix Star Network, Online. Confirmation complete. Commander Jiang Xing, rank Commander, Lieutenant. What data would you like to inquire about? A soft and ethereal voice, devoid of rigidity, emerged, jolting the dazed Jiang Xing back to reality. May I inquire about the last battle of Commander Zhang Yunxiao and Commander Lin Lian? Who were the enemies? After a moment of contemplation, he nervously posed the question. Searching, too many names. Please input genetic coding or commander coding. Quickly inputting the genetic coding, the Star Network responded once more. The last battle participated in by both commanders was the Battle of the Sunlit Star Realm. Recovery, battle status. Recovery incomplete, battle area. Mid to late section of the expedition route level 1 channel frontline. Commander status. Both are currently listed as missing, search ongoing, search units. C-class commander, Ace 1. Alliance Department Patrol Fleet 20. Specific information insufficient due to rank level. Staring at the general information provided by the Star Network, Jiang Xing fell into silence, ultimately letting out a long sigh of resignation. There was both disappointment and relief. The disappointment stemmed from his continued inability to find them, while the relief arose from the fact that his parents had not yet been definitively declared dead. He had previously inquired with the True Number Corps about how much True Number was needed to locate his parents, yet the True Number Corps had remained unresponsive. He was uncertain whether it was due to the distance or if the True Number Corps simply did not know. Jiang Xing leaned more towards the former. After all, given the efficacy displayed by the True Number Corps thus far, it should not lack the capability to locate an individual. Alas, one day he would journey to the Sunlit Star Realm. Chapter 55. The World of Kekaloya. Purchase 50 STC templates, each of assault cruisers and destroyers, along with 10 dark energy bombs. Having fulfilled his primary objectives, Jiang Xing was about to close the spiritual network when he suddenly remembered that shortly after being promoted to rank commander, there would be a war dispatch order. After careful consideration, he decided to purchase a batch of disposable weapons and STC templates for psychic battleships. Should the war become too intense and the Star Torch fleet incur losses, the STC templates would be the fastest means to restore the fleet's combat capability. The battlefield delivery by the Alliance's Wujing Logistics was prohibitively expensive and not worth it. Upon completion of the purchase, his psychic crystal reserves immediately dwindled to over 6 million. Observing this, Jiang Xing felt a sense of helplessness. The consumption of psychic crystals was alarmingly rapid. It was no wonder that no one in the Alliance would use psychic crystals to exchange for Alliance currency. However, it seemed that participating in war missions and defeating opposing civilizations could yield quite a bit of psychic crystals. In the control zone, as Jiang Xing stepped inside, a small light figure appeared before him. Standing approximately 15 centimeters tall, it possessed a pair of luminous wings and was enveloped in a layer of intricate silver-blue armor, resembling a mech doll. The figure immediately expressed an appreciative gaze. Not bad at all. What do you think? Yeses. Quite impressive. Given the data architecture of the Alliance civilization, its computational strength indeed approaches that of our former stellar computers. It is difficult to fathom how such immense computations can be executed within such a minuscule device. Jesus marveled, and the self-defense capabilities are remarkably robust. As he spoke, countless particles of light surged around the diminutive mech shell of Jesus, and subsequently, A towering 3-meter-high body materialized, indistinguishable from its shrunken form. Jiang Xing scrutinized it, estimating its magnitude to be roughly akin to a 5-developed psionic entity. Restoring to its original size, Jesus floated beside Jiang Xing. The original data of the Black Stone Matrix has been expunged. We attempted to control it once it far exceeds our race's current control limits. Should we activate it entirely, I fear we would be unable to manage 95 of its computational power in real time. It must operate autonomously. That is sufficient. Even 5 of the Black Stone Matrix, let alone 1, would be adequate for a D-class fleet. Jiang Xing glanced at the crew members, noting their advancements, even observing that Cairo had once again caught up. Now attaining the rank of D-level officer, he nodded with satisfaction. You all are in good condition. In that case, let us depart and await the first combat mission of the D-class fleet. Yes, the Xingju fleet departed from the dock, transforming into a stream of light that vanished within the confines of the base. In an unknown crystalline realm, a sizable fleet materialized amidst a radiant glow as the space writhed. The immense formation of ships extended for thousands of miles. Over 4,000 various psionic warships emanated a formidable aura of psionic fields and spatial frequency waves. Within the flagship, approximately 10,000 meters long, a young figure sat at the command center, gazing at a 3-dimensional projection of the star map. Commander of the observatory, according to the calculations of the star network, the most substantial high-dimensional rift generated by that great battle leads to this realm. Soon, a middle-aged officer approached and reported. Indeed. The commander, Zhan Taiyue, with eyes reminiscent of a silver moon, swiftly pinpointed a coordinate. She stepped out of the command array, her waist-length silver hair gently billowing, surrounded by manifest psionic particles. Entering transition state, we shall now commence as a trading fleet within this crystalline realm. Understood. The officer turned to depart. Instantly, the crew became bustling with activity, releasing hundreds of enormous conventional starships. The psionic warships swiftly concealed their psionic circuits. And within minutes, a commercial fleet centered around hundreds of merchant transport ships was formed. Observing the interface of the star network, Zhan Taiyue's expression grew solemn. The crystalline realm, no less formidable than the Tianri star realm, likely possessed an elite civilization adept in small-scale crystalline traversal technology, and they had probably heard of the Alliance's renown. In a wonder, they dispatched a mere C-level commander to seek. The psionic strength of a B-level fleet would undoubtedly stand out even among this realm's elite civilization. In contrast, a C-level fleet would be more easily overlooked. With this in mind, Zhan Taiyue turned to the white-robed officer who had been standing silently for some time. Sunhua, take the first formation and a mechanical engineering base module to a chaotic region to gather intelligence under the guise of space pirates. The white-robed officer promptly accepted the order, and soon over 400 psionic warships and 5 transport starships transitioned away. Commander, we still cannot establish contact with the expeditionary force or the main server of the star network. Aside from the enforced withdrawal methods provided by the expeditionary force, we cannot actively locate them. The distance is simply too great. Zhan Taiyue's demeanor remained cool and composed. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that Commander Jiang Yunxiao may still be alive. After all, he is one of the few golden seed-level prodigies of the recent century. If he is alive and indeed within this realm, he has likely already established a certain renown, though we cannot dismiss the possibility of him remaining hidden. Another young female officer cheerfully approached. Sister Yu, you are no slouch either. The Academy recognizes you as a seed-level talent, and you have ascended to C-level in just a decade. This search mission will surely be completed swiftly. Come, let's celebrate, goddess. Swatting away the young officer's face, Zhan Taiyue cast a helpless glance. Stop with the antics. This time, we brought a considerable number of B-level psionic warship STC templates and loading modules to prevent any complications should we ascend mid-mission without warships for replacement. We might be here for decades or even longer. Moreover, it is likely we are not the only ones pursuing this. Those entities may have followed us. From the information Zhan Taiyue received, it was apparent that the previous battle had seen numerous A-level fleets and even S-level branch fleets participating. Yet the core objective of the enemy had consistently been Commander Jiang Yunxiao. Upon hearing this, the young officer's expression turned pained. All right, we are nearing our destination. Remember, we are the Silver Moon Trading Fleet. Understood. War mission has been issued. Target world. Kekaluya world. World grade. River level crystalline world. World diameter. approximately 5.4 million light-years. Current status. The expeditionary force has preliminarily occupied 10 of the world area, with the majority of the civilization determined to unite in resistance, including 1 early river-level civilization, 1 mid-level river civilization, 57 advanced crystalline civilizations, and several intermediate to beginner crystalline civilizations. Human populations. 3. 2 advanced crystalline civilizations. 1 beginner crystalline civilization, with 1 advanced crystalline civilization being subhuman. Mission. Arrive at this world to accept directives from the World Command Center. Duration. 2 months. Should we proceed now? A frontline world of a 3rd level channel? It appears significantly larger than the previous Wanshan world, and the danger level should be somewhat reduced. Perhaps the original civilization of Wanshan cannot compare to Kekaluya. Yet after the meme contamination, it is undoubtedly stronger than Kekaluya. As understood, Wanshan world is one of the few realms from which the expeditionary force has dispatched a legion, a river-level world with constraints. Confirmed, proceed. As Jiang Xing's voice faded, the Xingju fleet vanished like a phantom in transit. Simultaneously, at a certain transit base, Proler awaited his first war order. Hee, brother Jiang Xing would never guess that I am already at D level. Once this mission is accomplished, I shall show off. War mission has been issued. Target world. Kekaluya world, a 3rd level channel frontline world? Quite perilous. Sigh. What mischief will this talent concoct? Chapter 56. Starting with increased difficulty? The area where the Xingju fleet emerged was at a massive star system base. Besides the stars that had been transformed into localized star network suppression carriers, several planets within the system had also undergone extensive modification. The natural traces had become nearly unrecognizable. One planet, viewed from one side, appeared to have its core hollowed out, equipped with a force field stabilization device. It seemed these planets were to serve as the foundation for constructing a complete star system base. Several battle stars had already arrived at the base, and upon the Xingju fleet's arrival, they could see a continuous influx of conventional fleets, military star cities, and interstellar fortresses transitioning into the area. Tens of thousands of 3-dimensional manifestation engineering ships and countless engineering machines were actively constructing various large-scale facilities and base frameworks throughout the star system. In addition, 3 psionic fleets had already arrived ahead of them. Including the Xingju, there were 3 D-level fleets and 1 C-level fleet. Judging by the scale, that C-level fleet seemed to have just been promoted, with only a little over 100 psionic warships meeting the C-level standard. Observing the bustling construction scene around them, the group appeared quite intrigued. Confirmation complete. Xingju fleet has gone online. Star network loading complete. Based on the title of Shining New Star and the previous battle achievements of Commander Jiang Xing. Data is being uploaded to the battlefield database. Please note, mission assignments will be issued based on the actual achievements and capabilities of the commander and may exceed panel combat power. Do not underestimate it. Does this mean that missions will be issued based on the actual combat power calculated by the expeditionary force? Reflecting on his current battle record within the Star Network database, Jiang Xing felt no apprehension. After all, a considerable portion of soft power could not be quantified, and no matter how arduous the assigned tasks, they would not surpass the limits of the Xingju fleet. Unless the enemy was also concealing their strength, deliberately sabotaging the Xingju fleet. Synchronizing intelligence database of this realm. Alert. Star network suppression has taken effect. Within the crystalline world, non-alliance and non-allied units are subject to a standard light speed limitation of 200,000 km per second, including but not limited to travel speed. Light speed attack speed, communication speed. What? Interpreting light speed limitations as physical constraints. It is crucial to understand that limiting light speed is not merely a restriction on velocity. It fundamentally undermines all enemy technologies related to particles and waves. Speed is merely the most superficial manifestation. Other aspects, such as destructiveness, diffusion, and particle reactions, will all be significantly impacted. Even before the battle has commenced, the enemy's combat capability has diminished several-fold. The Expeditionary Legion, due to the technological disparities of their nations, and the Star Network, as the military technology of the entire alliance, indeed exhibits a certain degree of super-civilization technological prowess. Not to mention, a 3rd-level frontline world could not possibly showcase the full efficacy of the Star Network. Speaking of light speed, the Alliance-certified standard light speed differs vastly from that of the past, reaching a staggering 1,000,000 kilometers per second. This is precisely why the Alliance has never faltered against 3rd-level channels. Those worlds are unable to maintain the initiative in their home turf. Meme contamination is an exception. They are less affected by physical factors. Additionally, regarding intelligence, the situation in the Kekaluya world is exceedingly chaotic, teeming with mechanical civilizations, energy civilizations, and biological civilizations. Among them are several life forms seldom seen in other worlds. As for the two river-level civilizations, one initial river-level civilization is an elemental civilization, while the other is a standard technological civilization. Due to the unique nature of elemental beings, this civilization's actual combat power is not inferior to that of a mid-level river civilization. Jelen expressed surprise. An elemental civilization at the river level is indeed a rarity. Elemental beings are fundamentally a form of spiritual life, with a probability of emergence far lower than that of carbon-based and silicon-based life forms. It is unlikely that 1,000,000 carbon-based civilizations would yield even a single spiritual civilization. Moreover, elements that are exceedingly rare even among ethereal civilizations. Jiang Xing rifled through the archives of elemental civilizations in his memory. Naturally capable of communicating with dark energy, they construct various patterns through innate elemental crystals to produce diverse effects. A magical civilization? No, such absurdity is beyond the realm of magic. The ability to communicate with dark energy at any moment, with the range contingent upon one's life level, without the need to absorb and store energy. Merely by enhancing the intensity of the elemental crystal's patterns, in simpler terms, an infinite supply of blue energy. Dark energy is no trifling matter. Many high-energy forms are merely variants of dark energy. An E-class fleet would not likely confront a He-class civilization unit, would it? Just as Jiang Xing was pondering this, the Star Network interface suddenly popped up, displaying a backdrop unlike the usual starry sea. This time, it was a deep crimson black. Star Torch Fleet, please receive military orders. Objective. This world's primitive compatriot civilization has recently been detected as being under siege by a hostile intermediate crystalline civilization, Pinnacle. Establishing a military base to control the capital Starlit, an expeditionary force is dispatching fleets to assault this intermediate civilization and its surrounding allies, with an estimated 10 days to sweep across the entire region. Please eliminate this military base before then, ensuring the safety of our compatriots and their capital Star. Star map coordinates have been uploaded. A surprise rescue? It is not difficult to dismantle a base of an intermediate civilization, but the challenge lies in ensuring our compatriots remain unharmed. We must commence with full intensity. Jiang Xing's demeanor turned grave. As you all can see, activate stealth mode and make the jump immediately. The group responded in unison, and the Star Torch fleet promptly vanished from the base, making the jump to safety. According to the Star Network intelligence, the compatriot civilization is known as the Moon Mountain Kingdom, with 4 life-sustaining planets in the capital star system. Over a decade ago, the Vine Spike civilization invaded the Moon Mountain Kingdom, forcibly seizing significant territory and establishing a base and surveillance network in the capital star system. Additionally, there exists a star ring base on the outskirts of the capital star. Currently, it is known that the Vine Spike fleet comprises 4 units, with over 6,500 starships, including 5,700 combat units, over 5,100 E-class units, and more than 600 D-class combat units, alongside a total of 11 D motherships and flagships. Only 1 flagship rivals D battleships, while the rest are primarily cruisers. The ground combat force numbers 3 million, equipped with various weapons. The higher echelons of the Vine Spike base predominantly reside in a designated area of the Moon Mountain capital star. The capital planet possesses a planetary shield, established by the Vine Spike, with a strength roughly equivalent to sea level and a staggering sustained energy output. The Star Torch fleet is currently unable to breach it. Jiang Xing swiftly elucidated the general situation of the destination. After a moment of silence, he turned to Sun Nguyen and the others. The Vine Spike residential area lies within the habitation zone of our Moon Mountain compatriots. A direct assault is impossible. The planetary shield of the intermediate civilization cannot distinguish between small units and low-velocity targets. I will transport you to the capital star in advance. Additionally, there are 100 unmanned drones and 1 Glade crew member. Your task is to sabotage the planetary shield generator and, if possible, eliminate the higher-ups of the Vine Spike base while damaging other key facilities. Understood. He then turned to Green and Tina. Both of you will take 5 progressive battleships and 20 cruisers to distract and draw the attention of the Vine Spike fleet. But remember not to display overwhelming combat power. Otherwise, it could jeopardize our compatriots. The Green siblings immediately accepted their orders and departed. Kailuo, Take 4 solar battleships and 8 progressive battleships. Activate the solar interference function as necessary to blockade the Moon Mountain capital star system. Understood. Watching the silhouettes of his departing comrades, Jiang Xing gradually focused on the star map. Why would an intermediate crystalline civilization deploy such numerous fleets solely for a primitive crystalline civilization? It is inconceivable. There must be something compelling or commanding the Vine Spike civilization to garrison here. The timing of the Vine Spike's invasion of Moon Mountain coincided almost perfectly with the arrival of the expeditionary force. There is no need for further elaboration. Nearby the Moon Mountain star system, there are certainly other monitoring units, likely dispatched by a higher crystalline civilization. Let me see where you might be hiding. Chapter 57. The Moon Mountain Resistance. In the intricate labyrinth of underground sewage and energy supply tunnels, dozens of individuals advanced cautiously, tattered burlap robes draped over worn battle armor, and a sense of wasteland permeated the air. Progressing in silence, they had turned countless corners before halting before a rusted iron valve. Tap, tap, tap. The leader, a diminutive figure, gently knocked on the valve. Maintenance Team ID. A steady voice emanated from behind the valve. Team 107. Ayad. A clear voice emerged from beneath the worn gray robe. Shortly after, the massive valve creaked open, revealing a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to sidle through. Apologies, the monitoring equipment of the Vine Spike is too powerful. We cannot control the base with smart devices. Leading the way through the valve, Aya lifted her hood and removed her helmet, revealing a delicate visage. Yet, the determination and calmness in her eyes conveyed to all that this beauty was merely a fade. What brings us here this time? Aya inquired, glancing around. The expansive space was divided into 3 tiers, approximately the size of a stadium, with over 1,000 individuals already gathered there, apart from Aya and her group. Noticing Aya's gaze, the man who had opened the door responded with a smile. We have no choice but to frequently change bases. This was previously a storage warehouse for energy maintenance parts. The reason for gathering the first and second teams is due to a combat mission assigned to U.S.A.S. He spoke. The man gestured toward a room in the corner of the 3rd tier. The leader is in the office. Aya nodded, signaling her companions to disperse, then swiftly made her way to the office. Just as she reached the door, it swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a temperature-regulating suit, who smiled slightly upon seeing Aya and quickly departed. An unfamiliar face. Aya entered the office, her eyes scanning the room filled with dozens of familiar faces, her heart stirred with surprise. The squad leaders and captains of the first and second teams had nearly all assembled. The imposing man at the center paused upon seeing Aya, then stated, 5 squad leaders are still en route. We shall not wait. The Moon Mountain Secret Intelligence Bureau has relayed news that the Vine Spike will transport a new monitoring device to a certain base tomorrow at noon. Passing through the suburban 3rd Ring City Road, if we allow them to deliver the device to the Star Ring, the resistance will have nowhere to hide. The escorting forces are primarily Moon Mountain troops, and their commander will be lenient during our assault. The only concern is the Vine Spike's escorting forces. As he spoke, the leader surveyed the assembly, his tone grave. Based on limited intelligence, there is a high likelihood of 20 Vine Spike octopod mechas being involved. Hearing this, the expressions of those around turned pale, and many displayed evident anxiety. My demands are simple. By any means necessary, we must destroy this device. The leader declared firmly. The Vine Spike's mother civilization seems to be in dire straits, with numerous warships and Vine Spike units being recalled, and this may be our only opportunity. By continually attacking Vine Spike facilities, we can make them believe that occupying the Moon Mountain star is not worthwhile, prompting them to accelerate their withdrawal. Although there is a chance that before leaving, the Vine Spike fleet may destroy the 4 planets of the Moon Mountain star system, at least the potential for liberation is preferable to enduring relentless oppression. Who could have imagined that in the age of interstellar travel, there would still be individuals starving to death? How utterly absurd. The Secret Intelligence Bureau will provide us with limited anti-armor firepower. In any case, this mission must succeed. Yes, dozens responded in unison before turning to leave the office. Aya, wait. I have something to inquire. Once the crowd dispersed, the leader hesitated before speaking. Aya, this time, do not worry. Father. Aya interjected, her tone resolute. The leader gazed into Aya's determined eyes, fell silent for a moment, and finally waved his hand in resignation. Go? Understood. on the Third Ring City Road, amidst a cluster of dilapidated buildings. Thousands of individuals clad in worn battle armor, wielding an assortment of makeshift weapons, concealed themselves within the shadows of crumbling walls. With grave expressions, they fixated on the spacious road several hundred meters away. Aya crouched at a fifth-floor abandoned window, clutching a Gauss sniper rifle and fixating on the distance. Unbeknownst to her, a bead of sweat trickled down her temple. Thud, thud, thud. Clutching her chest, Aya wondered, what was happening? Why did she feel so uneasy? Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared on the horizon, followed by three massive hovering vehicles, each approximately 10 meters long, gradually coming into view. Surrounding the three vehicles were hundreds of human soldiers in light battle armor. Sitting silently within the transport vehicles, encircling the three hovering vehicles were 26-meter-tall mechas resembling octopuses, their crimson electronic eyes and radar matrices scanning the surroundings. The creatures entwined with vines inside and outside the mechas waved several tentacles, engaged in conversation. Ha ha ha! The military discipline of these two tentacle creatures is appalling. Can this level of vigilance even be deemed elite? It is hard to believe that when we took this place, there were hundreds of casualties. Fixated on the approaching escort convoy, the thousands of resistance fighters simultaneously deactivated any devices emitting signals. Even the auxiliary modules of their firearms were disabled. As for thermal imaging detection, the Vine Spike's life signs are minimal. Their technological tree lacks such devices. They disdain the idea of developing specialized technology for their defeated subordinates. Without communication means, controlling the thousands present relied solely on signaling from flag bearers strategically positioned in various hiding spots, forming a command network visible to the assembled thousands. Just as the escort convoy reached the level of the dilapidated buildings, more than 20 flag bearers simultaneously waved their small flags. In an instant, dozens of rockets, trailing flames, were launched at breakneck speed. They surged towards the three transport vehicles in the center. However, before the target could be struck, one of the 20 octopus mechas suddenly raised its mechanical tentacle, and a solid crimson beam swiftly swept through the air. Dozens of rockets were entirely intercepted. Violent explosions spread in midair, and thousands of people seized the opportunity created by the blasts to roar out from the buildings in teams, charging towards the escort convoy. Simultaneously, streams of beams and missiles surged forth, densely covering the escort team hidden behind the smoke and dust. Hundreds of human escort soldiers, caught off guard by the attack, began to fire indiscriminately, their expressions reflecting sheer terror as they rushed towards the upward slope of the city perimeter, shooting aimlessly into the sky and the face of this scene. The Vine Spike tribe remained utterly unperturbed. Did they really believe that mere electronic interference bombs from a primitive civilization could deter us? Ignoring the electromagnetic signals that could suppress detection amidst the explosive smoke, dozens of beams abruptly pierced through the haze, instantly impaling several rebels. Boom! At the moment the smoke dissipated, missiles finally struck the mechas and transport vehicles, eliciting cheers from those who had been firing and charging forward. They had hit their targets. Yet, as the blast waves faded, despair began to seep into their hearts. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign holograms manifesting on the surfaces of the transport vehicles and octopus mechas, the two leading captains stood frozen in shock. Shields! How could this be possible? Years ago, during the Resistance War, the Vine Spike tribe had never possessed such compact, stable shields. Shields! What could we use to break through them? Retreat! The word flashed through the minds of the two captains, only to be immediately crushed. Retreat? How could they retreat? Whether they died sooner or later, death was inevitable. If the device left, they would still be unable to survive. Restart all communications, the captain roared. We once faltered, allowing the capital star to fall into enemy hands. Now, after so many years, we face them again. Will we retreat or not? No retreat. Countless roars echoed across the channel. Civilian resistance? No. They are the Moon Mountain Kingdom, the post-war restructured military of 233 special teams. The Moon Mountain humans never abandoned their resistance. In mere hundreds of meters, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Crimson beams relentlessly claimed the lives of the rebels. While violent explosions and shockwaves surged, the heavily injured rebels did not retreat, charging recklessly towards the 20 seemingly playful octopus mechas. Many activated the bombs on their bodies, suicidally rushing towards the mechas. only to be mercilessly pierced by the beams. The crimson rays continued to splatter. Behind the slope, hundreds of human escort soldiers, previously lying low, had unknowingly gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions contorted in ferocity as they gazed at the battlefield. If it weren't for their companions holding them back, they would have surely rushed out from the slope. As hundreds of rebels were pierced by beams, more began to approach the escort team. Fixated on the mechas within arm's reach, Aya gritted her teeth, preparing to activate her self-destruct device, only to catch a glimpse of a crimson light gradually enlarging in her peripheral vision. Boom. The explosion surged. Yet the sensation of pain did not follow. Chapter 58. Alliance. Ensuring they come and never return. Eyes tightly shut, a dull roar accompanied by a gust of wind swept past. The painful sound of metal tearing reached Aya's ears as she slowly opened her eyes. Surrounding her, more than 10 octopus mechas had already been reduced to heaps of wreckage, their bodies deeply embedded in cracked craters. The last few octopus mechas frantically fired in all directions, as if something dangerous were traversing through the smoke. Suddenly, an octopus mecha, located just a few meters away, spotted her and promptly raised a tentacle, gathering a crimson glow. Boom. Before Aya could react, the hovering octopus mecha vanished with a thunderous sound. Coming to her senses, Aya then saw the mecha had seemingly been struck by a heavy object, embedding itself directly into the earth. The sturdy shield could not withstand even a moment against the simultaneous rupture of its body. As the thick smoke gradually cleared, Aya's face, filled with vigilance and confusion, widened her eyes in shock. What had shattered the octopus mecha was not a weapon, but a person. Indeed, a living being. Aya stared in disbelief at the figure stepping out from the dented wreckage of the mecha. What kind of power could allow an individual to crush the vine spike mecha as if it were made of tofu? Could it be that there truly exists a god in this world? Sun Nguyen calmly descended from the wreckage of the octopus mecha, his psychic energy swiftly enveloping the surrounding area for several kilometers. In fact, he was on the verge of becoming a high-level esper. With mental power sufficient to cover a 100-kilometer radius, he merely feared that the Vine Spike tribe might have hidden tactics and thus refrained from being too ostentatious. Yapo, simulate the data signals of the mechas and transport vehicles to send a safety declaration to the Vine Spike base, and modify the nearby surveillance. Sun Nguyen instructed, and Aya, understanding the general meaning of the Alliance language, nodded. Soon after, from within the smoke, a small mechanical entity resembling a fairy or a miniature mecha emerged. Understood, it has already infiltrated the general data module and information matrix of the Vine Spike base, Yapo quickly reported, while simultaneously sorting through relevant intelligence about the Vine Spike base. If previously, they had still shown interest in the technology of a middle-level civilization, upon seeing the Alliance base, the Vine Spike civilization would only be intrigued by life and sociology. There are a total of 334 shield generators, all located in the star ring. With the shield power supply modules on Moon Mountain Star, the specific coordinates remain unclear, as some crucial equipment is separated by a local network. Yapo reported rapidly. What approximate area? The rough area has been delineated. Still within a radius of about 500 kilometers, Sun Nguyen and the Glai tribe Yapo exchanged questions and answers, while Sun Xiaoxue was currently weaving through the battlefield. The faint azure psychic energy flowed around Sun Xiaoxue like a veil, and the rich energy waves rippled across the battlefield. Wherever Sun Xiaoxue's presence graced the ground, plants sprouted visibly, and unknown wildflowers bloomed and spread from beneath her feet. Meanwhile, the rebels who had recently been pierced by beams and whose bodily functions had dissipated were visibly healing the large wounds caused by the penetrating beams. Their once inert hearts and brains regained vitality. Thousands of soldiers, previously stunned and largely fallen, looked bewildered but began to rise again. The first sight they beheld was Sun Xiaoxue, walking amidst a sea of flowers, radiating a gentle luminous aura. Moments later, aside from dozens who had their brains shattered or were reduced to ashes, the remaining soldiers had fully recovered. Observing the many rebels still in shock, Sun Xiaoxue merely smiled lightly before returning to Sun Nguyen's side. The weaponry of lower to mid-level civilizations, no matter how flashy, lacked the enchanted lethality akin to gene collapse, cellular evaporation, or nerve destruction. Purely physical harm rendered one devoid of organ function, leading to the cessation of bodily capabilities. As long as death had not occurred too long ago and the neural center remained intact, Sun Xiaoxue could achieve a revival effect. However, it was somewhat inferior to the medical particle worms standard to the Alliance, which could repair the nervous system and genetic strands. Aya stared blankly at Sun Xiaoxue. If one were to deem this man a god of war, then this incomparably beautiful maiden must be the goddess of life? Aya's chaotic thoughts suddenly crystallized. How is it, brother? Sun Xiaoxue flashed a gentle smile at Aya, casually tossing a sphere of restorative psychic energy towards her. We can only ascertain a general direction. However, we are clear about the area where the Vine Spike High Command is located. Crack, Wang Shan, having torn open the armor of the transport vehicle, stepped out. There's nothing inside, just an interstellar detection device. The technology of a high-level crystalline civilization. Sun Nuyen pondered thoughtfully. Esteemed deities? Aya, feeling a mix of reverence and familiarity towards the three before her, mustered her courage to step forward. Having never interacted with her kin, Aya could only sense that feeling of nobility stemming from the soul and memes, unable to discern whether they were of a higher civilization. Hearing this, Sun Xiaoxue immediately smiled. Not gods, but rather warriors of an even stronger human civilization. Aya suddenly realized, and then felt even more astonished. What level of civilization could create such a clear and terrifying hierarchy on the level of life? At this moment, the two captains also came to their senses and rushed towards the three. Due to the influence of their appearance and the concept of their main tribe, the two immediately bowed deeply. Thank you very much for your divine assistance. Sun Xiaoxue could only helplessly explain once more, and the two continued to express their gratitude, though the eyes of the two captains and the surrounding thousands of soldiers remained filled with utmost reverence. Particularly towards Sun Xiaoxue, Sun Nuyen suddenly asked, "Do you have any contact with your rulers and government? Do you know where the large energy facilities established by the Vine Spike tribe are located? Or any large facilities would suffice?" The two captains were taken aback, exchanging glances before responding solemnly. "We kindly request the esteemed deities to accompany us. As the base lacks data communication facilities, we can only trouble you to move." No worries. Light years away from the Moon Mountain system, in the depths of space, an incredibly silent planet drifted slowly, having been flung out of the gravitational range of an unknown star. Yet, beneath its desolate exterior lay an entirely different scene. A massive base, spanning hundreds of kilometers, concealed within the planet's crust, housed dozens of creatures resembling wall-climbing lizards moving about. Subtle pulse signals emanated from within, one end connecting to the Moon Mountain system, while the other delved deeper into the cosmos. The monitoring task at the base was truly dull. For so long, that suddenly appearing extraterritorial legion had not pushed their front lines this far. It seemed they were merely a trivial matter, heard through the grapevine that this extraterritorial legion is called something like the Alliance. To deal with just a single legion, it's not even the main body of their civilization. They even managed to get the Yuanshan Divine Court and the Tansua Empire to join forces. Is it really necessary? Who knows? But if this extraterritorial legion sends someone here, the Alliance, I shall ensure they come and never return. Enough chatter, quickly organize the data intelligence. If there are any mistakes, we shall face penalties. In 3 days, it will be our founding festival. The sooner we finish, the sooner we enjoy. On the outskirts of the desolate planet, dozens of cloaked psychic warships had appeared, surrounding the planet. Yeses, relying on the evolutionary data framework and the Black Pillar terminal, effortlessly seized control of several systems within the base. He monitored and probed the information contained within. Jiang Xing, seated in the command position, wore a peculiar expression. The court of the primordial gods, that civilization of elemental beings. A civilization that claims to be divine. This was indeed his first encounter. Should he destroy the base of this advanced crystalline civilization now? This thought flickered through Jiang Xing's mind before he ultimately decided to avoid raising any alarms. Moments later, Yeses spoke beside him. "Commander, the data probe is complete, and there is no noteworthy intelligence." "Very well, deploy a dark energy bomb, set to detonate in 3 days, as a gift." "Understood." The Star Torch fleet quietly departed, ensuring the dark energy bomb reached the planet's surface. Chapter 59. The Thorn Spike Starship. Merely a toy. The patrol fleet was being harassed by space pirates, suspected to be of similar strength to our warships. In the command center of the Thorn Spike base, a large officer, approximately 1 meter in diameter, stared in astonishment at the reporting adjutant. "What is their scale?" "About 50 ships." The Thorn Spike officer immediately relaxed, losing interest. They are likely just some civilization strays, nothing to be concerned about. We shall dispatch a fleet to suppress them. Not to mention other civilizations, even the relatively united Thorn Spike clan has its share of space pirates. Whether through underworld dealings, private support, or criminals acquiring warships through unknown means, there is little to warrant concern. As long as they are not advanced civilizations running amok, it is fine. Understood. The adjutant hurriedly exited. Esteemed superior civilization, it is a profound honor to meet you. We have awaited this day for far too long. In a temporary underground base, the leader of the Moon Mountain Resistance stood respectfully before Sun Nguyen, his voice filled with excitement. The natural aura of nobility and warmth exuded by Sun Nguyen and her companions immediately garnered the leader's trust. Of course, this was also substantiated by the technology and strength they displayed. We need to pinpoint the location of the energy hub established by the Thorn Spike clan on Moon Mountain. If that is unknown, we can outline the positions of known large facilities. Without wasting words, Sun Nguyen got straight to the point. Hearing this, the leader suppressed his excitement, pondering for a moment before producing a paper map. After they invaded Moon Mountain, they had us assist in constructing numerous large projects, and their basic locations are recorded. Unfolding the map, Sun Nguyen gave a slight nod to Yapo. High above, hovering within the clouds. 100 stealth drones instantly activated. They swiftly divided into several small teams, darting in various directions. Wherever they passed, all detection and satellite equipment simultaneously shifted their perspectives or simply displayed fabricated surveillance data. Confirmation complete Army Supply Depot. Confirmation complete Thorn Spike Logistics Storage Base. Confirmation complete. Confirmation complete Super Large Plasma Reactor Consortium. Following the drone's integrated terminal network, Yapo effortlessly infiltrated the local networks of these facilities and immediately discerned their functions. Location confirmed, Super Large Energy Hub, along with several supply depots and medium-sized industrial processing bases, Yapo stated. The mecha modules at the Thorn Spike's armament base are intact, equipped with intelligent control ports. I can attempt to commandeer their mecha legions. Sun Nguyen immediately commanded, Little Sister, Wang Shan, take 50 drones to the energy hub. I will handle the remaining drones to deal with the Thorn Spike Command Center, while Yapo controls the Thorn Spike Mecha Legion to cause as much destruction as possible. Understood. The leader's expression was barely able to contain his excitement. And what about us? After a moment's hesitation, Sun Nguyen replied. Ensure the safety and stability of our compatriots, maintain public order. Whether raiding the central energy base or attacking the Thorn Spike gathering area, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Moon Mountain Resistance. A slight misstep could result in catastrophic casualties. Understood. The leader opened his mouth, ultimately resigned. Let the operation commence. In the heart of the Moon Mountain City cluster lay a special area covering over 100 square kilometers. Unlike human aesthetics, abstract buildings loomed, resembling irregular green cylinders. In the center of one such building, dozens of high-ranking Thorn Spike officials were engaged in what resembled a gathering. The high-ranking Thorn Spike officials, resembling tumbleweeds, encircled each other, participating in some form of ritual or social interaction. At the top, a large Thorn Spike official controlled a mass of pure energy particles that fused with his being. Trembling with pleasure, truly the finest wine from my homeland. If not for the impending festival, I would hesitate to indulge, the Thorn Spike official remarked with admiration. Thanks to the commander, we can partake as well. Ha ha ha. One could not deny that this place was quite pleasant. Aside from the lack of familiar delicacies from home, life was much more comfortable. Slaves with 2 appendages were everywhere, ready to fulfill any desires. It was just unfortunate that they lacked energy particles within their bodies. Otherwise, such vibrant mental energy would surely yield delectable particles. The Thorn Spike official waved his tendrils, speaking proudly. The 2 appendage slaves learn quickly. I've had them study some manufacturing techniques for civilian products, and they are picking it up swiftly. Using inexpensive labor and intellect to process products, we can sell them back home for a handsome profit. Truly clever, as expected of the commander. Flattering words poured forth like a tide, further emboldening the Thorn Spike official. Rumor has it that the beings from the outer realms resemble the 2 appendage slaves. Humph, I shall capture one to see for myself. Bang, oh, I am right here. Why not try to catch me? A detached voice suddenly echoed, quietly reaching the ears of all present Thorn Spike officials. A bone-chilling cold seeped into their minds, and the once carefree Thorn Spike officials abruptly snapped to attention. They immediately noticed the silent appearance of a human in the center of the gathering. When did this happen? No, this is not a Moon Mountain human. The frantic alarms of mental awareness sent the Thorn Spike officials into a panic. They attempted to alert the guard forces but found themselves utterly voiceless. Even lifting a single tendril became an arduous task. Not only him, but the dozens of surrounding Thorn Spike officials found themselves similarly immobilized, their bodies trembling yet unable to move. You will die here. The guards and fleet will kill you too, the Thorn Spike official weakly threatened. A flicker of boredom crossed Sun Nguyen's eyes. The sound of psychic energy compressing and crushing the plant life echoed through the air. I expected more of a challenge. Stepping over the ground covered in green slime, Sun Nguyen exited the gathering hall as the door swung open. A cacophony of booming explosions and piercing sounds reverberated in the distance. The corridor was littered with the bodies of hundreds of armored Thorn Spike soldiers. Deep green slime and debris were strewn about. Beyond the shattered walls, the Thorn Spike city lay engulfed in flames, with dozens of drones mercilessly launching attacks from the sky. Brilliant beams of light swept across the city, unleashing a series of violent explosions and shockwaves. Buildings crumbled, smoke billowing into the sky. Streams of deep green liquid flowed like rivers through the crevices of the ruins. But suddenly, a low hum resonated in the air. A faint green shield appeared high above Moon Mountain, flickering rapidly before beginning to disintegrate. Officers at the Thorn Spike base, who were enjoying their lives, were momentarily stunned, gazing in confusion at the fading planetary shield of Moon Mountain. With no alarms, no commands, the officer failed to react at first. It was only when he saw the evident flames engulfing the Thorn Spike city that he sensed impending doom, immediately pressing the alert button. Ear-piercing alarms echoed throughout the Star Ring base and Starport base. Subsequently, massive crescent-shaped warships began departing in droves, swiftly approaching Moon Mountain. At the central energy base, amidst the burning ruins, hundreds of octopus mechas controlled by Yapo roamed. Aya, who had followed along, gazed at the inferno engulfing the building and the scattered bodies of Thorn Spike soldiers, her eyes reddening. Sun Xiaoxue immediately chuckled and patted her head. Don't worry, when the time comes, we'll tie these weeds together in a row for you to have some fun. Just as Aya was about to say something, her peripheral vision caught sight of something, and she instinctively looked up. Her expression turned dazed, then shifted to one of sheer terror. It was a fear rooted deep within her memory. Sun Xiaoxue froze, following her gaze. Before them loomed hundreds of colossal warships, appearing like shooting stars in the orbit of Moon Mountain, almost occupying half the sky. An overwhelming sense of oppression surrounded the beleaguered planet. Wang Shan, nearby, remained remarkably calm. Thorn Spike warships? Merely toys. Before the words had left his mouth, a striking crimson brilliance, akin to a bolt of lightning, descended upon them in an instant. Over 100 massive crescent warships erupted into fireballs simultaneously. Chapter 60. Either choose to surrender or await destruction. Lightning-like, sinuous beams of light streaked across the starry sky, throwing the recently departed Thorn Spike fleet into chaos. Silent explosions and brilliant energy orbs scattered like fireworks. Attention! The third module of the Star Ring has sustained severe damage. The armor layer has been breached. The entire 7th Battleship Squad has gone offline. Alert! The base is under attack. The Star Ring shield generator cannot communicate with the ion energy. Shield reboot failed. Warning! The shrill alarms echoed intermittently, and the dense stream of battle reports jolted the stunned Thorn Spike officers back to reality. Their tumbleweed-like bodies quaked as they roared. Notify all fleets to leave port. Construct defensive formations. Quickly bang! A continuous stream of distant light beams rained down from beyond the galaxy, striking the starport bases and warships with precise accuracy. Flames erupted, and crimson energy shockwaves intensified. Many warships had yet to depart. As the red beams tore through the starport's armor, obliterating them along with it, silent death unfolded like a tragic play. The officer, having narrowly escaped a calamity, felt a wave of terror wash over him as he observed only a little over 3,000 warships safely departing the port. They had yet to even glimpse the enemy, yet they had suffered such catastrophic losses. An advanced civilization. It must surely be a fleet of an advanced civilization. Wait, what the hell are you doing? Do not cluster the fleet. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the radar star map. where thousands of blue dots were accelerating towards one another. The officer's spirit trembled violently, his voice laced with dread. Before the fleet could heed the command to disperse, a sudden flash of dense light points appeared thousands of kilometers ahead of the fleet. In the next moment, over 1,000 torpedo-shaped missiles, each approximately 10 meters long, surged forth. They accelerated unexpectedly into the fleet. Transition missiles. In an instant, hundreds of white energy shockwaves radiated outward, transforming into a violent storm of energy that mercilessly eroded the shields of the 1,000-strong fleet. Suddenly, those observing this stellar conflict found their vision engulfed by a wave of darkness. As their sight returned, they beheld a black-purple energy wave, thousands of kilometers in diameter, surging through the fleet. It then collapsed silently. An ear-splitting hyper-frequency screech reverberated in their minds as countless streams of black-purple light surged forth, further amplifying the destructive range of the energy storm. Ultimately, hundreds of warships with weaker shields could no longer endure. Their armored hulls and the life forms within were obliterated without a trace. Dark energy bombs. In a mere instant, over 1,000 warships of the fleet had lost more than half of their combat capability. The damaged vessels drifted aimlessly, while 200 to 300 barely operational warships sought to jump to safety. Anomalies detected in spatial coefficients. Transition failed. It's over. Completely over. The officer of the fleet gazed despairingly at the chaotic formation, an overwhelming sense of impotence surging within him. Numerous ship captains had lost their fighting spirit, and the few vessels still inclined to resist were quickly swept away by the enemy. How could they fight back? Communication interference, spatial coefficient disruptions, signal suppression. Clearly, the intent was to annihilate them completely. Outside the galaxy, the fleet commanded by Glenn and Tina gradually converged, with assault cruisers and battleships relentlessly bombarding the battlefield. The most devastating attacks were not from penetrating cannons, but from the main guns of the tiered battleships. The beams of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, traversed the three-dimensional space along the spatial conduits, striking their targets with the precision of transition missiles. The target was none other than the colossal star ring base. Without planetary shields to provide defense, the immense star ring base was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, being dismembered by surgical-like, penetrating fire. The stealth modules of the psychic warships rendered the tanks race incapable of locking onto the Star Torch fleet, forcing them to attack in the direction of the beams, futilely attempting to suppress the Star Torch fleet. The interference coverage of 4 Solar-class battleships nearly enveloped the central battlefield of the galaxy. There was no escape, no way to locate the enemy. The frontal conflict was proving to be far more advantageous than anticipated. When Jiang Xing returned to the Yuanshan star system, Glenn and his companions had already crippled 80% of the tank's fleet's combat strength. The vast star ring base had largely been reduced to debris. Flames raged, and the chaotic energies of the battlefield surged tumultuously. Upon entering the galaxy, Glenn and his companions immediately took control of the fleet to regroup. What of the losses? Upon seeing the projections of Glenn and the others, Jiang Xing promptly inquired. The group paused momentarily before realizing he was asking about the losses among the humans of Yuanshan. Glenn replied, "Commander, after the planetary shields were disabled, we immediately launched a saturation strike, preventing any retaliatory strikes from enemy ships on the planet's surface. The main star base was also incapacitated at the first opportunity, and the losses among our Yuanshan compatriots will undoubtedly be within acceptable limits." Glenn and the others had chosen long-range bombardment and dark energy bombs for suppression, effectively leaving the tanks race with little time to attend to the humans of Yuanshan. The attention of the tanks officers was almost entirely focused on the unidentified attacks. Otherwise, a direct confrontation would have undoubtedly resulted in some losses for even the Star Torch fleet. With thousands of warships and over 100 elite enemy ships forming a fleet, the difficulty of engagement would surely escalate significantly. It could even lead to collateral damage to the humans of the Yuanshan star system. Indeed, let us eliminate the remaining enemy ships. I shall check on the situation of Sun Xiaoxue and the others. Seeing that his involvement was no longer required for the subsequent operations, Jiang Xing nodded slightly and directed his ship towards the Yuanshan star. In the tank's territory, countless wrecks lay scattered among the stars. The brilliance of the battle stars shining like a perpetual sun. An officer adorned with the insignia of a major from the Alliance walked down the street. All around, green buildings burned fiercely, mingled with the dense corpses of the tank's race and debris of shattered metal. The blood that erupted upon the death of the tanks spread, even blocking some of the city's waterways. No, I can provide intelligence. I can. A seemingly noble tank was dragged from a factory building, screaming in terror. Not far away, thousands of humans from Yuanshan were being processed. With a snicker, an Alliance soldier used psychic energy to crush one, instantly eliciting a low cheer from the crowd. Dark green blood splattered onto the Major's shoes, prompting him to frown in disgust. Dispersing the liquid with his psychic energy, the Major approached the crowd of thousands who appeared to be in a state of shock. Fixing his gaze on a timid 12-year-old child, he offered a gentle smile. Removing his gloves, he ruffled the child's dirty hair, while a stream of psychic energy penetrated into the child's malnourished body. Restoring it, it's all right. We will send you home soon. Commander, intelligence from the tank's home system has arrived. Suddenly, a lieutenant flickered to the Major's side. The Major frowned. Are there any compatriots? The tank's race seemed particularly interested in using the humans of Yuanshan as low-end labor. As the Alliance forces could find millions of Yuanshan compatriots in nearly every star system they entered. This severely hampered the speed of their advance. Hundreds of conventional fleets had yet to capture even a single intermediate crystal wall civilization. No, the tank's royal family has decreed that low-end workers are not permitted to enter the vicinity of the home system. A cold expression immediately crossed the Major's face. Very well, low-end workers? Since there are no compatriots, there is no need for further words. Let their home system vanish from this world. Understood. The Major suddenly inquired. How goes the situation in the Yuanshan star system? The psychic fleet tasked with the mission has already secured the objective. As the two conversed, the midday sky abruptly radiated a blinding white light. Shortly thereafter, far away in the tank's star system, with the arrival of several indescribable beams of light, it was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Many civilizations observing this war were plunged into profound shock. In an instant, stars vanished. Is this what constitutes a super-civilization? Meanwhile, at the command center of the Expeditionary Legion, Commander, all 3 human civilization territories are secure. Declare war. What are the specific war aims? We do not require allies. They may either choose to surrender or await annihilation. The aide nodded slightly, glancing at the communicator. Declare war, targeting all alien civilizations. Chapter 61. The relics before the Crystal Wall era. Upon the arrival of the guiding beams, Jiang Xing stepped forth from them. Sun Xiaoxue, who had been chatting with Aya, immediately brightened upon seeing him, and, with a curious expression from the former, approached Jiang Xing. Commander, in this operation, I saved many compatriots. Looking at the proud Sun Xiaoxue, Jiang Xing smiled and praised. Well done, you truly are the chief pastor of the Star Torch Fleet, Commander. Sun Nuyen descended from above, greeting calmly. The ambush mission was executed splendidly. I believe once the war mission concludes, you will surpass the 10 development threshold. Sun Nuyen and his companions had completed their mission, with the casualties among the Yuanshan compatriots not exceeding 200, perfectly achieving the Expeditionary Army's mission objectives. As long as the Star Torch Fleet attains a perfect rating, their ratings will undoubtedly be no lower than perfect. Fixing his gaze on Aya, Jiang Xing immediately discerned her identity. Nodding, he said, It is admirable that you were able to organize a resistance under such stark disparities. Faced with the seemingly divine envoy leading Jiang Xing, Aya grew nervous, desperately recalling her father's rhetoric. In truth, we organized with the government's covert cooperation. This is the collective achievement of all Yuanshan humans, I understand, but still. Please convey my admiration to your father. As for the subsequent cleanup, the Alliance will dispatch relevant personnel to handle it. You may inquire about specific matters with them. As he spoke, Jiang Xing glanced at Sun Nuyen and the others, seeking assurance that they had no further matters to discuss. The guiding beams descended in an instant. Aya stared blankly at the vanishing figures, her expression somewhat dazed. It was not until dozens of massive gleaming warships slowly departed their orbits that she regained her senses. I must report to the leader. Aya cast one last glance in the direction where the Star Torch Fleet had disappeared before turning to leave. She had a feeling that someday she would meet this mysterious fleet again. Having cleared the remaining tank's warships, Glenn and his companions had already returned to the control zone to await their arrival. As Jiang Xing and his group disembarked from the teleportation platform, they noticed the 3 of them were intensely focused, and he inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" In response, Glenn activated the main screen. Commander, the Expeditionary Army has declared war. Oh? Which civilizations? Jiang Xing asked. Intrigued. All of them? The Star Sea Human Alliance hereby notifies all civilizations in this starry sky. There exists human civilization within this starry sky, according to the historical laws of the Alliance. Starry skies possessing human civilization have, since ancient times, constituted human territories, yet your civilizations have failed to regard humans with respect and have repeatedly oppressed them. According to the Alliance Constitution, now a declaration of war is issued to all non-human civilizations. Within 3 days of declaration, self-destruct your warships, consolidate your territories, and display a white flag to signify surrender. Otherwise, you shall face total extermination. Let it be known. How polite. Upon perusing the declaration of war, Jiang Xing instinctively pondered. Suddenly, he queried, does the Alliance Constitution encompass such content? Indeed, during the era of cosmic expansion, the Alliance did. Yet in the age of the Crystal Wall Sea, it did not. Yeses, who had nearly compiled all legal records of the Alliance, promptly responded. At the very onset of entering the Alliance framework, they had systematically recorded the laws of the Alliance as well as those of the major powers into their database, rendering them adept at addressing such inquiries. Jiang Xing realized, regardless of necessity, the Alliance undeniably relishes in waging war under legitimate pretext. This is chiefly to bless the collective concept of the Alliance's idealistic domain, although they are entirely inclined towards the Alliance. Initiating such blessings still necessitates certain conditions. For instance, the blessings of justice and vengeance require the expression of the cosmic rules, asserting that this battle is an objective act of righteousness and retaliation. Jelen, recalling with meticulous attention, finally unearthed relevant information from the depths of his ancient memories. Collective blessings, Jiang Xing mused, and at that moment, the Star Network interface erupted with notifications. Expeditionary Legion has declared war. Triggered. War blessing. Triggered. Justice blessing. Triggered. Vengeance blessing. Projected enhancements for all military units of this expedition. 50 increase in ship armament damage. 50 enhancement in shield defense. 50 boost in travel speed. 100 amplification in heretical special attacks. 4 non-human units. These effects will expire upon exiting this realm or concluding the war. As the prompts appeared, a multitude of magnificent and boundless mysterious powers cascaded through the Star Network, momentarily enveloping the entire Star Torch fleet. In a daze, Jiang Xing felt as though he beheld pairs of gentle eyes, akin to the construction of stars, casting a fleeting gaze upon this world. So, the declaration of war indeed holds tangible significance? Jiang Xing's eyes widened. Jelen chuckled. Originally, this was advanced information disseminated by the Commander Academy. The Commander's rapid ascension might have obscured the norm from him. As for how he knew, with so many formidable commanders supported by his family, he naturally possessed a broad understanding since childhood. Jiang Xing comprehended. It seemed that completing this task would warrant an opportunity to visit the spiritual network of the Divine Star Academy. Star Torch Fleet, please accept the extermination mission. Target. Primary Crystal Wall Civilization, equipped with 1,000 mechanical battleships. E-grade standard. Requirements. Annihilate all sentient life of this civilization. Please do not destroy planets with natural life. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xing immediately turned to the others. The war mission has been issued. Let us depart. In the ensuing month, the Star Torch fleet traversed back and forth amidst mundane extermination tasks. Aside from the energy frequencies erupting like a supernova, there were no extraordinary occurrences from the depths of the cosmos. Emotionless, they obliterated the final fleet of the third primary Crystal Wall civilization, observing the millions of mechanical soldiers charging to the surface to commence slaughter. Jiang Xing knitted his brows, a race resembling putrid, slimy worms. Even their starships appeared grotesquely oversized, quite repulsive. Unlike the previous 2 civilizations that voluntarily entered the enemy's planet, Sun Nuyen did not descend this time, and Sun Xiaoxue was particularly resistant. Only a diligent member of the Glai race accompanied the troops to land, documenting the ecology and sociology of different civilizations. As they neared completion, Jiang Xing hoped the next target would at least possess a more normal appearance. He sighed inwardly. Received special relic intelligence. Would you like to expend 5 true numbers to acquire it? Relics? Jiang Xing was taken aback and decisively chose to acquire it. The 100 true numbers he had recently obtained from the Moon Mountain civilization had allowed him to roughly grasp the source of true numbers. Undoubtedly, it stemmed from the recognition of the collective will of his race, simply put, the influence he held among his kin. Whether this could also apply to the Alliance's brethren remained uncertain. Nonetheless, expending a single-digit amount of true numbers to investigate intelligence no longer pained him. Information has been dispatched, detailed coordinates, relic type. Suspected remnants of a powerful spiritual civilization predating the Crystal Wall era, with approximate danger level around D for Alliance commanders. High-value item. A spiritual matrix recording a certain history. A spiritual matrix recording a certain history. Could it possibly relate to historical imprints? Jiang Xing's eyes brightened as he promptly requested a week's worth of free action time from the Star Network. He then addressed the group. My talent has detected a mysterious relic. Prepare to set forth. Hooray! The group expressed delight, with Sun Xiaoxue cheering exuberantly. The tedious extermination tasks had long rendered her somewhat bored. She was well aware of her commander's talent. The targets he indicated were invariably unique, or the processes exceedingly thrilling. Leaving the expeditionary mechanical battleships to clean up the battlefield, the Star Torch fleet entered a state of transition. Vanishing from sight, in the lifeless void of space, over 100 spiritual battleships emerged. Proler, who was studying the star map, suddenly felt an inexplicable premonition and instinctively turned his gaze towards the sparsely populated stars on the left of the fleet. There, it seemed something was watching him. Chapter 62. Brother Jiang truly knows nothing? In the mysterious crystal wall world, Zhan Taiyue gazed at the water sphere creature before her, her delicate brows tightening imperceptibly. This implies that recent human civilizations are at least 13 million light-years from here. Faced with the discontent in Zhan Taiyue's tone, the suspended water sphere creature visibly trembled. Language could convey meaning to intelligent life that had never encountered such characters. Other racial languages could also encapsulate their essence. Clearly, this human before her hailed from a civilization that had touched upon spiritual energy technology and achieved some application. At the very least, it was an initial domain-level civilization. River-level civilizations had only just begun to engage with spiritual energy technology, and even military applications were remarkable. They could not possibly apply it to civilian foundational levels. With this thought, the water sphere creature's mind began to whirl rapidly. Domain-level civilizations, even when viewed across the entirety of the Divine Court star realm, were upper-tier civilizations that must not be offended. It is known. It is known. Our Yunhua Federation only broke through to superluminal travel and dark energy application technology a millennium ago. Ascending to river-level civilization. To date, the most distinguished exploration and diplomatic fleet of Yunhua civilization has only achieved a maximum travel distance of 5 million light-years. Further information mostly derives from trade caravans of other river-level or domain-level civilizations. And the intelligence is exceedingly limited, lacking assurance of accuracy. The water sphere creature hurriedly elucidated. I understand. You may take your leave, and please expedite the preparation of the cargo. Zhan Taiyue replied coolly. Understood. The cargo will be ready in 2 hours. The water sphere creature swayed its body and swiftly exited the room. As spiritual energy enveloped the space, Zhan Taiyue turned to her youthful aide Ling. How is the progress in acquiring the commonplace knowledge of this star realm? What is superluminal travel? Nan Gongling cheerfully leaped beside Zhan Taiyue, squeezing into the chair that could only accommodate one. The collection of all data will require some more time, but I can address this question. Superluminal travel is essentially a shallow artificial channel within dark space, speculated to have been constructed by the strongest civilization of this Divine Court star realm. The superluminal network extends throughout the Divine Court world. And to ensure the stability of the channels, one must first master certain spatial technologies to utilize them. As a newly ascended river-level civilization, the fleets encountered in the superluminal network are at least of river-level standards. Shallow dark space network? Zhan Taiyue contemplated. It sounds akin to a selection mechanism for civilizations, establishing a high-quality star realm community. Entering the superluminal network serves as an admission criterion. Dark space transition is a technology exclusive to domain-level civilizations. And constructing stable channels in the spatial domains beyond dark space, encompassing an entire grand star realm, is something even multiple domain-level civilizations collaborating cannot achieve. To undertake such an endeavor merely to form a deliberative community is excessively extravagant. Rather, it resembles a military expressway. What is being constructed is not a community but a military coalition. Nan Gongling responded with a grin. Zhang Taiyue nodded slightly, affirming Nan Gongling's assertion. If that were the case, the situation in the Divine Court Star Realm appeared to be rather intriguing. A defensive alliance? Impossible. If they truly comprehended the alliance's offensive strategies, the Divine Court Star Realm ought to have utilized the human inhabitants of this world as hostages, imprisoning thousands on every planet and at every warfront. Delaying the advance of the expeditionary forces would be more effective than any defensive installations, rather than relying on this seemingly useless express support channel. In fact, while the human factions of the Divine Court Star Realm may not rank among the elite, they still belong to the upper tier, possessing 4 river-level human civilizations with amicable relations. They form a united front that stands undefeated at the river-level civilization tier. Of course, this is based on the records of the Yunhua Federation. The actual situation and whether there are additional human civilizations remain unclear. Even the Yunhua civilization, as a newcomer among river-level civilizations, possesses only a fragmented understanding of the common knowledge and dynamics of the Divine Court Star Realm. They do not even know the name or race of the strongest civilization there. It is highly probable they are called the Divine Court. Zhang Taiyue rose. The situation surrounding the star region has been ascertained. Let us set forth. This area belongs to the barren regions of the Divine Court Star Realm, and no useful information can be gleaned. Additionally, let Sun Hua develop here for the time being. With the Silver Moon Fleet, equipped with dark space transition and related acceleration modules, traversing millions of light-years in no more than 20 days. All right, Commander Jiang Yunxiao, where on earth are you? Zhang Taiyue's mind flashed with the image of that imposing figure, her heart untroubled. Among those who believed that Jiang Yunxiao and his spouse were still alive, Zhang Taiyue would undoubtedly be one of them. In the Kekerwat world, amidst the starry expanse at the edge of the crystal wall, Jiang Xing and Proler on the main screen exchanged wide-eyed stares, lingering in silence. What brings you here? What brings you here? Once again enveloped in silence, Jiang Xing's emotions were complex. My talent guided me here. Oh, I see. The ancestors guide us. Prohl suddenly came to a realization and proceeded to explain. An instinct whispered to me that something in this direction was watching me. Was it the ancestors or perhaps the immortals guiding me? Why do I have the feeling that this fellow knows my true talents? Jiang Xing mused internally before stepping aside to introduce. This is Green, Tina, and Kilo, my aides. Sun Nuyen, Wang Shan, and Sun Xiaoxue, the Esper Guard. And this is the Data Life, yeses. Regardless, Prohl could be considered a rather good friend. A direct descendant of the Watpuki family, the Xinglua Sun family. Good gracious, what an extravagant assembly. Prohl's expression turned peculiar. Did Jiang Xing truly know the identities of these individuals? It couldn't be that they were presented to him on a silver platter, could it? Given Jiang's talents, it seemed entirely possible. On the surface, Prohl maintained a broad smile while introducing his team. Humph, don't think you're the only one with aides. As the two conversed, Green and Sun Nuyen shared similar odd sentiments. Could this commander possibly be the one that fate gazes upon? Goodness, the commander's connections are indeed formidable. Kadi, Puali, these 7 are my core crew members. All aides. Prohl finished his introduction in one breath, feigning to remember to add a final remark. Observing Prohl's proud demeanor, Jiang Xing nodded slightly. Indeed splendid. How is it that you have such good fortune? Envious. Is there a hint of envy on Jiang's face? Prohl thought, glancing at Green and Tina, whose expressions were becoming increasingly strange. And suddenly realized, not just Green, but all 7 behind Prohl revealed forced smiles upon hearing Jiang Xing's praise. Cough, there's no need to envy. I believe Jiang's aides will surely bring you surprises in the future. Prohl took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. Jiang Xing, oblivious to the increasingly peculiar ambience, replied earnestly, I believe so. After speaking, he gazed at Prohl's fleet, which comprised roughly 140 ships, and couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect you to have also advanced to a D-class fleet, the Starry Trajectory? What a melodramatic name. Prohl sighed in resignation. I originally intended to name it Star Traces, but since many fleets have similar names, including some at A-class, I changed it. While the naming of psychic fleets allows for duplicates, to become the representative fleet of a name, one must choose with care. Psychic energy embodies the essence of concepts and idealism, and the name of a psychic fleet will undoubtedly carry significance beyond mere designation. Setting aside this discussion, Jiang, Do you have a way to locate this entity? I can sense it watching but cannot pinpoint its exact position. Prohl gazed out into the vast, empty starry expanse. Jiang Xing nodded slightly. No problem. How much true energy is required to dispel the disguise of the star system? 15. Let us proceed. Just as the thought arose, the once empty starry void in front of the two fleets began to ripple. Suddenly, a dilapidated star system materialized out of thin air. The pallid stars burned silently, casting a chilling glow. The illuminated star system resembled a black and white painting. Absurd and bizarre. Chapter 63. The strange cognitive interference. In the starry sky appeared a peculiar star system that seemed to exist only in shades of black and white, astonishing everyone present. Jiang Xing was the first to react. Swiftly scanning each planet, ultimately locking onto the pallid star. The other celestial bodies bore little evidence of structures, and the intuitive feedback Jiang received was rather ordinary. Only that pallid star evoked a sense of eerie strangeness within him. Most importantly, the position of the pallid star precisely overlapped with the coordinates indicated by the true energy core. Prohl, follow closely, he uttered, and the Xingju fleet moved forward at a steady pace. The starry trajectory fleet immediately followed suit. Both fleets leisurely entering the star system's bounds, their radar matrices fully operational. The psychic energy circuits emitted a soft luminescence, making them exceptionally conspicuous within this monochrome star system. The sensation of being watched seemed to emanate from that star. After a few minutes of silence, Prohl suddenly voiced his doubts. Jiang Xing nodded subtly. The other planets show no special structures or energy reactions, and the coordinates I received point directly to that star. Nonetheless, both Jiang and Prohl remained on high alert regarding any matter within the star system, particularly concerning several planets. The most common defensive mechanisms in relic star systems involve a sudden emergence of numerous mechanical warships or various weapons from the planets. However, during the ensuing journey, no anomalies occurred. The Xingju fleet and starry trajectory successfully approached the pallid star. Jiang Xing dispatched several destroyers to swiftly circle around the star, yet still found nothing of note. Prohl's gaze remained fixated on the pallid star, which nearly filled his entire field of vision, as psychic energy surged within him. The sensation of being observed intensified. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing too gazed at the star. Lost in contemplation. Could it be that something resides within the star? Both spoke in unison, their expressions dawning with realization. With a mere thought, several destroyers surged toward the pallid star. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the boundless ocean of plasma. The psychic shields exhibited no signs of wear. Indeed, something is amiss. Although D-class psychic warships can traverse the outer layers of a star, the psychic shields would still incur slight, continuous damage. Just now, several destroyers plunged into the star without incurring any loss whatsoever. Prohl, who had also dispatched destroyers, realized the same. The true energy core indicates a danger level around D-class, no matter how perilous. It shouldn't be able to overpower the Xingju fleet. Based on my instincts, even if a higher dimensional life form has its sights on me, I would still receive feedback warnings. There should be minimal danger within this star. Both came to the same conclusion, and the two fleets synchronously surged toward the star's interior. As they gradually approached the pallid star, the fleets, akin to mere specks of dust, submerged into the plasma ocean without causing a ripple. The blinding radiance flickered as Jiang Xing and the others gazed at the surrounding empty, pallid expanse, and predictably, smiles broke out. There was indeed something within the star, or rather, the star itself was an illusion. The pallid star, with a diameter of approximately 300,000 kilometers, turned out to be a large-scale three-dimensional projection. It flawlessly simulated the plasma reactions of a star, gravitational responses, and stellar storm frequencies. Not even the radar matrices of the psychic warships detected any anomalies. If there was one flaw, it was the star's color, which was decidedly off. Jiang, that entity should be our target this time. Prohl's voice rang out. In the center of this pallid expanse floated a disc-like colossal structure, with a diameter nearing 100,000 kilometers, not much smaller than some stars. It bore no breathtaking architecture or layout. Merely a simple disc-shaped construct, with a few starports branching out from its exterior. The entire edifice even lacked any visible defensive weaponry. After a brief hesitation, the two continued to maneuver their fleets closer to the giant structure, ultimately coming to a steady halt within the starport. What should we do next? Sun Xiaoxue inquired, intrigued. When encountering relics with unclear defensive mechanisms, it is best not to initiate an attack without sufficient strength. This is an unspoken rule in exploring relics. Often, what initially poses no danger can turn perilous if provoked. Jiang Xing and the others shared this sentiment. Perhaps the D-class danger was merely contingent upon the absence of an attack. If they were to fire upon this structure, the danger level could soar to C-class or even B-class, and they'd have no chance to escape. Let us go inside and take a look. My instincts suggest that the dangers within can be handled without the fleet's firepower, Prohl proposed. Activating the star network, confirming that the forced world exit function still operated, Jiang Xing addressed everyone. We'll take the star shuttle inside to assess the situation. Although prematurely exiting the world would severely impact the mission's rating, the allure of the historical imprint was too compelling for Jiang Xing to ignore. Moreover, with Prohl accompanying him, Jiang surmised the nature of this fellow's talent. It was likely related to premonition and intuition. Since he suggested it, it would be wise to extend trust, for this was a historical imprint, a rare opportunity. Absolutely. Sun Nuyen and the others promptly agreed. Tina and Kilo will remain with the fleet. The rest will accompany me. When it comes to individual combat prowess, aides and commanders are not inferior to espers. In many cases, they are even stronger. While their skills and enhancements may not match the singular talents of psychic beings, in terms of psychic energy strength and magnitude, individual psychics cannot compare to aides and commanders. They are capable of constantly channeling psychic energy into the warships. And a sheer psychic surge can be as lethal as the main cannons of destroyers. Moments later, Jiang Xing, along with the remaining 4 yeses, boarded the star shuttle. They picked up Prohl and his 4 accompanying aides along the way. Entering the colossal structure's interior, Jiang. Upon their first meeting, Prohl stepped forward and placed a hand on Jiang's shoulder, his face brimming with smiles. You claim you're not a scion of a wealthy family. I see these psychic warships are newly developed, aren't they? TSK. These psychic warships disdain using market goods. I could toss you 500 million alliance coins for fun. You need 5,000 psychic crystals? Not doing so well, huh? Jiang Xing responded with evident disdain, casually handing Prohl a 50% discount card. It was a top-tier battleship discount card from the Xingming Group, usable only 20 times. Go enjoy your spending. It was a gift the Xingming Group had forced upon him when he departed. It was of no use in his hands, nor could it be sold. Moreover, this item wasn't particularly valuable to Prohl. Although Jiang Xing was unclear about many circulating rumors among the major factions, he knew that Prohl's talent and strength were certainly extraordinary, given his ability to keep pace with the Xingju fleet's advancement. Wow! Thank you, Godfather! Prohl grinned widely as he accepted the discount card. The two engaged in lively conversation, while the 4 aides who followed Prohl observed Green, who appeared calm, with a hint of unease. Are you graduates of the Watpuch Private Officer Academy? Green suddenly inquired. The 4 were momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Indeed, I graduated 7 years ago, and they all completed their studies 4 years prior. Noteworthy, indeed, Green nodded slightly, choosing not to pursue further conversation. Despite observing the camaraderie between this fate observer and the commander, it was prudent to maintain a semblance of discretion. As they conversed, the star shuttle had already traversed over 10,000 kilometers without encountering any anomalies. It seemed increasingly plausible that this relic posed little danger, Prohler remarked with a smile. What a pleasant surprise to be enjoying such a free ride. Jiang Xing concurred. The absence of peril is indeed most welcome. At that moment, the voices of Sun Xiaoxue and others reached them. Indeed. Back then, the sudden surge of the officer's powers from Lias caught even Commander Jiang by surprise. Flattery, really. After all, the 3rd expansion was fraught with peril. There was no room for restraint, Jiang Xing replied, glancing at the long-haired man seated next to Green, a flicker of memory and familiarity igniting within him. He smiled and added, Indeed, we owe a debt of gratitude to Officer Lias. After saying this, Jiang Xing turned to continue his conversation with Prohler, only to suddenly furrow his brow. Lias? A sense of both familiarity and strangeness washed over him. Suddenly, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. And the disjointed feeling began to dissipate, prompting him to think no further. Golden human template, cognitive resistance is subjected to super-specification suppression. At that moment, Prohler, engaged in conversation with Jiang Xing, abruptly paused, instinctively glancing towards the Star Shuttle's cabin. Were there this many people when we arrived? Chapter 64. No teammate identification, just a big tail wolf. Proller's gaze fixated on the individuals within the cabin. A wave of unease surging within him as he realized he had indeed brought 7 individuals along. Shortly thereafter, the star shuttle began to decelerate, finally docking at a platform. The passageway had reached its end, and the structure before them was undoubtedly the core area of the colossal construct. Before them stood a magnificent light gate, surrounded by walls of white alloy that extended for dozens of kilometers. It was indeed the core area, housing the control hub of this immense structure. A frail man in a white lab coat stepped out beside Jiang Xing. Exuding confidence, mechanical aptitude makes it exceedingly simple to decipher the outer data of such constructs. He added with enthusiasm. Jiang Xing pondered, KBS abilities are indeed quite useful. A sense of discomfort washed over him again, momentarily stalling his praise. As questions brewed in his mind, Jiang Xing took the lead, channeling his formidable psychic energy into a protective barrier enveloping Sun Nuyen and the others. Proller similarly cloaked the crew in a layer of defense, following Jiang Xing through the light gate. On board the Star Torch fleet, Tina reclined on a sofa, perusing a book, while not far away, Kaluo was practicing intricate control of his psychic energy with closed eyes. Thousands of marbles formed a complex restriction diagram. Spinning rapidly, suddenly, 2 marbles collided, one dropping to the ground, followed by the rest scattering in succession. K.E. Luo sighed, about to resume his practice when a bottle of beverage caught his eye. He looked up. A gentle smile greeted him. Kaluo, don't rush. In the previous moment, the control area had been solely occupied by the 2 of them, but unbeknownst to them, a third figure had silently appeared. Tina and Kaluo seemed entirely unprepared for this. Yafi, thank you. Just then, the faint golden lion statues standing on either side of the control area's light gate suddenly sprang to life. They transformed into 2 precision lion-shaped machines, each towering about 3 meters, striding slowly towards Kaluo's vicinity. The dark golden mechanical beasts fixed their gaze intently on Yafi. Isn't this the guardian mascot the commander purchased at the transit base? I recall it was a custom model. Its actual combat capability seems comparable to a 10-developed psychic user, and it appears to be directly connected to the ship's intelligent module. Why is it moving suddenly? Before Kaluo could ponder further, one of the mechanical lions let out a furious roar, unleashing dozens of photon beams in a tempestuous assault aimed at Yafi. Simultaneously, powerful monomolecular claws sprang forth, the beast's body closing in swiftly to strike at Yafi. The other lion deployed gravitational weaponry, forcibly containing all attacks and residual effects within a 2-meter radius of Yafi. Following this, a 100-fold standard gravitational pressure descended. Just as Kaluo and Tina were about to intervene, they paused. Yafi? Who is Yafi? Their expressions shifted to alarm, with Tina exclaiming, "What is happening?" Monitoring has detected personnel without a psychic network identification appearing in the core area of the psychic battleship. According to Autonomous Defense Measure Number 7, if a psychic network identification is not detected within 10 seconds, the entity will be classified as a cognitive interference body or mimetic unit. Disregard authentication data from the database and initiate an attack immediately. The ship's intelligence system spoke in a measured tone. That moment, one of the golden lions nearest to Tina suddenly pivoted, charging towards her leisure area. Tina instinctively prepared to defend herself, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a figure on the sofa that had appeared without her noticing. Memories surged forth. As her psychic energy surged once more, it transformed into 2 blades of light, slicing towards the figure seated on the sofa. The figure's expression turned to one of shock. Sister. With a puff, the figure was instantly reduced to a cloud of gray, formless mist, struggling momentarily before dissipating entirely. The vague image of green from Tina's childhood memories vanished alongside it. Without a psychic network identification, no matter how real, it is ultimately false, Tina stated calmly. Even ordinary beings within the Stellar Sea domain possess identification numbers in the psychic network. It is a recognition and symbol granted by the macro consciousness of human civilization, the will of the Alliance. Not even the legendary divine conceptual entities can erase this human symbol. As she dispelled her psychic energy, Tina's expression turned grave. While the individual did not cause harm, the ability to silently infiltrate a D-class psychic battleship indicates at least domain-level technological capability, not to mention the possibility of domain-level psychic life forms. Ah, I see. The ship's intelligence system activated 5,000 mechanical soldiers to thoroughly investigate all the battleships. Ke Luo came to a realization and promptly issued commands to the ship's intelligence system. No matter how potent the cognitive interference, it could not affect the ship's intelligence system linked to the psychic network. At most, it could insert a segment of information data into the database. Notify the astral trajectory fleet. Understood. Tina gazed in the direction Jiang Xing had departed, casually sending out several psychic network messages. Not long prior, Jiang Xing, having entered the light gate for only a brief moment, abruptly halted, turning to observe Lias and KB in the ranks. The expression of confusion on his face was impossible to conceal. Why do I not have you two in my psychic network, friends? Having sensed something odd earlier, Jiang Xing, in a state of agitation, instinctively opened the psychic network interface for a glance. Immediately, he noticed something amiss. Upon hearing his words, Proler furrowed his brow, opening the psychic network interface for a quick scan. Then glancing behind him, "Indeed, why do you three not have me as a friend either? Isn't this supposed to be automatically added upon joining the fleet?" A flicker of bewilderment passed through Lias and the others' eyes. Promptly noted by Jiang Xing and Proler. Could it be that you lack psychic network identification? As soon as Jiang Xing's words left his lips, the air seemed to freeze. In the next moment, Sun Nuyen and Wang Shan almost simultaneously lunged at Lias and KB. Their formidable psychic energy tore through the two in an instant. The blurred and jarring memories dissipated, and Sun Nuyen turned to Proler's group, where the three were similarly subdued by the four responding officers. The group exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Cognitive interference. After confirming that everyone present possessed psychic network identification, they finally exhaled in relief. "I can't believe I fell victim as well," Proler remarked, astonished. He then spat in frustration. What a farce, disguising as a big-tail wolf without a teammate identification. Jiang Xing was even more astonished, realizing that the golden human template had seemingly failed. No, the frequent feeling of oddity and disjointed memories should indicate that the template was indeed active. It was simply that the cognitive interference ability of these entities exceeded the current limits of the template, rendering it ineffective. The upper limit of the template's capabilities is determined by the level of the bearer, and based on his current psychic strength and other enhancements, it must be at least of the cognitive interference capability or weaponry of a river-level civilization. Psychic network information. A message from Tina. Jiang Xing's expression grew serious. Realizing that an incursion had occurred within the fleet.it had breached the psychic energy shield and the spatial jump interference inherent to the psychic energy circuit, appearing directly in the control area, truly extraordinary. Let us proceed, and remember to keep a vigilant eye on the psychic network interface. As the group gradually approached the core area, the number of cognitive interference entities encountered along the way increased. Yet none escaped detection by the psychic network. Proler dispatched yet another interference entity without a second thought, his eyes lighting up. "We can already see the central platform." Jiang Xing let out a breath of relief, preparing to respond when a voice suddenly echoed in his ear, "Child, you've done well." Gazing at the suddenly dissipating vague figure, Jiang Xing felt a twinge of confusion. That cognitive interference entity was attempting to impersonate his parents. Wasn't he it? Why had it vanished? Well, as long as it's gone, he thought. Confirming that no cognitive interference entities remained within the group, Jiang Xing and the others stepped onto the central platform. Immediately, their attention was drawn to the enormous circuit matrix beneath the platform. The circuit matrix lacked any physical form, appearing ethereal as though it were a projection. Yet, it surged with waves of unique psychic energy. Psychic energy circuit? No, wait, it's a psychic matrix. Green recognized the object with astonishment. The data matrix constructed from psychic energy is indeed a relic of a domain-level civilization. I believe the items above hold far greater value. Proler's voice chimed in. Jiang Xing instinctively glanced upwards, his expression morphing into one of awe. The intangible mist flickers in and out of visibility. Such pure, formless spiritual energy crystals are indeed a marvel. Although they cannot seamlessly integrate with the will of life like primordial spiritual energy, they can perfectly merge with one's inherent spiritual characteristics for a brief period. However, the pure formless spiritual energy can be continuously absorbed by spiritual practitioners, albeit with a conversion efficiency inferior to that of primordial energy, resulting in a negligible difference in practical effects. Jiang Xing wore a smile. What a delightful surprise! I never anticipated such an unexpected boon beyond the historical imprints. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He noticed a hairline crack on one side of the crystalline container, while a mass of intangible mist was desperately swirling, attempting to escape through the fissure. Those gray mists must be the source of cognitive interference. Proler surmised. When he channeled spiritual energy towards the container, it was repelled upon contact. Jiangxing nodded affirmatively. The material providing spiritual isolation is predicted to completely block sea-level spiritual energy intensity. It seems that the cognitive interference entity is not a creation of the relic. The specifics should be documented within the spiritual matrix. Yeses, can you control this spiritual computation matrix? Yeses attempted. It's futile. The spiritual devices will isolate the loading of conventional data modules. Perhaps the onboard intelligence of a spiritual battleship could infiltrate. True number core? Consume 5 true numbers, seize authority, let us proceed with the consumption. Instantly, the massive spiritual matrix blazed to life, its dazzling platinum radiance causing the entire central area to brighten dramatically. Proler, who was studying how to break open the container, was drawn over as he arrived behind Jiangxing. He witnessed him raise his hand, and a series of three-dimensional projection control consoles materialized around him, wide-eyed. What the hell? The spiritual computation matrix is a high-security device of domain-level civilization. You can actually infiltrate it. Even Green and others, who had never seen such a method employed by Jiangxing, were astonished, gazing with wonder at their commander's silhouette. A domain-level civilization's encrypted device. Even a B-level spiritual fleet would struggle to infiltrate it in a short time, let alone control it without activating its self-destruction protocol. What kind of talent is this? Green and the others grew even more curious. Commander, what is this ability of yours? It's simply too versatile, exclaimed Sun Xiaoxue in awe. Without turning his head, Jiangxing replied while manipulating the matrix. Wind spirit, moon shadow? Sun Xiaoxue was perplexed. Is this guy joking? Glancing at the even more magnificent divine light pillar above Jiangxing's head, Proler scoffed. Found it. Jiangxing suddenly beamed with a smile. Proler leaned closer. What did you find? The past of the relic star system. As he spoke, several massive images projected into the vicinity, the visuals beginning to flicker. The familiar central area, now featuring even more complex equipment. Just as everyone was puzzled, dozens of towering 3-meter-tall beings appeared within the images. They hovered in mid-air, resembling a character Jiangxing had encountered in a game during his previous life. The Protoss High Counselor from StarCraft II. Clad in layers of platinum battle armor, the biological forms within were neither carbon-based nor mechanical, but rather akin to a substantial manifestation of energy, with faint flames of energy dancing in their eyes. The high-dimensional currents of the universe have been quite peculiar of late. Counting this instance, it marks the 7th localized high-dimensional storm, severely impacting research progress. The towering being manipulating the spiritual matrix pondered aloud. It must be some high-dimensional life form engaging in conflict. It should stabilize in due time. The essential backtracking technology must ensure environmental stability, so we shall refrain from research for now. Understood. 923.88.6. The imagery suddenly flickered, revealing unfamiliar numbers that seemed to denote a time unit. Then, a god's eye perspective re-emerged. Localized high-dimensional turbulence became increasingly frequent, and not only in nearby areas. Our territory and even that of our allies are experiencing significant high-dimensional disturbances. We have been instructed to halt essential backtracking research. We must devise a means to create a device for stabilizing high-dimensional frameworks due to the high-dimensional turbulence, as our territory has sustained considerable losses. Understood. Delaro, seal the essential backtracking technology. ASU command. Supervisor. The scene shifted, revealing a colossal container positioned atop the central area, devoid of any intangible mist. Inside lay a mysterious construct resembling a miniature neutron star. 923.89.2. Over 10,000 planetary rotation cycles have elapsed, and the high-dimensional turbulence shows no signs of worsening or spreading. The area most frequently afflicted by high-dimensional turbulence has been stabilized by Karok's reality anchor. Should we resume our research into essential backtracking technology? The being known as Delaro looked towards the supervisor. After contemplating for a moment, the supervisor adjusted the parameters of the spiritual matrix and declared, "Let us proceed." The container sealed shut, and the neutron star-like device was extracted, accompanied by a mass of gray mist. The supervisor casually dispersed it. A special cluster of spiritual energy, posing no harm, likely resulted from the leakage of the essential backtracking Core-S energy. Delaro paid it no mind, taking the core and departing. 924-081. How is this possible? The supervisor's exclamation drew Delaro's attention. What is happening? The physical constants of the universe are inexplicably altering. And even different regions exhibit varying physical constants. Apart from spiritual and high-dimensional energy, other technological devices yield different effects in different areas. Our apocalyptic space slingshot has largely failed. The entire transportation network of our territory has collapsed. Delaro was utterly shocked, then recalled something and rushed towards a laboratory he hadn't entered in days. He gazed at the essential backtracking core, which remained intact and showed no unusual fluctuations. And sighed in relief, he then reassured. It's all right. With our technology, researching new superluminal travel shouldn't be difficult. Dark space is a viable option. It is unaffected by the physical constants of reality. The supervisor sighed. Dark space is the domain of the Star-Sea Human Alliance, at least beneath our starry sky. The Sacred Cloud Consortium of the Sacred Cloud Star Cluster holds the technology for star ring pathways, and both technologies, impervious to physical constants, require exorbitant authorization fees. The Lord of the Sanctum would never agree. Never mind. Let's optimize the previously discarded warp wormhole technology and bring it back. That would reduce efficiency by at least 100-fold. For now, it must suffice, we are neither allies of the Pan-Human Alliance nor golden clients of the consortium. The authorization fee for constructing an entire territory's transportation network is prohibitively high. Thus, we shall prepare for both contingencies and inquire if the Atlantean dynasty can lower the authorization fee for their apocalyptic high-dimensional transmission device. Yes. 925-11-4. The screen flickered rapidly again. This time the black screen lasted longer. When the image resumed, it was not of the base, but rather the starry sky, a tumultuous and inverted cosmic expanse. The deep, inky blackness of the boundless universe now resembled a shattered mirror. Inexpressible distortions of space and high-dimensional rifts permeated the starry sky. Twisting and distorted energy torrents surged forth from the rifts, like an abstract oil painting saturating the entirety of the universe. An intangible barrier gradually formed, fracturing the cosmos. The stars were collapsing. What is that? Chapter 66. New historical imprints. The scene abruptly ceased. Jiang Xing marveled at the unexpected recording of the moment when the crystalline barrier era descended. Could the historical imprint pertain to the changes of the cosmic era? At this thought, his heart skipped a beat. If so, wouldn't it at least rival the glory of the golden humanity? Although the current historical imprint could only be used to transform witness templates, he firmly believed that it held far more powerful functions. Yet, it was evident that a mere domain-level civilization relic could not yield such an extraordinary surprise. The true number core remained unresponsive, and after several seconds of black screen, the imagery lit up once more. 926-011. The familiar central area scene returned, and the once vibrant research zone was now engulfed in silence. The supervisor hovered before a star map, lost in thought. After a long pause, the mysterious barrier isolated this star river. Everything but us has perished, and celestial bodies have been reset to fundamental particles. Gazing upon the now damaged star system base and the endless darkness of the cosmos beyond, only countless dark energies and fundamental particles drifted, devoid of any light. At least in this star river, reality has reverted to its primal state. Delaro regarded the supervisor. We cannot contact any civilizations. 60% of our technological systems and devices are completely incapacitated. What shall we do? The supervisor remained silent, staring into the darkened star river. Finally, he spoke. Seal the research base, enter hibernation mode, and await the arrival of hope. Understood. The screen blacked out again, this time for what felt like an eternity. Proler reflected. When the crystalline barrier forms, high-dimensional storms engulf the entire cosmic expanse. Virtually no life forms at the domain level or below survive the emergence of the crystalline barrier, and even all matter within the barrier world is reverted to its primal state. Now, civilizations below the domain level are either powerful factions that have regressed or newly emerged civilizations. Compared to such outright annihilation, the aberration of physical constants and fundamental laws is a mere trifle. What was the situation within the alliance at that time? Jiang Xing inquired. According to records from some powerful nations, the Star Sea domain was swept by even stronger high-dimensional storms back then. However, not only did they suffer no harm, but the alliance also managed to recover significantly from it. The framework of the exploratory era was remarkably stable, making high-dimensional energy difficult to extract under normal circumstances. Yet, due to the inability to decipher the rules of the crystalline barrier for the time being, all territories beyond the central star realm were cut off. For detailed information, one could refer to the archives of powerful nations or the library of the Divine Star Academy. Proler reminisced, is that so? The crystalline walls and the multidimensional tempest do not resemble natural cosmic disasters. Rather, they appear to be deliberate efforts to cleanse weaker civilizations and undermine the might of stronger ones. Jiang Xing casually remarked in response, "At that moment, the screen illuminated once more, revealing the final video recording. The life pod opened, and Daedalus slowly awakened from within. As he floated out of the life pod, he scanned the surroundings and discovered that thousands of life pods had been activated, yet he saw no sign of his kin, which left him somewhat perplexed. Exiting the hibernation zone, the harsh white light of the base intensified Daedalus' confusion. What was happening? Had the fundamental light source system malfunctioned? Moving through the corridor alone, the flickering essence flame in Daedalus' eyes indicated his growing unease. Suddenly, the screen flickered, and as it restored to normal, several figures of his kin appeared beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. Daedalus appeared unfazed by this, smoothly engaging in conversation with them. Who would have thought we would be the last batch to awaken? What is the deal with these lights? One of his kin replied nonchalantly, "It seems the fundamental laws of the spectrum have also been distorted. In reality, the lights have not changed, but the colors displayed differ from our understanding." "Ah, I see. What action shall we undertake next? The galaxy has once again coalesced into primordial stars and planets. Our research must resume." "What research?" Daedalus inquired curiously. "The technology of essence retrospection." Faced with his kin's calm demeanor, Daedalus was momentarily bewildered. What purpose does such seemingly pointless research serve at this juncture? Abruptly, Daedalus paused, the essence flame in his eyes revealing a struggle and confusion, but he quickly regained his composure. "I understand now. It is to dismantle the spiritual technology from above, is it not?" "Indeed." Before long, several essence-based life forms arrived at the central research area. Observing the hundreds of his kin silently conducting their research, Daedalus approached the supervisor with delight. "Supervisor, I am thrilled to see you again." The supervisor responded awkwardly. Daedalus seemed oblivious to the tension, gazing at the essence retrospection core surrounded by thick gray mist within a container. "What am I to do?" Upon turning around, he noticed dozens of kin looking his way. The supervisor fixed a serious gaze upon Daedalus, instructing, "Approach it and observe its operational patterns." After a brief pause, Daedalus complied, opening the container's hatch and stepping inside it. He focused on the essence retrospection core before him. He was about to make contact when the multitude of essence-based life forms outside ceased their actions, surrounding the container with blank expressions, as if awaiting something. "The essence retrospection apparatus was constructed by me," Daedalus suddenly declared, halting his movements. "I once used it to retrospectively revive deceased kin, but it did not resurrect them as I had anticipated. Rather, it reverted them to a more fundamental state." Daedalus continued to speak to himself. "That state manifested as a mass of white energy mist, the most primordial form of our Rolls clan." Gazing down at the still dazed yet increasingly agitated kin below, Daedalus' expression turned serene. "Our kin emerged from the dream of a conceptual divinity, the purest of spiritual life forms, the offspring of the divine descending from the dream of the gods. I do not comprehend what transpired that caused the essence retrospection core to revert my brethren into such entities as you. However, this farce must come to an end. Your cunning disguise and the unauthorized tampering with my memories is your gravest error." With that, Daedalus manipulated the data backdoor of the essence retrospection core, and a subtle force field emanated from the core. The kin within the base surged uncontrollably towards the container. As he exerted control, Daedalus simultaneously came into contact with the gray mist surrounding the essence retrospection core. And gray tendrils, akin to a virus, swiftly enveloped his entire being. Daedalus felt no fear. Rather, as the gray tendrils reached halfway up his head, An expression of bewilderment crossed his face. Oh, even gods can have nightmares. The base fell silent once more as the container's valve closed without external control. Jiang Xing and the others exchanged glances. I see. Jiang Xing mused. A divine dream encroached upon reality, leading to the birth of a spiritual life form. They had failed to impose restrictions while researching the state retrospection apparatus, resulting in excessive retroactive force. Originally, the retrospection should have returned them to their most primitive state, yet due to that deity's nightmare, the original state of their kin was altered. Prohl scratched his head in confusion. Isn't divinity a conceptual entity? And what of this dream aspect? Perhaps that divinity is connected to dream-related concepts? Jiang Xing shrugged. Now that matters are clear, I shall open the container. Cognitive interference entities? Indeed formidable, capable of synchronously imitating the memories and knowledge of others. For most civilizations, they are truly terrifying parasitic species. However, the Alliance is not among them. Shall we proceed to automatically identify the spiritual web? In their eyes, the threat posed by these entities paled in comparison to that of a legion from a primary crystalline wall civilization. Prohl, please retrieve those pure spiritual energy crystals while I investigate for any valuable information. All right. Without suspicion, Prohl led a group toward the opening container. Historical imprint detected. Proceed with imprinting. Affirmative. Imprinting complete. The Symphony of Dreams and Reality. Incomplete. Ordinary. Chapter 67. Escort mission. An incomplete historical imprint. Could it be that historical imprints encompass a series of events? Jiang Xing opted not to create a witnessing template with it, as the limited number of template loads would render an ordinary quality inferior to a premium one. Meanwhile, Prohl and the others successfully dispersed the remaining cognitive interference entities within the container. Utilizing spatial devices, they collected all the crystals, and Prohl gleefully descended beside Jiang Xing, tossing a hand ring. In total, over 18,000 pieces. This is half the quantity. After stowing the hand ring, Jiang Xing did not count but rather gazed regretfully at the spiritual matrix. Compared to the spiritual energy crystals, I would prefer this spiritual computation matrix. Alas, it is integrated with the entire base and cannot be taken. The computational efficiency and carrying capacity of the spiritual matrix before us far exceed that of the black stone terminal by at least 10,000 folds. Enough of that. Once we depart, we shall notify the expeditionary forces to receive the relics. The spiritual energy matrix will be immensely beneficial to the nation behind the third-tier legion. Surely, we shall reap considerable rewards. Prohl clapped him on the shoulder. The treasures discovered by the spiritual fleet indeed belong to us, provided we can transport or utilize them. As for the major equipment of the relics, the explorers cannot take them. Naturally, they will belong to the legion that is pioneering this world, and the legion will also bestow certain benefits to the discoverers. The group made their way back, and the journey was devoid of any unexpected occurrences. Upon returning to the fleet, they were greeted by Tina's somewhat wary demeanor. Only when she confirmed the presence of spiritual web markers did she relax. In a rare moment of jest, she remarked, "It feels as though my memory has been cluttered with a plethora of garbage data, akin to a computer. IT will be fine in time." How many interference entities did we encounter in the control zone? Jiang Xing comforted with a smile. 63. Most were dealt with by the patrolling automatons and the Golden Lion machines. It seems these fellows wish to seize the warship and escape, Jiang Xing mused. Then proceeded to the control area. After conducting a thorough search to ensure no cognitive interference entities were overlooked, he promptly commanded the fleet to prepare for departure from the relic star system. Brother Jiang, I have other tasks to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Let's find an opportunity to gather again once this mission concludes, Prohl suggested at the edge of the relic star system. No problem. We shall meet again after completing this exploration. He watched the fleet vanish into a jump state. Jiang Xing turned to the others. Let us depart as well. We shall conclude shortly after completing a task or two. Understood. The Permin Federation, an advanced crystalline wall civilization, is also one of the 3 human civilizations in the Kiki Luoyao world, boasting a formidable military force. Over a decade ago, when the expeditionary forces made contact, they began receiving substantial temporary support. Presently, their actual military capabilities rank among the top tier, even among advanced crystalline wall civilizations, bolstered by the presence of several strong expeditionary fleets nearby. With the declaration of war by the expeditionary forces, The Permin Federation commenced mobilization against neighboring advanced crystalline wall civilizations with whom they held grievances. In the frontier star system, thousands of military warships amassed within the star system, while numerous orbital weapons positioned themselves around the planets. Fleets of over 100 vessels continued to arrive, integrating into the fleet cluster in the orbit of the third planet. Hundreds of starships gathered, with dozens of unarmed vessels appearing incongruous amidst the surrounding warships. Has everyone arrived? The person in charge at the nearby starport inquired. Indeed, the first batch of 200 million elite youths is fully assembled. They will set off for the Alliance's safe zone prior to the commencement of battle. Given the timeline, the Alliance's escort fleet will arrive shortly, the advisor remarked with a hint of awe. Who would have imagined that our mysterious kin would declare war on all civilizations, even gaining the upper hand at the outset? The divine realm of the has steadily fallen to 7 fortress star systems, and one of the main forces of the Kiki-Luaya Empire suffered a significant defeat. Should victory be attained, it would represent the greatest opportunity for the Permin in millennia. The person in charge smiled at the excited advisor. At present, the probability of victory appears quite promising. Promising? Having witnessed the true strength of the Alliance, he understood that even 100 Kiki-Luaya empires would be unable to withstand the Alliance's military might, a disparity in power that completely surpassed imagination. The Spark Fleet, filled with countless youths, was familiarizing themselves with their environment, excitedly discussing matters pertaining to the Alliance and the declaration of war. On the flagship, dozens of boys and girls marveled at the control area. Under normal circumstances, access to the control area of the Federal warships was strictly forbidden to anyone except military personnel. Notify all warships to power up. The escort fleet of the upper civilization is about to arrive. As the control zone valve retracted, a remarkably youthful and spirited female soldier emerged. Yes, Commander Lin. The officers immediately began issuing commands to the various ships. Lin Luagia then turned her gaze towards the numerous young men and women, revealing a hint of a smile. It's time to return to the dormitory area. A low-frequency hum resonated through the air, prompting everyone to instinctively glance towards the porthole. The space warped, creating ripples. Subsequently, 3 fleets, each comprising hundreds of ships, materialized out of thin air, causing the starship to sound its highest state of alert. However, this was soon deactivated. Alliance's psionic battleships. Lin Luagia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Recently, rumors had circulated within the military regarding these vessels, claiming they possessed combat capabilities that defied common sense. Their actual combat power was said to exceed their surface energy levels by multiples, even tens of times. Lin Luagia curiously observed these psionic battleships. According to the data, the energy standards of the Federation's elite main ships, if the rumors held true, should be comparable to those of the Federation's special warships. She felt a silent thrill. According to the information, these types of ships seemed capable of evolving, and the vessels before her were merely at the foundational level. Lin Luagia scrutinized the 3D-class psionic fleets, while Zhang Xing within the psionic fleet was also observing the other 2 fleets. Each had approximately 150 D-class ships. It appeared that most were configured as D-warships, indicative of an elite psionic fleet. Not long after returning to base, new orders had swiftly followed. The information indicated a mission to escort the seed fleet of their compatriots, the future seeds of over 200 million civilizations. Zhang Xing pondered. It seemed likely that there would be pursuits during this escort, as the scale was unusually concise. The intensity of the pursuit should fall within the capacity of their 3 psionic fleets, at least as the expeditionary forces assessed. The main screen flickered, and the images of 2 commanders appeared alongside Lin Luagia. If preparations are complete, let us set off, Zhang Xing stated promptly. The other 2, upon noticing the former's title within the psionic network, immediately made their choice. Understood. We will follow Commander Zhang's orders henceforth. Lin Luagia, listening to the exchange, shifted her gaze towards Zhang Xing. It was evident that the 2 young prodigies of similar age had unanimously recognized him as their leader, suggesting that Commander Zhang was quite formidable. With this thought, Lin Luagia nodded slightly. I have no objections. All directives shall be based on the commands of the esteemed beings of higher civilizations. Zhang Xing felt a sense of resignation. During wartime, a joint fleet necessitated a leader. He had not anticipated that merely suggesting a leader would result in his default selection for the role, an inescapable fate of toil. In that case, let us depart. Soon, thousands of warships powered up in succession, heading towards the outer regions of the star system. Jiang Xing, witnessing this, first dispatched 5 cruisers to detach from the fleet and enter a state of warp to scout ahead. Psionic battleships could rapidly enter warp, while the Pullman fleet required at least 30 seconds to prepare. Moreover, they were not engaging in dark space transitions. Based on distance estimates, we will need 9 days to reach the safe zone. Yes, as noted, Jiang Xing settled into the captain's chair. Maintain vigilance along our route. Since we have been assigned to escort, there must be something monitoring this fleet. Detecting signals from over 500 hostile units, indeed. They encountered opposition almost immediately. Most were D-class standard warships, easily dispatched with a saturation barrage. There was no need to waste time in order to swiftly resolve this batch of enemies. The Vanguard cruiser refrained from attacking. Instead, it was the Ember battleship, tasked with long-range strikes, that broke away from the escort fleet and charged directly into the enemy fleet outside the star system. Dozens of main cannons erupted in brilliance, their beams illuminating the cosmos. The enemy vessels, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the Star Torch fleet, were bewildered. Their once formidable energy shields shattered like glass, their hulls engulfed in explosive energy flames. The resulting chain reactions painted the surrounding starry sky with ethereal hues. The D-level psionic battleships, enhanced through psionic adhesion and innate abilities, unleashed devastation far surpassing conventional D standards by more than tenfold. Counterattack, quick, counterattack. The biological entities aboard the enemy vessels were filled with rage and alarm. The spear-like arcs of energy struck the Ember battleship, which showed no inclination to evade. Seemingly powerful attacks rained down upon the battleship's shields, only generating minor ripples, yet they bore no effect. The massive battleship maneuvered swiftly, with several enemy vessels being obliterated upon collision. There was no acceleration phase. The vessel, traveling at a constant velocity of 75 the speed of light, became a weapon as formidable as its main guns. Silent explosions echoed across the cosmos, while the Sunwheel battleship effectively sealed off any chance of escape for the enemy ships. Thick beams of energy struck heavily against the panicking enemy vessels. Before long, the escort fleet passed through the area. Lin Luojia immediately noticed the return of over 20 battleships from the countless wreckage, her expression one of astonishment. She recognized hundreds of the destroyed vessels, belonging to a high-level crystalline civilization, one of the former Pullman Federation's primary adversaries. Even within their civilization, these ships were regarded as standard main battleships, with hundreds of vessels constituting an ordinary fleet. Those psionic battleships had departed only 5 or 6 minutes prior. The Pullman Federation's 20 specialized warships could not have resolved matters so swiftly, could they? It seemed that these psionic battleships were not even at the level of main forces within the Alliance. Truly formidable, indeed, murmured an officer beside Lin Luojia. The surrounding Pullman personnel displayed expressions of astonishment, their previously taut nerves gradually relaxing as the prospect of joining such a vast kinship became apparent, promising a bright future ahead. Not only Lin Luojia and her companions, but also the 2 accompanying commanders were left in a state of confusion. What was this? Hundreds of D-class and several D-level conventional warships in mere minutes. D-level psionic vessels couldn't possibly act so quickly. While psionic capabilities do possess a certain degree of true damage against conventional armaments, this was under circumstances of similar foundational energy levels. 8 out of 10 attacks would still be absorbed by shields. Absurd. Was this truly the disparity between me and the resplendent Nova? In comparison, I would envy Commander Jiang Xing's instantaneous acceleration, entirely devoid of any buffer. The 2 exchanged astonished remarks in hushed tones. I in the control zone. Jiang Xing withdrew his direct control over the battleship, shifting to cerebral operation. He then fell into contemplation. The territories of high-level crystalline civilizations often span tens of thousands of light years, with non-wartime interstellar fleets averaging around 200,000 vessels. This amounted to approximately 1,000 standard fleets and 70 to 80 elite and ace fleets, not including various special equipment and oversized armaments. In wartime, this scale could easily multiply 5-fold or even 10-fold to dispatch merely a standard main fleet to assault the seed fleet. Was this a sign of disregard for the seed fleet or a deeper scheme? Since the expeditionary forces opted to send 3D-class psionic fleets, it was evident that there was relevant intelligence. To claim they were taking it lightly would be implausible. High-level crystalline civilizations generally possess core weaponry capable of threatening singular B-class psionic warships. While relatively seasoned C-class fleets would not fear such threats, for D-class fleets, it constituted a dimensional strike. If the enemy truly intended a grand assault, the expeditionary forces would not have dispatched a mere trio of D-class fleets for escort. They would have sent seasoned C-class fleets to press forward. Based on the composite combat power assessment of the 3 D-class warships, the forces dispatched by the enemy likely comprised at most 20 conventional main fleets or a couple of elite fleets. The seed fleet would almost certainly incur casualties, factoring in the blessings and amplifications from various declarations of war. Yeses, overhearing Jiang Xing's musings, concluded. The expeditionary forces could not have been mistaken regarding the intelligence on mere high-level crystalline civilizations. Likewise, they would not allow their compatriots to suffer harm. Jiang Xing nodded slightly in understanding. The 5 Vanguard cruisers dispersed into groups, extending their localized star network's vigilance over several light months, as they began to scour the surrounding cosmos for any lurking enemies. The seed fleet contained no fewer than 30 warships, carrying the seeds and futures of their compatriots. The loss of even a single one would be a grievous blow to the Alliance's commanders. A complete failure. Before long, the fleet of over 1,000 starships entered warp again, rapidly departing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Seated in the captain's chair, Jiang Xing grasped a psionic crystal, closing his eyes to absorb the pure psionic energy and slowly transmute it. Alert! Detecting interference waves from warp coverage. Determined to be ineffective, upon opening his eyes, Jiang Xing frowned, disengaged from warp. The interference proved ineffective against the Star Torch fleet, yet the seed fleet was immediately affected, with vessels beginning to exit warp in succession. They could only follow suit. Surrounding them was an empty expanse devoid of planets. With over 3,000 familiar D-class quadrilateral starships swiftly maneuvering nearby. Upon the emergence of the seed fleet, thousands of beams and energy cannons were unleashed in a torrential assault. Lin Luojia prepared to issue orders to evade. But the 3 psionic fleets interposed themselves before the multitude of seed fleet ships, braving the concentrated fire. Over 10 destroyers and a significant portion of 2 allied fleets' destroyers were instantly annihilated. With a thought, Jiang Xing commanded the 50 surrounding Vanguard cruisers to warp behind the enemy vessels. Green synchronized to activate its active capabilities, instantly augmenting the state of the Star Arrow. Following this, under the abilities devised by Green, the enhancements were channeled to the main cannon of the Vanguard cruisers. In the next moment, the energy chain of the cannon charged and fired, a crimson beam. As swift as lightning, twisted and coiled, resembling dozens of cosmic thunderbolts, instantly piercing through and destroying over 200 enemy ships. The sudden turn of events plunged the enemy forces into chaos, as over 1,000 warships hastily redirected, unleashing frantic fire upon the agile, darting cruisers. Observing that the cerebral-controlled pilots were handling the situation with ease, Jiang Xing ceased his control over the cruisers. The remaining destroyers spread out to prevent any hidden enemy attacks. Jin-class battleships activated their transition missile modules in unison, and the warheads of 2 of the missiles glimmered with a somber luster. 1,200 neutron missiles swiftly detached from their launch bays, vanishing abruptly amidst spatial fluctuations. Almost simultaneously, violent explosions and shockwaves erupted throughout the enemy fleet. 2 waves of dark energy, reminiscent of miniature stars, surged silently, consuming hundreds of enemy vessels clustered in the densest area. The 2 commanders and Lin Luoji were momentarily stunned by the unfolding spectacle. The unexpected strikes from the Xingju fleet had directly inflicted nearly half the enemy fleet's losses. Not a single ship that had released transition interference survived. They all perished in a sacrificial explosion. Preparing to withdraw, the Star Network alarm sounded once more. Alert! Detected 6,730 transition signals. Remaining D units, 50 ships, estimated arrival time, 120 seconds. Have all assault fleets been dispatched? Jiang Xing pondered briefly, then promptly opened communications. Continue the transition forward. Do not concern yourselves with the enemy reinforcements. Lin Luoji hesitated. The transition speed and range of elite warships exceed those of the Spark-class vessels. Withdraw. I will handle the rest. Understood. Lin Luoji ceased further inquiries. Moments later, under the protection of 2 psionic fleets, the Spark fleet transitioned once more, closely followed by the 2 psionic fleets. Commander Jiang, do not overexert yourself. The 2 commanders cautioned before their departure. Certainly, continuing to engage the surrounding enemy ships, attempting to impede them while keeping track of time. Ultimately, just as the enemy support vessels were on the verge of transitioning, Jiang Xing issued his command. Consume 300,000 spirit crystals. Release the Scalon vortex. In the spatial domain, a chaotic vortex with a diameter of 50 light-years formed instantaneously, observing the enemy fleet, forcibly expelled from spatial transition and suffering severe losses. He remained unfazed. Enter dark space transition mode. Disengage from the battlefield. What is the dark space amidst spatial chaos? Reviewing the narrative, the second chapter was due for upload the day before. Gazing at Gu Yinran's appearance, Bingpa remained icy, unceremoniously pushing her away. Would he ever be able to win her heart? Even if it were a fragmented one? The lost soul murmured. Bing-yi, what incense did you burn last night? Bai Li Guyan felt an oddity within the palace, as if it had been tampered with. If it's ruined, let it be. I care not. One arm for one life. It is worth it. Rongju gritted his teeth, attempting to forcibly pull her to his side. As situ, Qingyu turned transparent. He began to shatter from his feet, the shattered fragments transforming into brilliant stars that scattered into the art that moment. The Black Wind Fortress was suddenly engulfed in flames, illuminating the dark sky with blinding light, staining it with a tinge of blood red. Seeing that the peony had not chosen him, Gu Yinran felt a sigh of relief. After all, she was no true innate suffice to show off. If it were to become serious, she would falter. Luo Ning's warhorse had long since perished, each step leaving a bloody imprint as the sun set. The fiery clouds stained half the sky, reminiscent of soldiers' blood, an immortal lament. Your Highness, as the wind blew, he cast a hurried glance at Gu Yinran before rushing out. What? I spent the entire afternoon 2 days ago without spotting a suspicious figure. A faint, truly cunning, Han Jijun remarked, feeling somewhat derelict in duty. I in the elevator. 2 men wearing sunglasses intended to exit, but upon seeing Yi Bai and Tang Lulu enter, they halted in their tracks. Han Xiao slowly expanded his consciousness, yet found no unusual circumstances, nor any news of Zhou Zixin. Damn it! J.R. Smith seethed with anger, cursing himself for being deceived by Sun Jue time and again. Though nearly 20% of the daring elite had perished. Upon hearing Han Shizhong's call, they still responded with a thunderous roar, shaking off their spirits and continuing their charge. Zhao Hao's elite cavalry surged past, flanking him, Huarong and Zhang Qing, fiercely advancing. From a medical perspective, we hope to discover a new energy entity to replace the unique energy possessed by your kind. For clinical treatment, in this regard, the only one capable of uncovering such energy is undoubtedly Old Hua. Observing that Meidi had become too fearful to act against Sun Jue felt disappointment, sensing surrender in Meidi's gaze. Now, Sun Jue had surpassed Kobe, yet even so, he knew that every encounter with Kobe would never yield the latter's submission. You foul beast, do you truly believe you can escape? Han Xiao sneered as he watched the blood-mist creature desperately flee into the void, waving his hand to retract the cheesy sword. He now suspected that the dagger in Shi Lin's possession might be a similar star artifact. If that were the case, he was far from certain he could defeat Shi Lin, for he knew not the artifact's capabilities. Just then, a chorus of wolf howls echoed in the distance, and countless wolf figures materialized, charging towards their king, each exuding a terrifying aura, their imposing forms shaking the heavens. After the Wang siblings departed, the Yi family hurriedly rushed to aid Dong Zhuo, with Yi Luer frantically assisting. Bao Xian returned to her room and fell into a deep sleep. Amidst her dreams, she seemed to hear a cacophony of voices and the clattering of sounds. Yet her exhaustion kept her from waking, sinking deeper into slumber. It seems our opinions align. Very well, I shall proceed with it tomorrow, Su Wanqi nodded, imagining the audacity of envisioning oneself as Emperor Jingming. One considers the turmoil of fleeing with one's family, only to discover en route that one had been deceived by one's own son, with no invasion of the southern capital by the northern barbarians. How would Emperor Jingming feel? She carried her basket without greeting anyone, while Wenli spat disdainfully at her. Yu Chu had no desire to argue with him and walked past with her basket. Lowering her head, he sealed her lips, stifling every word in her throat, as he leaned down, incessantly absorbing her essence. Taking more and more as he pushed the stone transport cart to move slowly, Long Fei realized that this cart, coupled with the energy stone ore, weighed nearly 3 to 4 tons. Even for a master like him, Moving it felt somewhat strenuous. This involves the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Tsunade. If we do not uncover his secrets, how can the third possibly rest easy? Regardless of her efforts, Gu Zhenshuan had never bestowed upon her a sliver of paternal affection, scarcely granting her even a smile. Hong Tianxiao analyzed, feeling exceptionally pleased at the thought of Long Fei still alive and advancing rapidly in strength. Everyone surrounded the Tongtian Tower, completely sealed off, yet they were neatly arranged at the 10 entrances on the ground level. In his hand appeared the alchemy cauldron, as Chen Yun's divine power and the primal sacred energy surged into it like a torrent. A terrifying force emanating from the cauldron. At this moment, Han Ming had already unleashed the body-devouring technique and the soul-devouring hand, surrounding the two golden-armored warriors with black auras. However, these warriors were so enraged by Xia Su's attack that they failed to notice. He Manzi kicked off her high heels, opted not to wear slippers, and walked straight to the sofa, sulking as she sat beside Xiao Tianyang. Chapter 69. Discussion at the Divine Star Academy. The Xingju fleet swiftly caught up to the previously retreating Spark fleet. Upon seeing Jiang Xing approach, the two commanders let out a sigh of relief. The interceptors were now preoccupied with their own affairs, having had no time to concern themselves with anything else for 3 days. After soothing Lin Luoji, who appeared somewhat tense, Jiang Xing gazed at the remaining distance, feeling a sense of relaxation. The effect of the Scalon vortex had exceeded expectations. Had he not thought of this method on the fly? Facing so many enemies would have indeed been daunting. Most importantly, he could not guarantee the Spark warships would emerge unscathed. The task, neither overly easy nor difficult, was successfully completed through the clever application of skills. And it was highly probable that no further assailants would emerge. Unable to transition at superluminal speeds, the interference zone spanning 50 light-years would trap them for 2 centuries. Let us not forget the distortion of light propagation due to the cosmic crystal wall's laws. 3 days were ample time for Jiang Xing to adjust the course and shake off these pursuers. Time flew by. In the ensuing days, no enemy attacks were witnessed, and the number of expedition fleets passing by gradually increased. They even encountered a battlefield along the way. The B-class psionic fleet of the expeditionary force faced off against thousands of elemental beings, each approximately 10,000 meters in size. Lacking a concrete form, these massive entities resembled chaotic clouds of elements, utilizing auxiliary technology to unleash various stunning assaults. The torrents capable of engulfing battleships and cosmic storms rampaged through the battlefield. Intermingled within were strands of psionic energy from elemental life. Space barriers collapsed and shattered, quickly replenished and repaired by dark space, as dazzling assaults completely enveloped the opposing B-class fleet. However, the seemingly extravagant attacks did not inflict significant damage on this B-class psionic fleet. Suddenly, several dark golden spears pierced through the Xingju fleet, one of which grazed the shield of a frontline cruiser. Buzz the shield shattered instantly. Jiang Xing, who had initially intended to observe the conflict closely, broke into a cold sweat and swiftly led the Spark fleet away. Such a level of spear assault would likely be unbearable even for the core ships of a C-class fleet. Ultimately, with a mixture of anxiety and relief, the Spark fleet was successfully escorted to the designated location, precisely the base where Jiang Xing had first arrived. In stark contrast, this base has undergone a remarkable transformation. The planets that once inhabited this space have vanished, leaving behind a colossal ringworld encircling a radiant star. The orbital positions that once belonged to these planets have been supplanted by interstellar warships. Heavily fortified for defense, countless virtual flight paths interconnect, while immense cosmic cities and starports glide serenely along the navigable routes of the galaxy. As the Spark fleet approaches the forward operating base, a logistics fleet promptly advances to take charge. Receiving the escort orders for the Spark fleet from Jiang Xing, Lin Luoji stands by the porthole, marveling at the warships within the base, when suddenly she notices another conventional fleet appearing, beckoning her to follow. Instinctively, she glances towards Jiang Xing only after he nods. Does Lin Luoji transfer the guiding authority? Commander Jiang, may our paths cross again, she smiles, offering a slight bow in gratitude before departing. The sense of security Jiang Xing provided her was a rare comfort she had only previously experienced with a few venerable commanders within the Federation. It was a demeanor that exuded readiness for any eventuality. Especially when intercepting that last wave of formidable enemy forces, something Lin Luoji simply could not comprehend. She could only attribute it to the advanced technology of the expeditionary forces and Jiang Xing's exceptional capabilities. One can only hope. The Spark fleet sails towards the ring world while Jiang Xing accesses the Star Network interface. With half a day remaining before departure, it is regrettable that he cannot participate in the core battlefield of the Ku-Kaluoya world. He clicks his tongue, expressing his disappointment. The D-class fleet struggles to confront advanced crystalline civilizations head-on. Engaging in warfare against river-class civilizations feels overly ambitious. Jiang Xing is acutely aware of this, yet he cannot help but feel a tinge of regret for not witnessing the grand-scale battlefield of the expeditionary forces clashing with formidable foes. By the standards of the expeditionary forces warfare scale, the Star Torch fleet has yet to engage in a genuine expeditionary conflict. It has only partaken in minor skirmishes, whether developing the commander's talents or various direct attribute enhancements. These are resources sorely lacking in the D-class fleet. In the realm of the Spirit Network, the boundless land extends infinitely, seemingly endless. Countless magnificent architectural complexes rise here, and even a few 100 million square kilometers would merely be a village within this expanse. This is the exclusive area of the Divine Star Command Academy. The seemingly limitless structures appear to occupy the entirety of this world, an ecological forest vast enough to encompass the entire surface area of any living planet. Along with oceans, lakes, and snowy plateaus, interweave through this grandiose dreamlike city, rendering the gardens almost trivial. Countless colossal cosmic cities and stellar constructs drift above this boundless cityscape, the heart of the city. Classical low-lying palatial buildings stretch for miles. In one such garden-like edifice, several middle-aged men and an elderly figure observe the swiftly flickering ephemeral characters in the center. Each character, even in passing, contains enough information to overload any ordinary light brain. What is the awakening rate in the Jojo Republic this year? The elderly man in a white robe suddenly inquires. The formally dressed man to his left straightens his posture. Director, this year's spiritual awakening rate has reached 87. 44. The remainder, who remain unawakened, will be guided to awaken ordinary spiritual energy through the eternal radiant star. The proportion of awakened individuals endowed with various substantial talents is approximately 2.55, which is quite commendable. Among those endowed with talents, commanders constitute about 0.15, a slight increase of 0.03 compared to a century ago. Spiritual energy is a quality, while the talent enhancement manifested in the Spirit Network panel stems from the idealistic essence of spiritual energy in the Alliance. Possessing spiritual energy does not equate to possessing spiritual talent. Another individual continues, based on the current iteration of national quality, it is estimated that in roughly 130,000 years, without any external intervention, the entire populace will awaken spiritual energy. The proportion of endowed spiritual beings and commanders will also multiply several times. The elderly man in white slightly nods, falling silent once more. The building returns to quietude. The elderly man suddenly exclaims in surprise, extracting a golden character from the torrent of symbols. The formally dressed man also witnesses this scene, his expression one of astonishment. Golden Seed level student? Did not all the golden seeds receive direct admission at the beginning of the year? It appears to be a concept that has never before materialized, and the Alliance's Ministry of Education has failed to monitor it. The woman buried in organizing billions of characters glances over and retrieves the relevant character. Explaining a game? The elderly man muses thoughtfully. With a flick of his hand, a screen illuminates, revealing a somewhat disheveled, brooding young man. Old man, has the Jojo Central Spiritual Energy Research Institute confirmed the essence of a game? The director, unfazed by the age difference between them, speaks directly. The brooding young man bears a crimson gold medal on his left chest, a distinguished scholar from the National Merit University, among the Alliance's most elite researchers. Rousing from his drowsiness, he casually scans the characters across the screen. Currently, there is an 89% probability that this aligns with the concept of a game, though it could potentially be even more profound. Oh, the director's interest is piqued. The brooding young man produces a report. It could also embody two philosophical essences, fantasy or wisdom. The capabilities exhibited by this Commander Jiang Xing are not only diverse but also notably robust. Some abilities, when isolated, seem to hint at conceptual essence. The fusion of creating new spiritual energy battleships, along with the emergence of numerous new technologies, is not merely a patchwork. It resembles a data-driven enhancement of the vessel's structure. disregarding most fundamental cosmic mechanics and laws. There are indications of unmediated intelligence gathering, even revealing traces akin to shaping the essence of spiritual energy. Chapter 70. Indeed, I am still too kind-hearted. Shaping the essence of spiritual energy? The director's expression grows increasingly grave. The brooding young man ruffles his hair. In response to the National Spiritual Talent Popularization Plan, I once artificially created an ordinary spiritual essence. I used it to bestow talent upon 17 individuals devoid of any innate abilities. But the cost was disproportionate, and without rigid conditions at the time, I temporarily shelved this research. Hence, I am quite familiar with the aura of spiritual essence. Of course, this remains speculation. If true, this Commander Jiang Xing could very well be a walking source of talent. The director lapses into contemplation, unable to suppress a smile. If your conjecture holds merit, this Commander Jiang Xing's potential may be on par with those legendary commanders. Who would have thought that besides the one who emerged a century ago? The myth, the Divine Star Academy would welcome yet another suspected fantasy or wisdom legendary seed. Upon mentioning this, the director suddenly sighs, his demeanor noticeably somber. The myth? The brooding young man's voice carries a weary tone. You must keep a close watch this time. At least half of those legendary seeds falter along their path of growth, and that myth seems to have recently encountered setbacks. Such forces spare no effort against the legends. Speaking of this matter, you must be familiar with the father of Commander Jiang Xing. Oh? The director opens the detailed information on Jiang Xing, his drooping eyelids slowly lifting. The myth actually has offspring. Goodness, he is simply reminiscent of a myth.at, the main channel star system base. Not long after departing from the Ku-Kaluoya world, Jiang Xing gazes in astonishment at the scene outside the base. Hundreds of dreamlike beings, each extending at least 1,000,000 kilometers, traverse the boundless sea of energy mist. Their infinite forms, both ethereal and tangible, emit a soft, golden glow, their jellyfish-like bodies swaying gently. The intensely sacred spiritual energy gradually spreads outward. Tina, Green, and the others cannot contain their excitement. These beings, born from the sacred essence of the idealistic realm, are released by the Alliance to patrol the navigable routes, ensuring the safety of soldiers and preventing any malicious spiritual energy contamination. Many commanders may not encounter such wonders for centuries. What luck! I hope something good follows, Jiang Xing exclaims in admiration. Sun Xiaoxue whispers. The commander might as well touch that Commander Prol. It would be more practical. Prol? No, his face is too unfortunate. Only after the dreamlike beings vanish from sight do Jiang Xing and the others shift their attention back to the spirit network. Just in time, the settlement of exploration and expedition rewards concludes. Crystalline world exploration complete. World exploration. Impact on exploration degree, 0.04. Final evaluation. Perfect. Exploration rewards and expedition rewards settlement complete. Exploration rewards, River-class crystalline world. Spirit crystals 2. 000. Military merits 8. 000. Spiritual energy loading module. Star Edge convergence device. Star Key Spiritual Energy Nexus catalog. Excellent. Core ship materials. C-class excellent. Select 5. Original Spiritual Energy Infusion 1. D. Expedition rewards. Mechanical Industrial Planet 1. River-class civilization industrial standard. A simple question mark. A profound sense of bewilderment. Jiang Xing, who is not particularly surprised by the exploration rewards, nearly falters upon seeing the expedition rewards. A mechanical industrial planet? And a river-class one? Goodness, this asset is likely more valuable than the current Star Torch fleet. The actual worth and significance are hard to quantify. Even by selling everything in Jiang Xing's warehouse at the market price, it may not suffice to acquire this item. With the right technology and resources, it would be no trouble to rapidly produce 10,000 river-class civilization capital ships, although river-class warships are not exactly inexpensive. He opens the data table. Type 3 Mobile Mechanical Industrial Star, diameter, 40. 000 kilometers. Defensive weapons, none. Defense modules required. Shield. Class C Basic Planetary Shield. Enhancement requires additional modules. Facilities. Starship Manufacturing Zone. Mech Soldier Manufacturing Zone. Precision Processing Zone. Armament Manufacturing Zone. Starship Maintenance Zone. Storage Zone. Central Residential Zone. Starport Zone. Research Zone. Speed. Maximum of 120 times dark space travel. Type 2 Jump Module, Wall Breaking Module, Advanced Wall Breaking Core. The Class C planetary shield is several times stronger than the combined defenses of the Star Torch fleet. Its speed surpasses the fleet's maximum jump speed. It is a pity that there are no weapon modules. Otherwise, this vessel would undoubtedly serve as a formidable main battle weapon of the present era. Consequently, a considerable number of personnel will need to be recruited. Various intelligences in the central control and manufacturing modules, as well as the data life of the Light Clan, will be essential. Processing some psychic materials and individual psychic weapons cannot rely solely on intelligence. At least for now, the Light Clan is not capable of that. A workforce of 200 to 300 individuals with relevant psychic talents will be necessary. Moreover, many psychics possess abilities that enhance mechanical efficiency and accelerate production speed. When accounting for these, at least a few thousand mechanical psychics or psychics will be required. After all, the industrial star is right before us. It cannot simply be regarded as a logistics base or a meat shield. It must be utilized to its fullest potential. The research area must not be neglected either. The core of numerical truth can not only fuse psychic warships, but also conventional weapons. The new technologies developed through the cooperation of the research team will undoubtedly prove invaluable. After all, reaching a B-class fleet, if one wishes to maximize benefits, requires either joining a legion or creating one's own. Having one's own research team and conventional technology tree is crucial. Planning ahead is never a loss. Jiang Xing emerged from his contemplation, realizing that the infusion of original psychic energy had concluded, leaving him momentarily astounded by the significant increase in both psychic energy and mental strength. Instinctively, he opened the panel. Commander, Jiang Xing, Fleet, Star Torch Fleet, Talent, Honor Pioneer, Psychic Energy, D, Strength D, Magnitude D, Slots, 245, an immediate increase of 100 slots? This is the 4th time in a river-level world, and the expansion rate is twice as high as it is now. Could it be due to the absence of psychic elixirs this time? Given this, it's time to consider the fleet composition. Destroyers 35, Cruisers 50, Ash-class battleships 4, Pursuer-class battleships 18, Sunwheel battleships 8 total. 115. Gazing at the original fleet scale, Jiang Xing immediately set to work adjusting it. Increasing the expendable destroyers to 50 is sufficient, while the infiltrating cruisers should be raised to 100, with 35 slots remaining. 6 Ash-class battleships and 12 Pursuer-class battleships leave 1 slot unaccounted for. Jiang Xing's face fell, succumbing to a sense of discomfort and compulsiveness. He directly retrieved a millennium-old artistic relic from an advanced crystalline civilization from the spatial warehouse. How much psychic energy can be extracted from it? Requires 10 units of true energy. Expected slot increase 0. 8. Add 1 more attachment. 12 units of true energy have been deducted. The sensation of original psychic energy infusion returned, but this time it faded swiftly. Confirming the ordered warships, Jiang Xing looked at the fleet list with satisfaction. Were it not for the already established source of true energy acquisition, he would never have squandered true energy to satisfy his compulsiveness. Although this also enhances his strength in a state of elation over the fleet expansion. Jiang Xing then turned his attention to the 2-item rewards. Star Peak Convergence Device, D-Class Fine Module. Basic effect, affects entire fleet armament damage 5. Active effect, affects entire fleet consumes 500. 000 psychic crystals to activate the Star Peak Convergence mode on up to 50 armaments, sustaining 200 consecutive attacks. In this mode, penetration 5, maximum range 10, actual damage 15. Note: this module is only effective for D-class fleets, a psychic module that directly enhances lethality. Jiang Xing's eyes lit up, his gaze briefly pausing on the 500,000 psychic crystals, and he couldn't help but glance at the Alliance account. Alliance industrial share, 3,597,000 psychic crystals. Not bad, although as time progresses, psychic crystals become increasingly inefficient to burn. At least for now, there is still some surplus. Even so, during this expansion, the Star Torch fleet has consumed around 230,000 psychic crystals in combat. Considering the psychic crystals acquired from defeating enemies and dismantling hostile civilization networks, the actual loss amounts to 70,000 psychic crystals. The kills are still insufficient, Jiang Xing assessed. Excluding the rewards from the expansion, it seems that the expenses exceed the income. Indeed, I have been too merciful. Chapter 71. Divine Star Academy, the Ring of Omniscience. Contemplating this, Jiang Xing turned his gaze to the final item. Star Key Psychic Energy Meridian Catalog, Excellent. Main meridian. In effect, construct psychic energy meridians in the sea of consciousness through the catalog, enabling the absorption of cosmic psychic energy and its transformation into one's own psychic energy. The higher the quality of the catalog, the greater the efficiency and optimization ceiling of psychic energy conversion. Restriction. Requires a minimum of D-level psychic strength. Innate. The sea of consciousness can only construct meridian catalogs of the same series. Otherwise, the original meridians must be eliminated before construction can proceed. An excellent grade meridian catalog, Jiang Xing was well aware of the Psychic Energy Meridian Catalog.it, is only awarded after being promoted to a Knight-level commander and completing the first war mission. Based on battlefield performance, IT serves as a foundational reward for officially entering the combat sequence of commanders. The quality level assessment is identical to that of psychic and material modules: ordinary, fine, excellent, extraordinary, rare, historical, and epic, totaling 7 levels. The differences between levels can be vast in both lower and upper limits. Typically, an ordinary Knight-level commander would receive an ordinary Meridian catalog, while performing exceptionally would yield a fine one. Receiving an excellent level catalog is undoubtedly a result of this mission to save human civilization and the contribution of the relic star system. Jiang Xing pondered and directly stowed away the Star Key Meridian catalog. The Psychic Energy Meridian catalog is not a mere diagram but a consumable item. Upon contact with psychic energy, it forms a meridian framework in the sea of consciousness, guiding the commander to fill and construct it. Next, Jiang Xing prepared to report to the Divine Star Commander Academy. As far as he knew, the Academy provides students with a free meridian catalog upon enrollment. Until he ascertains the quality level of this psychic energy meridian, he will set the Star Key Meridian catalog aside. After leaving a message to take a day off, Jiang Xing closed his eyes, entering the spiritual world hub of the psychic network. The surrounding environment changed in an instant. Confirmation complete. Commander Jiang Xing, logging into Divine Star Academy Commander Department area, gazing at the myriad towering structures, each soaring tens of thousands of meters high, Jiang Xing was slightly awestruck. It was not merely the grandeur of these buildings, but the fact that they were constructed entirely of psychic energy, an exceedingly pure form of psychic energy. Welcome to the Divine Star Commander Department District. To reach your destination, please open the map for direct teleportation. New student detected uploading Academy identification number. Please proceed to the Divine Star Academy Library to collect your Psychic Energy Meridian catalog and introductory materials. Instantaneous travel to any desired location? Quite reasonable. Opening the Psychic Network's integrated map, Jiang Xing quickly located his destination. Divine Star Academy Library. The screen flickered, and Jiang Xing regained his vision, revealing an enormous, infinitely radiant ring. Indeed, the M-bias strip. Resembling a galaxy, the size of this M-bias strip is indeterminate, suspended in the starry expanse. A dazzling brilliance circulates within. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it consists entirely of countless mysterious, ethereal characters of varying sizes. They flow leisurely. Jiang Xing stood on a crystalline platform floating in midair, roughly 1 square kilometer in area. As far as the eye could see, all were similar platform zones. The infinitely distant ring, at times near and at times far, revealed numerous figures appearing and vanishing on various platforms. The library, Ring of Omniscience, possesses the ability to communicate with the essence of the concept of knowledge through the Alliance's psychic matrix. Operation instructions. While on the platform, concentrate your thoughts on the knowledge you wish to inquire about. Note: some knowledge possesses a high degree of danger and meme interference. Thus, the Ring of Omniscience will allocate access permissions based on the commander's level. Current permission: Level 1 access, D. Detecting that Commander Jiang Xing possesses high meme resistance, elevating permissions. Current permission: Level 2 access, C. Remarkable. This psychic technology is truly formidable. But what does dangerous knowledge refer to? Could it possibly involve the true names of divinity in the universe? Detecting keyword divine true name. Related knowledge has been listed. Insufficient permissions. Unable to query detailed information. No way, it really exists. After a moment of bewilderment, Jiang Xing cast aside his distractions to collect the Psychic Energy Meridian catalog and introductory materials. Confirmation complete. Querying Jiang Xing's student training sequence. Query complete. Distributing Psychic Energy Meridian catalog and introductory materials. In an instant, a stream of light surged from the Ring of Omniscience, appearing before Jiangxing. The physical psychic energy meridian catalog will be delivered by Boundless Logistics. Would you like to view the data materials? View. Jiangxing was curious about the level of the meridian catalog given to him by the Divine Star Academy. Celestial Cloud Meridian Catalog, Rare, Main Meridian, in effect. Constructs the Celestial Cloud Meridian, evolving the 33 branches of Psychic Energy Tree. Psychic Energy Conversion Efficiency 500, Psychic Energy Strength Ceiling 150. Your psychic energy will gain partial Divine Punishment Enhancement. Divine Punishment. Armament damage of Psychic Warships 10. Damage against mean contamination and related units 20. Restriction. Due to insufficient permissions, no restrictions apply. Origin. A personalized psychic energy meridian catalog created by a certain extraordinary commander, ascending from low to high. The final quality remains uncertain. Rare? Moreover, this is not the final quality. Who possesses such formidable prowess to ingeniously create such an outrageous spiritual energy network diagram? Jiangxing's heart was shaken. Yet, why are the constraints not disclosed? A sense of confusion weighed heavily in his mind as his gaze shifted to the characters representing the introductory textbook. Upon engaging with the spiritual energy, an overwhelming influx of foundational information surged into his consciousness, and his powerful cerebral domain swiftly filtered and stored the vast information. After a moment, Jiangxing finally emerged from his stupor. Essentially, the information provided was based on common knowledge, along with essential materials for advancement. This included, but was not limited to, analyses of various life forms, different types of civilizations, and various crystalline realms. Countless starry environments, planetary forms, and collective knowledge were all present. It was evident that the Divine Star Academy would not squander time on the teaching of mere informational knowledge. At the same time, Jiangxing gained clarity on some previously unclear matters. For instance, the autonomous development of the Commander's talents, turned out that the spiritual energy network diagram consisted solely of the main and branch channels. The specific network details required the commander to comprehend and construct based on their innate abilities. In layman's terms, developing one's own talents and enhancing effects necessitated the establishment of a relevant spiritual energy network rooted in the main channel and associated with the branch channels. These networks were akin to the spiritual circuits of a spiritual energy battleship, temporarily adhering to the vessel in an intangible form when effects were applied. Naturally, if one's talents were sufficiently robust and reached a certain level, one could even construct the branch and main channels themselves. So this was the case. No wonder that previous attempts, aside from achieving more refined control over the concentration of spiritual energy, did not trigger any other effects. It was because a foundation had not been laid. Then how should one construct the network? The textbook provided no guidance. How should the construction of the network be carried out? If one did not understand, one could simply ask. Confirmation Complete Knowledge Transfer, Introduction to Spiritual Energy Network Construction. Additionally, it is advised that beginners wait for the relevant courses, guided by instructors for their initial construction, to prevent self-inflicted harm. Jiangxing immediately inquired, "When is the next course?" The response did not come from the knowledge circle but from the localized intelligence of the Divine Star Academy's network. Expected to commence in 10 minutes. Lecture Hall 8977, Chapter 72. Alliance, Resplendent Glory. Jiangxing materialized on a floating platform. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld tens of thousands of floating platforms suspended within a hazy, pale golden expanse, encircling a colossal floating island of 10,000 meters. Currently, 80% of the platforms were occupied by students, all appearing to be newly inducted commanders. What astonished Jiangxing even more was that these students predominantly held 2 or more perfect ratings, with several shining stars among them. On the interface, those displayed as commanders of the Jojo Republic were mostly rated 3 times at perfection, with at least 80% of the shining stars hailing from Jojo, the foundation of a superpower. Reflecting on the rarity of perfect ratings in the main navigation route, he found it astonishing that Divine Star students were as numerous as cattle, and shining stars were not considered a rarity. An indescribable feeling surged within him. Time had arrived. Let the class commence. Suddenly, a valiant man clad in a command uniform appeared on the central floating island. Jiangxing curiously gazed at the spiritual network interface displayed by the man. Yu Wenhua Tian, Divine Hua Legion, Level 1A Class Senior Commander. The data indicated that the Commander Department of the Divine Star Academy had B-Class commanders among its fresh graduates. and the A-class instructors seemed unremarkable. Yet, it felt somewhat peculiar. Jiang Xing felt as if he were a student from a lesser African university attending a world-class academy in his previous life. The sudden congregation of figures and phenomena that were typically hard to encounter left him feeling slightly out of place, particularly in a university, a place where legendary figures from the outside world frequently emerged. There is no need for self-introductions. I will now guide you in inscribing the network through spiritual energy. Of course, these will be virtual simulated networks. The specifics will be for you to comprehend and memorize diligently. Release a strand of consciousness and spiritual energy, and do not resist the guidance. Following Yu Wenhua Tian's instructions, Jiang Xing released his spiritual energy and immediately felt it being drawn by a gentle force. It then merged into a crystal ball positioned before the floating platform. As he entered, Jiang Xing realized that the environment within the crystal ball mirrored that of the sea of consciousness. In the next moment, that strand of spiritual energy transformed into hundreds of fine threads, intricately weaving into the sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, a barrage of characters imbued with substantial information flowed from Yu Wenhua Tian's lips. The sensation of blockage, the nature of spiritual energy, and the smoothness of the inscription process. What transformations should occur? Even the slightest change would alter the method of inscription, with countless considerations and solutions continually flooding his memory. Concurrently, the progress of the simulated inscription of the network kept pace. Among the information presented, the most abundant comprised tens of thousands of foundational spiritual energy patterns, or spiritual energy characters, similar to computer programming in his previous life. How one wished to develop their talents and the effects thereof entirely depended on individual thought processes and spiritual energy characteristics, ultimately edited through various pattern symbols. When Yu Wenhua Tian concluded the guidance and knowledge transfer, for hours had already passed. The spiritual energy characters were far from limited to these. Many more needed to be learned independently, with higher-level characters becoming increasingly challenging to memorize and inscribe in cases where spiritual energy intensity was insufficient. Advanced spiritual energy characters would exhibit characteristics of cognitive ambiguity. Foundational spiritual energy characters represented the upper limit for most D-class commanders, although exceptional talents could grasp a small number of introductory characters in advance. Mastering spiritual energy characters could allow significant modifications to the spiritual circuits of battleships, greatly enhancing combat capabilities. Yu Wenhua Tian remarked nonchalantly. As Jiang Xing noted down the guidance experiences and relevant information. He felt a sudden spark of thought. Would the recognition resistance of the golden human template be of any use in this regard? Suddenly, someone posed a question. Sir, are there individuals who have created their own spiritual energy characters? Yu Wenhua Tian nodded slightly. Certainly, when the spiritual energy character system is well established, self-created characters are all classified as special characters. The effects of initial special characters are generally only slightly inferior to those of intermediate characters. Whether it was the former pioneering, wisdom, perfection, or the present myth, the spiritual energy networks and characters used by those who reached B-class are all self-created. As for utilizing another S special characters, it is out of the question unless the creator is a direct relative of yours. Many students began to murmur, their expressions filled with awe. Pioneering, wisdom, myth? Are they names of individuals? Jiang Xing instantly felt akin to a rustic bumpkin. It seems he indeed was. Creating an entire set of characters and networks, new students like Destiny and those suspected of illusion would likely be capable of this as well. Yu Wenhua Tian silently contemplated this, but remained silent. As the class time concluded, he finally interjected to halt the discussions. Today's introductory class on spiritual energy networks comes to an end. I shall take my leave now. With a placid tone, Yu Wenhua Tian suddenly paused, then vanished without a trace. Jiang Xing, puzzled, rose to his feet. Was that esteemed figure just looking at him? Surely it was a mere illusion. He decided to head to the Academy department to collect the preliminary resource package. This was an essential item for new students at Divine Star Academy. He wondered what it would contain. The environment shifted dramatically. The surrounding atmosphere became bustling, with over 100,000 new students entering and exiting the grand floating hall. Many sporting expressions of joy as they left. Approaching a crystal column, a light screen materialized. Confirmation complete. New student enrollment initial resource package has been distributed. Items will be delivered by Wujing Logistics. Flagship complete material set 1. Excellent C-Class, Spiritual Fearless Ship STC Template 1, 10 times C-Class, Spiritual Loading Core 1, C-Class. Divine Star Guardian Light Arrow Beacon 1, B-Class. Note: access permissions require reaching C-Class. Commander, It is confirmed to be a universal resource package without a doubt, Jiang Xing mused, feeling perplexed. They are directly providing C-Class initial development resources and life-preserving measures. Does Divine Star Academy have such confidence that the majority of students can swiftly ascend from D-Class fleets to C-Class? TSK, indeed, he had been rather naive. Closing the interface, Jiang Xing vacated the crystal column. Instead of immediately exiting the spiritual network's mental realm, he found himself in a floating ecological park, where he took a seat and drifted into thought. Calmly gazing at the endless dream city, since entering the navigation route, it seemed he had not relaxed like this for a long time. Jiang Xing suddenly noticed another individual on a nearby bench, gazing downwards with a hint of obscure bewilderment. Commander Yassi Tekel, rated perfectly twice, D-Class Commander, asked the basic information registered in his mind. Jiang Xing averted his gaze, preparing to continue his reverie, when the figure seemed to catch sight of his attention and turned to look back. What astonished Jiang Xing further was that Yassi hesitated for a moment before approaching him directly. Silently, Jiang Xing made room for him, ready to hear what he had to say. Taking a seat beside Jiang Xing, Yassi hesitated for a while before speaking. Commander Jiang Xing, may I ask if you are from Zhuzhou? Retrieving his gaze from the scenery, Jiang Xing replied with a faint smile. No, but it's not out of the question. With a puzzled expression, Yassi soon realized and spoke somberly. Commander Jiang Xing, is the gap in potential between shining stars and commanders like us significant? I am regarded as the most talented commander in our nation, and I initially believed I could carve out a glorious career in the Alliance and return home in triumph. But, having witnessed the abundance of geniuses at Divine Star Academy, I feel somewhat unsettled in my resolve as a young foreigner. Jiang Xing regarded Yassi and replied, not particularly. A newcomer with 4 instances of pioneering has even achieved A-Class Commander without a perfect rating. By the way, why concern yourself with these matters? If your only wish is not to disappoint your homeland, there is no need to compete with the students of Divine Star Academy. Simply progressing step by step will suffice, if one experiences significant pressure. Why is it that, as members of a united humanity, we still contend with the burdens of competition? Shouldn't the pressure be reserved for the alien races? The abrupt elevation of our environment simply requires some adjustment. With time, one will acclimatize. It is essential to remember that the blade of the Alliance Commander is always directed toward the alien adversaries. Having spoken, Jiang Xing, feeling as though he had shared some meaningless platitudes, smiled helplessly and casually drew a line. This is my Spirit Network ID. Should you be interested in joining the Legion I will establish in the future, I can assure you a swift ascent. With a pat on Yassi's shoulder, Jiang Xing vanished. Yassi stared blankly at his friend list, gradually feeling a sense of relief. He sighed deeply and mused. Our forebears often say that gold will shine wherever it is found. However, it seems they, along with myself, have overlooked one critical detail: the Alliance, resplendent and glorious. Chapter 73. The mechanized industrial planet of the Star Torch Fleet. As Jiang Xing exited the Spirit Network's mental realm, he found that the Shunshao Cloud Meridian Atlas had just been delivered. He promptly summoned it from his storage to his sight in an instant. A card resembling a spirit energy loading module, shimmering in a pale golden hue, appeared before him, ethereal yet substantial. The Shunshao Cloud Meridian Atlas, a rare-grade spirit energy diagram. With a mere thought, a powerful wave of spirit energy transformed into an intangible hand. Reaching out to touch the meridian diagram, in an instant, the diagram erupted into countless symbols that surged into the sea of consciousness. What are these characters? Could they be elementary spirit energy symbols? Suddenly, Jiang Xing was inundated with over 100,000 unfamiliar spirit energy characters. The formidable aura of spirit energy vastly exceeded that of the myriad basic spirit energy symbols. Countless symbols then beckoned forth his boundless spirit energy, instantly spreading throughout the sea of consciousness. In the haze, the torrent of spirit energy characters flowed, gradually forming a pale golden pattern reminiscent of a vast ocean of clouds, with distinct layers that unfolded into 33 ethereal cloud meridians. The overall appearance resembled a grand tree, its canopy branching into 33 paths, constructed from innumerable pale golden lines. The Shunshao Cloud Meridian Atlas, However, upon a cursory glance, it became evident that the Shunshao Cloud Meridian Atlas, standing within the Sea of Consciousness, appeared somewhat sparse, with faint outlines of what seemed like countless ethereal towers hovering above. Simultaneously, the flow of spirit energy within Jiangxing's consciousness abruptly shifted direction. Following the contours of the Shunshao Cloud Meridian, the 33 cloud veins immediately radiated with brilliance, an unseen force exerting influence upon the spirit energy. He could sense that as the spirit energy traversed the Shunshao Cloud Meridian, its quality and intensity subtly increased. Even the cosmic spirit energy, which was notoriously difficult to summon, began to slowly merge into the Sea of Consciousness, gradually being transformed by the Shunshao Cloud Meridian into his own spirit energy. The Shunshao Cloud Meridian Atlas is currently overlaying spirit energy. Complete coverage is expected in 20 minutes. Jiangxing's expression was one of astonishment. While saying it is one thing, experiencing it is quite another. The enhancements brought by the divine punishment were comparable to an unrestricted, superior spirit energy module. The increase in spirit energy strength was equally pronounced for spirit energy warships, with a 150 enhancement in the upper limit of spirit energy strength. This meant that the attachment of spirit energy would augment the warship's capabilities by 150. Although it would not directly elevate their attack attributes, the true damage dealt to enemies and damage mitigation would significantly improve. After familiarizing himself with the optimized spirit energy, Jiangxing rose and proceeded to the control area, where Green and the others awaited. Noticing the noticeably superior aura emanating from them, Jiangxing remarked, "It seems you all have made remarkable gains. We received the officer's meridian diagram upon completing our initial war mission," Green explained. "Both the quantity of warships controlled and the intensity of spirit energy enhancement have increased by at least 20. Jiangxing nodded slightly, recognizing that the Green siblings clearly hailed from an exceptional background, likely having their advancement path meticulously orchestrated long ago. In contrast, Kailuo warranted closer attention. "Kailuo, how about you?" Kailuo's expression was one of elation. "The Spirit Network indicates that I received an excellent grade officer's meridian diagram. I am still familiarizing myself with the enhancements it provides. Additionally, the academy that admitted me provided a skill meridian diagram of fine quality, related to defense. And me. Sun Xiaoxue exuberantly leaped in front of Jiangxing. Before he could inquire, her pupils suddenly transformed into a brilliant azure, and mysterious azure patterns encircled her. A technologically advanced, yet classically designed full-cover battle armor materialized around her. Her already formidable spirit energy surged once more, exhibiting a remarkable increase. Jiangxing was taken aback, then recalled with clarity. When a spirit energy user reaches 10 development, they receive a continuously enhancing spirit energy diagram, which includes a battle armor known as the Spirit Energy Terminal. In essence, the Spirit Energy Terminal is the material manifestation of the Spirit Energy diagram. Sun Nguyen lightly tapped her sister's head, then reported, "The Spirit Energy Terminal significantly enhances the combat capabilities of the user. But its materialization time is currently limited. The current enhancement ranges from approximately 100 to 500, with the specific effect depending on the rate of spirit energy consumption. The core crew of the Spirit Energy Fleet needs to ensure that the commander understands their capabilities. Otherwise, confusion in command may arise." Having assessed the current strengths of Sun Nguyen and her companions, Jiangxing nodded, "I understand. Next, I intend to recruit spirit energy users, and the demand this time is rather substantial. We must head to the nearest large transit star system." Jiangxing's words left the others somewhat puzzled. A significant recruitment? Before long, the Star Torch Fleet, boasting a fleet size of 198 spirit energy warships, anchored at the edge of the star system. Indeed, the demand for spirit energy users is quite considerable. Gazing at the colossal structure that loomed in the distance, comparable to a medium-sized planet, the group fell silent. The fact that such a reward was offered likely stemmed from the discovery of a relic star system. Green's expression was equally captivating. Jiangxing surveyed the immense mechanical planet, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The surface of the silvery white mechanical planet was adorned with a meandering pale golden energy circuit, forming a simplistic yet grand pattern. The interplay of gold and silver resonated perfectly with Jiangxing's aesthetic sensibilities. Additionally, thousands of short-range spatial gateways of varying sizes hovered above the mechanical planet's surface, connecting to numerous industrial zones within. The planet's surface and the 3 rings surrounding it concealed a collection of shipyards. starports, and space warehouses. Furthermore, it featured installation zones capable of accommodating enough planetary defense armaments for thousands. The sole issue was that, apart from this mechanical planet, no mechanical or auxiliary units were on board. Would he need to handle mining and resource collection machinery himself? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Jiang Xing, speaking of which, he indeed possessed resource collection units. A massive black sphere, several kilometers in diameter, materialized beside the Star Torch fleet. It swiftly moved to the inner orbit of the mechanical planet. Coming to a halt, this was the engineering machinery group he had previously brought out alongside Yes's, perfectly suited for the mechanical industrial planet. He also decided to change the engineering machinery group's color to silver. And a satisfied smile spread across Jiang Xing's face. Yes's, arrange for your kin to oversee the operations of this mechanical planet. For the foreseeable future, this shall serve as the stronghold of the Light Clan. Understood. Yes's tone hinted at a tinge of excitement. The computational matrix within the industrial planet was more advanced than the Black Stone matrix, sufficiently accommodating the several hundred data life forms of the Light Clan for now. The Black Stone matrix would henceforth become Yes's exclusive domain. Based on his observations over time, Yes's had the highest probability of awakening spirit energy among his kin. His emotional expressiveness and consciousness activity ranked among the top 3. Given their familiarity, Jiang Xing intended to cultivate him as the spirit energy data matrix for the Star Torch fleet, replacing the rigid and moderately efficient onboard intelligence. After all, even with interconnections, the overall data processing efficiency of onboard intelligence was somewhat limited when compared to the control of spirit energy life forms through a spirit energy matrix. Let us set forth, recruit sufficient crew members, and procure a batch of mechanical unit blueprints and technical data. Prepare for our next expedition? The group responded in unison. Chapter 74. Preparations before the expedition. A high-energy energy cloud billowed silently, its colorful brilliance illuminating a region spanning several light-years. As the mist swirled, it gradually unveiled a colossal structure akin to a star, resembling a floating continent encircling this magnificent creation. A fleet of numerous starships traversed various parts of the structure. Suddenly, the Stargate's light screen, which was leisurely expelling starships, began to tremble violently. A dazzling flow of light erupted forth, expanding at a visible speed, ultimately revealing a shimmering mechanical planet. The immense creation, which had suddenly appeared in the adjacent void, immediately drew significant attention. The staff in the Stargate base's duty room swiftly activated communication. Attention, please do not navigate the mechanical planet into the starship lanes. Kindly follow instructions to position the industrial machinery star at the 7th orbit of the Eternal Sun structure. Within the control area, Jiang Xing, engrossed in outlining recruitment personnel, did not raise his head. Yapo, dock at the orbit as instructed. Yapo, a kin of Yes's, possessed formidable mechanical data processing capabilities, hence he was appointed as the central intelligence of the mechanical planet, overseeing all matters related to its operation. Moments later, Jiang Xing transmitted a datasheet to Green. These are the recruitment requirements. 1,000 spirit energy users with talents for enhancing mechanical efficiency. 2,000 spirit energy users for auxiliary processing of spirit energy materials, and 200 superhumans with talents for mechanical enhancement. Also, a team of chefs and relevant logistics personnel, preferably those skilled in utilizing spirit energy ingredients. Since a large-scale recruitment was underway, it was preferable to gather everything in one go, including those in lifestyle-related professions. Green glanced at the list. Understood. As Jiang Xing watched Green depart, he shifted his gaze to Sun Xiaoxue, who was engrossed in reading, and fell into contemplation. Upon the manifestation of the psychic terminal by Sun Xiaoxue, he comprehended that despite the seemingly comparable ranks of mechanical units and psychics, their actual combat capabilities were worlds apart. To say nothing of it, even Sun Xiaoxue, who leaned towards healing and support, could effortlessly dismantle a dozen Golden Lion mech soldiers without activating his psychic terminal. The configuration of a small-scale, yet adequately skilled team of psychics is of paramount importance, especially for stronger psychic fleets. Who knows whether river-level and domain-level civilizations possess cutting-edge technology that enhances individual soldiers? Just recently, a cognitive interference entity was able to silently infiltrate the control zone. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xing resolved to upgrade to a C-class fleet and recruit anew. By then, the deputy officer departments and psychic departments of various academies would likely have commenced their academic sessions. Jiang Xing felt a jolt within. Indeed, This is the core advantage of an exceptional academy. The psychics and officer trainees of the Shanxing Academy are undoubtedly a reservoir of quality talent. Whether seeking to recruit potential commanders or conversely enlisting psychics and officers, the networking environment provided by Shanxing Academy is nothing short of perfect. As for whether outstanding psychics and officers would choose to remain with the initial psychic fleet, like Sun Nguyen and others, the numbers would be scant. The evaluation criteria for psychics and officers differ. In many instances, a commander might only be rated as good or excellent, while a psychic could achieve a perfect rating. Commanders like Jiang Xing, who can elevate the overall rating of core crew members, are merely a rare occurrence. More often than not, the ratings do not influence one another. While engrossed in reading, Sun Xiaoxue suddenly felt a searing gaze upon him. Instinctively lifting his head, he met Jiang Xing's eyes. They locked gazes for several seconds, and Sun Xiaoxue's fair neck and earlobes gradually flushed a rosy hue. He raised his book to shield his face. Jiang Xing's thoughts returned, noticing Sun Xiaoxue's actions with a momentary pause, followed by a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lost in thought, but explaining would only make it worse, he composed himself and opened the achievements list. Navigating to the conventional armaments page. Countless conventional equipment and weapons were arranged from low to high, and the sheer volume of large categories was dizzying. Searching for mechanical warship blueprints, specifically for the main battleships of the advanced Crystal Wall civilization. Confirmation complete. Corresponding exchange items listed. Glancing casually, he raised an eyebrow. The cheapest item costs at least 10,000 achievement points. That's roughly equivalent to 1,000,000 psychic crystals. Are technical blueprints really that expensive? The items on the achievements list were all developed by the Alliance, with some even marked as military special supplies, such as the mechanical warship blueprints before him, many of which were provided by certain research institutes. Yet, it still felt unworthy. Most related blueprints found on the psychic network were plundered from other civilizations, adjusted, and directly listed as technology. Blueprints for advanced Crystal Wall civilization warships typically require 200,000 to 300,000 psychic crystals. Wait a moment. Wouldn't purchasing 2 mechanical warships and directly merging them with true numbers suffice? The core of true numbers fused with psychic warships would provide technical data. Conventional warships would be even less of an issue. How expensive could conventional warship fusion possibly be? Jiang Xing selected 2 mechanical warships. One was a warship developed by a scholar for research purposes, while the other was specifically designed by a certain third-tier legion to eliminate advanced Crystal Wall civilizations. Both warships were rated D-class in conventional energy levels, capable of facing off against one psychic-enhanced ambush cruiser head-on with nearly 100 vessels, provided the ambush cruiser did not utilize the maneuverability afforded by data processing. In addition to the mechanical warships, Jiang Xing also purchased 2 mechanical reconnaissance ships and 2 long-range artillery ships. The few conventional warships were soon delivered, upon noticing the conventional warships appearing in the dock. Sun Xiaoxue paused his chaotic thoughts and curiously approached. Oh, is the commander going to use his abilities to study the mechanical warship blueprints? At his words, everyone's gaze converged. Jiang Xing replied with a hint of resignation. Exchanging or purchasing is somewhat expensive. I can only do it myself. Is researching new technologies cheaper than directly buying blueprints? The crowd fell silent. Would you like to consume 15 true numbers to fuse 3 pairs of conventional warships? Confirmed, naming the main battleship, long-range artillery ship, and reconnaissance ship as number 1, number 2, and number 3, respectively. Confirmation complete. Number 1 mechanical warship, length, 2,000 meters, average width and height, 400, A armament, main cannon X1, secondary cannons X5, ship cannons X30. Number 2. Number 3. Jiang Xing briefly reviewed, noting that the 3 types of warships were similar in size, with lengths fluctuating around 100 meters. After fusion, they still did not reach D conventional energy levels, but their overall combat power was approximately 55 higher than before fusion, sufficient to suppress most elite warships of the advanced Crystal Wall civilization. The distinctions among the 3 ships were clear. The artillery ship had significantly fewer armaments compared to the main battleship, with a slower main cannon charge time, increasing lethality by about 50. The reconnaissance ship was equipped with a star map mapping module and spatial alert devices, but its offensive and defensive capabilities were weak. Prior to facing river-level civilizations, the 3 types of mechanical warships were sufficient to handle most wartime scenarios. The data was uploaded to the construction machinery stars data center. Jiang Xing sat opposite Sun Xiaoxue, flipping through Introduction to Constructing Psychic Meridians. Tina glanced at the somewhat awkward Sun Xiaoxue and the engrossed Jiang Xing, a slight smile gracing her lips before long. Green returned. How did it go? Jiang Xing stood up. Rest assured, being a large transit star system, recruiting a few thousand mechanical psychics is not difficult. Green replied with a smile, subsequently transmitting several thousand virtual contracts from the psychic network to Jiang Xing. After a brief review, the latter expressed satisfaction. Not bad, everything is in place, just lacking a target. What do you think of the true number core? Jiang Xing teased internally. Would you like to consume 10 to 100 true numbers to temporarily expand the range of high-value intelligence reception? Note, coverage of crystal wall delivery directly to the target world. The true number core does not guarantee the danger level of the intelligence world. Is there really a response? Facing the feedback from the true number core, Jiang Xing did not hesitate. Consume 20 true numbers to expand the reception range. The intelligence world received by the true number core was nearly populated by human compatriots, and their circumstances seemed rather dire. Moreover, these worlds were likely outside the detection range of the expeditionary forces. The unknown world posed a higher danger level, yet the potential for rescue and development was equally greater than that surrounding the trade routes. Furthermore, regarding his responsibilities, he had to choose this option. Upholding human glory and safeguarding fellow beings in the universe is the duty of an Alliance commander. 20 true numbers consumed. Expanding reception range, duration, 5 hours. Chapter 75. A river-level world? Primal ecological system. The dreamlike, colorful silence of deep space was suddenly disrupted by a surge of spatial fluctuations. Following this, a celestial body shimmering in gold and silver abruptly materialized, causing various cosmic energies to surge and scatter visibly around it. Jiang Xing and the others surveyed their surroundings, their expressions collectively stunned. There was not a trace of the pitch-black and profound void. The starry sky appeared as if filled with vibrant dyes, adorned with large, colorful energy clusters and aurora-like swirling energy bands. Nearby planets were scattered about, some resembling continents. Lacking a central star, the light source seemed to emanate from these massive energy fog clusters, and the shapes of these planets tended towards elliptical rather than circular. The dazzling, colorful brilliance and the smooth motion of the planets suggested abnormal gravitational coefficients, foundational forces, spatial coefficients, and many basic energy reactions were all amiss. Yeses connected to the black stone matrix, swiftly analyzing, Jiang Xing furrowed his brow. The higher the level of the crystal wall world, the greater the probability of possessing unique laws and physical constants. Can mechanical warships still function? No problem. The impact is only about 3. These anomalies primarily target force field technologies and certain advanced energy technologies. Conventional spatial leap technologies will fail. However, the construction machinery star and mechanical warships are equipped with dark space leap technology, which will remain unaffected. Yes's explanation eased Jiang Xing's concerns. One must admit that the warships modified by the Alliance are indeed worth their weight in gold, equipped with dark space leap technology comparable to that of advanced civilizations. It can only be said that the Alliance sees no difference in the production costs of most mass-producible equipment. The resources required for the dark space leap device are not much different from that of a mecha. Confirming without a doubt, Jiang Xing began issuing orders. The engineering machinery group was to prioritize devouring cosmic energy and surrounding materials, commencing resource collection and mechanical warship manufacturing after 8 hours. The mechanical voice of Ipo echoed, understood. Instantly, a silver sphere several kilometers in diameter beside the construction machinery star suddenly transformed into a cloud of silver mist, rushing towards a nearby planet that was over 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Merely consuming 1/5 of this planet to convert it into universal resources would suffice for this venture. Of course, this only accounts for basic resources. Primary resources would still need to be scavenged from surrounding planets to gather enough. The material furnace of the construction star is capable of decomposing materials into various levels of universal particles, allowing for direct conversion of required materials. Watching the construction machinery star get back on track, Jiang Xing turned to open the local psychic network interface. The world where the Star Torch fleet currently resided was indeed the world from which the True Number Core had received intelligence. Having taken 4 hours to receive the information after expanding the temporary range for 5 hours, he almost thought the 20 true numbers would go to waste. However, what troubled Jiang Xing lay ahead. The world receiving intelligence about their compatriots was, astonishingly, a river-level world. It had even reached the scale of a large river-level world, comparable to the Kekaloya world. The only solace was that this crystal wall world, spanning several million light-years in diameter, was primarily an untouched ecological system of the universe. In layman's terms, it was a forest ecosystem within the cosmos. The strongest entities here were not cunning civilizations, but rather a plethora of colossal star beasts. The most advanced civilizations here were merely those of the advanced crystal wall type. Although the star beast population here was stronger than the combined civilizations of the Kekaloya world, their scattered nature rendered them less threatening. As long as they did not provoke the star beast kings at high-dimensional life levels, as well as star beast lords at C and B life levels, they would remain unscathed. The entire world is a pristine ecological system, and I suspect the surrounding realms are no different. Green analyzed the rudimentary data provided by the commander. As Jiangxing navigated the spiritual network interface, he responded, indeed, prior to the advent of the Crystal Wall era, this place must have been a cosmic forest spanning tens of millions of light-years, now cleaved and sealed by the Crystal Wall. A sufficiently expansive primitive ecological system possesses an exceedingly high density of cosmic energy and, as a result of its influence, gives rise to various wondrous environments. Provided that the duration of the high-dimensional storm is not excessively prolonged, it is not inconceivable for the primitive ecological system to withstand such cosmic calamities. On the contrary, the residual high-dimensional energy from the turbulent currents could significantly enhance the energy quality of the primitive ecosystem. Otherwise, there would not be 7 high-dimensional life-tier star beast sovereigns here. Indeed, the initial rudimentary data from the True Number Core explicitly indicates the presence of 7 star beast sovereigns in this realm. All right, the expeditionary force has responded. They will arrive in 20 days. Jiang Xing beamed with a radiant smile. We are set to establish a Level 3 navigation route, discovering a river-class ranch world with exceptional qualifications, coupled with the weighted advantage of being the first to discover a new world. I cannot fathom how we could possibly fail. What do our compatriots say? Green inquired with curiosity. Since we have been transported here, they must be nearby. Cairo and Green, each take 25 assault cruisers and search the vicinity. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the 2 psychic warship formations departed from the colossal construction mechanical star, venturing into the depths of space. A blinding beam pierced through the energy mists, narrowly grazing a 10,000-meter warship. The violent energy fluctuations caused the ship's shields to ripple. The entire vessel shuddered violently. "Accelerate, faster!" roared the human captain in military attire from the control zone. Beside him, a young girl, ostensibly anxious yet feigning calmness, frequently glanced at the data interface with a worried expression. 100,000 strong cryosleep pods are currently intact, with no signs of damage. The captain fixed his gaze on the radar interface. After a moment of hesitation, he looked toward the girl. "Candidate Elena, please enter a cryosleep pod as well. The danger ahead will be even greater." The captain did not utter the final sentence, yet his serious gaze lingered on Elena's sky-blue eyes. Boom. The 10,000-meter warship trembled once more, and the view shifted to reveal 3 pitch-black star beasts, each approximately 1,000 meters in length and resembling squids, clinging to the shields, relentlessly eroding them with some highly corrosive energy. Dozens of ship-mounted cannons immediately adjusted their aim, their beams flashing as they obliterated 2 of the star beasts into fragments. The captain's expression remained grave, as expected. With the warship gliding past an energy cluster, a multitude of shadowy figures suddenly surged forth from the mist, ferociously lunging at the vessel. Warning: high-energy units are approaching. Disaster seldom arrives alone. The alarm from the radar matrix caused the captain to display a startled expression. Behind the massive warship, a violent flash forcefully dispersed the energy cluster, revealing 3 colossal entities that were not much smaller than the warship itself. Their surface was a dark, wrinkled texture, with 4 tentacles trailing behind and 2 enormous blade-like forelimbs, devoid of sensory organs, save for an exaggerated whirlpool mouth that occupied most of their heads. Intense particle energy coalesced within, transforming into a terrifying beam that surged toward the warship. The terrifying assault brushed past the warship. But this time, it was not just a single star beast launching the attack. As the warship quaked violently, the captain and his crew could only brace themselves against the nearby equipment, sparks flying in the control zone. while the previously stable shields flickered incessantly, warning, shields nearing collapse threshold, imminent breach, attention. 733 cryosleep pods are malfunctioning and are being forcibly awakened. Elena's expression shifted dramatically as she immediately unfastened her safety harness, disregarding the surrounding sparks and tremors, and hurriedly dashed toward the control zone's exterior. Transport vehicles sped away. Observing Elena's retreating figure, the captain sighed. Had it not been for that group of traitors, you would undoubtedly have been a magnificent leader. The transport vehicle came to a halt as Elena, her expression urgent, arrived at a metallic valve, inputting a password. As the valve swung open, the sound of a child's soft sobbing echoed within. She rushed through the opening to find layers of densely packed metallic cryosleep pods, many of which were now in the process of awakening. Human children clad in white jumpsuits sat within, their faces filled with panic, the oldest merely 14 or 15, while the youngest were still unable to speak. Elena scooped up one of the toddlers and, along with the crew members rushing in response to the commotion, gathered the children, offering continuous reassurances. Bang! An even more violent tremor struck. Warning, shields have been breached. Chapter 76. The shock of humanity. The intense tremor nearly caused Elena to lose her footing, even in the cryosleep zone, which boasted structural strength far exceeding other areas. A chilling metallic distortion echoed. The supporting metallic framework visibly bent, exposing the energy conduits within. Sparks flew, and arcs of electricity surged. More life support systems for the cryosleep pods malfunctioned, forcing them to awaken. On the other hand, upon witnessing the breach of the shields, the captain remained unfazed. His expression hardened. Shut down the shields and restore energy supply. Divert all energy to the engines and initiate forced overloading for the jump. Suddenly, the propulsion modules at the rear of the colossal ship blazed to life, and the entire starship elongated dramatically before vanishing from sight. Remaining stationary meant certain death. Abandoning defense for a random jump was a gamble with survival, and the captain instinctively knew which option to choose. Numerous star beasts, witnessing this, activated their jump organs and pursued the warship. No signs of life were present in the surroundings. Cairo scrutinized the star map, his mind filled with doubt. Could a planet entirely exposed to vast energy radiation, lacking any protective measures, truly give rise to human civilization? Surely, there must be celestial bodies akin to stars filtering most cosmic energy radiation to ensure the emergence of ordinary life. However, recalling the miraculous capabilities of his commander, Cairo chose to remain focused on the search. Since the commander had indicated their proximity, he had no reason to doubt it. The assault cruiser formation skimmed past various planets. Hours passed, and Cairo's brow furrowed. There were no signs of humans, apart from some non-threatening star beasts. Not a trace of any intelligent life forms was visible. Being 4 light-years away from the construction star, perhaps it was prudent to return and search in another direction. Detected spatial jump reaction. Detected human life signals. The sudden alert from the ship's systems snapped Cairo from his reverie, his expression one of astonishment. As expected of the commander, his foresight is uncanny. The assault cruiser formation promptly set course for the marked area on the star map. As spatial fluctuations shimmered, a massive ship clumsily emerged from the jump state, its propulsion engines flickering intermittently, evidently on the brink of collapse. Eventually, as the propulsion engines completely shut down, the 10,000-meter behemoth lost all power, drifting passively forward. Report to the captain. The engine crew has overloaded. The efficiency of the energy reactor has plummeted by 67, and we can no longer reactivate the shields. An officer hurriedly approached the captain, delivering the news. The captain sighed, gazing out the viewport at the resplendent starry sky, his tone betraying no sorrow or anger. We have done our utmost. As the door swung open, Elena entered the control zone, her expression sorrowful, her clothing seemingly stained with blood. Captain Radna, the structural integrity of the ship has sustained severe damage, and there have been casualties among the children. You have done exceedingly well, Candidate Elena. Warning, high energy reactions detected. The star beasts were closing in. The hearts of those in the control zone quaked, unable to turn back, their gazes fixed ahead, awaiting the star beast's final strike. Alas, a shadow swept through the control zone, and the crew, initially bracing for death, instinctively turned to witness a stunning sight. 3 whirlpool-mouthed star beasts, accompanied by dozens of squid-like star beasts, did not assault the warship. Instead, they charged ahead, emitting silent roars. Particles converged as three beams intertwined, launching toward the distant energy mist. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the mist to disperse suddenly. What is that? Captain Radna and Elena's eyes widened in shock as a flicker of hope ignited within them. From the dissipating mist emerged dozens of resplendent warships, their imposing crimson hulls adorned with golden patterns that glimmered like blazing flames. Observing the shield value, which had decreased by about 2, Cairo calmly regarded the ferocious star beast horde rushing toward them. Dozens of E-class and 3 D-class beasts. Red lightning crackled as the assault cruiser formation leisurely approached the massive vessel. The enormous, snarling star beasts continued their charge, yet the gaping wounds on their sides unmistakably indicated their demise. What transpired just now? How did these star beasts perish in the blink of an eye? The squid-like star beasts were inconsequential, but those 3 large star beasts were capable of subduing the Empire's elite warships, and yet they were gone in an instant? As the crew processed this disconcerting turn of events, the mysterious warships had already surrounded the colossal ship. Captain Radna's expression grew increasingly serious as he inhaled deeply and initiated communication. Then, he and Elena, along with the others, anxiously gazed at the obsidian screen. When the image illuminated, revealing Cairo's visage, the crew collectively fell silent. Humans? No, they were humans evolved to an unknown tier. They were an advanced civilization. In an instant, Elena and the others sensed the elevated life tier and warmth emanating from Cairo. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Elena felt a wave of relief wash over her, subconsciously accepting their safety. Radna promptly regained his composure. Esteemed beings of the advanced civilization, we relay the specifics to the commander. For now, follow me back to base. Cairo interrupted Radna's words. Subsequently, several beams of traction enveloped the colossal ship, transporting it into a spatial jump. The construction mechanical star. The already substantial fleet of construction machinery resembled a swirling tempest of silver. Sweeping across the surface of a nearby celestial body. It tirelessly transported vast resources back for processing. This moment, within the construction machinery planet, a starship dock officially commenced operations, with 4-dimensional manifestation technology in full swing. As hundreds of mechanical warships took shape at a visibly astonishing pace. Meanwhile, in the gleaming third ring of the construction planet, 2,000 mechanical warships hovered neatly around the starport. This comprised a total of 1,500 Type 1 warships, 400 Type 2 warships, and 100 Type 3 warships. Thousands of steel leviathans, each approximately 2,000 meters in length, were arrayed like metallic mountains standing tall against the starry sky. Kailuo discovered the compatriot starships. Setting aside the spirit pulse entry, Jiang Xing displayed a smile. The recently returned Green let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's good. I thought we had arrived too late to notice. Prepare to welcome our compatriots. Their condition is quite dire, and it seems there have been casualties among children. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoxue immediately adopted a serious expression. In the region 1,000,000 kilometers away from the construction machinery planet, the assault cruiser formation leapt forth with a dilapidated giant ship in tow. Riedner and the others instinctively glanced around. At first glance, where was the esteemed higher civilization station? Why was it nowhere to be seen? At the second glance, what a magnificent planet! Were the 3 rings surrounding it, which appeared to be brimming with advanced technology, the base? At the third glance, wait a minute, something's amiss. A planet entirely crafted by technology? Riedner and the others were left speechless. The artificial construct, with a diameter exceeding 40,000 kilometers, rivaled that of a genuine planet, leaving them in awe. The overwhelming sense of oppression was suffocating, while natural wonders astonished observers. The human-made cosmic marvel was even more unfathomable. As the starship gradually approached the construction machinery planet, Riedner and the others found their vision enveloped by the golden and silver radiance. When they regained their senses, the starship had already docked at the starport of the second ring. Riedner and Elena were still contemplating their words when a stream of azure light sped toward them from a distance. Accompanying it was a swirling silver mist. Then, to the bewilderment of the onlookers, the silver mist proceeded to dismantle the rear section of their starship, simultaneously lifting numerous hibernation pods into the air. Before Elena could speak, the subsequent scene utterly transformed her worldview. The brilliance emitted by the azure light enveloped over 100 lifeless children. These children had lost their vitality, either pierced by some object or crushed under heavy weights. Yet, under the illumination of the azure glow, their bodies began to rapidly regenerate, and soon, to the astonished gazes of Elena and Riedner, they opened their eyes. Medical assistance is being handled by someone. Perhaps I should introduce myself first? A gentle voice came from the side, prompting Riedner to instinctively look toward the speaker. The Star Sea Human Alliance, Commander of the Advance Fleet, Jiangxing, Chapter 77. They must understand the Star Sea Human Alliance? The Advance Fleet? Riedner opened his mouth, instinctively glancing at the construction machinery planet, which seemed to obscure half the universe, unsure of what expression to adopt. So, this powerful civilization refers to this colossal structure as the Advance Fleet. Relax, tell me about your situation so I can make the appropriate arrangements, Jiangxing said with a calm smile. Unlike other crystalline world compatriots who needed a gradual transition into the alliance, those from the pastoral world would likely be groomed as pastoral managers, enjoying a faster integration process and greater cultivation than ordinary human civilizations. Corresponding obligations would be met with appropriate treatment. Riedner suppressed the overwhelming emotions within him and replied, "We hail from the Ace Empire, a multi-ethnic empire comprising diverse races. The three most powerful races among them are humans, the Eileen tribe, and the Grayskin tribe." As Riedner elaborated, Jiangxing gradually pieced together the circumstances of this world and its humans, in this river-level world, where star beasts reigned supreme. The formidable star beast factions could easily obliterate advanced crystalline civilizations, with countless races being devoured and destroyed by the star beasts. Not only did this include surface civilizations that had yet to leave their planets, but even advanced crystalline civilizations were not spared. As the number of destroyed civilizations grew, many races chose to band together for mutual protection. The Ace Empire was one such coalition. Several severely damaged intermediate crystalline civilizations united, absorbing remnants of advanced crystalline civilization technology. Ultimately, this haphazard joint force emerged. Its territorial scale was only a mere 2,000 to 3,000 light-years, akin to a weaker intermediate crystalline civilization. Yet its technological prowess was comparable to seasoned intermediate crystalline civilizations, boasting a few technologies that approached advanced crystalline civilization standards. For instance, star beast cultivation technology, rapid construction technology, and long-range space leap technology for interstellar warships. These three technologies were mastered by the Eileen tribe, the Grayskin tribe, and humans, respectively. Not long ago, the Eileen tribe suddenly violated the coalition treaty and launched a rebellion, resulting in the immediate destruction of numerous small tribes. The Grayskin tribe and humans were the first to bear the brunt. Enduring a massive offensive from the Eileen tribe's forces in just a few years, the Ace Empire lost more than half its territory. Among them, humans, possessing long-range space leap technology, had many resources and bases located outside the Empire's borders and could barely withstand the onslaught. The Grayskin tribe was not as fortunate, having lost 70% of their strength to the Eileen tribe, ultimately being forced to surrender and become subjugated cannon fodder. Riedner's starship was one of the many seed starships belonging to humanity, carrying remnants of life from the Empire in search of a slim chance for survival. To avoid attracting the attention of the star beasts, the humans of the Ace Empire chose to split into small teams of several ships, scattering into over 1,000 groups, fleeing in various directions. Initially, Riedner was accompanied by another seed starship and 4 escort vessels, but they all perished during the journey. Jiangxing understood. The Eileen tribe, a common beast-controlling civilization. The Grayskin tribe was likely a standard technological civilization, with their core expertise rooted in engineering technology. He then furrowed his brow, pondering the challenges posed by an ecosystemic beast-controlling civilization. What is the status of our kin from the Ace Empire? Riedner contemplated before confidently stating, they are still resisting. The Eileen tribe intends to feed other surrendered races to the star beasts, which is why many tribes are fighting back in just a few months. The Eileen tribe won't be able to conquer the remaining small territories, I understand. Jiangxing nodded slightly, calculating the manufacturing efficiency of the mechanical warships in his mind. Waiting a few more days to equip 10,000 mechanical warships before setting out would not be too late. Mechanical warships, even if designated as cannon fodder units, were still the cannon fodder of advanced crystalline civilizations. 5,000 would be sufficient to suppress the main forces of most intermediate crystalline civilizations. The primary forces of intermediate crystalline civilizations typically comprised E and D level units, considered elite, with D and D level military units combined likely totaling no more than 2,000. However, the opposing force was indeed a beast-controlling civilization situated within a river-level ecological system. So caution was warranted. If these beasts were not forcibly controlled but rather bound by cooperative contracts, it was highly probable that formidable star beast factions would be involved. Who knows if their contracted beasts had elders among them? As for the potential existence of sea-level trump cards within intermediate civilizations, Jiang Xing was less concerned. The shield of the construction planet, although not formidable, was more than adequate to handle sea-level assaults. The stockpile of several dozen dark energy bombs was sufficient to severely damage sea-level units. If all else failed, they could feign a balance of power to deter the Eileen tribe from deploying their trump cards for a while. Delaying for a dozen days until the expeditionary forces arrived would render the Eileen tribe inconsequential. Those 7 high-dimensional star beast monarchs would have to crawl. In this realm, it's all about the background one possesses. A fragrant breeze rustled, and as the azure light dissipated, a somewhat fatigued Sun Xiaoxue appeared beside Jiang Xing, wearing a radiant smile that it's done. Since the time of death was within 12 hours, the consciousness mimetic had not yet dissipated, and all were successfully revived. Jiang Xing, momentarily dazzled by Sun Xiaoxue's brilliant smile, suppressed the urge to ruffle her hair and praised, "Excellent! This rating will undoubtedly surpass that of Brother Anger Cloud." "Humph, of course." Sun Xiaoxue immediately beamed with pride. "Thank you so very much for the assistance of this divine sister." Elena, whose gaze had been fixed on the numerous crew members and children, approached Sun Xiaoxue, her expression brimming with excitement and gratitude, and bowed. "This is Miss Elena, one of the candidates for the head of the Empire, who should have been contending for the position of head with the other candidates." "Who would have thought?" Riedner hastily introduced. Facing Elena's gratitude, Sun Xiaoxue responded softly, "It's nothing. Aiding our compatriots is my duty." Jiang Xing locked his gaze onto Elena's eyes, only averting his gaze once he noticed her growing discomfort. "Indeed, although inexperienced, I believe you will make a fine leader." The emotions reflected in Elena's eyes indicated her genuine sorrow over the loss of her compatriots. Do not forget, she is a candidate for the head of the Interstellar Empire. And in such circumstances, she must have been instilled with rational thought during her training, emphasizing the greater good, sacrificing the few for the sake of broader development, and so on. Even so, maintaining such a character and mindset is no small feat. While she may not be suited to wield power in times of crisis, with the alliance soon to arrive, there is no real crisis to speak of. Xiaoxue, please take Miss Elena around and explain some fundamental knowledge of the alliance to her. "Absolutely," Sun Xiaoxue responded cheerfully, causing Elena to feel both honored and a bit nervous. Observing this, Jiang Xing turned and departed. Declaring war directly against a somewhat incomplete intermediate crystalline civilization was not without its pressures. After all, the Xingju fleet was merely at D level, and they were far from fully staffed. In any case, over the next few days, he aimed to refine the operational plan as much as possible. Time gradually passed. Countless mechanical warships continued to sail forth from the construction machinery planet, entering the starport base of the First Ring. The formidable waves of energy were laid bare, and the fleet, vast enough to obscure the sky and blot out the sun, left Riedner, who occasionally ventured out to observe, in a WE.AT long last. On a certain day, the final battleship entered the formation of the fleet. "Commander, all preparations are complete and we are ready for deployment." Yeses perched upon Jiangxing's shoulder. A surge of emotions coursed through Jiangxing as he gazed toward the immense expanse of battleships in the distance. Who could fathom the sense of security brought by over 10,000 steel warships that belonged to him? Certainly, it was the enemies who must comprehend this. Star Torch, set sail. The engineering machinery coalesced into a silver sphere. Returning to orbit, with over 10,000 warships encircling the mechanical construct, with a silent wave of energy, both the mechanical construct and the surrounding legion of machines vanished simultaneously into the vastness of the starry sky.